Chapter 1. The 18th Birthday. In the realm of Tianxian, located in the eastern region of Yunnan Prefecture, stands the illustrious Jin dynasty, home to the esteemed Yin Wang Mansion. Today marks a momentous occasion of the 18th birthday of the Yin Wang's heir, filling the entire mansion with an atmosphere of festivity and joy. The entrance bustles with activity, a true spectacle of merriment. As a prominent figure among the five noble houses of the Jin dynasty, the Yin Wang, a formidable expert in the realm of law manifestation, commands respect throughout the kingdom. Few dare to disregard him. At this very moment, within the serene garden of the mansion, melodious strains of the zither intertwine with the graceful movements of dancing maidens. A young man, clad in luxurious attire, reclines languidly upon an opulent sandalwood rocking chair, captivated by the enchanting performances of several beautiful dancers. This young man is none other than Wu Ning, the son of the Yin Wang. Originally a resident of Blue Star, he met an untimely demise during a robbery, suffering a grievous wound that led to his death from excessive blood loss. Following his death, his soul transmigrated into the body of an unborn child. Due to the underdevelopment of the fetus brain, it wasn't until the age of 5 that he gradually regained memories of his past life. Unlike the world he once knew, Tianxian is a realm steeped in fantasy, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Mighty beings can move mountains and seas, pluck stars from the sky, wielding the power of life and death with but a word. As a transmigrant from Blue Star, Wu Ning once dreamt of becoming a formidable figure, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth unencumbered. Alas, he was born frail, and his meridians diverged from the norm, halting his progress at the body refinement stage, forever unable to ascend to true cultivation. The body refinement stage is merely the realm of ordinary martial practitioners. Beyond it lie the stages of qi gathering, innate, true essence, sea transformation, law manifestation, heavenly palace, kingship, and sainthood. Only those who reach the qi gathering stage can be deemed true cultivators. Though Wu Ning harbored a sense of dissatisfaction with his inability to gather qi, he ultimately resigned himself to his fate. After 2 years of effort, he relinquished his ambitions, content to live as a privileged young master under the protection of his father, enjoying a life of leisure playing with cats and dogs, and indulging in music with a few close friends. As he gazed at the dancers' ethereal movements, a stir of excitement welled within him. Having promised his father not to lose his virginity before turning 18, the moment had finally arrived. Could he indulge in his desires now? Just as these thoughts ignited his anticipation, a young servant in a green robe rushed toward him, breathless with urgency. "Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen." The flames of Wu Ning's excitement were doused in an instant, and he begrudgingly returned to his seat. The music ceased abruptly, and the dancers halted, their movements frozen in time. Wu Ning waved his hand dismissively, expressing his displeasure. "Do not stop. Continue the music and dance." The green-robed servant, panting, reached his side. "Your Highness, Princess Qingyao has come to rescind her engagement. The king and queen request your presence in the main hall at once." Rescind the engagement? Wu Ning furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Could this signify the beginning of his rise? A flicker of realization struck him, mirroring the narrative of protagonists in tales of underdogs. Was he on the verge of altering his destiny? Moments later, Wu Ning arrived late to the main hall, where all eyes immediately fell upon him, each gaze laden with varying emotions. At the head of the table, an exquisite woman beckoned him with a wave. "Ninger, come sit beside your mother." This stunning woman was none other than Wu Ning's mother, the Yin Wang Fei. "Morongyin." "Father, mother," Wu Ning greeted, then leisurely took the vacant seat beside his mother. "Ninger, Princess Qingyao wishes to dissolve your engagement. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Murong Yin's expression remained neutral, devoid of any visible anger. Beside her, Yin Wang Wu Tianyun displayed a similarly unconcerned demeanor, as if the matter bore little weight. Wu Ning's gaze swept across the hall, eventually landing on 2 figures facing him: the daughter of the Pingxi Wang, Lin Qingyao, and an elderly man clad in gray robes. "Now that everyone is present, let us resolve this matter swiftly. I am eager to return to my sect and report back. I have no time for idle chatter." The gray-robed elder spoke impatiently. "Zhou Lao, please wait a moment longer." Lin Qingyao rose, offering a subtle bow in Wu Ning's direction. "Your Highness, I, Qingyao, have been fortunate enough to catch the eye of an elder from the Seven Stars sect. Soon, I shall depart with him for training, and after this farewell, we may not meet again for many years. In consideration of not delaying your future, I have come today to seek the dissolution of our engagement." Wu Ning's brow furrowed. He pondered whether this was the moment to utter the phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Even though he had mentally prepared for such news, the reality still stung. After all, today was his 18th birthday. With numerous guests present, being confronted with a marriage dissolution was an undeniable humiliation, regardless of the reasons provided. It was inevitable that he would soon become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital, tarnishing the reputation of the Yanwang mansion. Suppressing his rising anger, Wu Ning coldly remarked, "Princess Qingyao, I would like to inquire, have you considered the implications of your actions on the honor of the Yanwang mansion? This matter has indeed weighed heavily on Qinjiao's mind, and I hope that the king and queen, as well as your highness, can forgive my thoughtlessness," Lin Qingyao replied, lightly biting her lip as she bowed again in apology. Wu Ning snorted disdainfully. "Your casual dismissal of our family's honor cannot be so easily brushed aside with mere words." Lin Qinjiao's brows knitted together in frustration. How could Wu Ning be so ungrateful? Did he not realize the chasm that lay between them? With her innate constitution, she had broken through to the innate stage before reaching the age of 16. Was he truly oblivious to the disparity in their capabilities? Her expression hardened as she retrieved a pristine white jade vial from her storage ring. Qingyao recognizes that her actions today may have caused offense. Within this vial are 3 top-quality qi gathering pills, intended as an apology. I hope they may assist your highness in achieving the qi gathering stage. At the head table, Murong Yin's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as she turned to glare at Wu Tianyan. Had he not been so foolish in arranging this engagement, they would not be facing such a debacle now. Wu Tianyan felt a chill run down his spine as he cast an irritated glance at Lin Qingyao. Matters of engagement should be settled by the parents. If you wish to dissolve the betrothal, send your father to speak with me. I have no interest in squabbling with a mere girl. Your highness. Lin Qinjiao's lips moved as if she wished to voice another point. However, the gray-robed elder interrupted her, waving his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. The Yanwang must accept this dissolution, whether he wishes to or not. How can a mere wastrel, who has yet to reach the qi gathering stage, be worthy of our 7 stars sex disciple? With a resounding slap, Wu Tianyun struck the elder across the face before he could finish his sentence. You old fool! How dare you act so brazenly before me and insult my son? You've been given too much grace. The elder's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. The assembly fell silent, astonished by Wu Tianyun's sudden aggression. Even the elder, a fellow expert in law manifestation, was taken aback. Another slap echoed through the hall as Wu Tianyun struck the elder again. What are you stammering for? Consider it an honor to be struck by me. Ah, how dare you? I shall kill you. The elder's expression twisted with rage as he unleashed a powerful aura. But before he could make a move, Wu Tianyun delivered yet another forceful slap. This blow was particularly fierce, sending the elder's head spinning a full 360 degrees, resulting in his instant demise. Elder! Lin Qingyao gasped, her face turning pale. The room erupted in chaos. As shock rippled through the guests, had a member of the 7 Stars sect truly been slain? By the heavens! Wu Ning marveled internally, astonished by his father's display of dominance. Such was the demeanor of a true man. Remove this old fool's corpse and be gone. Wu Tianyun commanded, his gaze icy as it landed on Lin Qingyao. Trembling, she suppressed her fear, hastily grasping the elder's lifeless body and making her way toward the exit. Wait! Wu Ning's voice rang out suddenly. Lin Qingyao, our engagement is hereby dissolved from this day forth. We shall have no further ties. Lin Qingyao did not dare to linger, channeling her energy to escape as if her life depended on it. Wu Tianyun enforced his dismissal, prompting the guests to make their hurried exits. The once vibrant mansion fell into an eerie silence, the lively atmosphere replaced by profound stillness. Father, you've stirred up trouble, Wu Ning exclaimed. That old man was an elder of the 7 Stars sect, one that even the royal family dares not provoke. You've killed him. Wu Ning felt a pang of anxiety. The 7 Stars sect held dominion over Yunlan Prefecture. Slaying one of their elders would surely invite dire consequences. What is there to fear? It's merely a small sect, hardly worth my concern. Wu Tianyun waved his hand dismissively, his expression suddenly turning serious as he focused on Wu Ning. Son, there is something I have concealed from you for a long time. The time has come for the truth to be revealed. Wu Ning stared at his father in bewilderment, sensing an unprecedented gravity in his demeanor, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that he was not their biological son? Or perhaps his father was a stepfather? Wu Tianyun, unaware of his son's thoughts, would have certainly delivered a sharp reprimand had he known. He paused before continuing, In truth, your mother and I are not originally from the Tianxian realm. Not from the Tianxian realm? Am I truly an adopted child? Wu Ning's expression shifted slightly. Wu Tianyan's voice continued. Your mother and I hail from a vast world known as the primordial ancient realm. I am the young master of the martial clan there, while your mother is the daughter of the Murong imperial clan's leader. The martial clan and the Murong imperial clan are both supreme clans, among the most esteemed families in the entire primordial ancient realm. Listening to his father's endless narration, Wu Ning found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. It was akin to a beggar, scouring the streets for alms, suddenly discovering he is the son of an emperor. Indeed, it was even more absurd than that. Father, you can't be making all this up, can you? Why would I deceive you? Wu Tianyun shot him a glance, then pointed a finger, sending a stream of light into Wu Ning's forehead, which contained a vast reservoir of information. This encompassed an introduction to the primordial ancient realm, detailed accounts of the Wu clan and the Murong imperial clan, as well as various cultivation knowledge, and more. Among this information was also the reason for their family's presence in the Tianxian continent. This was a tradition of the Wu clan. Every exceptionally gifted descendant of the main lineage would undergo such a family trial. Only those who completed the trial would be welcomed back into the Wu clan. As the young heir, Wu Ning was no exception. However, his situation was unique, for he awakened the bloodline of the ancient emperor at birth. To cultivate an unparalleled powerhouse, the elders of the Wu clan employed a secret bloodline technique, using their own essence blood as a conduit to refine an abundance of rare heavenly materials, thereby enhancing his bloodline purity. Yet, the young Wu Ning was unable to bear such power, prompting the elders to place a 9-layer seal upon him. As his cultivation progressed, these seals would gradually be unlocked. An overwhelming influx of information surged into Wu Ning's mind, causing a throbbing pain in his head, taking him half an hour to barely absorb the flood of knowledge. Half an hour later, Wu Tianyan waved his hand to establish a barrier and said, Son, I shall now unlock the first layer of your seal. Once it is lifted, you will be able to commence your cultivation. Cultivation. Wu Ning felt a surge of excitement. Father, please begin. Wu Tianyun smiled gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, Wu Ning felt a tremendous power surge into his body. Then, he sensed something within him breaking, and waves of scorching bloodline energy erupted forth, instantly reducing his clothing to ashes. Ah! Wu Ning let out a cry of agony. He felt as though every inch of his flesh and every cell within him was being scoured and seared. Veins bulged, and his skin turned a deep crimson. The pain was excruciating, as if his entire body were on the verge of exploding. Ninger, Murong Yin felt a pang of concern, her heart hanging in the balance. Yet she understood this was a trial he must endure. After a prolonged torment, 2 hours passed, and Wu Ning felt the pain diminish significantly. Whether it was truly lessening or if he was simply acclimating to the suffering, he could not tell. Murong Yin retrieved a mysterious pill and placed it in his mouth. Ninger, how do you feel? Is the pain still there? As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a cool energy that soothed both his body and spirit. Mother, I am fine. Wu Ning quickly regained his composure after experiencing extreme suffering. He felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if he were floating on air, his entire being brimming with strength. Ahem, first put on some clothes. Wu Tianyun reminded him. Wu Ning's face flushed as he realized his garments had vanished, leaving him completely bare. He gasped and dashed back into the house, laughter echoing behind him. A quarter of an hour later. Son, the first layer of the seal has been lifted. You may now begin your cultivation, Wu Tianyun said with a smile. A beam of golden light shot from his hand, instantly entering Wu Ning's forehead. Soon after, Wu Ning discovered a page of mysterious golden paper appearing in his mind, radiating profound Tao rhythms. This is the clan's foundational technique, the ancient scripture of celestial refinement, which can only be practiced by the main lineage descendants of the Wu clan. Under Wu Tianyan's guidance, Wu Ning began to comprehend the technique and entered a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged towards him, swirling around him, and with each breath, it slowly entered his Bodhis acupoints. Wu Ning's aura began to surge, breaking through the gathering chi stage and entering the innate realm. Innate second layer, innate third layer, innate ninth layer, true essence first layer, true essence ninth layer, transformation C first layer. It was not until he reached the transformation C realm that the pace of his cultivation began to slow, eventually halting at the transformation C ninth layer. Son, take some time to acclimate to your current cultivation level. Allow a couple of days before resuming your training. Do not rush to break through. The first layer of the bloodline seal has been lifted, enabling you to elevate to the king realm within a month. There's no need to rush. Wu Ning nodded, eagerly wishing to test his newfound power. The transformation sea realm was a pinnacle existence in the great Jin dynasty. Wu Tianyun halted him, his tone growing serious. Son, now that you have commenced your cultivation, your mother and I must take our leave. Wu Ning was not surprised by this. He had already grasped the rules of the so-called family trial. He could not rely on the family's power, but had to grow through his own efforts, honing his mindset and will in the process. This was a crucial component in ensuring the Wu clan's enduring prosperity. Wu Tianyun handed him 2 jade tokens. The golden token contains 3 attacks on behalf of your father, sufficient to see you through 3 calamities. The purple token symbolizes the family's direct lineage once shattered. Someone will come to guide you back to the clan. However, I hope you will not need to use these items and will rely solely on your own efforts to return to the family. Father, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. At this moment, Wu Ning brimmed with confidence. Wu Tianyun nodded in satisfaction. Of course, safety is paramount. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, it is imperative to use them. I understand, father. Murong-in, filled with reluctance, embraced Wu Ning. Ninger, you must be cautious while you are out there. Your mother and father will await you in the primordial ancient realm. Mother. Soon, the figures of Murong-in and Wu Tianyun faded into the ether. In truth, this was merely their magical incarnations. Wu Ning gazed vacantly at the sky, feeling a twinge of loss until a mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind, startling him back to reality. Ding! Detection of host commencing cultivation. The invincible sign-in system is activating. System activation in progress. 10, 50, 99. Ding! System activation complete. A series of prompt sounds resounded. Wu Ning stood there, dumbfounded. Holy cow! A system? As a transmigrator from Blue Star, how could he be unaware of the existence of systems? This was standard equipment for all traversers. Wow, there really is a system. So the novels weren't lying. Ding! The invincible sign-in system has successfully bound. The host has received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? An S. The realms of the Tianxian continent include body refinement, qi gathering, innate, true essence, transformation sea, law manifestation, heavenly palace, king, sage, venerable, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each realm consists of 9 layers except for quasi-emperor, which is divided into early, middle, late, peak, and perfection. Among them, the pinnacle sage is known as the sage king, the pinnacle venerable as the supreme, and the pinnacle great emperor as the emperor venerable. Chapter 2. Sign in for 10,000 years of cultivation. Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further contemplation, he swiftly opened it. Ding! The novice gift pack has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the invincible technique. The Supreme Sutra. This technique encompasses the Supreme Transformation chapter, the Cosmic Flesh chapter, and the Eternal Soul chapter, leading you directly on the path to invincibility. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate treasure, the Black Book, which contains a vast array of knowledge, knowing all within the Great Tao. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion extraordinary spirit stones. Wu Ning felt his heart racing with exhilaration. While the first 2 gifts did not stir much emotion within him, the prospect of 100 billion supreme spirit stones was undeniably tangible. Spirit stones serve as a crucial resource for cultivation and are also the currency exchanged among cultivators. They are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. 1 supreme spirit stone is equivalent to 100 superior spirit stones, or 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, or 1 million inferior spirit stones. The figure of 100 billion supreme spirit stones is nothing short of astronomical. Prior to this moment, he had never even laid eyes on a supreme spirit stone. Within the entire residence of the Yin Wang, there were only a few 100,000 inferior spirit stones, and middle-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare. Even the Grand Jin royal family likely possessed only a few million inferior spirit stones. When converted to supreme spirit stones, that amounted to merely a handful. He was truly set for life. Wu Ning's consciousness delved into the vast expanse of the system's realm, where an exquisite mountain of spiritual stones resided, igniting an immediate exhilaration within him. It was akin to a destitute wretch who, unable to afford even a loaf of bread, suddenly discovers that he has won a staggering 100 billion in a lottery. Steady now. I am a professional. I must not succumb to laughter. After a prolonged outburst of mirth, Wu Ning finally regained his composure. He redirected his focus towards the 2 remarkable gifts before him. The invincible technique, the Supreme Sutra, promises an unimpeded path to invincibility. Its mere mention conveys an air of grandeur. This technique surpasses the ancient scriptures of the martial clan by leaps and bounds. embodying the essence of true invincibility. Ning's heart burned with fervor, yet he refrained from hastily engaging in his cultivation. He strode swiftly back to his chamber, retrieving the enigmatic black tome from the confines of the system's space. Indeed, it was a genuine black book, resembling a thick, substantial dictionary upon closer inspection. The ebony cover was adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, exuding an air of extraordinary mystique. Suddenly, the black tome manifested a cherubic visage, which astonishingly spoke, "Greetings, master. I am the spirit of the book, and it is my pleasure to serve you." A spirit of the book? Ning scrutinized closely and inquired with curiosity. "Are you truly all-knowing and all-seeing?" "Of course. As long as it pertains to the Great Way, there is nothing I do not know." The book spirit replied with unwavering confidence. Ning pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you know my origins?" His intention was not to question the Wu clan, but rather the Blue Star. The master was enveloped in a mysterious force field, surpassing the scope of retrieval, rendering it impossible to ascertain the master's background. Ning raised an eyebrow, astonished that even his origins from the Wu clan could not be uncovered. He speculated that the mysterious force field was likely related to the system. "Are you familiar with the Wu clan?" he inquired. "Master, there are a total of 586, 596, 214 Wu clans across the myriad realms. To pinpoint a specific target, additional information is required. The Taichu Ancient Realm is one of the supreme divine clans." Received. The black tome automatically opened, its pages rustling softly as if they were endless despite appearing to contain merely a few hundred pages. After a few moments, the pages ceased their motion, revealing a dense array of golden script. "Master, would you like me to read this for you?" The spirit of the book inquired with thoughtfulness. Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the existence of an audiobook mode. "No need," she replied. "I prefer to read it myself." Ning's gaze settled upon the pages of the book, which contained a comprehensive introduction to the Wu clan, far more detailed than the information residing in his mind. The history and essence of the Wu clan were laid bare before him. After gazing for an extended period, Ning genuinely comprehended the formidable prowess of the Wu clan through the nuances of the text. Truly, it is a supreme imperial lineage, boasting a legacy spanning several trillion years, and stands as one of the 13 pinnacle sovereign powers within the primordial ancient realm. Remarkably, certain information eludes even the book's spirit's thorough investigation, capable of concealing the probing of the ultimate treasures, underscoring the immense strength of the Wu clan. "How astonishing it is that my father is the heir of the Wu clan. Does this not imply that I am destined to become the clan leader in the future?" Ning was filled with a sense of longing. Although he now possessed a system by his side, who would choose to exert effort when one could effortlessly succeed? With the formidable Wu clan backing him, he felt emboldened even while indulging in reckless pursuits outside. Subsequently, Ning posed a series of inquiries, to which the book spirit answered without hesitation. This realization dawned upon him. This black-covered tome was indeed an invaluable treasure of immeasurable worth. "I shall bestow upon you a name. From henceforth, you shall be known as Mo Bao." "Thank you, master, for the name, Mo Bao," the book spirit replied joyfully. After stowing away the black book, Ning began to delve into the system's functionalities in detail. Aside from the personal panel and the system space, the only remaining feature was the signing in functionality, which constituted the core of the system. Each day bestowed upon him a single opportunity to sign in, and these signing in chances could be accumulated. They were categorized into 5 levels: daily, monthly, yearly, millennium, and 10,000-year sign-ins. A single signing in opportunity counted as a daily sign-in. Accumulating 30 such opportunities would yield a monthly sign-in, while 365 would culminate in a yearly sign-in. A staggering 365,000 opportunities could coalesce into a millennium sign-in, and an astronomical 3 million opportunities would grant a 10,000-year sign-in. Typically, daily sign-ins yielded only ordinary treasures, such as spiritual artifacts, spirit stones, and spiritual herbs from the Tianxian continent, which were beneficial only to those of lower realms. However, there existed a minuscule probability of obtaining genuine supreme treasures. The higher the signing-in level, the greater the chance of acquiring such treasures. The Millennium Sign-In guaranteed at least a treasure of innate quality, while the 10,000-year sign-in assured the acquisition of a truly unparalleled treasure. Ning could scarcely fathom what such a treasure might be, as his limitations rendered his imagination feeble. Additionally, signing in at certain special locations could amplify the likelihood of obtaining rare treasures. Today presented an opportunity for a sign-in. He decided to test its efficacy. Ning felt a surge of anticipation, akin to the thrill of awaiting the results of a lottery. She hoped her fortune would not be too dismal. System sign-in. With a chime, the initial sign-in was successful, and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring 10,000 years of cultivation. Ning blinked in astonishment. A cultivation level of 10,000 years? Could that truly be possible? Goodness, does this not render one invincible? Ning felt a surge of excitement within, only to be swiftly met with disappointment. The cultivation level of a decade-long practitioner, representative of the average mastery among those aged 10,000 years across the myriad realms, was anticipated to elevate him to the ninth heaven of the venerable. Above the venerable lies the saint, followed by the semi-emperor and the emperor. The ninth heaven of the venerable hardly qualifies as invincible. Furthermore, this is merely the realm of the Tianxian continent, in the context of the primordial ancient realm. The ninth heaven of the venerable would scarcely be regarded as an extraordinary adept. The path ahead is long and arduous, laden with weighty responsibilities. Ning sighed softly, retrieving an ancient storage ring from his sleeve. This was discreetly given to him by Yin when she departed. Ning extended his consciousness into the ancient ring, immediately overwhelmed by the astonishing sights within. The space inside the ring was astonishingly vast, resembling a miniature world. It was filled with towering mountains of spirit stones, and an abundance of spiritual crystals and celestial stones. Furthermore, it housed an array of treasures, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and even celestial pills, along with weaponry and magical artifacts of various grades, countless in number. For a moment, he was dazzled. Chapter 3. The Sovereign of the Ninth Heaven. He had initially thought that the system's allocation of 10 billion top-tier spirit stones was an astronomical sum. However, it now seemed that his vision was rather limited. It turned out that his mother was the true paragon of wealth. In an instant, he found himself rich beyond measure, confronted with an overwhelming plethora of resources and treasures, rendering him momentarily at a loss. He reclined on his bed, his mind in a whirl. The events of the day had been increasingly shocking, and he needed time to process everything. After what felt like an eternity, he finally sat up. No matter how many treasures there were, strength was paramount. What I must focus on now is to grow stronger, and stronger still. Ning revealed a resolute gaze. After some time, he transferred the majority of the treasures within the ancient ring to the system space, leaving only a handful of spirit stones, as well as some ordinary spiritual tools and elixirs. There exists no sanctuary more secure than the system space. Having completed this task, he sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his contemplation of the supreme scripture, while simultaneously extracting the cultivation from his 10,000 years of sign-in. Meanwhile, a great commotion erupted in the capital city, as news of Lin Qingyao's intention to withdraw from her engagement spread rapidly throughout the town. However, overshadowing her decision was the shocking revelation that the Prince of Yin had slain an elder of the Seven Stars sect with a single strike. The Prince of Yan's estate was now in peril, having made an enemy of the Seven Stars sect, leaving them with little ground to stand upon in the entire Yunnan prefecture. Alas, it is often women who sow discord. I maintain that this marriage should have been annulled long ago. Princess Qingyao is indeed a true paragon of excellence, having transcended to the innate realm before reaching her 20s. While the Prince of Yan's heir has yet to even attain the qi gathering stage, how could he possibly be worthy of her? It is said that the Prince of Yan's heir could compose poetry at the tender age of 7, earning the title of prodigy, yet his cultivation aptitude appears woefully inadequate. Could it be that the Prince of Yan's heir is merely concealing his talents? The prince, though still young, has already reached the level of expert. How could his offspring be a mere wastrel? Such a notion seems implausible. If he truly is hiding his abilities, then his cunning is truly formidable. Yet, even should he be concealing his prowess, it would bear little consequence now, as he has offended the Seven Stars sect and likely has only days left to live. In a tavern, patrons engaged in animated discussions. At a table by the window, a young man wielding a folding fan furrowed his brow, tossed a silver coin onto the table, and departed hastily. In the northern part of the city, at the Li residence, Li Yuanbao knelt in the courtyard. Stealing a glance inside, he found no one present. Rising cautiously, he rubbed his knees and bent his body, tiptoeing toward the main entrance. Suddenly, a shoe flew out from within, striking him squarely on the back of his head and sending him sprawling to the ground. A furious roar emanated from inside the house. "You little rascal, where do you think you're running off to? You'd better kneel right there in the courtyard. You are forbidden from going anywhere for the next few days, or I shall break your legs. Am I a dog's leg, and what are you?" Li Yuanbao silently grumbled to himself, drawing his neck in, and struggled to rise from the ground, obediently kneeling in place, too fearful to resist. He sighed, thinking, "Oh, young master, it is not that I lack loyalty. I have tried my best. May fortune favor you." At the same time, in the great Jin Imperial Palace, within the Juntian Hall, the Emperor of Jin pressed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Brother Wu, you have presented me with quite the dilemma," he lamented. The murder of an elder would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Seven Stars sect, a situation that their royal family would struggle to resolve. The Emperor toyed with a purple dragon-shaped spirit jade in his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. To resolve this matter, he would need to leverage the relationships forged by the founding ancestors. Yet these connections represented the royal family's most vital trump cards. Using one meant losing one. Was it worth it to employ such a card to mitigate the crisis of the Prince of Yan's estate? Under normal circumstances, he would certainly remain detached. However, he shared a good rapport with Wu Tianyun, who had even saved his life. Most importantly, he suspected that Wu Tianyun and his wife hailed from a mysterious, powerful lineage. To the Emperor of Jin, this represented a significant opportunity. Should he wager correctly, He could earn Wu Tianyun's favor and perhaps even connect with his formidable family. Yet, should he gamble incorrectly, he would squander a crucial card and risk offending the Seven Stars sect. The emperor hesitated. He was not one to gamble easily, ultimately deciding to observe the situation first. If they indeed were from a powerful family, they would not easily fall to the Seven Stars sect. At that point, he could step in to mediate the conflict, which would likely yield better results. At the Prince of Pingshi's residence, Lin Qingyao anxiously inquired, "Father, the elder Zhou has been killed. It won't implicate our estate, will it?" She harbored deep grievances against Wu Tianyun and his son, as the elder's death not only barred her from pursuing cultivation at the Seven Stars sect, but could also bring calamity upon their household. The expression on the Prince of Pingshi's face darkened. He had never expected Wu Tianyun to act so ruthlessly. Does he not fear retribution from the Seven Stars sect? The prince sighed heavily and replied, "Though the Seven Stars sect acts with tyranny, they are unlikely to target us, and our estate is not to be trifled with. Qingyao, you shall depart for the Seven Stars sect at dawn tomorrow, bringing with you the elder Zhou's remains. With your talents and capabilities, it should not be difficult for you to gain entry into the sect." "Yes, father," Lin Qingyao responded, her eyes glimmering with a burgeoning plan. The following day, Ning rubbed his eyes, unaware that dawn had already arrived. He sat up on his bed and then activated his personal interface, a soft azure screen materializing before him. Name: Ning cultivation level, 9th layer of the Venerable Realm, Supreme, Physique, Temporal Divine Body Techniques, Supreme Scripture, 1st layer. Ancient Celestial Scripture, 1st layer, Divine Powers, None Treasures, Black Leather Book remaining sign and attempts, 1 in the span of a single night. Ning had extracted a millennium's worth of cultivation, ascending to the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm with an exceptionally solid foundation. In truth, the extraction of cultivation through the sign-in system effectively condensed the time required to reach this realm into an exceedingly brief period, rather than merely transferring knowledge. The results surpassed even the effects of his own arduous training. His comprehension of this realm was also significantly deeper than that gained through personal cultivation, akin to the disparity between an extraordinary genius and an ordinary practitioner. In the Tianshan continent, the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm is regarded as the pinnacle of power, with the most formidable individuals within this realm referred to as supreme. Although Ning lacks combat experience and has not cultivated any martial skills or divine abilities, his formidable physique and bloodline are sufficient to bridge this gap. Having elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, the first 3 layers of his bloodline seal have been unlocked. With the current potency of his bloodline, he can look down upon the entirety of the Tianshan continent. Furthermore, he has also cultivated the Supreme Scripture, an invincible technique. While he may be devoid of combat experience and martial arts, his absolute strength alone is enough to overpower adversaries of the same rank. Should he refine a few celestial artifacts gifted by his mother, he would possess the confidence to contend even against the mightiest of emperors. Such is the undeniable power of having a formidable backing. Ning, in high spirits, closed the system panel and stepped out through the door. He was not oblivious to the fact that another troublesome matter awaited his attention. Chapter 4. Linglong Pavilion Ah. He realized he had yet to check in for the day. Just as he crossed the threshold, Ning suddenly remembered that he had one more opportunity for check-in remaining. He had no intention of saving it. If he could accumulate another 10,000 years of cultivation, he would surely break through to the realm of the Emperor. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Damn. More spirit stones again. Ning furrowed his brow slightly. He was no longer the Navi Ning of yesteryear. Although 100 million premium spirit stones appeared substantial, he found himself devoid of any need for such wealth. In truth, it seemed he lacked for nothing at all. Ning suddenly felt a sense of distress. He possessed a mountain of spirit stones, yet he had no idea how to expend them. Alas, he finally understood the plight of the wealthy. Your Highness, you are awake. A young servant clad in a blue robe approached briskly. Ning's gaze fell upon the young servant, his book boy named Zhang Liang, a companion since childhood. He was a figure of trust. Zhang Liang, possessing an average aptitude with a cultivation level of the 7th tier of Qi gathering, showed potential for further development. Young Liang, please instruct everyone in the manner to assemble in the front courtyard, Ning commanded. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Liang replied, hastening away. Within the span of a mere tea's brew, all the servants and guards of the manor, over 100 in number, had gathered in the front courtyard. Whispers rippled through the crowd, for the events of the previous day had already circulated, instilling a sense of unease and trepidation in their hearts. Ning enveloped everyone with his divine perception, discreetly observing their every movement. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that he leisurely made his way to the front hall. The crowd immediately fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Ning surveyed the room and directly stated, You are likely aware that the Wang residence has incurred the wrath of the Seven Stars sect, and a grave calamity may soon befall us. Those who wish to depart, please step to my left. I shall grant you an additional 2 months' wages before you leave. Those who are willing to share in the fate of the Wang residence, please stand to my right. I assure you, As long as the Wang residence stands, you shall not suffer any injustices. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating their choices. The first to make a decision was Zhang Liang, who resolutely stepped to the right, expressing his willingness to share in the Wang residence's fate. Gradually, others began to move. A few bolder servants hesitantly positioned themselves to the left, while Wu Ning maintained an indifferent expression. Observing this, the majority of the others soon made their choices. Ultimately, most opted to leave, with only 13 choosing to remain, less than 1/10 of the original group. Fubo, please distribute their wages, granting each person an additional 2 months according to their position. The steward of Wuning Chao instructed. He was among those who wished to remain. An elder of the Wang residence, he had reached the 9th tier of the innate realm and was now over 60 years of age. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the group planning to depart hurriedly knelt in gratitude before following the steward towards the accounting room. Wuning gazed upon the remaining individuals. Aside from Zhang Liang, there were 7 guards, 2 maids, and 2 elderly women. The guards were all loyal attendants of his father, including the captain of the royal guards, Qi Hao, who, being at the 9th level of the true essence realm, could be considered a formidable expert within the realm of Dejin. The 2 maids, named in Shui and Xiazhu, were devoted handmaidens to his mother. The 2 elderly women were long-standing residents of the royal residence, having no children or relatives, and thus, they had no other place to go. Wu Ning inquired once more, "Is there anyone among you who still wishes to depart? If we do not leave now, we may never have the chance again. Your Highness, the royal residence is our home. I am willing to share our fate with the palace," In Shui declared. Her fists clenched, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. At that moment, Qi Hao stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I hope it is not presumptuous of me to inquire about the whereabouts of the prince. He is a trusted confidant cultivated by Wu Tianyun, and he did not inform me when Wu Tianyun vanished. How could I possibly remain calm?" Ning cast a glance at him and replied, "Both my father and mother have departed and shall not return. Henceforth, this royal residence shall be under my dominion." Qi Hao immediately knelt on one knee, declaring his unwavering loyalty. "I vow to follow your highness unto death, sharing the fate of the royal house." Behind him, the other guards likewise knelt in allegiance. Wu Ning nodded slightly and raised his hand, saying, "Rise." To those who remained, the monthly stipend would increase tenfold. "Qi Hao, how many spirit stones do you receive each month?" "Your Highness, I receive 300 spirit stones monthly, while others receive between 50 and 100, Qi Hao replied. "Is that all?" Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, his perspective having elevated significantly. Such a trivial amount of spirit stones could hardly capture his interest, especially considering they were merely low-tier stones. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed Qi Hao a storage ring containing a modest collection of low-tier spirit stones, only a mere 1 million, to be precise. "These spirit stones are entrusted to you. Your cultivation levels are rather low, and utilizing these stones for your advancement will serve to enhance your abilities." As Qi Hao probed the storage ring with a sliver of his consciousness, he was immediately taken aback. So many. His eyes widened in astonishment, for it was the first time in his life he had encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones. He could hardly believe that Wu Ning had possibly bestowed upon him the entirety of the royal family's spirit stones. Is this excessive? This is but a trifle. Wu Ning curled his lips in disdain. These meager spirit stones were but a trifling matter to him. "All these spirit stones are for you. As long as you do not squander them and utilize them entirely to enhance your cultivation, come to me once they are expended. Now, Xiao Liangzi, accompany me for a brief outing. The rest of you may disperse." Moments later, Wu Ning escorted Zhang Liang out of the royal residence. As they traversed the bustling streets of the capital, they could feel numerous gazes upon them. As the heir to the Yanzhou throne, Wu Ning was already a notable figure in the capital. The recent incident of his broken engagement had only heightened his notoriety. Ignoring the curious glances of passers-by, he strode purposefully towards Linglong Pavilion. This establishment is renowned as the most treasure-laden location in the capital. Linglong Pavilion is owned by the Linglong Merchant Association, which Wu Ning had heard was one of the largest trading organizations in the entire Eastern Domain. The Tianxian continent is divided into 7 major realms, and the Eastern Domain alone comprises 3,000 states, each vast in its own right, at least as expansive as 100 Dejin. Thus, it is evident that the Linglong Merchant Association is indeed a formidable entity, with an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal. Wu Ning contemplated a visit to the Linglong Pavilion, intending to procure suitable martial techniques, elixirs, and weaponry for the guards at home. Beyond the spirit stones, the resources he possessed were of a caliber suitable for the King's realm. Bestowing such items upon Qi Hao and the others would only bring them harm. After all, his stay in the Great Jin would be fleeting, and departure was inevitable. Upon entering the Linglong Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman promptly approached him. "Ah, it is His Highness, the Crown Prince of Yan. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" The woman smiled warmly, clearly recognizing Wu Ning. With a sweep of his divine perception, Wu Ning grasped the entirety of the treasures within the Linglong Pavilion. Indeed, the array of precious items was dazzling, featuring several exquisite high-grade spiritual artifacts. However, His perspective had evolved significantly, rendering the mere high-grade spiritual artifacts unworthy of his interest. He patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder and declared, "Little Liang, feel free to select whatever you desire. Today, this heir shall cover the expenses. Your Highness, no need for hesitation. Choose freely as you wish. This heir is not lacking in spiritual stones." Wu Ning waved his hand, turned to the woman, and said, "Bring forth all the spiritual fruits from your establishment. I shall take them all of them." The woman was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him earnestly and nodded before hastily departing. Chapter 5. A father-son combo meal. Approximately 5 minutes later, she returned, holding a storage ring. "Your Highness, this contains all the spiritual fruits we currently have in our shop, 126 in total. They primarily consist of Qingyuan fruits, Tianling fruits, and Ninghan fruits, amounting to a total of 380,000 low-grade spirit stones. This storage ring is a complimentary gift from our Linglong Pavilion." Wu Ning received the storage ring and subsequently requested a batch of elixirs and martial arts techniques, along with a dozen spiritual artifacts, predominantly swords and blades. This constituted a substantial transaction. The proprietor of Linglong Pavilion invited Wu Ning into the VIP chamber to personally attend to him. "Your Highness, you have quite an impressive selection here, totaling over 362 million lower-grade spirit stones. As a gesture of goodwill, I can offer you a discount, charging you merely 6 million. The merchant smiled warmly. He was a sprightly elder, evidently possessing the cultivation of the Dharma aspect realm, appearing to be in his 60s. Yet not a single strand of white hair adorned his head. He was short and stout, perpetually wearing a friendly smile. Wu Ning nodded, refraining from unnecessary conversation, and directly handed him a storage ring. Within it lay 6 million inferior spirit stones. "You may take the spirit stones, but do remember to return the storage ring to me." The shopkeeper chuckled in astonishment and complied. He was somewhat taken aback. Spending 6 million inferior spirit stones in one go was a feat only the royal family of the entire Great Jin could muster. He had not anticipated that the Yin Wang mansion would possess such wealth, truly a hidden treasure. At that moment, Zhang Liang approached, cradling a thick tome. The cover inscribed with the words "Fundamentals of Array Path." "Your Highness, I wish to acquire this book. What are your thoughts?" Before Wu Ning could speak, the shopkeeper interjected. "Your Highness, the treatise on the art of formation shall be offered to you as a complimentary gift, free of charge." "I am most grateful for your generosity," Wu Ning responded. Wu Ning did not decline the invitation and, accompanied by the shopkeeper, stepped out of Linglong Pavilion. As he gazed at their retreating figures, a glimmer of insight flickered in the shopkeeper's eyes. How intriguing! It seems that the Prince of Yan's residence is not to be underestimated. Upon departing from Linglong Pavilion, Wu Ning extracted a Qingyuan fruit, taking a bite that revealed its crispness and juiciness, brimming with spiritual essence. Truly, it was worthy of its price. Costing thousands of spirit stones, far surpassing ordinary fruits in quality. "Here, a gift for you." He casually tossed one to Zhang Liang. "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhang Liang carefully tucked it away, recognizing the immense value of such a precious item. It might very well enable him to achieve a breakthrough into the innate realm, and he could not bear to consume it carelessly. Wu Ning cast him a fleeting glance and led him towards the cultivation market located in the western part of the city. As they strolled through the bustling streets, the air was filled with the cacophony of merchants hawking their wares. Don't miss out on the Millennium Bloodjade Ginseng. Only 888 instead of 998. Second-hand spiritual artifacts at astonishing discounts. Freshly brewed spiritual wine for sale. The market was a vibrant tapestry of diverse characters, each vying for attention with their lively calls and sales pitches. This had once been one of Wu Ning's favorite places. Here, one could find spiritual herbs, artifacts, exotic pets, and an array of peculiar items. Yet now, everything felt different. After wandering around, he found himself lacking in interest, unable to recapture the thrill of yesteryears. Perhaps, this is the burden of the affluent. Wu Ning accompanied Zhang Liang to a butcher's shop, where the proprietor, a formidable figure with a buzz cut and a robust physique, was a practitioner of the true essence realm. With his bare arms exposed, he offered a selection of meat from various magical beasts. "Owner, I shall take this spirit deer." Wu Ning pointed to a freshly hung spirit deer on the stall, its skin yet to be removed, with bloodstains still glistening. It was somewhat larger than an ordinary yellow cow, likely sufficient to sustain him for an extended period. The vendor's eyes brightened upon observing Wu Ning's attire. He discerned that he hailed from an affluent family. "Young master," he said, "this spirit deer is a third-tier demonic beast, possessing strength equivalent to that of a practitioner at the innate stage. I have spent several months in the mountains to capture it, so the price is rather steep. 800 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Wu Ning nodded and said, "All right, I'll take it." Seeing his prompt agreement, the boss felt a twinge of regret. Realizing that he had stumbled upon a substantial opportunity, had he known earlier, he would have asked for more. However, having spoken, he was not the type to be avaricious or capricious, and he would not stoop to such unprincipled behavior. Wu Ning cheerfully paid with spirit stones. The proprietor, With a beaming smile, skillfully removed the spirit deer from its hooks, laying it on the counter to expertly gut, skin, and butcher it with fluid precision. May I inquire about the esteemed name of the proprietor? Ning inquired with a smile. The proprietor hastily waved his hand, saying, I cannot accept such an honor. My surname is Luo, with the given name Ching. Ah, Master Luo, the young lord remarked, should you ever capture any fine game, feel free to deliver it directly to the residence of Prince Yan. I shall take it all. So it is the heir of Prince Yan. I beg your pardon. The proprietor responded, bowing respectfully. With a faint smile, Ning waited patiently for 7 or 8 minutes by the side, while Luo Qing meticulously sorted and processed a large head of spirit deer. My lord, please take your leave slowly. Luo Qing warmly bid him farewell. For this was a long-standing esteemed client, deserving of utmost respect. After purchasing a few more items, Ning was preparing to return to the manor when he encountered a strikingly handsome young man dressed in splendid attire striding toward him. A golden spirit sword hung from his waist, and he exuded an air of confidence and composure, accompanied by 2 attendants. Ah, is this not the young Master Wu? The elegantly dressed youth remarked with a mocking tone. Your Yinzhou royal house has offended the 7 Stars sect. I am surprised you did not flee under the cover of night, yet still find the leisure to stroll through the market. The surrounding pedestrians and vendors instantly turned their gazes toward Ning, whispering among themselves. Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This individual was named Wang Sheng, the heir of the Marquis of Chang'an. 3 years prior, a dispute had arisen between the Marquis and Wu Tianyan, resulting in the latter shattering 2 of the former's teeth with a single strike. Since that incident, Wang Sheng had frequently sought to provoke him. Once a mere waste in the realm of body refinement, Ning had suffered greatly at the hands of Wang Sheng, who had attained the qi gathering stage. It was as if he had delivered himself right to the doorstep, eager for a beating. Ning, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly delivered a powerful slap. With a resounding crack, Wang Sheng was propelled backward, his 2 front teeth flying through the air, stained with blood, while his cheek swelled visibly in an instant. Ning exhibited remarkable control over his strength, rewarding him with a father-son set meal. Your Highness. The 2 attendants were taken aback, hastily moving to catch Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng felt a buzzing in his head, momentarily dazed, and it took a while for him to regain his composure. However, by that time, Ning had already vanished without a trace. What a spiritless fellow. Wu Yin, I shall bring your end. Zhang Liang gazed at Ning's receding figure, perplexed. He sensed a sudden air of mystery surrounding Ning. Not only was he generous in his actions, but he also possessed formidable strength. Wang Sheng, having reached the pinnacle of qi gathering, stood merely a step away from the innate realm, and being able to effortlessly send him flying with a single slap indicated that Ning must possess at least innate level cultivation. Wasn't His Highness a mere body refinement practitioner? When did he grow so formidable? Could it be that he was concealing his true abilities? Zhang Liang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. These matters were not his concern. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Ning entrusted the cultivation resources he intends to purchase to Zhang Liang, instructing him to distribute these items among them, including a portion for himself. There is no need for you to economize on my behalf. These items are all meant for you. Ning waved his hand and walked towards the kitchen. Zhang Liang, momentarily stunned, felt a flicker of thought penetrate his storage ring. Was His Highness truly this extravagant? With such a plethora of resources, even a pig could ascend to the innate realm. Chapter 6. 3 good-for-nothings in the kitchen, with the chef having departed. Ning had no choice but to summon the 2 maidens, and Shui and Xiazhu, for assistance. Fortunately, 2 elderly women were present to help with the fire and cooking. Your Highness, are you preparing hot pot again? And Shui inquired, craning her neck as she observed Ning tossing various spiritual herbs and spices into the simmering oil pot. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed. We shall feast on venison hot pot today. You both should pay close attention, for such tasks will soon be yours. Upon hearing this, and Shui and Xiazhu immediately gathered around the pot, meticulously observing Ning's movements. Hot pot emphasizes fresh cooking, requiring the preparation of a broth base followed by an assortment of ingredients and dipping sauces, allowing for a delightful experience of cooking and eating simultaneously. Ning was imparting knowledge related to hot pot to 2 young girls, his hands moving briskly as he added various fragrant herbs and spices into the pot. Even in the absence of certain ingredients, he skillfully sourced suitable alternatives. Soon, an enticing and spicy aroma wafted through the air, surpassing even his memories of the dish's flavor. Thanks to the precious herbs he had incorporated, which were unmatched by ordinary spices. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Wang residence, Qi Hao and his companions gazed longingly at the array of cultivation resources and spiritual artifacts laid out before them. Brother Zhang, are these treasures truly meant for us? Qi Hao asked, swallowing hard as he looked at Zhang Liang. Indeed, Zhang Liang replied, hands clasped behind his back, his voice grave. These are bestowed upon you by His Highness. You must strive diligently in your cultivation, utilizing these resources to enhance your strength and serve His Highness faithfully. Do not squander the opportunities provided by His Highness. Immediately, Qi Hao and the others knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, "We shall serve His Highness, undaunted by death." Their resolute voices echoed throughout the courtyard, affirming their unwavering commitment. Zhang Liang nodded approvingly, saying, "Excellent. I hope you remember these words today. Should any of you dare betray His Highness in the future, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate." His cold gaze swept over the gathered individuals before he approached the table. "Now, let us begin the allocation of resources," he declared, picking up a blue scroll. "This is a superior Earth-grade technique, the Hunyuan Wujigong, which can enable cultivation up to the law manifestation realm. It shall be your primary cultivation method henceforth." The crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor. They had only been practicing a lower-tier mystical-grade technique, struggling to reach the sea transformation realm. So this Earth-grade method was nothing short of a treasure for them. Chi Hao, in particular, felt a surge of excitement. Having struggled to advance since entering the true essence realm, he was confident that with this new technique, he could break through to the sea transformation realm within 6 months. Perhaps even sooner with the abundant resources now at his disposal. Zhang Liang then gestured to 5 additional scrolls on the table, which included a fist technique, a leg technique, a body technique, a sword technique, and a knife technique, all of which were at least superior mystical-grade methods. Choose what suits you best and delve deeply into your studies. Remember, mastering one technique is far more beneficial than spreading yourself too thin across many. Additionally, there were body refinement pills, spirit gathering pills, essence condensation pills, and spirit refinement pills, which would later be distributed according to their respective realms. Now, let us proceed to the distribution of spiritual artifacts. The crowd's breaths quickened, their gazes burning with anticipation. Zhang Liang picked up a 2-meter-long silver-gray spear and turned to Chi Hao. "Commander Chi, this thunderstorm spear has been prepared for you." Chi Hao's heart raced. This was indeed a mid-grade spiritual artifact, a remarkable one at that, estimated to be worth at least 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Selling it would not suffice. "Thank you," Chi Hao exclaimed, to which Zhang Liang waved dismissively. "No need to thank me. Express your gratitude to His Highness. For these are His gifts to you." Chi Hao nodded earnestly, replying, "I shall forever remember His Highness's kindness and will not forget it." Following him, the others received their own spiritual artifacts. Though not as impressive as Chi Hao's thunderstorm spear, they were all mid-grade artifacts, vastly superior to what they had previously used. With these artifacts and new techniques, their strength would surely surge dramatically in a short time. Half an hour later, in the back garden of the Wang residence, 2 massive sandalwood tables were set up in the open space. In the center of each table, steaming copper pots bubbled, releasing a chorus of boiling sounds, fueled by blazing charcoal beneath. Surrounding the pots were platters of venison, an assortment of fruits and vegetables, along with fine wines and brews. "Everyone, please indulge. Today, we shall not observe the distinctions between master and servant. Do not hold back. Feast to your heart's content." Wu Ning savored a delicate slice of venison, dipped in a flavorful sauce, allowing it to melt in his mouth. After chewing it several times, he unconsciously swallowed, left with an exquisite aftertaste that lingered. Truly, it was the meat of a third-tier spirit deer, which stood in stark contrast to the ordinary beef and lamb. Dining on hot pot is an affair steeped in ambience. He invited Zhang Liang, Chi Hao, Fu Bo, and Shui, and Xia Zhu to share the table with him, yet they all hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. The notion of master and servant was deeply ingrained in their minds, and Wu Ning remained unconcerned, knowing they would not dare to act out of turn. Their stillness caused the others at a nearby table to remain equally motionless. With a sense of resignation, Wu Ning waved his hand at them, indicating they could go elsewhere. "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhang Liang and the others sighed in unison, making their way to another table. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the garden entrance. The crowd turned to see 2 young men approaching, one tall and the other short, one lean and the other stout. The former was Su Ziqian, the grandson of Minister Su, a talented scholar from the capital, who outwardly presented himself as a modest gentleman, embodying grace and serenity, yet was, in truth, a rather mischievous and cunning individual with a penchant for revelry. The latter was Li Yuanbao, the heir of a wealthy merchant family, whose innocent demeanor belied a shrewd and cautious nature, yet he was fiercely loyal to his friends. Like Wu Ning, both of these young men were seen as underachievers in their spiritual pursuits, failing to even reach the gathering chi stage. United by their shared plight and mutual interests, they formed a close-knit bond, existing in a realm detached from societal norms, akin to a small circle among the elite youth of the capital. "Ha! It seems we arrived just in time," Li Yuanbao exclaimed, quickly taking a seat beside Wu Ning. Su Ziqian, though appearing leisurely, moved with surprising speed. The two acted as if they were in their own home, entirely at ease in each other's company. Wu Ning chuckled. "You two arrived quite opportunely. Surely you didn't time your arrival to the minute?" Li Yuanbao, wearing a face of distress, began to recount his woes. "My lord, you cannot fathom the lengths to which I went to escape the confines of the estate. I devised countless schemes and endured considerable hardships, nearly suffering a broken leg at the hands of my father. Ultimately, I seized the chance to slip away while he was attending to business in Shenyang County." Wu Ning's eyes glistened with emotion. He had previously scanned the entire capital city with his spiritual awareness and was well aware of the man's difficulties. The fat man's forehead bore a bruise, which had yet to fully fade. Ning patted his shoulder and, without further ado, proclaimed, "Good brother, I raise a toast to you." To receive a toast from the air was indeed a reward for the hardships endured. Li Yuanbao instantly broke into laughter. Su Ziqian snapped his folding fan shut with a resounding clap and sighed, "Exquisite wine paired with delectable delicacies. Today, the heavens are indeed favorable. Brother Wu, Yuanbao, let us drink until we are inebriated. Come, let us indulge." Chapter 7. A family must be harmonious. The trio clinked their cups and savored the food and drink, reveling in the delight of the moment. Your method of enjoying hot pot is quite commendable. I wonder if there are any secrets to this broth. How about this? You provide the recipe, and I will contribute the resources and manpower. Together, we shall establish a hot pot restaurant that will undoubtedly become the sensation of the capital overnight. Li Yuanbao suddenly suggested. That is a trivial matter. Simply consult Xia Zhu and In Shui. They have both mastered my techniques, came the reply. Ning remained utterly unconcerned. This item may experience a fleeting surge in popularity, yet once it is unveiled, an array of imitations will swiftly emerge. It can only yield a modest profit, which he now finds utterly beneath his notice. By the way, Brother Wu, where are the prince and princess of Yin? Su Ziqian inquired. They are both away, on an exceedingly distant journey, Ning replied ambiguously. No way. The prince and princess of Yin actually left without you? Li Yuanbao exclaimed in astonishment. Young master, you cannot possibly be an adopted child, can you? Ning cast him a sidelong glance, too weary to offer an explanation. Li Yuanbao interpreted his demeanor as tacit agreement and regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. Young master, after finishing this hot pot, it would be wise for you to retreat and lay low for a while, preferably at a considerable distance. Otherwise, should the Seven-Star Sect come seeking vengeance, it would spell disaster for you. Seven-Star Sect. Ning's expression shifted as his gaze turned toward the eastern horizon. In the next moment, a magnificent azure-feathered bird, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, appeared in the sky, hurtling toward the capital at an astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, it soared above the residence of the Prince of Yin. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated from it, enveloping the entire capital, instilling a sense of dread among the populace, who gazed up in terror. It's here. At the Pingxi Wangfu, the Prince of Pingxi stood in the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the enormous azure bird above the Prince of Yan's residence, revealing no sign of agitation. In Linglong Pavilion, the shopkeeper observed the bird from behind the window, a contemplative expression crossing his face. A peak elder of the Dharma realm pondered what secret weapon the Prince of Yin might possess. In the imperial palace, Emperor Jin stepped to the entrance, gazing at the distant giant bird, his countenance darkening. This was the capital of the great Jin Empire, his domain. Yet an outsider dared to flaunt their might in the skies and exude such oppressive power without a shred of respect for him. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, he found himself powerless. This was, after all, a world where strength reigned supreme. Without sufficient power, one could only endure in silence. It is the Qingfeng bird of the Seven-Star Sect. Su Ziqian's eyes widened in realization as he shot a resentful glare at Li Yuanbao, muttering about his ill-fated predictions. Beneath the weight of the bird's aura, Li Yuanbao felt his legs weaken, unable to utter a word amidst his rising anxiety. Ning smiled faintly. This bird is quite remarkable. Perfectly suited as a steed. Above the azure bird, a cold-faced elder clad in purple robes fixated his gaze on the people of the Yan Wang residence, employing his divine sense to lock onto them. Accompanying him was a young man in his 30s, who cast a resentful glare toward the Yan Wang residence, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Elder Hu, I wish to personally slay the members of the Yan Wang residence to avenge my father. I implore you to grant me this wish. Elder Hu nodded indifferently. His gaze swept over the Yan Wang residence, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. These individuals, having offended the Seven-Star Sect, showed no signs of fleeing and instead reveled in their merriment. Could they possibly have some sort of backing? Perched upon the azure bird, he looked down upon the people of the Yan Wang residence, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. Where's the Yan Wang? Come forth and accept your demise. His voice thundered like a tempest, echoing throughout the city. The fate of the Yan Wang residence was sealed. The Yan Wang, so astute throughout his life, had now erred gravely. How could he dare provoke the members of the Seven-Star Sect, whom even the royal family feared? Surely, retribution awaited him. Many shook their heads in quiet dismay, envisioning the inevitable transformation of the Yan Wang residence into mere ashes. Just then, a colossal handprint materialized in the air, seizing the 2 men and a bird and drawing them into the confines of the Yan Wang residence. What in the world is that? So immense, so powerful. Inside the Yan Wang residence, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and others stood in stunned silence. They witnessed Ning extend his hand, casually grasping the air, which resulted in a massive handprint that captured them from the sky. Bang, bang. The 2 men and the bird crashed onto the ground of the rear garden. Ning stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping them, rendering them paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Spare us. Elder Hu groaned, lying helplessly on the ground. At that moment, his heart brimmed with dread. He sensed an aura from Ning that was unfathomably deep. more terrifying than that of the most formidable ancestor of the Seven Stars sect, Yu Hong. The disparity between them was like that of heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. He had never encountered such a formidable being, as though a mere thought from Ning could obliterate him in an instant. This was undeniably a profound terror. Wu Ning suppressed his imposing aura and cast a glance at him, his gaze shifting to the young man standing behind. "What is your relationship with Elder Zhou?" The young man's face turned ashen, yet he remained silent. "Senior, he is the son of Zhou Hai, here to avenge his father, Elder who unhesitatingly betrayed him." Zhou Hai was merely a common outer sect elder, and the sect had dispatched him to seek vengeance solely to uphold the dignity of the Seven Stars sect. Little did they expect to provoke a terrifying entity. He felt utterly disheartened, nearly spitting blood, harboring deep resentment towards the Zhou father and son. With one misstep, the entire sect could find itself ensnared by their reckless actions. Wu Ning inclined his head slightly, discerning that the man before him shared a profound connection with Elder Zhou. His inquiry served merely to confirm his suspicions further. A family ought to be united, and since the young man had arrived, it was only fitting that he be escorted to reunite with his father. Before the young man could respond, his form shattered like glass, vanishing into thin air like an ethereal specter, leaving not a trace behind. Elder, who was struck with dread, the peculiar nature of this demise was utterly unsettling. He had failed to perceive how Wu Ning had executed such an act. It seemed as though the young man's spirit had been scattered, and perhaps he would never see his father again. What a grave misfortune. Wu Ning murmured to himself, acknowledging that this was his first act of murder, yet he felt no discomfort. Firstly, his cultivation had subtly transformed his mindset, rendering others as insignificant as ants and diminishing his reverence for life. Secondly, his methods were devoid of any gruesomeness. He meticulously obliterated all traces, leading to an absence of emotional turmoil. "Wow, the air is astonishingly formidable. Is this still the same air I know?" Li Yuabao exclaimed in shock, his voice barely above a whisper. Su Ziqian remained silent, his gaze towards Wu Ning laced with a hint of curiosity. The members of the Wang residence looked upon him with a mix of admiration and bewilderment. "Please spare me, esteemed senior. It was merely Zhou Hai and his son causing havoc and provoking you. This has nothing to do with me." Upon catching Wu Ning's glance, Elder Hu jolted upright, hastily kneeling on the ground, his voice choked with emotion as he implored. Wu Ning's eyelid twitched. This old fellow truly possesses no sense of decency. "Is this azure bird your spirit companion?" Wu Ning inquired softly. Elder Hu's expression shifted dramatically. This Qingyu bird had been his most loyal companion for decades, closer than family. In the next moment, he remarked with sincerity, "Senior, your extraordinary prowess and otherworldly presence render you a paragon among mortals. Should little Qing have the fortune to accompany you, it would indeed be her greatest blessing." Elder Hu, with a pained heart, swiftly severed the contract with his spirit pet, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Chapter 8. Arrival at the Seven-Star Sect. Indeed. Wu Ning smiled with satisfaction and, "Considering your understanding, I shall not make things difficult for you." Elder Hu let out a sigh of relief, though reluctant in his heart. To salvage a life in the face of such a terrifying existence was already a stroke of divine favor. With the dissolution of the spirit beast contract, the azure bird's aura appeared somewhat diminished as it lay on the ground, trembling in fear and refraining from any movement. This azure bird was a fifth-tier demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the sea transformation stage, possessing intelligence on par with that of an ordinary person, fully aware of the gravity of the situation before it. Wu Ning extracted a drop of its blood, followed by a drop of his own, preparing to forge a contract with the spirit pet. This contract, rooted in blood, is a form of master-servant agreement and is not particularly profound. He had previously studied this due to his inability to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. He sought to bind a powerful spirit pet. However, upon realizing the potential disparity in strength between master and servant, which could lead to a backlash from the spirit pet, he wisely abandoned the idea, unwilling to gamble with his own life. Now, however, the opportunity presented itself perfectly. Golden runes of the contract swam through the air like tadpoles before splitting into two streams, each entering the respective blood droplets. Subsequently, the droplets sank into the head of the bluebird and Wu Ning's forehead. In an instant, he felt an extraordinary connection established between himself and the bluebird. As the dominant party, he held complete control over the life and death of the bluebird, regardless of the distance that separated them. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Upon the entry of the blood droplets, imbued with the contract runes, into the bluebird's body, it began to swell uncontrollably, as if on the verge of exploding. How careless. The situation in the Wu Ning secret passage is dire. That drop of blood belongs to him. Though it is not his essence blood, it is still blood of the esteemed level, containing a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline. The mere fifth-tier cultivation of the Qing Niao cannot possibly withstand it. In an instant, Wu Ning appeared beside the head of the azure bird, a single finger pressing upon its cranium. The expansion of the azure bird's body ceased abruptly as a mysterious force penetrated its being, aiding in the absorption of the energy emanating from the droplet of blood. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious aura surged forth in all directions, nearly overwhelming Li Yuanbao. Su Ziqian, and the others, who possessed little cultivation and nearly sending them flying. Wu Ning, with his swift reflexes, safeguarded them, enveloping the entire rear garden in protection. Otherwise, it would have descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the aura of the bluebird began to escalate rapidly, soaring to the 6th tier within mere breaths, and it continued to rise. Elder, whose eyes widened in horror, having lived for over a century and witnessed much, he comprehended the gravity of the situation before him. The mere establishment of a spirit pet contract could cause the bluebird's cultivation to surge. Such a formidable presence was truly terrifying. Not long after, the bluebird broke through once more. Reaching the 7th tier, its aura grew increasingly formidable, casting a shadow over the entire capital, leaving millions in a state of trepidation, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even the powerful beings of the Dharma realm dared not extend their consciousness toward the Duke's residence, only able to deduce from the overwhelming aura that the bluebird was ascending rapidly, deepening their confusion. Deep within the palace, a pair of aged eyes suddenly snapped open, emitting two beams of brilliance that pierced the void. A 7th-tier demon beast. How curious that its aura would escalate so swiftly. He released his consciousness, intent on uncovering the truth. However, after a brief moment, the elder abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning. Frightened, he hastily withdrew his consciousness, suppressing all his energy. He was uncertain of who had acted, but he knew it was an entity he could not provoke. The bluebird let out a resounding cry, its aura stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Elder, who felt numb, watching as a former companion, once far beneath his cultivation, soared to a realm surpassing his own, his emotions a tumultuous mix. The pinnacle of the 7th tier equated to a powerhouse of the 9 heavens of the celestial palace. Jealousy flickered within him. He yearned to ask Wu Ning if he sought a contract servant. One contract could spare centuries of arduous cultivation while allowing one to follow a terrifying powerhouse. What a remarkable bargain. Yet, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that his meager cultivation would hold no allure for such a being. Master, the bluebird spoke, affectionately nuzzling Wu Ning's hand, its voice as clear and melodious as that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Wu Ning gently patted its head, urging it to diligently cultivate and solidify its skills. He then turned to the gathering in the backyard, advising them to continue their meal while he took a brief leave. With that, he and Elder who vanished from the courtyard. The others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Should they continue eating? Who could possibly have an appetite now? Could it be that the young lord has gone to confront the 7-star sect? Li Yuanbao murmured. Su Ziqian waved his fan dismissively, asserting that there was no need for speculation. He had undoubtedly gone to the 7-star sect. Brother Wu has always been resourceful. This venture must be well within his capabilities, so we need not worry about him. Let us continue to drink. If he is unafraid of the 7-star sect, just how formidable has the young lord become? Li Yuanbao mused in astonishment. In Yunlan Prefecture, the Lingwu mountain range stretched across 3 states, vast and abundant, teeming with resources and populated by numerous demonic beasts, housing dozens of sects both large and small. The 7-star sect was one among them, and it stood as one of the 2 dominant sects within the Lingwu mountain range. The other dominant sect was the divine martial sect from the neighboring Qingxian Prefecture, which, in terms of heritage and depth, surpassed the 7-star sect by a notable margin. 2 figures appeared silently above the 7-star sect. Elder, whose expression turned to one of shock. The capital of the Great Jin was several tens of thousands of miles away from the 7-star sect. It had taken him the better part of a day to reach the capital, yet he returned in less than 10 breaths. The speed was terrifying. Oh, truly worthy of being the dominant sect of Yunlan Prefecture. Ning stood aloft, gazing down upon the magnificent Qixing sect. The entirety of the Qixing sect sprawled over at least 1,000 square kilometers, an expanse that was boundless and awe-inspiring. Among its vastness rose 7 peaks, named after the Big Dipper. Above these summits, mist swirled ethereally, ancient trees towered majestically, and medicinal fields were scattered like stars. Interspersed among them were pavilions, towers, and resplendent palaces, where celestial cranes occasionally circled, bathed in radiant hues that made the scene resemble a celestial realm. Nestled between the peaks stood a grand ancient city, bustling with life and thriving in prosperity. Previously, it had been said that the Qixing sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, and today, the rumors proved to be true. Wu Ning observed for a moment before losing interest, subsequently releasing a breath of energy. Instantly, the entire Qixing sect was engulfed in panic, as if faced with a formidable adversary. A man clad in a blue robe appeared out of thin air not far from Wu Ning. He appeared to be in his 30s, yet his gaze bore the weight of countless years, unmistakably an ancient entity whose lifespan was beyond reckoning. Following him, a dozen figures materialized, standing behind the man in blue, their expressions tense as they regarded Wu Ning, yet they dared not make any move. Salutations to Ancestor Yuheng, and greetings to all esteemed ancestors. Elder who hurriedly bowed, drawing the attention of many. However, the leader among them, the man in blue, did not acknowledge him but instead respectfully bowed to Wu Ning. I am the junior Yuheng and am unaware of the reason for your esteemed presence at our Qixing sect. Wu Ning cast a sweeping glance, observing that the foremost figure clad in a blue robe was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sovereign realm. Behind him stood 3 other formidable sovereign realm warriors, one at the 5th layer, one at the 3rd layer, and another at the 1st layer. The remainder were predominantly at the 9th layer of the celestial palace realm. Truly, this was the dominant sect of Yunlan state, exhibiting remarkable strength. Do you truly remain oblivious to the purpose of my visit? Ning retorted, questioning whether this ancient creature truly believed he could remain oblivious while communicating with Elder Hu through esoteric methods. Upon learning the truth, Ancestor Yuheng felt a profound unease, never having anticipated that disciples of the sect could cause such turmoil. Chapter 9. I have laid my cards on the table, esteemed Elder. This incident has arisen from the actions of our sect's disciples. I, as their junior, have failed in my oversight and hereby extend my sincerest apologies. I offer this item as a token of recompense, hoping it may quell your righteous wrath. Ancestor Yuheng produced an ancient jade box, roughly the size of a palm. Upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth, instilling an inexplicable yearning within many present. Ning focused his gaze and beheld a delicate flower crafted from jade, its crystalline petals gleaming with a resplendent beauty. Comprising 7 exquisite petals, the flower was suffused with an overwhelming vitality. What could this be? Ning raised his hand, and the jade box materialized in his grasp as if by instantaneous teleportation. The Elder Yuheng's pupils constricted sharply. He had sensed no anomaly. Yet the jade box was seized from him. This was no ordinary feat achievable by a mere sage. It was highly probable that a formidable Saint King was behind this. The Elder Yuheng dared not dwell further on the thought, his gaze becoming increasingly respectful. Esteemed ancestor, this is a longevity elixir known as the crescent flower. Nurtured by the essence of the moon, it blooms with 7 petals, and when consumed by a cultivator of the sovereign realm, it can extend one's life by 700 years. Ning nodded slightly. Although it held little significance for him, for the Qixing sect, producing a holy herb was undeniably a considerable sacrifice. At that moment, Elder Yuheng felt as though his heart was bleeding. Having lived for over 3,000 years, he had acquired merely 2 holy herbs, and now he was compelled to relinquish one. This was akin to carving out his own heart. However, if it could resolve the current crisis of the sect, it might be worth the cost. Very well. Given your perceptiveness, I shall not impose upon you further. Yet, should such an incident occur again, the Qixing sect shall be erased from existence. Take heed. With these words, Ning's figure vanished in an instant. As the terrifying pressure lifted, the members of the Qixing sect collectively exhaled in relief. Elder Yuheng's expression darkened sharply. Transmit my orders. Lu Mao has failed in his duties and is unworthy of his position. Remove him from the role of sect leader and exile him to the cliff of reflection for 300 years. Within the Qixing sect, a middle-aged man in a purple robe turned pale, then quickly fell into despair. There was no other choice. Such a significant incident necessitated someone to bear the blame. And as the current sect leader, none were more suitable than he. Mingshan, until a new sect leader is appointed, you shall temporarily assume the position and manage all sect affairs, Elder Yuheng continued. The powerful figure at the first level of the King's realm immediately bowed. Yes, master. Elder Yuheng nodded slightly, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Upon your appointment, commence the rectification of the sect's moral conduct. Those who abuse their power or engage in wrongdoing shall be met with severe punishment. The lightest punishment will be the abolition of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect, while the gravest will be death without mercy. Understood. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Moreover, hang the portrait of the earlier elder in the worship hall. All disciples of the sect must pay their respects with utmost reverence, lest anyone in the future offend this esteemed figure again. Let this serve as a reminder of the lesson learned. The assembly nodded in agreement. In a certain part of the sky, Ning concealed himself, choosing not to depart immediately. He wished to observe the Qixing sect's attitude discreetly. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, their existence would be rendered unnecessary. To his surprise, Elder Yuheng displayed remarkable acumen. Truly, a creature of such age could not be underestimated. Additionally, Elder Yuheng's gaze shifted toward Elder Hu, who promptly lowered his head in respect. Do Zhou Hai and his son still have living relatives? Elder Hu respectfully replied, returning to the elder. Zhou Hai and his son are from the Zhou family in Qishui City, and they still have relatives living. Elder Yuheng's expression turned frigid. Mingshan, send someone to the Zhou family in Qishui City to eradicate them completely. Leave not a single one alive. Yes, ancestor, I shall make arrangements immediately. Wait, before you take action, ensure to thoroughly investigate the Zhou family's lineage for the past 18 generations, leaving no potential threats. Elder Yuheng added, his concern evident. Should they eliminate the Zhou family and inadvertently provoke a terrifying powerhouse, the Qixing sect would be doomed. Although such a possibility was minimal, it was always wiser to exercise caution. In the capital of the great Jin dynasty, Ning emerged from the void, stepping swiftly into the residence of the Prince of Yan. Young master, you have returned. How could it be so soon? Li Yuanbao exclaimed in astonishment. It has scarcely been the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The others rose to their feet, but Ning merely waved his hand, glanced at Qingyao, and resumed his previous seat. I completed my business and returned. Indeed, the seven-star sect is quite distant. Fortunately, my cultivation has reached a profound level. Otherwise, such a journey would have exhausted me. You have changed, Li Yuanbao sighed. We had agreed to be mere wastrels together, yet you have concealed your true prowess. Alas, well brother, could it be that you have been possessed by some ancient specter? Su Ziqian jested, though his gaze remained fixed intently upon Wanning's eyes. In response, Wanning let out a resigned sigh. I had hoped to interact with you all as an ordinary person, yet this has led to such suspicion. Very well. I shall lay my cards on the table. I hail from an illustrious family, and due to certain circumstances, I have come to Dajin, necessitating the concealment of my identity as a commoner. Now that the 18-year period has concluded, my mastery of the arcane arts is complete, and there is no longer a need for disguise. Wu Ning cast a disdainful glance, speaking in a manner that was both half serious and half false. The crowd stood momentarily stunned by his words. Brother Wu, do you truly mean what you say? Su Ziqian stammered. Wu Ning cast him a sidelong glance and said, Why would I deceive you? With your current state, lacking both wealth and allure, there is nothing of value for me to gain from deceit. Su Ziqian, his expression a mix of chagrin and resignation, acknowledged the uncomfortable truth. Indeed, they possessed little that warranted deception. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao chuckled slyly. In times of prosperity, let us not forget our brethren. Young master, now that you have attained success, do not forget to lend a helping hand to your friends. Wanning gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him that their contributions were invaluable. He retrieved a piece of milky white jade from the system space, roughly the size of an adult's head, within which a subtle liquid seemed to flow. With his fingers poised like a blade, he carefully opened a small aperture in the jade. In an instant, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping everyone present. They inhaled deeply, feeling an extraordinary sense of refreshment, as if every cell in their bodies was rejoicing in jubilant exultation. Notably, the two elderly women, devoid of any cultivation, felt as though they had been rejuvenated by a decade in that fleeting moment. Wanning's fingers twitched slightly, and a milky white liquid surged forth from the jade, cascading into the empty wine goblets of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian. Once filled, a considerable amount of the liquid also soared into the hot pot at another table. Thank you, Your Highness. The members of the royal household promptly rose to express their gratitude. Wu Ning waved his hand and poured himself another cup, then collected the remaining contents. Brother Wu, could this possibly be the legendary 1,000-year spiritual milk? Su Ziqian inquired with astonishment. Wu Ning unexpectedly cast a glance at him. Old Su, you truly embody the essence of a scholar. Your understanding is profound. However, this is not just a millennium spirit milk, but a 10,000-year spirit milk. 10,000-year spirit milk? Brother Wu, could it be too precious? Su Ziqian tightly grasped his wine cup, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the 10,000-year spirit milk within. Chapter 10. The Taya Emperor's sword. Our years of friendship need not be adorned with formalities. Drink up. This substance should enable you to formally embark on the path of cultivation. No matter how precious, it is worth it. The rarity of the 10,000-year spirit milk rivals that of sacred medicines, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation and refining the marrow, thus improving one's foundation. Yet, Wanning remained unconcerned. His ancient ring bestowed upon him an abundance of 10,000-year spirit milk, even some that were 100,000 years old, and even celestial spirit milk. It allows us to cultivate. Li Yuanbao's eyes sparkled as he raised his wine cup and gulped it down in one go. As the cup of 10,000-year spirit milk coursed through him, it transformed into a surge of pure spiritual energy, swiftly navigating within his body. Fortunately, this energy was exceptionally gentle. Otherwise, it might have overwhelmed him. By heavens, I've broken through. Li Yuanbao licked the rim of his cup, feeling his cultivation surge past a threshold he had not crossed in over a decade. Entering the gathering qi realm. First level of the innate realm. Second level. Ninth level. After pausing at the 9th level of the innate realm, he gathered his strength and broke through to the true essence realm, ultimately settling at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. A single cup of 10,000-year spirit milk had propelled Li Yuanbao across 2 significant realms, catapulting him from the body refinement realm to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. In truth, Li Yuanbao had only passively absorbed a fraction of the spiritual energy from that cup of 10,000-year spirit milk. A substantial portion of the energy remained dormant within him, gradually nurturing his foundation and alleviating his deficiencies, potentially aiding him to cultivate to the sea transformation realm. Su Ziqian watched with envy, no longer hesitating, as he swallowed the 10,000-year spirit milk in one gulp. Simultaneously, he began to channel his cultivation technique, transitioning from clumsiness to adeptness in a remarkably short time. Wanning nodded slightly. Although this fellow's cultivation aptitude was as poor as a pile of refuse, his comprehension was undoubtedly of a genius caliber. Meanwhile, Li Yuanbao was also attempting to circulate his cultivation method, but his understanding was significantly inferior to Su Ziqian's. Several times, he nearly misdirected his spiritual energy through incorrect meridians. After a full quarter of an hour, both opened their eyes in succession. Su Ziqian had directly broken through to the 9th layer of the true Yuan realm. Just a step away from the Sea transformation realm, Li Yuanbao successfully completed a full cycle of his cultivation method, advancing to the 4th layer of the true Yuan realm. Aha! That fellow Su Qin broke through to the true Yuan realm at 18 and was hailed as the greatest talent of the great gene. Yet here I am. At just 17, having already reached the 4th layer of the true Yuan realm. Haha. Li Yuanbao laughed unabashedly. Su Ziqian shot him a glance. Noting that Su Qin's achievements were the result of genuine effort and step-by-step cultivation, how could this fellow compare? He opened his mouth, intending to say something, when suddenly a pungent, nauseating odor assaulted his senses. His gaze instinctively fell upon himself. To his dismay, his once fair skin was now smeared with a layer of grimy substance, exuding a revolting stench. An invisible barrier surrounded him, preventing the noxious odors from wafting away. Ugh! Su Ziqian gagged, covering his face as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing toward the back garden entrance. Brother Wu, I must take my leave for now. We shall meet again another day. Ugh! Young master, let us gather again in the future. Li Yuanbao's face contorted as he departed, stealthily taking the wine cup along with him. Wu Ning waved his hand, and the lingering odor in the air dissipated entirely. The exquisite spirit deer meat on the table had been devoured, and he rose, letting out a contented belch as he made his way into the inner chamber. Zhang Liang, Qi Hao, and the others immediately relaxed. The meat and vegetables had nearly been consumed, and a dozen individuals gathered around the table, savoring the hot pot broth, which contained a substantial amount of ancient spirit milk. Qi Hao drank 2 large bowls, achieving a breakthrough from the 9th layer of the true essence realm to the Sea transformation realm. Except for 2 elderly women devoid of cultivation, the rest experienced similar advancements. One guard remarked, I never anticipated that our prince possesses not only terrifying strength but also such an impressive background. It is truly astonishing. Indeed. I had prepared to share the fate of the royal manor, yet this unexpected twist has left me astounded. If those who departed were to learn of this, they would surely regret their decision. Humph. Those disloyal souls are fortunate to have left early. The group murmured quietly among themselves. Zhang Liang could not help but glance in the direction when Ning had departed, a sigh escaping his lips as he pondered. Shallow waters do not nurture dragons. Now that the prince has revealed his identity, he will likely take his leave. Where will they go from here? Wanting established a barrier, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, endeavoring to refine an ancient sword of dark gold hue. The sword bore a formidable seal that suppressed its brilliance and ethereal essence. Otherwise, the entire royal mansion would likely be reduced to rubble by the sword's formidable aura. This was an imperial weapon, known as the Teia Imperial Sword. Within the ancient ring gifted to him by Murong Yin, there were not many celestial artifacts, merely 7 or 8. However, the number of imperial weapons was substantial, amounting to at least 100. Ning estimated that his current cultivation level rendered the refinement of a celestial weapon somewhat challenging. So he resolved to first practice with an imperial weapon. However, the might of the imperial weapon exceeded his expectations. Even an unclaimed artifact possessed a terrifying strength. After refining for a day and a night, he had merely grasped a sliver of the imperial weapon's essence. At this rate, fully refining the Teia Imperial Sword would likely take him 2 to 3 months. Ning was secretly alarmed, merely from the formidable power of this imperial artifact. One could discern the terrifying nature of the emperor-level beings. Perhaps, in the eyes of such formidable figures, the distinction between the supreme and the ordinary was negligible, as both could be dispatched with a single strike. He had previously believed that he could contend with emperor-level beings using celestial weapons, but it now appeared that he had been rather naive. While emperor-level beings might not be able to withstand celestial artifacts, it was sheer folly for him to think he could master one given his current level of cultivation. Ning abruptly dismissed the thought of venturing out and resolved to cultivate in seclusion for a while longer, aiming to elevate his prowess to the quasi-emperor realm before making any further moves. Discarding extraneous thoughts, he devoted himself to the refinement of the Teia Emperor Sword. Time slipped away, and 2 months swiftly passed. During this period, numerous events transpired in the capital city. Ever since Ning effortlessly subdued Elder Hu and his entourage, the entire city was left in astonishment. Several days passed without a peep from the Seven Stars sect, who realized the matter had come to a close, as the Yin Wang mansion had settled the situation with the sect. Subsequently, the reputation of the Yin Wang mansion soared to unprecedented heights, prompting prominent families from across the capital to pay visits bearing lavish gifts. The Prince of Pingxi was the first to arrive to express his apologies. However, Ning, engrossed in his seclusion and the refining of the imperial weapon, showed no interest in receiving visitors. They were left with their offerings, departing in regret. Moreover, after a month of Ning's seclusion, the restless Li Yuanbao could no longer endure the silence and challenged Su Chun, decisively defeating him and showcasing his cultivation at the 7th level of the true essence realm. This achievement left many in a state of shock and awe. In truth, Su Chun had already attained the 4th level of the true essence realm, possessing formidable combat strength capable of overcoming typical opponents at the 5th level. Despite Li Yuanbao's advantage of 3 minor realms, his lack of combat experience rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to secure victory. Yet, he cunningly played the fool, launching a full-force strike when Su Chen was caught off guard, ultimately defeating him. Although the victory was somewhat unmeritorious, it was still a victory nonetheless. Su Chen's defeat was a result of his own underestimation, and he could not blame others for it. Furthermore, Li Yuanbao's cultivation at the 7th level of the True Essence realm was genuine, and despite being younger, he surpassed Su Chen by 3 minor realms. To onlookers, it was only natural that someone with such a cultivation advantage would prevail. In no time, Li Yuanbao's name resounded throughout the city, and the title of the greatest talent of the Great Jin dynasty was transferred to him. This was largely due to the fact that most people remained unaware that it was Ning who had captured Elder Hu that day. Su Ziqian possessed a higher level of cultivation than Li Yuanbao. Yet he was a cunning individual who concealed his true strength and even mastered a secret technique to obscure his realm. Li Yuanbao looked down upon this behavior, but secretly learned a similar technique, aspiring to develop quietly like the air and astonish everyone in due time. These two individuals would frequently visit the Yin Wang mansion, but Ning remained engrossed in his seclusion, with little time to attend to them. On one particular morning, a melodious sword cry reverberated through the skies, akin to a transcendent divine sword unsheathing. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and countless sword energies manifested, enveloping the capital in a sea of sword intent. The entire city was left in a state of dread. Fortunately, these sword energies bore no malice. They arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing into the ether in the blink of an eye. Finally, the refinement was complete. Wu Ning grasped the Taiye Imperial Sword. Its seal shattered. He sensed the terrifying power contained within the sword, feeling that the past 2 months had not been in vain. With the sword in hand, even a fully realized quasi-emperor could be confronted. However, he still felt a twinge of unease. A sword is a weapon of aggression. At the very least, he needed to refine a defensive imperial artifact to ensure his safety. No, one would not suffice. He required at least 2, one to defend the body and another to safeguard the soul. Wu Ning sheathed the Taiye Emperor Sword and then accessed his personal panel. Name, Wu Ning, cultivation, perfection of the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm Supreme. Physique, divine body of time. Techniques, supreme scripture, 1st layer. Ancient refining scripture, 1st layer. Divine abilities, none. Weapon, Taiye Imperial Sword Treasure. Black Skin Book remaining sign-in attempts, 66 over the past 2 months. Wu Ning has occasionally consumed various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and his cultivation has unknowingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm, drawing near to the threshold of the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, for him, the more pressing concern lies in the number of sign-in attempts. A total of 66 attempts, a sum accumulated over 2 months. Wu Ning's excitement surged as the moment of check-in arrived once more. System, let me have 3 daily sign-ins first. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million exquisite spirit stones. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sacred herb, Phoenix Bloodgrass. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. 1,000 years of cultivation. What a stroke of luck. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Ning decided to go for a monthly sign-in. System, initiate a monthly sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Time Divine ability, a glimpse of 10,000 years. Would you like to cultivate this ability? Time Divine ability? Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately examined the intricate details of this divine ability. A glimpse of 10,000 years is a time-based supernatural skill. Simultaneously, a formidable ocular technique. With a mere glance, time seems to accelerate exponentially. This art comprises 5 distinct levels: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, pinnacle, and perfection, corresponding to 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years, respectively. This gaze does not last, but a fleeting moment, approximately a second. Upon reaching perfection, a mere second can cause time to hasten by tens of thousands of years. Should an individual fall under this gaze, they would be deprived of tens of thousands of years of life in just 1 second. It is akin to slaying with one stare, utterly terrifying. System. Commence the training of a glimpse of 10,000 years. Wu Ning exclaimed after perusing the detailed information. Ding. Training has commenced. In the next instant, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded Wu Ning's mind, and even with his current cultivation level, the absorption proved to be quite taxing. Approximately an hour later, ding. Congratulations to the host. A glimpse of 10,000 years has reached major accomplishment. Wu Ning ceased his cultivation, for with his current level of mastery, he could only reach the 3rd tier in a century. However, once he elevates his abilities, he can swiftly ascend to the pinnacle, or even attain perfection. The mystical techniques acquired through the system's sign-in do not require him to spend an eternity in gradual comprehension. Wu Ning's figure flickered and vanished from the room, only to reappear atop a grand mountain near the capital. He was eager to test the efficacy of his technique, the one glance for 10,000 years. His gaze swept the surroundings until it settled upon a tree, robust enough to be embraced by a person. He procured a common wild rabbit and a 3rd-tier tiger demon. Binding them to the tree, while placing several medicinal herbs beneath. With these preparations complete, he began to invoke the power of his technique. In an instant, countless golden runes flickered within his pupils, and a peculiar transformation unfolded within the realm his sight encompassed. The leaves of the tree withered, the grass beneath swiftly perished, and the wild rabbit soon met its demise. The tiger demon let out a roar filled with terror. After a mere second, the tree stood stark and lifeless, reduced to desolation, with only a trace of blackened remnants of the rabbit left behind. The medicinal herbs had also succumbed to decay. 2 seconds later, the tree had transformed into a lifeless, desiccated log. Within 3 seconds, the tiger demon had perished, its form swiftly reduced to brittle bones. All the medicinal herbs lay lifeless. 10 seconds later, the bones of the tiger demon were reduced to dust, and within a radius of several meters, life had been extinguished, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. 32 seconds later, the earth resembled a barren desert, with only a fragment of grotesquely decayed wood remaining in place. Ning lifted his weary eyes. Having released his divine ability, with the enhancement of the temporal divine body, he was able to sustain its effect for a remarkable 32 seconds, far exceeding his initial expectations. Within the aura of his divine power, all living beings ceased to grow, their strength halted in time. This phenomenon transcended mere acceleration of time. The area under his gaze was not propelled forward to 3,000 years hence. It resembled more of an essence of temporal potency, while its immediate utility may be limited. For cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, it is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Moreover, the thought of wielding such lethal power through mere gaze is undeniably impressive. Ning returned to the Yanwang mansion with a sense of satisfaction. With 33 opportunities for attendance remaining, he contemplated using another monthly sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Bodhi seed. A Bodhi seed? Ning immediately examined the details. This Bodhi seed was indeed a celestial elixir, capable of directly enhancing one's enlightenment and suppressing inner demons. Furthermore, it could serve as the primary ingredient in concocting a transcendent pill known as the Bodhi Enlightenment Pill, which would significantly elevate the success rate for an emperor's breakthrough to the true immortal realm by at least 30%. What a remarkable treasure! Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extracted the pei tizi from the system's space. Its vivid emerald hue and cat-eye size resembled a lustrous jade, exuding an enchanting aura of Taoist essence. Merely holding it in his hand brought a refreshing coolness to his mind, elevating his state of consciousness. The process of refining elixirs was exceedingly tedious. It not only required the gathering of medicinal herbs, but also a mastery of alchemical techniques to concoct the celestial pills. Ning prepared to ingest it directly, perfectly seizing the opportunity to transcend into the realm of the quasi-emperor. Chapter 12. Breaking through to quasi-emperor. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his state of being. Ning consumed the Bodhi seed, extracting a millennium of cultivation that he had accrued through sign-in. Unlike before, this millennium of cultivation was equivalent to the average attainment of a practitioner at his level after 1,000 years of diligent practice. However, it was insufficient to facilitate his breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm. The higher the realm, the more arduous the breakthrough becomes, especially when it concerns a significant level of ascension. A venerable being at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven requires the comprehension of a complete law's power and the consolidation of the essence of that law to transcend to the quasi-emperor realm. It is not uncommon for practitioners at this juncture to remain stagnant for tens of thousands of years. Ning possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to transcend limitations, for he has successfully comprehended the complete essence of the laws of time during his arduous training in the mystical art of one eye for 10,000 years. Coupled with the assistance of the Bodhi seed, the convergence of the fundamental laws has become a matter of relative ease. In his quest for a singular breakthrough, Ning has also procured a piece of spiritual milk aged for 100,000 years, alongside an imperial-grade ancient herb. All preparations have been meticulously made. Only the breakthrough remains. 2 months swiftly passed. After consuming the Bodhi seed, Ning felt a significant and, indeed, permanent enhancement in his comprehension. Initially, he had estimated that it would take him half a year to consolidate the essence of the laws of time. To his astonishment, he achieved this in a mere 2 months. On this day, the sky above Yunnan Prefecture grew ominously heavy as an indescribable and terrifying force descended, reminiscent of the heavens themselves threatening to collapse, suffocating countless individuals beneath its weight. Figures soared into the heights, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension as they scanned the surroundings. What is happening? Such a dreadful sensation. Is someone about to undergo tribulation? Could it be that King Yuheng of the Seven Stars sect is on the verge of sanctification? No, it is not sanctification. I have witnessed others endure the sacred tribulation, and it was nowhere near this overwhelming. By heavens, could someone be breaking through to the realm of the venerable? A voice exclaimed amidst the turmoil. The unsettling occurrences in Yunnan Prefecture were so profound that they even stirred the attention of formidable beings from other prefectures. In Chilean Prefecture, in the Xiang Holy Land, Two ethereal figures materialized in the sky, gazing in shock towards the direction of Yunnan Prefecture. The Quasi-Emperor Tribulation. Such a terrifying aura. It has been over 10 millennia since anyone in the Eastern Domain achieved a breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm. One wonders which esteemed elder has transcended this time. In Jin Dynasty, at the residence of the Yin King, Ning suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the impending tribulation brewing in the sky, and his brows furrowed in concern. Since the ascension to sainthood, cultivators must endure heavenly tribulations. He had previously surged to the 9th level of the Venerable Realm without facing any tribulation, neglecting this crucial aspect. It appeared that even his comprehension and breakthrough to a higher state necessitated undergoing a tribulation. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the room, plunging directly into the void, preparing to confront the tribulation in that ethereal space. Otherwise, the impending Emperor's tribulation was far too terrifying. A mere misstep could spell disaster for countless beings. Once he entered the void, the thunderous tribulation in the sky ceased its brewing, quickly returning to a state of tranquility. Aside from a few powerful individuals who were aware of someone undergoing a tribulation, the rest remained oblivious to the occurrence. Some sought to locate the cultivator in tribulation. Yet the thunder had dissipated before taking form, leaving no trace to follow. They could only ascertain that the tribulation was taking place somewhere in Yunnan Prefecture. However, considering the vastness of a single prefecture, it was utterly unrealistic to seek out someone with no leads whatsoever. Within the boundless void, terrifying purple lightning bolts descended from an unknown source, striking Ning with unrelenting ferocity. He did not actively retaliate against these lightning strikes. Instead, he allowed them to strike him directly, utilizing the opportunity to temper his physical form. Should others witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment. The terror of the Emperor's tribulation was such that lower-tier venerables would perish upon contact, and even those of higher rank would suffer grievous injuries from a single strike. It was a feat that even an average emperor would hesitate to endure directly. Ning's audacity stems entirely from the formidable strength of his martial arts. He practices the supreme scripture, an unparalleled technique that unifies cultivation, physical form, and spirit into an invincible force. Among its teachings, the Body Universe chapter stands as the most powerful body-refining technique known to mankind. This chapter is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier refines the indestructible golden body. The second tier opens the physical divine repository, and the third tier manifests the body universe. Upon reaching mastery, every cell of the body transforms into a universe in itself, brimming with boundless power, capable of suppressing the heavens and shattering all realms, thereby subduing any adversary. However, Ning has yet to complete even the first tier of the indestructible golden body. Amidst the relentless strikes of the thunder tribulations, his garments have been reduced to mere ashes, leaving him utterly bare, with not a single strand of hair remaining. The only remnant of his former self is the ancient ring gifted by his mother. Ning seemed oblivious to the situation, yet the strike of lightning was undeniably excruciating. The ferocious power of thunder surged into his body, reminiscent of the torturous method of Ling Qi. Fortunately, as his cultivation advanced, his capacity to endure pain had significantly improved. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the agony. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The system indicated that signing in at special locations could enhance the chance of acquiring treasures. He wondered if this thunder tribulation counted as such. System, sign in. With a chime, the sign-in was successful, and the system congratulated the host on obtaining a source of the law of thunder. The source of the law? Ning was overjoyed. The Emperor had only just begun to consolidate the essence of the laws when he unexpectedly acquired a source of thunderous laws. If he were to successfully merge and refine this essence, would he not directly grasp the primal law of thunder? Although it may not rival the supreme law of time, it remains an exceedingly formidable offensive law. This turn of events was utterly surprising. It appeared that fortune was favoring him today. Ning glanced at his personal panel, noting that he had 68 opportunities left for sign-ins. System, let us proceed with 5 daily sign-ins. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Quasi-Emperor weapon. The Thunder God Halberd. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor level halberd technique, Thunderous Might. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rare sacred herb, the 9-layered heart lotus. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for securing 100 million premium spirit stones. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining a millennium of cultivation. The 5 notifications chimed in succession. While the rewards from the sign-ins were commendable, they paled in comparison to the essence of the Thunder Law's origin. Ning ceased his continuous sign-in, focusing instead on his tribulation. The thunder raged upon him for a full day and night before finally abating. His cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Simultaneously, his indestructible golden body achieved a minor completion. This nascent, indestructible golden body surpassed even the physical form of a perfected Quasi-Emperor, impervious to the laws of nature. Capable of clashing head-on with Quasi-Emperor weapons, and truly worthy of being called a human weapon, Wu Ning assessed his physique. His skin was fair and translucent, and his figure remained tall and graceful. However, when he activated the indestructible golden body, a layer of mysterious golden light would shimmer beneath his skin, as if he possessed boundless strength. His power had undergone a monumental transformation. He felt that he could effortlessly obliterate his former self with a single punch. After testing his strength in the void, Wu Ning swiftly returned to his chamber. He donned a fresh robe, and, gazing into the mirror, he touched his bald head, finding it somewhat amusing. Fortunately, with his current cultivation, he could meticulously control the growth of his hair. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed to venture outside with such a gleaming dome. Chapter 13. The Eighth Order Bluebird, having spent an entire day in his room, he managed to control his hair to grow back, extracted a millennium of cultivation from his sign-in, and practiced the quasi-emperor level spear technique before finally stepping out. After a continuous retreat of nearly half a year, he was eager to breathe in the fresh air. At the break of dawn, the warm sunlight enveloped him, creating an exquisite sense of comfort. Wu Ning stretched languidly and made his way towards the back garden. The Bluebird had taken up residence in the garden and had become quite familiar with the people of the Wang residence over the past few months. Master, it called affectionately upon seeing Wu Ning approach. Wu Ning gently patted its head and then retrieved the previously signed sacred herb, the phoenix bloodgrass. This is for you. It should assist you in transcending to the king realm. Thank you, master. The azure bird exclaimed with excitement, flapping its wings and summoning a fierce tempest. As the phoenix bloodgrass was consumed, a formidable aura erupted from the azure bird, sweeping outwards in all directions. Wu Ning waved his hand, establishing a barrier that enveloped the back garden, preventing any leakage of energy that could potentially alarm passersby. At that moment, Zhang Liang, Qi Hao, and others sensed the anomaly and hurried to the back garden. Your Highness. Wu Ning cast a sweeping glance, and he realized that their efforts over the past few months had not been in vain. With ample resources at their disposal, their cultivation had seen remarkable advancements. Qi Hao had ascended to the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm, achieving nearly a full realm increase in less than half a year, an unimaginable feat in the past. Following him, the highest cultivation belonged to Fu Bo, who had reached the 9th level of the True Essence realm, directly elevating by one full realm. The others were also in the True Essence realm, with Zhang Liang rising impressively to the 3rd level. At the bottom were Xia Zhu and In Shui, both at the 1st level of the True Essence realm. Excellent. Fu Bo, you are entrusted with the allocation of these cultivation resources. Focus entirely on enhancing your strength. There is no need to conserve for my sake. As long as nothing is wasted, take as much as you need. Wu Ning nodded slightly and tossed a storage ring to Uncle Fu, which contained 5 million low-grade spirit stones along with some low-tier resources that were of no use to him. These items were more than sufficient for the cultivation needs of those at the King's realm. Yes, Your Highness, Uncle Fu replied, accepting the storage ring without examining it immediately. Instead, he first reported to Wu Ning the events that had transpired at the royal residence over the past few months. By the way, a few days ago, the palace sent a message requesting Your Highness's attendance at the Junlin banquet. The Junlin banquet? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the grand event held once every 3 years by the Great Jin dynasty. The so-called Junlin banquet, hosted by the imperial family of Great Jin, was in essence a grand martial arts competition for the youth. Young men and women under the age of 30 were eligible to participate, with substantial rewards awaiting the top 10. Those who distinguished themselves and showcased exceptional talent often found themselves receiving invitations from the royal family and prominent clans, and might even catch the eye of powerful individuals who would take them on as disciples. In the past, Wu Ning had participated merely as an observer. If there were no pressing matters, he might as well go and take a look. When does it commence? On the 9th of next month, Fu Bo promptly replied. With the end of the month upon them, there are only about 10 days until the 9th. Very well, you may all take your leave. Dismissing the crowd, Wu Ning proceeded to the kitchen, where he personally roasted a second-tier spirit sheep sent by Luo Qing. Despite his elevated cultivation, he had not forsaken his culinary desires. Over the past few months, he had subsisted solely on spiritual fruits and other rare treasures, nearly losing his appetite. On the expansive grill, a plump spirit sheep crackled and sizzled, exuding an irresistible aroma. Premium ingredients often require little more than simple preparation. This whole roasted sheep needed no seasonings, embodying a rare delicacy of the mortal realm. Just as Wu Ning was savoring a leg of lamb with great delight, Li Yuabao and Su Ziqian arrived at the residence of the Yin Prince. Have you two developed dog noses? Wu Ning remarked, somewhat exasperated. The two chuckled in response. Lately, they had frequently visited the Yin Prince's residence to partake in food and drink. Previously, Wu Ning was in seclusion, during which Luo Qing would occasionally bring some game, which he instructed Zhang Liang and others to consume. By chance, Li Yuanbao discovered that the fare at the Yin Wangfu was exceedingly lavish, prompting him to enlist Su Ziqian to join him in indulging. Young master, we have waited for several months. At last, we see you have emerged from your retreat. The two swiftly gathered around, swallowing hard, their eyes fixated eagerly on the roasted lamb upon the grill. Wu Ning waved his hand, suggesting that they should take matters into their own hands. He then inquired, do you have something to discuss with me? Indeed. Li Yuanbao mumbled while gnawing on a piece of lamb. Both old Su and I have successfully transcended to the sea transformation realm. We are contemplating venturing into the world and wish to accompany you, young master. Su Ziqian, in contrast, displayed a much more refined manner as he ate. Brother Wu, I presume you do not intend to linger in the Great Jin for long. When you depart, would it be convenient for you to take us along? The two were clearly eager to secure a favorable alliance. Wu Ning's gaze swept over them. Su Ziqian had reached the 8th layer of the transformation sea realm. Yet his outward cultivation was merely at the 8th layer of the innate realm, concealing two significant realms, truly a master of subterfuge. Li Yuanbao revealed his cultivation at the 7th layer of the true essence realm, but in reality, his true level was akin to Qi Hao's. Also at the 7th layer of the transformation sea realm. Given their current levels of cultivation, they were nearing the pinnacle in a place like the 18th, where even the law manifestation realm was a rarity. It was no wonder that they harbored a desire to explore the world beyond. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Accompanied by merely 2 individuals, a trivial matter indeed. However, I must await a while longer before departing. Are you two in a hurry? We are not in haste. Brother Wu, you may take as long as you wish. Su Ziqian shook his head, for he too desired to enhance his strength further, ensuring greater security while venturing forth. Suddenly, a formidable aura enveloped the surroundings. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian exchanged astonished glances, sensing their own frailty before this overwhelming presence. As if the other party could extinguish their lives merely with the weight of their aura, should they so desire. A breakthrough had been achieved. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Ning's eyes as he realized that the azure bird had not only absorbed the essence of the phoenix blood herb, propelling itself into the King's realm, but had seemingly also awakened a trace of the phoenix's bloodline. Could it be that the herb had indeed been infused with phoenix blood? Chirping joyfully, the azure bird flapped its wings, its jubilant call resonating in the air. Having ascended to the 8th tier, its form had expanded considerably, measuring over 30 meters in length. Fortunately, the royal garden was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a creature. However, in the next moment, the azure bird began to shrink, swiftly transforming into a size akin to that of an ordinary sparrow, fluttering its wings as it approached Wu Ning. Master, I have broken through. Moreover, I have awakened a wishful divine ability. Wu Ning extended his hand, allowing it to perch upon his palm, gently caressing its feathers. Its ability to transform in size would indeed make future journeys much more convenient. Upon the next breakthrough to the 9th tier, it should be able to assume a physical form, wouldn't it? Master, I am hungry. The bluebird nudged his fingertips, its eyes yearningly fixed on the skewered lamb on the grill, softly uttering its desire. Wu Ning tore off a leg of lamb and placed it upon the table. Enjoy, he said. Thank you, master, replied the bluebird. It flew onto the table, its form enlarging slightly, and swiftly devoured the meat from the leg of lamb. A roasted leg weighing over 100 pounds was soon consumed entirely, the bird even swallowing the bones in a single gulp. Wu Ning tore off a generous portion of lamb chop, and soon, the 3 individuals and 1 bird consumed an entire roasted sheep with remarkable speed. Notably, a substantial portion found its way into the belly of the azure bird. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Wu Ning roasted another 2nd-tier wild boar. After the 3 had their fill, they strolled through the streets together. The Qing Miao had not yet had enough, so Wu Ning allowed it to forage for food on its own. With such an appetite, it seemed unlikely that even 100 cattle would suffice to satiate it. Chapter 14. Listening to melodies at the brothel, the streets were bustling with a constant flow of people, perhaps due to the impending Junlin feast. Young talents from all corners of the Great Jin were flocking to the capital, creating a lively scene. My lord, I have heard that the Tianxiang Pavilion has recently acquired an exquisite courtesan, unparalleled in beauty and talent, whose artistry is unmatched, yet she does not sell her body. Shall we go and take a look? Li Yuanbao suggested, his desires ignited by the comforts of a full stomach. Su Ziqian paused momentarily in his fan waving. Wu Ning contemplated for a moment. With leisure at hand, the idea of visiting a brothel to enjoy some music appeared quite appealing. Thus, he decided to experience the musical talents of that celebrated courtesan. The trio promptly changed their direction. As they turned down a street, Wu Ning suddenly caught a whiff of a piquant hot pot aroma. Gazing up, he noticed a lavishly decorated hot pot restaurant nearby, bustling with patrons. A testament to its thriving business. My dear friend, he inquired, how does your establishment fare in the hot pot industry? Wu Ning inquired. Upon mentioning this matter, Li Yuanbao immediately became exhilarated. The business was flourishing remarkably, with over 30 hot pot establishments in the capital, perpetually bustling with patrons. We categorized the ingredients into ordinary and rare varieties. Ordinary ingredients could be purchased with silver, while rare ones required spirit stones. Presently, the reputation of our hot pot restaurants has spread far and wide, attracting many visitors from outside the region. The Li family has been engaged in commerce for generations and possesses a remarkable acumen for business. The method of preparing hot pot is not particularly complex, making it easily replicable. Naturally, they have considered this aspect. To counteract potential imitation, the Li family has devised a unique strategy. They intend to monopolize several essential spices used in crafting the hot pot broth. They even plan to sell premixed spice packets, requiring only a simple simmering process for preparation. By controlling the source, they effectively cast a shadow over the hot pot market. This is the essence of strategy. Li Yuanbao spoke animatedly. Your Highness, in the past few months, our hot pot business has garnered over 800,000 taels of silver and more than 30,000 spirit stones. We shall split the profits 50-50. While you were in seclusion, I entrusted all the silver and spirit stones to Uncle Fu each month. Ning recalled that Uncle Fu had mentioned it before, though he had not paid much attention at the time. For cultivators, silver held little value. The monthly distribution of spirit stones amounted to merely a few thousand. Uncle Fu believed that Ning would find such a trifling sum beneath his notice. Hence he refrained from elaborating further. Ning waved his hand and said, in the future, there is no need to provide so much. A mere 10% will suffice. Although he held little regard for it, this arrangement would still serve as a financial source for the members of the Wang residence after his departure. How can that be? Even brothers must maintain clear accounts. Young master, you have contributed the formula, and 10% is far too little. Moreover, the business of the hot pot restaurant thrives on the reputation of the Yin Wang residence, which alleviates many of our troubles. 50% is only fair. Li Yuanbao shook his head, fully aware that one currently dismissed the value of such wealth. However, whether one desires it is one matter, and whether one offers it is another. The Li family must refrain from insatiable greed. Then let it be 30%, Ning contemplated before proposing. Very well. Li Yuanbao did not press further. The three soon arrived at Tianxiang Tower, where a few elegantly dressed women stood at the entrance and immediately surrounded Ning and his companions upon their arrival. Ning was once a frequent visitor to the Tianxiang Tower, and the other two were no less so. The three entered the establishment amidst the company of several ladies, and upon receiving the news, Mama Chai greeted them with a beaming smile, waving her handkerchief as she approached briskly. Oh, young Master Li, young Master Su, and young Master Yin. It has been far too long since I last laid eyes upon you. Mama Chai, a woman in her 40s, still exuded charm and grace, her appearance meticulously maintained. It was said that she had once been a celebrated courtesan in her youth. Li Yuanbao tossed her a gold ingot, weighing a substantial 10 taels. Mama Chai, I have heard that a new courtesan has arrived here. Receiving the gold, Mama Chai's face lit up with delight. You must be referring to Miss Yi, young master. Please. The three of you, ascend to the upper floor. Miss Yi will arrive shortly. With that, Mama Chai led the trio to a lavish private room and instructed attendants to serve tea and refreshments. Please wait a moment. Miss Yi will be with you very soon. Mama Chai then withdrew. Ning's expression was serene. In the past, he always felt immense joy when visiting the Tianxiang Tower. Even if he could not partake in the delicacies, merely watching was a source of delight. However, now that he could indulge, he found himself akin to a connoisseur, unable to appreciate the commonplace allure of these frivolous beauties. In fact, he felt a sense of aversion. His horizons had broadened. Before long, a maid knocked gently on the door, and a woman in a green robe entered. She exuded a gentle grace, imbued with the essence of literary refinement. Though her face was partially veiled, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty nor deter Ning's gaze. She possessed a pair of exquisitely captivating almond-shaped eyes, her skin radiant and flawless as fresh lotus petals, untouched by any makeup. Her features were delicately sculpted, and her countenance bore no imperfections. Ning cast a glance, stirred by a flicker of interest. He had encountered numerous courtesans, yet this ethereal beauty, exuding a natural elegance and an aura of scholarly fragrance, was a sight he had never witnessed before. However, her figure lacked a certain fullness, reminiscent of willows swaying gently in the breeze. The young lady Lu Yi had met three gentlemen. Lu Yi bowed gracefully. Su Ziqian stepped forward slightly. Miss Yi, please rise. I am Su Ziqian. I have long heard of your remarkable talent, and today, I am fortunate enough to witness it. Might I have the honor of listening to you play a piece? It is indeed Yi's privilege. Lu Yi lowered her gaze and smiled gently. Two maids brought forth an ancient chain made of sandalwood. As Lu Yi seated herself by the window, her fingers gliding over the strings, the music flowed like a gentle stream, ethereal and serene, akin to the ripples of spring breezes across water, fluctuating in pitch, swirling and turning. The melody was both joyous and elegant, yet subtly imbued with an undercurrent of melancholy. Su Ziqian was captivated, lost in the enchanting performance. Although Ning lacks an understanding of musical theory, he can still perceive the enchanting beauty of the melodies. The musical prowess of this young lady, Yi, is unparalleled in the entire capital. Li Yuanbao poured a flask of exquisite wine for the three, as he harbors a fondness solely for beautiful women, rather than the art of music. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Ning frowned and immediately cast a barrier, isolating all noise. However, moments later, the door to the private room was unexpectedly kicked open. Bang! The door shattered, and splinters of wood flew into the room. As Ning's thoughts stirred, all the wood shavings suspended in midair, then shot towards the intruder, instantly piercing through his limbs. A chilling scream echoed throughout the Tianxiang Tower, silencing the music in the private room. Li Yuanbao seethed with fury, exclaiming, "Who the hell is this scoundrel?" Su Ziqian's expression hardened. Damn it. A young man in splendid attire entered the room, his demeanor composed yet furious as he demanded, "Who are you to dare injure my man? Do you seek death?" Li Yuanbao was momentarily taken aback, wondering where this ignorant fool had come from, oblivious to their identities. You fat fool, who are you calling a bumpkin? I am the young master of the Yang family from Qingling County. Do you wish to die? A flicker of concealed malice flashed in Yang Su's eyes. But he was not reckless. In the capital, where dragons and tigers lurked, acting hastily without understanding the situation was foolish. It would be wiser to ascertain their backgrounds before sending someone to teach them a lesson. Though the Yang family was not afraid of trouble, they had their reputation to uphold. Should someone act irrationally and kill him, even if the Yang family avenged him, he would not live to see it. Chapter 15. Just eradicating a clan, the Yang family of Qilin County? Li Yuanbao squinted, recognizing that the Yang family was an ancient clan with a history spanning a millennium. Rumored to possess two formidable figures in the law manifestation realm, even earning the respect of the royal family. Li Yuanbao felt intimidated. Among them, he might be the strongest. Yet he was far from being a match for the Yang family. Yang Su scoffed, directing his gaze towards the position by the window, his expression twisted with malice. Lu Yi, you wretched woman, would rather be ravaged by thousands than yield to me. Truly a natural-born harlot. Lu Yi stood by the window, her face pale. With a loud crash, a large ingot of gold was thrown at her feet. I shall have you. Is this gold sufficient? If not, I have more. With that, several more ingots clattered down, each weighing 20 taels. Lu Yi drew a deep breath, suppressing her tears, her eyes turning blood red as she fixed her gaze on him. Yang Su, you despicable scoundrel, you have brought ruin to my family. I swear I will not let you go even in death. Her voice was laden with profound hatred. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped from the ornate stool towards the window. To die? Is it so easy? Yang Su's expression darkened as he dashed towards her, his speed akin to lightning. Yet, someone was faster. Su Ziqian swiftly intercepted Lu Yi, wrapping his arms around her waist, while Yang Su was casually swatted aside, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, creating a large hole. Young master. The two attendants were taken aback, one rushing towards Yang Su, while the other charged at Su Ziqian. To dare injure my young master is a death wish. The presence of a practitioner at the second level of the transformation sea realm caused the building to tremble, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Ning's fingertips emitted a glimmer of light, and an invisible force enveloped the entire building, instantly augmenting its strength a millionfold. Not even a being at the sea transformation realm, let alone one at the celestial palace realm, could hope to shake it. Su Ziqian's gaze turned icy as he summoned 80% of his power and struck forward with a punch aimed directly at the man's chest. The attendant met his strike with a punch of his own, but his expression shifted dramatically. One of his arms shattered in an instant, followed by his chest being crushed, sending his body hurtling backward to crash against the wall. By the time he hit the ground again, he had already drawn his last breath. Damn, Li Yuanbao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that old Su had grown so formidable. Su Ziqian gently placed the dazed Lu Yi on the ground, taking a step back and revealing a smile. Miss Yi, in times of urgency, one must act decisively. Forgive my rudeness. Thank you, young master, Lu Yi replied, a hint of guilt crossing her face. It is I who has implicated you, given the formidable power of the Yang family. Su Ziqian cast a sweeping glance, observing Yang Su and another attendant crouching on the ground, petrified into silence. The death of a sea transformation realm practitioner by a single punch had left them in shock. Upon meeting Su Ziqian's gaze, Yang Su's legs quivered in fear. Please, don't kill me. I am the young master of the Yang family. They will not let this go. Humph. Su Ziqian shot him a disdainful look. At that moment, a throng of people gathered at the entrance, including Mama Chai and the guards of Tianxiang Tower, as well as onlookers drawn by the commotion, all halted by an invisible barrier. Isn't that young Master Yang? He has been attacked. Someone remarked with a tone of sympathy. These individuals are doomed if they dare to strike at the young master of the Yang family. Their own families will surely face dire consequences. A bystander glanced at him. You must be from out of town. Yes, how did you know? Anyone who doesn't recognize the young master of the Yin family is certainly not from our capital. The young master of the Yin family? I've never heard of him. Does he have a background greater than the Yang family? The nearby person scoffed. You're woefully uninformed. The Yin family is not even afraid of the Seven Stars sect, let alone a mere young family. Inside the private room, Ning handed Su Ziqian a jade token. Old Su, with this token, you may kill indiscriminately beneath the realm of the king. Remember, do not show mercy. After patting him on the shoulder, Ning vanished with Li Yuanbao. Beneath the realm of the king, one may kill at will. Su Ziqian clutched the token, suddenly feeling a surge of terrifying power coursing through his body, granting him an unprecedented sense of strength. It was as if he could obliterate anything with a single punch. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon Yang Su, revealing a cruel smile. Once he made a move, he would eradicate all traces. Su Ziqian was no man of compassion. Yang Su, filled with dread, collapsed onto the ground. No, please don't come any closer. On the street, Ning and Li Yuanbao silently merged into the crowd. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's astonishing, Li Yuanbao exclaimed in wonder. It's not truly supernatural. Once you cultivate to the realm of the king, you will naturally understand, Ning replied nonchalantly. The realm of the king? Li Yuanbao rolled his eyes. That was the pinnacle of power in the entire Yunnan prefecture, a status he could scarcely imagine. My lord, do you think I will ever break through to the realm of the king? Wen Ning glanced at him and remarked, is it truly so difficult to attain the rank of a king? Li Yuanbao, Wen Ning genuinely felt that it was not difficult, even without a system. After the unsealing of his first layer of bloodline, he could cultivate to the king realm within a month with ease. Teach me, boss. Li Yuanbao suddenly crouched down, wrapping his arms around Wen Ning's thigh, completely disregarding his image. Wen Ning was immediately aware of a multitude of peculiar gazes upon him, and with a touch of exasperation, he exclaimed, step aside. Young master, with your potential, as long as you follow my lead, how could you possibly fail to break through into the minor realm of kingship? Li Yuanbao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly rose to his feet. From this moment on, you shall be my leader. I will heed your every command. If you instruct me to venture east, I shall not stray west. I, Li Yuanbao, am devoted to you for life. Before long, the events at Tianxiang Tower had spread far and wide. The talented scholar Su Ziqian, in a fit of rage for the sake of beauty, had personally dealt with the heir of the Qingling County Yang family at Tianxiang Tower, and subsequently departed with the courtesan Louis, sparking much conversation among the populace. Tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens were the most delightful to recount. Yet, just as the uproar from this incident began to fade, another, even more shocking piece of news reverberated through the capital the following day. Akin to thunderclaps striking from a clear sky, the illustrious Yang family of Qinghe County had been utterly annihilated. This news spread swiftly throughout the capital and rapidly across the realm of Dejane. Many speculated that Su Ziqian was behind this calamity, especially given his display of formidable power the previous day at Tianxiang Tower. While some marveled at his terrifying prowess, others condemned his ruthless methods, accusing him of indiscriminate slaughter, as he had extinguished the Yang family for a woman, sparing neither the young nor the old. Many scoffed at this notion, arguing that eradicating a family was merely a commonplace act in this world. After all, how many within the Yang family were truly innocent? As a lineage steeped in centuries of cultivation, their ancestors had surely committed countless malevolent deeds. The descendants, basking in the bloodstained legacy, were destined to bear the consequences alongside the Yang family. What transpired was merely the cycle of cosmic retribution. Chapter 16. Poetry in Distant Horizons When the Walls Crumble. The multitude pushes. Subsequently, a torrent of revelations regarding the Yang family's misdeeds emerged. Allegations of oppression, wanton slaughter, and the exploitation of common folk flooded in, seemingly endless in number. Whispers even suggested that the Yang family's patriarch, facing the end of his days, resorted to the abduction of young boys and girls to concoct elixirs for extending life, resulting in countless families being shattered. Simultaneously, the long-standing enmity between the Liu family and the Yang family was unearthed. The Liu family, a century-old lineage of literary prestige, was known for their benevolence and held a favorable reputation in Qinghe County. Louis, the Liu family's daughter, was celebrated for her dual talents in music and painting, renowned as both a gifted artist and a striking beauty. However, beauty often invites calamity. The Yang family's young master, captivated by her allure, sought to forcibly marry her. The Liu couple, unwilling to sacrifice their only daughter to a man of such lecherous reputation, resolutely refused and arranged for Louis to flee. Enraged by their defiance, the Yang family's young master unleashed a wave of violence, leaving no survivors within the Liu household. The Yang family wielded immense power in Qingling County, and even after obliterating the Liu family, none dared to voice their dissent. In the wake of these revelations, the Yang family faced an avalanche of scorn. While Su Ziqian was hailed as a hero, some even composed illustrated tales chronicling his rage-fueled vengeance against the Yang family, which became widely circulated. In the imperial palace of Dejane, the emperor sat upon the throne of Juntian, furrowing his brow as he regarded the shadow guard kneeling before him. Is the information accurate? Was it truly Su Ziqian who acted? He inquired solemnly. Your Majesty, the Yang family has been thoroughly razed to the ground, creating a tremendous uproar. The assailant did not conceal his visage, and many witnesses can attest to his identity. After extensive investigation, I can confirm beyond doubt that the perpetrator was indeed Su Ziqian. As he spoke, he presented an image to the emperor, revealing the unmistakable likeness of Su Ziqian. The emperor's frown deepened further. In the capital city, the once infamous trio of inept individuals, Wu Ning, Li Yuanbao, and Su Ziqian, suddenly emerged with formidable prowess, shrouded in an air of mystery. What could possibly have transpired? Emperor Jin found himself in a state of perplexity. It seemed that everything began after Princess Jingya's engagement was annulled. Perhaps his earlier suspicions held merit. The couple from the Yan family indeed hailed from a formidable and terrifying lineage. Alas, they had chosen poorly that day. Days later, in the back garden of the Yin Wang residence, Su Ziqian reluctantly returned the jade token to Wu Ning. Li Yuanbao teased, Old Su, how does it feel to be the groom these past few days? Do not speak nonsense. My admiration for Miss Yi is purely platonic. Our relationship is untainted. Please do not spread unfounded rumors, Su Ziqian retorted. Li Yuanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? With such beauty before you, you can withstand temptation? He found it hard to believe. After all, Su Ziqian was a dashing figure who had rescued Louis from her plight and avenged her grievances. Surely, she would willingly offer herself to him. If it were him in that situation, he would undoubtedly still be in bed. Could it be that you are incapable? Su Ziqian shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, if you wish to die, just say so. Li Yuanbao managed a sheepish smile, raising his hands in surrender. The memory of Su Ziqian's fist striking down a master of the transformation sea realm was still vivid in his mind, making him somewhat apprehensive. Old Su, do you truly not have feelings for Lu Yi? Ning inquired with curiosity, for he could hardly believe that this reticent individual was a paragon of virtue. Su Ziqian gently shook his head, reflecting on the notion that a graceful lady naturally attracts a gentleman's affection. Indeed, there must be some semblance of attraction. However, mere affection does not necessitate marriage. To wed entails a commitment to her well-being, sharing the mundane aspects of life. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, day after day, year after year. Such a life does not appeal to me. I have resolved to venture forth into the world, to traverse mountains and rivers, to witness the myriad forms of existence, and to savor diverse landscapes. As for settling down, the prospect seems a distant reality. Su Ziqian's gaze drifted far beyond the horizon. 99% of people are confined to their corners of the world, from birth to death, having traveled perhaps only a few hundred miles. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. The world is vast, and he yearned to explore it. Rescuing Lu Yi was merely a fleeting whim. Although there was some fondness, it was far from sufficient to anchor his heart. Ning gazed in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the unexpected musings of this fellow. It inevitably reminded him of the adage, life encompasses not only the struggles before our eyes, but also poetry and distant horizons. Old Su, I wholeheartedly support you. In the blink of an eye, several days had slipped by. During this time, Ning not only integrated the essence of the Thunder Law, but also unraveled the fourth layer of his bloodline seal. The formidable power of his bloodline significantly enhanced his indestructible golden body. Consequently, his cultivation level ascended from the initial stage of a quasi-emperor to the mid-stage, with the final stage now within reach. For other quasi-emperors, this advancement equated to the elimination of millennia of arduous cultivation. In truth, the unlocking of the bloodline seal primarily augments the potential of the bloodline, with the elevation of cultivation being merely a supplementary benefit, a delightful surprise, indeed. Today marked the commencement of the Junlin banquet. At the break of dawn, Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian hastened to the residence of the Prince of Yin, eager to witness the festivities together. The banquet was to be held in the grand square directly in front of the royal palace. By the time the trio arrived, the square was already teeming with people, with the imperial guards maintaining order. Otherwise, the crowd would have rendered passage impossible. On a raised platform near the palace gates, 2 rows of half-meter high tables were arranged, with the central table notably taller, presumably designated for the Jin Emperor. At this moment, several seats were already occupied, either by esteemed nobles or the heads of prominent families. With a wave of his hand, Ning summoned 3 individuals to appear directly upon the high platform. Without drawing the attention of anyone present, Ning casually chose a spot to sit down. Li Yuanbao brought a stool for himself and squeezed in beside him. In such a grand gathering, the Li family had no right to claim a seat. Su Ziqian mimicked him. The Su family had 1 seat, but that belonged to his grandfather, Su Taifu. Fortunately, the table was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. On the high platform, beautiful palace maidens continually flitted about, setting down an array of fruits, delicacies, fine wines, pastries, and exquisite side dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen. Ning and his companions swiftly garnered considerable attention. Today, they are renowned figures in the capital, and few among the crowd are unfamiliar with their names. Approximately half an hour later, Emperor Jin arrived, flanked by a retinue of palace guards. Your Majesty, I have just surveyed the surroundings and noticed an abundance of young talents this year, more than in previous times. It seems that our great Jin is thriving, embodying the essence of a prosperous era, all thanks to your prudent governance, remarked an elderly statesman, stroking his beard with a smile. Others, eager to curry favor, echoed his sentiments, showering praise upon Emperor Jin, who appeared quite pleased. At that moment, a venerable eunuch approached the emperor with urgency. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Tianyin kingdom has arrived. Announce them. The emperor had already been made aware of the Tianyin delegation. Soon, 5 envoys from Tianyin, led by the eunuch, ascended the platform. Envoy Longqing, presenting my respects to your Majesty, said one. The 3rd prince of Tianyin, Chu Yu, extends his greetings to your Majesty, another added. Emperor Jin nodded slightly, granting them seats. Thank you, your Majesty, they replied in unison. Immediately, young eunuchs brought forth tables and ornate stools. Longqing and Chu Yu took their seats, followed by 3 tall young men standing behind them. The emperor's gaze flickered as he addressed the envoys. You have journeyed from afar. I trust your travels were not overly arduous. Longqing replied, my sovereign entrusted me with the task of conveying his regards to your Majesty. He then produced a golden brocade box from his storage ring. Your Majesty, this is a gift from my sovereign, a token of our hope for enduring peace between our nations, free from the specter of war. Please convey my gratitude to the Cloud Monarch, Emperor Jin said, gesturing for the gift to be accepted. Chu Yu interjected, Your Majesty, I have long yearned to witness the grandeur of your royal banquet. Today, by fortune, I find myself here. May I inquire if those of Tianyun are permitted to partake? The emperor regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. Of course. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Yu responded, turning to a robust young man behind him. Daihong, step forward and test your mettle. Yes, your highness, replied Daihong, a smile breaking across his face as he leaped onto the grand arena constructed for the occasion. I am Daihong of Tianyun, 24 years old, at the first level of the Sea Transformation Realm. Who dares to challenge me? He taunted provocatively, inciting a stir among the spectators. At such a young age, achieving the Sea Transformation Realm, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, poised to ascend to the Law Manifestation Realm, and perhaps even beyond. To announce his cultivation level upon entering the arena, this Tianyun fellow is rather audacious, muttered Li Yuanbao. Su Ziqian shot him a glance. What? Do you wish to take him on? The prominent figures always enter last. It is not yet my turn, Li Yuanbao replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With my abilities, securing a position in the top 10 is undoubtedly within reach. I might even contend for a spot in the top 3, though I wonder what the rewards will be this year. Just then, a formidable figure leaped onto the stage. Meng Shuang of the Divine Fist Sect, 28 years old. First level of the Sea Transformation Realm. I am here to challenge you. Meng Shuang? The crowd murmured in confusion, clearly unacquainted with the name. On the platform, Chu Yu smiled slightly, recognizing the hidden talents within Great Jin. He had conducted investigations into the kingdom's renowned prodigies, but Meng Shuang was not among them. It appeared he had recently achieved this breakthrough. An elderly judge stepped onto the stage to announce the rules of the duel, followed by the rewards for the top 10 competitors. The prizes were as follows. 10th place, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 9th place, 20,000. 6th place, 50,000. 5th place, 60,000 and a 5th-grade chi recovery pill. 4th place, 70,000 and a 5th-grade bone growth pill. 3rd place, 80,000 and a low-grade earth-level cultivation method. 2nd place, 90,000, a low-grade earth-level cultivation method, and a low-grade mid-tier spiritual artifact. 1st place, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a superior earth-level cultivation method, and a superior mid-tier spiritual artifact. Chu Yu remarked, the Emperor of Jin truly spares no expense, excluding the cultivation methods. The value of the other rewards amounted to no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones, an impressive sum even for the royal family of Tianyun. Moreover, given that this event occurs once every 3 years, the financial burden was palpable. It seemed that the imperial family of Jin possessed a far deeper reservoir of resources than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, Li Yuanbao's eyes sparkled with greed. So many spirit stones. And with pills, cultivation methods, and spiritual artifacts. If I could secure first place, I would be set for life. Su Ziqian remained unfazed, recalling how he had struck it rich after flattening the Yang family. The wealth of a millennium-old clan had fallen into his hands. Given his current prowess, claiming first place seemed well within his grasp. As the duels commenced, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Ning, indulging in the imperial delicacies, languidly observed the martial contest. To him, the battles of the Transformation Sea realm seemed scarcely more engaging than a child's quarrel. His lack of combat experience was palpable. He had initially hoped to glean insights from their fighting styles. However, he soon realized that the clashes between quasi-emperors and those of the Transformation Sea realm were entirely disparate, not even on the same plane. In lower realms, one might still emphasize technique and strategy, yet as one ascends, the focus shifts towards the profound simplicity of the Great Tao, returning to the essence of combat. At the level of quasi-emperors, the encounters were dominated by divine abilities, principles, and the interplay of weapons and treasures, rendering ordinary techniques utterly inconsequential. Ning suddenly chuckled, pondering why he should pursue combat experience. Wasn't it more satisfying to dominate? No matter how extensive a Supreme's combat experience might be, it could never suffice to defeat a quasi-emperor. Mastery of one law leads to mastery of all. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, absolute power can easily overwhelm others. Combat experience is utterly inconsequential. Instead of honing such skills, it would be far more pragmatic to refine another imperial weapon. Moreover, he had the advantage of support, ensuring his path to strength was unimpeded. Opening his personal panel, he discovered he had 75 opportunities for sign-in. System, initiate a sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Damn, more spirit stones again. Ning, with his mind, probed the vast expanse of the system's spatial realm, where towering peaks of spirit stones loomed, filling him with a sense of helplessness. There were simply too many spirit stones, and no place to spend them. At that moment, the battle on the arena had reached its conclusion. Daihong, having honed his skills in the first level of the Transformation Sea realm for quite some time, had swiftly defeated Meng Shuang in merely 10 exchanges. Haha, who else dares challenge me? Daihong declared, his gaze condescending and filled with arrogance. The crowd around him stirred with outrage. How could a representative of Tianyun Kingdom dare to be so brazen in the presence of their great Jin? A wave of indignation swept through the spectators, with shouts calling for the esteemed talents of Jin to step forth and teach this impudent challenger a lesson. Suddenly, like a streak of light, a figure leaped onto the stage. Do not be so arrogant. Behold, I shall defeat you with a single strike. The newcomer was a tall, youthful man, his countenance resolute, radiating an intense aura of killing intent. Songli Mountain's little wolf king, Peng Li. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This man was notorious for his ruthlessness. He had once gouged out a man's eyes simply for daring to meet his gaze. His fearsome reputation was well-deserved. With countless lives claimed by his hand, Dai Hong's eyes flashed with anger. A single strike to defeat me? Such audacity. Prepare to die. With a resounding crash, the two collided, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward, leaving many spectators trembling in fear. Fortunately, the powerful protective array enveloping the arena mitigated the devastation. Otherwise, numerous onlookers would have been struck down by the residual force. Peng Li's ferocity was palpable as he unleashed a torrent of killing intent. Dai Hong spat out blood, his body hurtling backward. The third level of the transformation sea. On the high platform, Chu Yu narrowed his eyes. It had barely been over a year since this little wolf king had broken through to the transformation sea realm, and yet he had already ascended to its third level. LV Tai, it is your turn to test him. Behind Chu Yu, a young man in a purple robe nodded slightly before darting toward the arena. I am LV Tai of the Tianyan LV family. I seek your guidance. Spare the pleasantries. Let us battle. Clang. A blood-red long knife fell into Peng Li's hands, sparking against the arena floor, an exquisite low-grade spirit weapon. In response, LV Tai drew forth a spirit sword, a decent mid-grade spirit weapon. Why not step down from the stage? Peng Li scoffed at Dai Hong. You. Dai Hong glared resentfully at Peng Li, dragging his injured form away from the arena in disgrace. As LV Tai and Peng Li clashed, both at the third level of the transformation sea, their strengths were closely matched. Though LV Tai held a slight advantage due to his superior weapon, Bloodwolf Slash, Peng Li unleashed an explosive wave of murderous intent. A crimson blade of energy sliced through the air, aiming mercilessly at LV Tai. LV Tai's expression shifted. This opponent was all offense, adopting a reckless strategy of trading injuries. Ghost Shadow Steps. LV Tai, unwilling to engage in close combat, utilized his agility to evade. His momentum surged, then waned, requiring only to wait for Peng Li's energy to falter before claiming victory. Coward, do not run, Peng Li bellowed. As cultivators, we must advance without hesitation. You merely skulk about. What skill is that? Fool. LV Tai, dismissive of such brutish tactics, opted for strategy rather than brute force. The two danced across the arena, leaving behind mere afterimages as they moved too quickly for the average observer to follow. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Peng Li's face as his speed surged dramatically. Die. He unleashed a powerful strike. Caught off guard, LV Tai could only hastily raise his sword to block. Bang! He was sent crashing against the protective barrier surrounding the arena. Death! Before he could regain his bearings, Peng Li lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow aimed at LV Tai's midsection. Should this strike land, it would surely spell doom for LV Tai. On the platform, Long Qing sprang to his feet. LV Tai was one of their kingdom's most promising talents and could not perish here. Just as he prepared to intervene, an elder acting as a referee leaped into action. This elder, a royal patron with profound skills, unleashed a force that pierced through space, striking Peng Li's blood-red blade and rescuing LV Tai from certain death. Peng Li, momentarily halted, felt a surge of anger but was quelled by the elder's formidable presence. He shot LV Tai a disdainful glance, as if to say, "You are the true fool, thinking me a mere brute." LV Tai, having narrowly escaped death, managed a wry smile in response to Peng Li's taunt, bowing to the elder in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." Indeed, the elder replied curtly. "This round goes to Peng Li." Cheers erupted from the crowd, though the faces of Tianyun's representatives darkened. "Zuoshao, you take the stage." Chu Yu commanded coldly, addressing the last young man behind him. Zuoshao nodded, stepping gracefully toward the arena, his movements poised yet deceptively swift. Dressed in flowing white, he possessed an elegant demeanor, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile that captivated the attention of many young ladies in the crowd. "Humph, mere pretense." Peng Li sneered disdainfully. Zuoshao replied with a calm smile. "I am Zuoshao of the Four Symbols Palace of Tianyun. I seek your guidance." Without further ado, Peng Li swung his blade toward him. Yet, in less than 3 exchanges, he was effortlessly sent tumbling off the stage by Zui Zhao's deft palm strike. This individual is at the 6th level of the transformation sea. Li Yuanbao's eyes narrowed. This setback diminished his own chances of ranking in the top 3. The 6th level of the transformation sea? What strength? The young talents of Jin were taken aback. Is there anyone among us who can defeat him? I heard the 5th prince possesses the thunder spirit body. At 28, he has reached the 5th level of the transformation sea and may stand a chance. The young master of the Woolly Sword sect has attained the 8th level, but alas, he is precisely over the age limit. If only he had come a year earlier. Young Master Lien was the champion of the previous grand banquet, murmured the crowd. After waiting for some time, without seeing anyone ascend the stage, Zhuo Xiao glanced around and declared, "If no one challenges me, the first place shall be mine." "Old Su, will you not step forward?" Li Yuanbao inquired. Su Ziqian, engaged in a drink with Ning, replied, "There's no hurry. The true champions always make their entrance last." As Su Ziqian's voice faded, the fifth prince of the great Jin descended from the sky amidst a chorus of astonished and admiring gazes, landing gracefully on the arena. After exchanging pleasantries, the two immediately engaged in combat. The fifth prince, possessing the thunder spirit battle body, exhibited formidable strength, and even though he was at a slightly lower realm, he was only marginally at a disadvantage. The two fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. Li Yuanbao sighed, pondering the vast disparity in strength among those at the same level of the sea transformation realm. The battle raged on for a full half hour, concluding with Zhuo Xiao emerging victorious. The elite of Great Jin expressed their disappointment. At this moment, Su Ziqian rose to his feet. "It is my turn to take the stage. Su Aiqing, I have heard tales of your grandson's profound knowledge and extraordinary talent. I had no idea he was also a practitioner of such exceptional caliber. His rare gifts are indeed a great fortune for the nation." The Jin Emperor exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Nearby, an elderly man in his 70s wore a wry smile. "This old minister is flattered. But Great Jin is teeming with talents, and the prodigies are like clouds. My grandson cannot possibly deserve such praise from his majesty." Su Taifu tactfully downplayed the situation, admitting to his limited understanding of Su Ziqian's circumstances. The Jin Emperor smiled faintly, his gaze fixated on the arena. "Brother Zhuo, you have just endured a fierce battle and are quite fatigued. Why not let others take the stage first? We can engage in our duel later. What do you think?" Su Ziqian proposed, revealing his prowess at the 6th level of the sea transformation realm. "Excellent suggestion. I shall heed your words, young Master Su," Zhuo Xiao responded, momentarily taken aback yet agreeing with enthusiasm. The two vacated the arena, allowing other prodigies to enter. The Junlin Banquet is the most prestigious assembly of talents in Great Jin, with only those at the true origin realm being permitted to participate. However, this year was different. The initial contenders were all from the sea transformation realm, setting a high bar, while those at the true origin realm had no opportunity to compete. The sea transformation realm has already established itself among the strong in Great Jin, and there are not many prodigies under 30 in this realm, fewer than 20, predominantly over 25 years old, and most at the 1st or 2nd level of the sea transformation realm. As the battles unfolded, Li Yuanbao finally took to the stage. He barely triumphed over a practitioner at the 4th level of the sea transformation realm, but conceded defeat against the 5th prince. It was expected that he would secure 4th place in this year's Junlin Banquet. Chapter 19. The division of cultivation levels in the blink of an eye. 3 hours had passed. The rankings from 3rd to 10th had been preliminarily established, leaving only the final peak battle. "Young Master Su, I look forward to your guidance." "Brothers, what please?" Su Ziqian's cultivation had surpassed the 9th level of the sea transformation realm just days prior. However, he opted to employ only the strength of someone at the 7th level, maintaining a level comparable to Zhuo Xiao's. "Is he treating me as a sharpening stone?" Zhuo Xiao's expression darkened, feeling a surge of frustration. After exchanging blows for several rounds, he discerned Su Ziqian's intentions. This individual, despite his lofty realm, appeared to have merely grasped the basics of martial techniques, displaying an inexperienced naivety akin to a novice. Could it be that he was so engrossed in his cultivation that he lacked practical combat experience? Zhuo Xiao speculated silently. To his astonishment, Su Ziqian grew increasingly adept as the battle progressed, responding to Zhuo Xiao's tactics with remarkable agility. Realizing he could no longer afford to delay, Zhuo Xiao prepared to unleash a decisive attack to claim victory. However, in an instant, Su Ziqian unleashed his strength at the 8th level of the sea transformation realm. "Enough. I concede." Zhuo Xiao retreated, a look of dejection upon his face. Su Ziqian, feeling a sense of unfulfilled potential, clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Brother Zhuo, I am grateful for this match. I have gained invaluable insights and hope for another opportunity to spar with you in the future." Zhuo Xiao turned away, choosing to ignore him. The Su family as Su Ziqian is victorious. The elder referee announced the result. The crowd erupted in excitement, tens of thousands chanting Su Ziqian's name, their voices resonating like thunder. Thus, the current Junlin Banquet came to a swift conclusion. Ning had departed without a trace, following the lively festivities. It was time to attend to matters of significance. Upon returning to the royal residence, he did not hasten to seclude himself for the refinement of the imperial weapon. Instead, he intended to first indulge his appetite. The magical beasts sent by Luo Qing had all been consumed over the past few days. Ning resolved to take matters into his own hands. Approximately 5 minutes later, he returned to the royal residence, shouldering an enormous 5th-tier flame bowl. This majestic creature measured several dozen meters in length and weighed several hundred tons. Ning merely waved his hand, effortlessly executing the gruesome tasks of dismemberment and skinning. He instructed Uncle Fu to summon a dozen esteemed chefs from the finest tavern in the capital, preparing an extravagant feast centered around the entire cow, with the remainder generously seasoned and roasted. Just as he relished his meal with great delight, Uncle Fu hastily approached him. "Your Highness, the Prince of Pingxi has arrived once more. Do you wish to meet with him?" Ning furrowed his brow slightly. He harbored no fondness for his prospective father-in-law. Nevertheless, he decided to allow him entry. Soon, Uncle Fu led Prince Pingxi into the rear garden. "Dear nephew, it has been quite some time since we last met." Ning abruptly interrupted him, stating, "Prince Pingxi, please speak plainly and dispense with the pleasantries." Prince Pingxi revealed a wry smile and replied, "My dear nephew, it was indeed our fault when Qing Yao came to withdraw her engagement, and Uncle Lin is here to offer his apologies." With that, Prince Pingxi bowed deeply, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. Ning gazed at his silhouette, reminiscing about the harmonious relationship his family once shared with the Pingxi Wangfu during his childhood. Alas, the capriciousness of fate has led to the current predicament. While Lin Qingyao's visit to annul their engagement is indeed infuriating, one must also acknowledge his past shortcomings. Humanity is inherently pragmatic. If one fails to strive for excellence, how can one expect to be valued by others? Ning sighed inwardly, pondering that the disputes of the past now held no significance. He realized he had become estranged from that world. The Prince of Pingxi, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on the past. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. The Prince of Pingxi slowly rose, opening his mouth as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Thus, Uncle Lin took his leave. No farewells were exchanged. Soon after, Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao, having received their martial arts rewards, arrived at the residence of the Yin Prince. The rotund fellow wore a foolish grin. Having secured 70,000 low-grade spirit stones and a 5th-grade bone-replenishing pill for his 4th-place finish, an unprecedented windfall for him. Su Ziqian, too, beamed with delight. Although he had acquired several million spirit stones, a plethora of martial arts manuals, and even 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts from the Yang family, he was still accustomed to poverty. For him, 100,000 spirit stones, a top-tier Earth-grade martial art, and a high-quality mid-grade artifact represented a considerable fortune. Ning subtly shook his head. Perceiving the naivety of these 2 inexperienced individuals, Li Yuanbao grasped Su Ziqian's arm with familiarity, saying, "Old Su, we have shared over a decade of camaraderie. Closer than blood brothers. May I propose a matter for your consideration?" "Speak your mind without resorting to such familiarity," Su Ziqian replied, brushing aside his hand. Might I also practice your Zhou Tian Xian Yuan technique?" Li Yuanbao rubbed his hands together eagerly. The Zhou Tian Xian Yuan technique was not the reward for the first place in the Junlin banquet. Rather, it was a treasured legacy of the Yang family from Qingling County. Martial arts techniques are categorized into various levels: Huang, Yellow, Xian, Profound, Di, Earth, Tian, Heaven, Shang, Saint, Zun, Respect, Zhuan Di, Quasi-Imperial, and Di, Imperial. The Wang level techniques correspond to the Gathering Qi and Innate realms, while the Xian level pertains to the True Essence and Xi Transformation realms. The Di level techniques relate to the Dharma aspect and Heavenly Palace realms, and the Tian level techniques correspond to the King Sealing realm. Each level is further divided into inferior, superior, and pinnacle tiers. The Zhou Tian Qian Yuan technique stands as a pinnacle D-level technique, capable of propelling one directly to the Heavenly Palace realm, provided one's aptitude is sufficient. Li Yuanbao was utterly captivated. Without hesitation, Su Ziqian handed him a purple scroll, saying, "Take this, and remember to return it once you have finished." "Good brother." "You are most generous," Li Yuanbao replied, contentedly stowing away the scroll of technique. Ning chuckled, "I do not possess a suitable cultivation method for you, but allow me to bestow upon you a few spiritual artifacts." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 2 gleamed with excitement. "Elder brother, what grade of spiritual artifacts are they? With your remarkable prowess, they must at least be of the supreme grade to match your stature, right?" Li Yuanbao inquired eagerly. "Very well, they shall indeed be of the supreme grade." Ning nodded slightly. Even his least valuable possessions were exquisite spiritual artifacts, similar to the hierarchy of martial techniques. Such exceptional spiritual weapons are typically reserved for those of the King S realm. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of exquisite spiritual artifacts materialized in the air, emanating a formidable aura, each one surpassing the highest quality. "By the heavens!" gasped Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, their eyes widening in disbelief. Su Ziqian swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, "Brother Wu, are all of these exquisite spiritual artifacts?" "Indeed, they are. Each of you may select 3, Ning replied. 3 each." The duo gazed at the hundreds of floating exquisite spiritual artifacts: swords, spears, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, staves, and an array of various other artifacts, dazed by the overwhelming spectacle. Ning pointed out, and 2 streams of spiritual light entered their minds, encompassing the information of over 100 exquisite spiritual artifacts. "I recommend that you select 1 offensive artifact, 1 defensive artifact, and 1 soul-related artifact." Chapter 20. Departing from the Great Jin, Yuzhou City half an hour later. "Wu brother, I have made my selection," Su Ziqian declared, cradling 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts in his arms: a verdant spiritual sword, a piece of soft armor, and a soul-taming cauldron. Li Yuanbao had also chosen a defensive inner armor along with a versatile spiritual artifact that combined both offense and defense. He now found himself torn between an Aurora Divine Shuttle and a Realm King Tower. The Aurora Divine Shuttle was a miraculous escape tool. Capable of traversing vast distances in an instant, rivaling the speed of saints, yet it bore little offensive power. In contrast, the Realm King Tower was a dual-purpose artifact, housing an immensely vast space, akin to a storage device capable of carrying living beings. After much deliberation, Li Yuanbao decided to acquire both. With the Realm King Tower in his possession, the defensive inner armor became unnecessary. With a wave of his hand, Ning dismissed all other spiritual artifacts. All right. Upon your return, promptly refine the 3 spiritual artifacts. When venturing outside, it is prudent to have additional means of protection. The two nodded in excitement. After their departure, Ning returned to his chamber, preparing to enter seclusion to refine his defensive imperial weapon. In addition to the Tai Imperial Sword, he possessed 102 imperial weapons. After careful selection, Ning chose the sole imperial weapon, the Chaotic Bell, and the defensive imperial weapon, the Giant Spirit Battle Armor. The Chaotic Bell serves both offensive and defensive purposes, possessing a remarkable counterattack effect. Once the bell tolls, all beings submit, and countless souls are silenced, a truly horrifying prospect. The Giant Spirit Battle Armor can immunize against the vast majority of law-based attacks and mitigate 99% of physical damage, while also exhibiting a formidable reduction against soul attacks, concurrently offering a terrifying enhancement of combat prowess by a factor of 10 to 100. These 2 imperial weapons are among the pinnacle of imperial artifacts. Having made his selections, Ning began his seclusion for refinement. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. After breaking through to the quasi-imperial level, Ning's speed in refining imperial weapons significantly increased. Within merely 2 months, he successfully refined both imperial artifacts. Now, with 3 imperial weapons in his possession, along with the life-preserving trump card bestowed by his father, he felt adequately secured. It was now time to depart from the Great Jin. 3 days later, in the back garden of the Wang residence, everyone gazed at Ning with bittersweet expressions, fully aware that their prince was about to embark on a journey across the continent, which might prolong his absence for an indefinite period. There was even the possibility he might never return. Ning extended a storage ring and a golden token to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, the resources within this storage ring are entrusted to you for allocation. The power infused within this golden token enables you to vanquish any formidable foe beneath the level of a sage. However, exercise caution in its use, for each application diminishes its might. From now on, the estate shall be under your stewardship. Should anyone wish to depart, do not impede them. The estate is not a prison for you. Tears streamed down Uncle Fu's face as he replied, I shall remember, my prince. Please take great care while you are away. And if the opportunity arises, do not forget to return and visit. Ning nodded and turned to look at Xiangju and Anjue. You two are no longer children. If you encounter suitable partners in the future, do not hesitate to marry them, allowing Uncle Fu to take charge of the arrangements. Your Highness, the 2 young women wept, their expressions resembling that of rain-soaked flowers, choked with emotion and unable to articulate their feelings. Ning gently patted their fragrant shoulders before casting a glance at the others. Hao, you possess the greatest strength. Take good care of them. Should they wish to depart, it is entirely up to you. Your Highness, we shall await your return. Hao immediately knelt upon the ground. Ning raised his hand to lift him up, then with a wave, streams of light entered each of their bodies. Lastly, I bestow upon you a gift that shall preserve your lives in critical moments. The crowd knelt in unison. Ning swiftly landed on the back of the Qingyao, followed closely by Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang. Among the members of the Wang residence, Ning only brought Zhang Liang along. I am departing. Take care of yourselves. Ning waved his hand, and the azure bird took flight. Take care, your Highness, shouted Fubo, Hao, Xiaozhu, and Shui, and others. As they watched the azure bird depart, lingering in place for a prolonged moment, Ning directly unleashed the aura of an 8th-tier demon beast, instilling fear throughout the entire capital city. Thus, after his departure, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke the residence of the Prince of Yin for a considerable time. Within the storage ring he entrusted to Uncle Fu, there resided 10 billion low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones, alongside numerous exquisite spirit herbs and elixirs, as well as several supreme spiritual artifacts. Additionally, he had procured a top-tier celestial-grade martial arts manual during his recent excursions to other provinces. Even if he were to rely solely on resources, it would suffice to cultivate a few formidable kings. He hoped that upon their next encounter, he would still be able to see them in their entirety. Now, have you two made the necessary arrangements at home? Ning inquired of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian. My friends, have all the arrangements been made? The countenance of both men appeared somewhat heavy, as the passage of years had rendered them uncertain of when they might return. At that moment, they pondered whether their old acquaintances were faring well. Where shall we embark first, Brother Wu? To Yunzhou City. The azure bird circled above the capital before soaring high into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. In the imperial palace, Prince Jin gazed into the horizon, his expression grave, lost in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at the Pingxi Wangfu, the Duke of Pingxi's side, his demeanor inexplicably tinged with melancholy. In a modest courtyard within the capital, a fair maiden gazed wistfully at the sky, her expression one of nostalgia, yet her eyes shimmered with a glimmer of resolve. Yunzhou City, located in the heart of Yunnan Prefecture, sprawled over vast expanses for thousands of miles, boasting a population in the millions. It stood as the largest and most prosperous city in all of Yuzhou. The city's influence was deeply intertwined, historically governed by the four prominent families, Wang, Sun, Gua, and Luo. This was to be Wan Ning's inaugural destination on his journey across the continent. The capital of Dejin lay over 30,000 miles from Yunzhou City. The azure bird glided leisurely, arriving above Yunzhou City in less than half an hour. It radiated the aura of an eighth-tier beast, descending directly into the city. A group of patrolling guards attempted to intervene but promptly retreated upon sensing the formidable presence of the azure bird. An eighth-tier beast equated to a king-level warrior. Even the patriarchs of the four great families of Yunzhou City would be of similar prowess. To ride such a powerful creature indicated at least an origin from a sacred land. The elite forces of Yunzhou City were immediately stirred. What a magnificent city! Exclaimed Li Yuanbao and his companions, their eyes wide with wonder, feeling as if they were rustic villagers stepping into a bustling metropolis. The endless array of buildings, the vibrant marketplaces, as well as the arenas for martial contests and beast battles, along with the grand auction houses and alchemist guilds, all exuded an extraordinary vibrancy. In comparison, the capital of Dejin seemed almost like a quaint backwater. The azure bird landed in a relatively open area in the western part of the city, transforming into a small bird that perched upon Wan Ning's shoulder. Come, let us explore Yunzhou City. Wan Ning strode towards a nearby bustling marketplace, intending to linger there for a few days before venturing to other locales. Li Yuanbao and his companions hastily followed suit. As Wan Ning walked, he perused his personal system panel. Presently, he had accumulated a total of 145 sign-in opportunities. Wan Ning intended to accompany only Li Yuanbao and the two others on their journey through the lower realm, upon returning to the Wu clan. He would not take them to the primordial ancient realm. Each individual has their own path to traverse. Wan Ning could accompany them for a time, but he could not guide them for a lifetime. Chapter 21. Fragments of the Semi-Emperor Weapon System. Initiate 3 daily sign-ins. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 9th-tier elixir, the 9 Transformation Sane Elixir. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sacred-level Secret Realm token. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a sacred-level Talisman Secret Tome, the Heavenly Origin Talisman Classic. 3 consecutive prompts resonated. A sacred-level Secret Realm token? An ancient black gold token materialized in Wan Ning's hand, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. Its intrinsic value rivaled that of a supreme spiritual artifact. Wan Ning examined the details. This token serves as a qualification for entry into the Tianyuan Secret Realm, a renowned sanctuary located in the Qingyan Prefecture of the Eastern Domain, established by an ancient and eminent Saint King. The Tianyuan Secret Realm opens once every millennium, and only those possessing the qualification token may gain entry. Quite intriguing indeed. Wan Ning tucked away the token, for this sovereign who had opened the Secret Realm was none other than the founder of the Celestial Origin Talisman, a Saint King of the Talisman Path. There exists an opportunity to behold this marvel. The arts of talismans, formations, alchemy, artifact forging, spirit botany, beast taming, insect control, corpse refinement, medicine and poison, as well as divination and astrology, encompass the vast tapestry of cultivation. It is fortuitous that he intends to master a craft, and the art of talismans presents itself as an excellent choice. As the group entered the marketplace, the atmosphere immediately transformed into a vibrant hub of activity, with spiritual herbs and plants, weapons and treasures, and rare minerals visibly abundant. The sight overwhelmed their senses. With a casual wave of his hand, Wan Ning sent 3 storage rings soaring towards Li Yuanbao and his companions, each brimming with a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. It's my treat. Well, the 3 were left speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment at the mountains of spirit stones piled within the rings. Boss, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? Wu, isn't this a tad excessive? Look at your amazed expressions. It's merely a trifling amount of low-grade spirit stones. There's no need to make such a fuss. Wan Ning offered a faint smile. Within the ancient ring bestowed upon him by his mother lay hundreds of billions of low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit stones, as well as spirit crystals. A few billion low-grade spirit stones were but a drop in the ocean. At his current stature, it was only fitting that he utilized high-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones had become somewhat incongruous with his identity. Disposing of a few billion was merely akin to spending pocket change. As the group traversed their path, they seized any precious spirit herbs or rare treasures without a second thought, purchasing them without even haggling over the price. Wan Ning savored the distinctive delicacies of Yunzhou City and procured several 6th-tier monster beast inner elixirs for Qing Yao, serving as provisions. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao approached briskly, clutching a palm-sized bronze plate. Boss, could you help me discern what this is? Wan Ning cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire this? If his eyes did not deceive him, this bronze plate appeared to be a fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon. Although the inherent Taoist principles had nearly eroded away, its worth remained incalculable, rivaling that of a holy artifact, if not surpassing it. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing Wu Ning's expression. He instantly recognized that this object was extraordinary. Boss, I purchased this from a vendor at a nearby stall, though it is merely the size of a palm. It weighs over 1,000 pounds, and I spent 80,000 spirit stones on it. Then you've struck gold. This fragment is indeed a piece of a quasi-emperor weapon, valued as highly as a holy artifact. A holy artifact? Li Yuanbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha. He couldn't contain his joy and laughed heartily in the street, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Boss, come quickly with me. Li Yuanbao hurriedly led Wu Ning to the stall where he had acquired the bronze fragment. It was an unremarkable stall, operated by a lean, middle-aged man of ordinary appearance, who possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the sea transformation realm and emanated a faint aura of menace, likely indicating his background as an archaeologist. Young man, what brings you back here? The stall owner's eyes flickered with caution, suspecting he might be there to return the item. Li Yuanbao glanced at Wu Ning, who subtly shook his head, indicating that there was nothing of significant value left at the stall. With a decisive motion, Li Yuanbao produced the bronze fragment and tossed a low-tier storage bag onto the stall owner's table. Boss, if you reveal to me the location where you found this bronze fragment, this bag containing 100,000 spirit stones is yours. The stall owner picked up the storage bag, probing it with a flicker of divine sense, and his eyes immediately brightened. He glanced at the bronze fragment in Li Yuanbao's hand and inquired with a smile, Young man, this bronze fragment must be a treasure, right? I don't mind telling you. It is very likely a fragment of a premium spirit weapon. If you can take me to where you obtain this fragment, I will offer you an additional 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A fragment of a premium spirit weapon? At these words, the stall owner's eyes gleamed with excitement. Premium spirit weapons are worth their weight in gold, far exceeding the value of superior spirit weapons at an auction. Such an item would fetch at least 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. In terms of premium spirit stones, it would amount to thousands. Even if it were merely a fragment, it should still be worth at least several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had sold it for only 80,000. What a tremendous loss. Young man, considering this is a fragment of a premium spirit weapon, is 1 million low-grade spirit stones truly sufficient? Li Yuanbao frowned, coldly retorting, Boss, one must not be overly greedy. The authenticity of this being a premium spirit weapon fragment remains unverified, and there is no guarantee that the location you found it contains other fragments. If there are none, my 1 million spirit stones will be wasted. Of course, you could seek out other fragments yourself, but if you find nothing, you will end up with nothing. The stall owner's expression stiffened. He had indeed been contemplating searching for other fragments himself. He was not a fool, after all. Such a precious item would not be easily relinquished to another. Yet, what if that location held no other fragments? He found himself ensnared in indecision, weighing the allure of readily available over 1 million low-grade spirit stones against the uncertainty of hidden treasure. If the information were known only to him, he would certainly choose the latter. However, since Li Yuanbao's wealth was apparent, he could easily part with millions of spirit stones. It was evident he was not an ordinary person. If he ventured to seek other spirit weapon fragments alone, he might end up with nothing, effectively becoming someone else's pawn. He could even jeopardize his own life. Young man, this is indeed a fragment of a premium spirit weapon. 1 million feels a tad insufficient. Could we negotiate for a higher sum, say 5 million? The stall owner proposed nervously. Li Yuanbao felt a surge of delight within, but feigned hesitation, shaking his head. No. 5 million is excessive. 3 million is my final offer. 3 million sounds acceptable. The stall owner was ecstatic. 3 million low-grade spirit stones represented a fortune for him. Where's the location? Let us there, and I will provide you with the spirit stones upon arrival. Not far, just at Luz Valley. Chapter 22. Piercing the heavens. Luz Valley lies approximately 3,000 miles from Yunzhou City. As the azure bird departed from Yunzhou City, the stall owner, Yu Hong, was left utterly awestruck. While he could not discern the rank of the azure bird, he sensed its terrifying aura, surpassing any formidable presence he had encountered before. Li Yuanbao patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Boss Yu, no need to be anxious. Please guide us. Yes, yes. Yu Hong nodded fervently, secretly wiping cold sweat from his brow. The thought of having haggled with such a fearsome individual was utterly reckless. Fortunately, the man had not held it against him. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Under Yu Hong's guidance, the azure bird soared to Luz Valley in less than 2 minutes. The valley was a vast expanse of marshland, unremarkable and scarcely trodden by human feet, teeming with numerous ferocious beasts. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This valley was not a natural formation. It was likely a result of the battle between the quasi-emperor. However, the passage of time had erased all traces of that monumental clash. To allow the profound principles embedded in the fragments of the quasi-emperor's weapon to vanish completely, it would take at least 100,000 years. 100,000 years is undoubtedly considered an extensive span of time, one that even a supreme being might not endure. Wu Ning released his spiritual consciousness, meticulously sweeping through the valley, extending in all directions. After 10 breaths, he nodded to Li Yuanbao, indicating a discovery. Li Yuanbao, filled with joy, tossed a low-tier storage bag containing 3 million low-grade spirit stones to Yu Hong. This is your reward. You may leave now. No, no. It is my honor to guide you all. Yu Hong repeatedly waved his hands, feeling somewhat reluctant to accept. Take it. Do you think we are untrustworthy? Thank you. Young master, thank you. Yu Hong accepted the spirit stones and swiftly departed. Fatty, your efforts must be for something greater than mere fragments of high-grade spirit weapons, correct? Su Ziqian inquired curiously at that moment. Li Yuanbao, with an arm around his shoulder, replied excitedly, Old Su, ha ha ha, this time I'm going to strike it rich. It's not just any weapon fragment, it's a fragment of a quasi-imperial weapon. The legendary quasi-imperial weapon. Do you know what a quasi-imperial weapon is? Su Ziqian was momentarily stunned. Understanding that quasi-imperial weapons are formidable arms wielded by quasi-imperial powerhouses, this was a piece of knowledge he possessed. Zhang Liang also stood in astonishment. Ning stepped into the sky. And with a subtle shift of his will, over a dozen streams of light erupted from the earth, soaring towards him at an astonishing speed. He had scoured a vast expanse, covering over 1,000 miles, yet he could only locate 12 fragments of bronze, along with one held by Li Yuanbao, totaling a mere 13. This paltry number fell far short of assembling a complete quasi-imperial weapon. Expanding his consciousness, he ventured even further, yet still found no additional fragments. It appeared that the quasi-imperial weapon had not been entirely shattered. Rather, it had merely lost a few pieces during its collision. He handed the fragments to Li Yuanbao. Here. Take these. I am content with just one piece, he said. Li Yuanbao swallowed hard, his desire evident, yet he recognized his own limitations. One must not be overly greedy. Acquiring a single fragment was already a stroke of incredible fortune. After all, this fragment of the quasi-imperial weapon was tantamount to a sacred artifact. Ning waved his hand, and a dark blue double-edged spear materialized out of thin air, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura of fury. The three individuals were struck with fear, their eyes wide with dread as they fixated on the suddenly manifested Thunder God spear. Do you know what this is? Ning inquired with a smile. He had restrained the might of the Thunder God's halberd to the utmost extent. Otherwise, a mere wisp of its aura would suffice to obliterate the three of them. Could this truly be a sacred artifact? Li Yuanbao speculated. Having witnessed exquisite spiritual weapons, he perceived that the aura of the Thunder God's halberd surpassed them by an immense margin, leading him to conclude that it must indeed be a sacred artifact. As for anything beyond that, he dared not contemplate. You may be bold in your thoughts. In truth, this is a quasi-imperial weapon. Ning squinted and smiled. Oh my, a quasi-imperial weapon. Boss, I may not be well-read, but you can't possibly be pulling my leg, can you? Ning cast him a disdainful glance. It is merely a quasi-imperial weapon. If I were to claim possession of an imperial weapon, would you not think I had lost my sanity? He continued, Behold. Today I shall broaden your horizons. With a casual motion, he hurled the Thunder God spear, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, akin to divine retribution, rendering Li Yuanbao and his companions feeling as insignificant as mere insects. In the next moment, the Thunder God's spear pierced through the heavens, unveiling a colossal black hole. As a terrifying void storm surged forth, the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, Li Yuanbao and his companions turned pale with fright. Ning was taken aback. He had not realized the extent of his own strength until now. With just a casual move, he could pierce through the heavens. He swiftly summoned the Thunder God halberd and soared to the gaping black hole in the sky, channeling his entire magical essence to expedite the mending of the rift. This world is exceedingly fragile, he mused upon returning to the ground. Of course, it could also be a reflection of his own formidable prowess. Wu. Just how strong are you? Su Ziqian inquired hesitantly. Merely a tad stronger than all of you, Ning replied with a hint of jest. If you all apply yourselves diligently, perhaps one day you shall catch up with me. Ning encouraged with a smile. The three remained silent, their hearts already filled with speculation. Li Yuanbao collected the fragments of the Emperor's weapon, distributing 3 pieces each to Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang, as it was only fair that all who witnessed shared in the spoils. After all, the subsequent 12 fragments were discovered by Ning, and Li had only lent a modest hand in the endeavor. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang, feeling unworthy of such generosity, modestly insisted on receiving only 1 fragment each. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in the sky, a terrifying old man clad in gray. He gazed curiously at the heavens, puzzled by the powerful aura that had vanished so swiftly. The old man extended his senses and swiftly detected Ning and the others on the ground. This person is quite strange, to be inscrutable even to me. He mused, surprised yet unconcerned, speculating that the individual must possess some artifact to conceal their aura or had mastered a formidable secret technique for the same purpose. After all, it was improbable that he was faced with someone more formidable than himself, especially with 3 youngsters beside him who had yet to reach the realm of Fa Xiang. You little ones, who are you? Did you notice anything amiss just now? The old man flickered and appeared above the valley as he spoke. A formidable pressure enveloped the group below. Begone! Ning furrowed his brows slightly and uttered a cold reprimand. His voice was laced with a terrifying power. The elder let out a muffled grunt, as if struck by a heavy blow. He glanced at Ning in astonishment and clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, I beg your pardon, I shall take my leave. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded an ancient being of the esteemed realm, his origin shrouded in mystery. "Let us depart," he proclaimed, enveloping Li Yuanbao and the other two with his power, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Chapter 23. The Xianyu Auction House upon returning to Yunzhou City. The four continued their leisurely exploration of the marketplace. Li Yuanbao eagerly made his way to the street vendors. Yet the prospect of stumbling upon hidden treasures was far from easy. Encountering such luck once was akin to winning a lottery. To expect a second stroke of fortune was nothing short of fanciful dreaming. Wu Ning shook his head in silence, unknowingly finding himself standing before a magnificent and resplendent edifice. Upon raising his gaze, the words Linglong Pavilion caught his eye. "Let us enter and take a look," he suggested. Wu Ning stepped inside. The Linglong Pavilion is affiliated with the prestigious Linglong Chamber of Commerce from the eastern region. This pavilion in Yunzhou City serves as a provincial branch, lavishly adorned and expansive. Its opulence far surpassing that of its counterpart in the grand capital of Jin. Within the Linglong Pavilion, the atmosphere is resplendent, frequented by individuals clad in luxurious attire. Upon the arrival of the four gentlemen into the hall, a stunningly beautiful receptionist approached with a welcoming smile. "Gentlemen, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Feel free to browse at your leisure." Wu Ning made his way into the hall. Su Ziqian addressed the attending maid, expressing their desire to explore martial arts techniques, specifically those of at least superior earth grade. The absence of formidable offensive capabilities and martial skills commensurate with their cultivation levels was their most glaring flaw and vulnerability at present. With ample funds at their disposal, they were eager to rectify this deficiency. Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes gleamed as she invited them to follow her upstairs. The exquisite pavilion, though only 3 stories high, was grand in its design. The ground floor offered resources such as elixirs, spiritual artifacts, martial arts, and treasures for cultivators of the sea transformation realm and below. The second floor catered to those of the law manifestation and celestial palace realms, featuring earth-grade techniques, superior spiritual artifacts, and more. The third floor was reserved for those at the king ceiling realm, showcasing an array of premium spiritual herbs, 8th-grade elixirs, rare treasures, and materials for crafting and formations. Notably, there were also heavenly-grade techniques and premium spiritual artifacts available, albeit predominantly of lower quality, making this establishment unique in Yunnan Prefecture. Upon reaching the second floor, the trio found themselves in the section dedicated to martial arts techniques. The maid gestured for them to examine the offerings, stating, "Our pavilion boasts over 100 varieties of earth-grade cultivation techniques, including 26 superior earth-grade methods and 9 top-tier earth-grade techniques. Additionally, we have various sword techniques, saber techniques, body techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques." Their attention was drawn to a massive wooden rack against the wall, where countless scrolls of martial arts techniques were meticulously organized. The rack comprised 3 tiers. The bottom tier housed lower-tier earth-grade techniques. The middle tier contained superior earth-grade techniques, and the top tier showcased top-tier earth-grade techniques. Each scroll was protected by a barrier, accessible only after purchasing with spirit stones. However, adjacent to each scroll was a small booklet detailing the corresponding technique. Su Ziqian casually opened one of the booklets beside a scroll titled One Qi Transformation Technique, a top-tier earth-grade cultivation method priced at 1,200 superior spirit stones, equivalent to approximately 12 million inferior spirit stones. Su Ziqian was taken aback by the steep price, as typical superior earth-grade techniques usually cost around 2 million inferior spirit stones. To his astonishment, this top-tier technique was priced 6 times higher. According to the booklet, each technique would only be sold once at Linglong Pavilion, justifying the elevated costs. However, in the eastern region's 3,000 states, it was implausible that such exclusivity would hold. He was skeptical. He shook his head and continued to peruse other top-tier earth-grade techniques, most priced between 1,000 to 2,000 superior spirit stones. After spending nearly half an hour, Su Ziqian selected a top-tier sword technique and a top-tier body technique, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang also chose their preferred martial arts. Additionally, they purchased a superior spiritual artifact, keeping their ultimate trump card concealed. The maid, still smiling, informed them, "Gentlemen, if you choose to pay with inferior spirit stones, a 10 conversion fee will be applied." "That's outrageous," Li Yuanbao exclaimed. "An extra 10 amounts to several million." Though the Li family sometimes engaged in unsavory business practices, they found it hard to tolerate being outdone in unscrupulousness. The maid maintained her composure, explaining, "The price difference when converting lower-tier spirit stones to higher-tier ones is standard practice. Our fee of 10 is quite reasonable within the industry." After settling the payment, the trio wore expressions of discontent, muttering about the exorbitant costs. Just then, Wu Ning descended from the 3rd floor, accompanied by a visibly distressed manager of Linglong Pavilion. "Have you completed your purchases?" he inquired. Wu Ning inquired of the 3 individuals. They all nodded with smiles and followed him as they descended the stairs. "Take your time, young master." At the entrance, the proprietor of Linglong Pavilion waved them off, unable to conceal the beaming smile on his face. With a grand gesture, Wu Ning purchased all the spiritual fruits, exquisite spirit wines, and the inner cores of all 5th-tier and above demon beasts from the Linglong Pavilion, totaling over 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. This amount was equivalent to more than half a year's revenue for him. Most importantly, such extravagant spending signified that he was undoubtedly a significant client. Having resided in Yunzhou City for over a century, it was the first time he encountered someone so lavish. After departing from the Linglong Pavilion, Wu Ning and his companions checked into the most luxurious inn in Yunzhou City, the Lion. Boss, I heard that the Xianyu auction house will hold a decade-long top auction in half a month. We might have a chance to see many rare treasures. Should we go and take a look? Li Yuanbao asked eagerly. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang also looked on with anticipation. The Xianyu auction house is one of the premier trading firms in the eastern region, specializing in auction services. It holds small auctions every 6 months, large auctions every 3 years, top-tier auctions every decade, and peak auctions once a century. The peak auction is exclusive to the headquarters of the Xianyu auction house. The top-tier auction is already the highest standard auction in Yunnan Prefecture, with items starting at no less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although they might not be able to afford such treasures, they were keen to broaden their horizons and gain experience. Very well, let us remain here for another half-month. Wu Ning nodded. After all, it had only been half a month, and he was not pressed for time. Surely, the auction would have a VIP box available. Would they truly evict us? I shall have Xiaoqing accompany you. In that case, there is no cause for concern. Xiaoqing, the Azure Bird, is an 8th-tier demonic beast, akin to a formidable sovereign. She is undoubtedly a top-tier existence in Yunnan Prefecture, and securing a VIP box would be a mere trifle for her. Indeed, after a brief excursion, they swiftly returned with a gilded invitation. Which prominent figure occupies box no? One of the Tianzi number 2? Boss, it is the 7-star sect. Oh. Wu Ning nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 24, the Celestial Arena of Martial Arts. The following day, Wu Ning led Su Ziqian and the others to the Duowu Arena, located in the northern part of the city. The full name of the arena is Tianluo Duowu Arena. Alongside the Dragon Fighting Arena, the Alchemist Guild, the Blood Fiend Guild, the Listening Rain Tower, the Heavenly Machine Tower, the Xianyu Auction House, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, the Wana Chamber of Commerce, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It is recognized as one of the top 10 supreme forces in the eastern region. It stands just beneath the 3 great titans of the eastern domain, capable of contending with the 9 foremost sacred sections. The Tianluo Duowu Arena not only allows spectators to witness others engage in combat and place bets on their favorite participants, but it also grants individuals the opportunity to ascend the stage themselves, earning a share of the wagers. This venue is undeniably an excellent place for honing combat skills and accumulating experience. Su Ziqian and his companions, one at the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm, another at the 6th level, and the last at the 1st level, have just met the threshold required to participate in the matches. Wu Ning settled into the audience seats. The first to take the stage was Li Yuanbao, facing off against his opponent, a fellow cultivator at the 6th level of the Transformation Sea realm, named Gu Xiu. Oh, what a surprise. Another newcomer? Goodness, it's that Gu Xiu fellow again, who has fought 26 matches in the past 6 months without securing a single victory. How has he not been defeated yet? This man, despite his continuous failures, persists in battle. I am truly astounded. Damn it, with a newcomer and a weakling, I'm at a loss as to whom to place my bets on. It must be the newcomer, if Gu Xiu, that useless fool, manages to win. I shall call him father. In their initial encounters, newcomers typically face opponents of the same realm, and Gu Xiu, incapable of defeating even those at the 4th level of the Transformation Sea realm, is certainly destined to lose this time. Among equals, he is the weakest, and I shall not entertain any objections. Upon witnessing the 2 contenders on the stage, the audience erupted into a fervor of discussions and speculations. Wu Ning smiled silently, acknowledging the weakness of the ancient cultivator, yet recognizing that even within weakness, there lies a glimmer of potential. This time, Li Yuanbao refrained from using any trump cards, and it seemed uncertain whether he would indeed face defeat. Upon their initial clash in the arena, however, Li Yuanbao quickly found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing within less than 100 exchanges. The ancient cultivator was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that his opponent was so lacking in skill, unable even to best him. Li Yuanbao's expression darkened. This individual was certainly no pushover. Those who dared to step into the martial arena were typically the elite of their respective realms, and it was rare for anyone to seek a humiliating defeat. This contender could only be deemed mediocre, perhaps simply plagued by misfortunes, which accounted for his string of 26 losses. Winning? Preposterous. It was utterly inconceivable for someone like this ancient cultivator to emerge victorious. The crowd erupted in indignation, their voices echoing with accusations of foul play and calls for refunds. Soon, the auction house's management was alerted. Supervisor Han, how should we proceed? The situation at Arena 7 is escalating, with demands for refunds echoing loudly. Refunds are out of the question. If we return the money, it would imply we are complicit in a conspiracy. Are we engaged in any such dealings? What do you mean by that? Dispatch the Celestial Guard immediately, and adopt a firm stance. If anyone dares to cause a disturbance, suppress them without hesitation. Thus, the farce came to a swift conclusion. For the authority of the Celestial Martial Arena was not something that mere inconsequential figures could hope to challenge. After witnessing Su Ziqian's competition, Wu Ning departed. Among the 3, only Su Ziqian narrowly secured victory in the first round, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang suffered dismal defeats. In comparison to those cultivators who have honed their skills for decades and faced myriad perilous battles, they remain rather inexperienced. In the days that followed, Ning led a life of exquisite leisure, indulging in culinary delights, strolling with birds, or visiting the opera to savor the melodies, all while immersing himself in the rich cultural tapestry of Yunzhou City. Meanwhile, Su Ziqian and his companions, during their moments of respite from rigorous training, spent the majority of their time in the martial arts arena, occasionally joining Ning in his leisurely pursuits. Each day, they engaged in at least one battle, rapidly enhancing their combat experience. By the 10th day, Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang had started to fare better in their encounters, no longer suffering such devastating defeats. Together with Gu Xiu, they earned the playful moniker of the 3-week chickens of the martial arts arena. In contrast, Su Ziqian had achieved an impressive 3 consecutive victories, showcasing remarkable growth and strength. As half a month swiftly passed, a grand and opulent edifice loomed in the eastern part of the city, where a lengthy queue had formed at its entrance. Thousands of individuals lined up, with only a handful of those in the oceanic realm, while the majority belonged to the Dharma aspect realm, and a significant number were formidable beings from the heavenly palace realm. Ning cast a glance at the gilded characters of the Xianyu auction house, ascending majestically, and led Li Yuanbao and the others towards the VIP passage. After presenting their VIP invitation, they were respectfully escorted to the number 2 heaven box by a servant. Esteemed guests, please enter. This is the number 2 heaven box. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall remain at the door, the servant humbly announced before gently closing the door. Indeed, it is worthy of being the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain's powers. It is truly opulent, Li Yuanbao remarked as he surveyed the box in the auction hall. The entire box was resplendent, with the floor adorned by luxurious beast fur carpets, and the walls embedded with an array of precious gemstones. Every piece of furniture was crafted from spiritual wood or refined metal, epitomizing extravagance. Yet, the grandeur of the auction hall surpassed that of the box in every aspect. Spanning at least 10,000 square meters, the hall's floor was laid with exceptionally resilient rare stones, impervious even to the mightiest of those in the Dharma manifestation realm. The ceiling was adorned with numerous moonlight gemstones radiating a soft glow, while clusters of exquisite crystals hung down, reflecting the light and illuminating the entire hall in exquisite detail. At this moment, more than half of the 3,000 seats in the hall were already occupied, and most of the 12 heaven boxes and 12 earth boxes had also welcomed guests. Feel free to call out for whatever catches your fancy, since you are here. It would be a pity to leave empty-handed. Ning, akin to a clearance sale, directly relinquished a substantial portion of his lower-grade spirit stones, amounting to an astonishing 300 billion. While this sum may appear considerable, it merely translates to a meager 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones due to the exchange rate disparity between lower and higher-tier stones, falling short even of that figure. Su Ziqian and his companions were utterly astounded. Typically, a single upper-grade spiritual artifact is valued at around 10 billion lower-grade spirit stones, thus, 300 billion dazzled their senses. Boss, how much do you reckon a sacred artifact is worth? Li Yuanbao inquired with eager anticipation, for he possessed 11 fragments of quasi-imperial weapons, equivalent to 11 sacred artifacts. At present, these fragments held little utility for him, and he had long contemplated selling 1 or 2 in exchange for various resources that would serve him better. Ning pondered, a sacred artifact would likely cost over 100 million top-grade spirit stones, and yet, such items are rarely available on the market. Over 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Li Yuanbao felt a wave of dizziness. Top-grade spirit stones circulate infrequently, with even the most powerful kings typically using superior-grade stones for transactions. Only those of the Sage realm possess the means to casually produce vast sums of top-grade spirit stones. For lower-tier cultivators, top-grade spirit stones are akin to heavenly treasures, often appearing as auction items. Chapter 25. Auctioneer Nailan Jin Li Yuanbao could not suppress his foolish glee. 11 fragments of quasi-emperor weapons equate to at least 11 billion top-grade spirit stones. This is an astronomical figure. Have I truly amassed such wealth? Bang bang. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance, with someone forcefully knocking on the box door. Zhang Liang approached to open the door, but before he could speak, a disgruntled voice questioned from outside, "You rascals. How dare you manage the auction house like this? The second box has always belonged to the Shi family. Yet you have given it to others and relegated us to the inferior box. What do you think you are doing? If this news spreads, how many will mock the Shi family? Call your superior here at once. If you don't provide me with an explanation, this auction will not proceed." A young man clad in a purple robe stood outside, berating the attendants. The attendants wore forced smiles. This youth was Shi Ji, the youngest son of the Shi family from Yangling. The Yangling Shi family is the foremost family in Yunnan Prefecture, with a heritage comparable to that of the Seven-Star sect, and they maintain marital ties with the dominant family of the neighboring Yulong Prefecture. Although the Xianyu auction house was not intimidated, a mere attendant could not afford to provoke him. "Young Master Shi, please wait. Our superior will be here shortly." An attendant reminded him. Shi Ji's gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Liang, his eyes flashing with disdain. After all, he was merely a cultivator at the first level of the sea transformation realm. His guards were all at least at the law manifestation realm, while he himself was at the 9th level of the sea transformation realm. It seemed improbable that someone of such low cultivation could have significant backing. Although arrogant, he was not foolish. They had not seized the first box, clearly indicating a desire to avoid provoking or being unable to confront the Seven Stars sect. The forces backing them were likely of equal standing to the Seven Stars sect. His family feared nothing. You there, who do you think you are? Do you not know this box belongs to the Sure family? You have two choices, either vacate the box voluntarily, or I shall teach you a lesson and throw you out of the auction house. Sure G's expression was contemptuous, his tone laced with threats. Even if they were a dominant force from another prefecture, a strong dragon would not suppress a local snake. This was his territory. Have you finished? If so, you may leave, Zhang Liang replied coolly. You seek death. Sure Ji felt insulted, his anger surging as he struck out at Zhang Liang with a palm. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, capable of severely injuring an ordinary sea transformation cultivator. Zhang Liang's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not retreat. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. Young Master Sure, this is not a place for your recklessness. Even your father would not dare to act so brazenly here. As the voice sounded, Shurji's attack was effortlessly neutralized, dissipating into nothingness. Master Qian. Shurji glared at the approaching elderly man in splendid attire, gritting his teeth, but ultimately refrained from further outbursts. Master Qian, why have you allowed this second box to be given to a group of unknown individuals? Shurji demanded. Master Qian, cursing inwardly at the foolishness, retorted, Young Master Sure, when did this box become the exclusive domain of your Sure family? This is our auction house's box, and it is not for you to decide who occupies it. If you are dissatisfied with our arrangements, you are welcome to leave. Shurji's complexion shifted between green and white, and after casting a furious glare at Zhang Liang, he stormed off. Master Qian scoffed dismissively but quickly donned a friendly demeanor as he turned to Zhang Liang, saying, Young brother, I apologize for the oversight of our auction house that caused you distress. Might I have the honor of entering to speak with you? Zhang Liang glanced back at Wu Ning. Let him in. Master Qian, please enter. Master Qian followed Zhang Liang into the box, his gaze swiftly scanning the occupants before finally settling on Wu Ning. The sight of the blue bird perched on Wu Ning's shoulder caused his eyes to narrow slightly. I am Qian Heng. May I inquire your name, young sir? Master Qian bowed politely. My surname is Wu. Wu Ning spoke softly. It turned out to be young Master Wu. Master Qian's thoughts raced, yet he could not recall any prominent families bearing the Wu surname. Perhaps he was a disciple of a sect, he mused inwardly. In his hand appeared a card of exquisite purple gold. Young Master Wu. This is our prestigious VIP card from the Xianyu Auction House, Yunnan Prefecture branch. With this card, you can reserve a Tian-class private room. And both auctioning and entrusted auctions will enjoy a 10% discount. This card is also valid at other branches of the Xianyu Auction House across different prefectures. Though in some top-tier prefectures, it may only serve as a standard VIP card. Wu Ning nodded slightly, accepting the card he handed over. Thank you, she said. Mr. Qian chuckled. The auction is about to commence, and I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the gentlemen here, wishing you success in acquiring your desired items. The affairs of the auction house are rather pressing, so I shall take my leave. No sooner had Mr. Qian departed than a cacophony erupted in the auction hall. Boss. It's starting. A grand window in the private box afforded a sweeping view of the bustling hall. A voluptuous and enchanting woman clad in a crimson gown gracefully ascended the auction stage. Good evening, everyone. I am the auctioneer, Nailan. Welcome to this auction. With a subtle smile, Nailan spoke in an alluring tone, every movement imbued with an air of seduction. The atmosphere grew charged with excitement, as fervent gazes fixated upon her. The stares were raw and unrestrained, as if they sought to possess her entirely. Nailan was accustomed to such scrutiny. She smiled and gestured for silence. I trust you have all been eagerly anticipating this moment. I shall not prolong the wait. Let the auction begin. Such a bewitching and captivating woman, it would be a pity for her not to be a courtesan, remarked several men in the box, their eyes lingering on Nailan. Li Yuanbao wore a look of yearning, lost in fantasies of touch. Su Zichen's gaze conveyed admiration, yet beneath his composed exterior lurked an undeniable shyness, his thoughts veiled. Zhang Liang's cheeks flushed, his eyes darting shyly, resembling a pure-hearted youth. Wu Ning lightly cleared his throat, contemplating whether to introduce himself to the type of person he favored. Accompanied by 3 men and a bird, he felt as though they formed a quartet of seekers. Yet, he was no monk. At that moment, the first item for auction made its appearance, a Tier-8 longevity pill. The starting bid was set at 20,000 top-tier spirit stones, and it quickly surged above 50,000. The bidding resonated throughout the hall, as longevity pills are notoriously pricey, especially one of the 8th tier. The offers came predominantly from the esteemed guests in the private boxes, and the competition grew increasingly fierce. Chapter 26, The Token of the Secret Realm after an intense round of bidding. The Tier-8 longevity pill was ultimately secured by the TNZ number 6 box for 85,000 top-tier spirit stones. The atmosphere in the auction hall became utterly electrifying. The subsequent items, however, did not achieve the same excitement, with final prices generally remaining within 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. Some were as low as a few hundred, while others reached several thousand, with bids exceeding 10,000 appearing only occasionally. Li Yuanbao and his companions also participated, acquiring several items. Su Ziqian bid on a bottle of Tier 6 small revitalization pills, a premier top-tier spiritual instrument capable of concealing one's aura. While the rotund man purchased a jar of Millennium Spirit Wine and a Tier 7 combat puppet, Zhang Liang secured a Tier 7 formation plate. Time swiftly passed, and the auction finally approached its grand finale. We now commence the final segment of the auction, featuring 10 exceptional items. Esteemed guests who have yet to acquire their coveted treasures, seize this last opportunity, announced Nailan Jean with a charming smile. At this moment, a demure maid gracefully approached Nailan Jean, holding a silver tray covered with an opulent red cloth. Nailan Jean extended her fair hand, delicately lifting a corner of the cloth, revealing the contents and instantly capturing the attention of the entire hall. The first highlight of the finale was an inner core from a Tier 8 beast. As the red cloth was removed, a palm-sized spiritual jade box was unveiled on the silver tray. Upon opening the lid, a fist-sized azure inner core was revealed, surrounded by a shimmering halo, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Was that truly an inner core from a Tier 8 beast? Many cultivators inhaled sharply. A Tier 8 beast equates to a formidable king-level expert, a force of unparalleled might. The mere existence of such an inner core indicated that someone had vanquished a powerful Tier 8 beast. What kind of expert could possibly achieve such a feat? The auction hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the azure inner core, emotions running high. Among the 3,000 cultivators present, there were no more than a handful of king-level experts, all situated in the Tianzi boxes. At this moment, even these elite figures bore expressions of solemnity. The slaying of a Tier 8 beast resonated deeply with them. This inner core belonged to a Tier 8 illusory windwolf, and its worth was well understood. It could be directly refined and absorbed to enhance cultivation, used for pill concoction, weapon forging, or even serve as a core for puppets. Nailan Jean paused momentarily before continuing. The starting bid is set at 300,000 top-tier spirit stones. I invite everyone to commence the bidding. 350,000. Shouted a voice from the Tianzi number 5 box. 360,000. 370,000. 400,000. Voices continued to rise, all from the prominent figures in the Tianzi boxes. Others could only watch in awe as the price swiftly escalated to 500,000, leaving only 3 individuals still in contention. 1 million. Suddenly, a languid voice echoed through the hall. Instantly, the auction room fell silent, all gazes turning towards the Tianzi no. 2 box. A bid of 1 million top-tier spirit stones from the esteemed guest in box Tianzi number 2. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Nailan Jean inquired with a smile. No one responded. 1 million top-tier spirit stones represented a significant sum for most king-level experts, and only a select few in attendance could muster such an amount without relying on their backing. Many began to speculate about the identity of the guest in Tianzi no. 2. After observing for some time, they deduced that the occupant was certainly not affiliated with the Shi family. Nailan Jean inquired 3 times before finally confirming. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Tianzi number 2 for acquiring this Tier 8 beast inner core. Swiftly, the demure maid delivered the inner core to the Tianzi number 2 box, accompanied by Manager Qian. Young Master Wu, this is the beast inner core you won, Manager Qian said, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you, Wu replied graciously. Upon receiving the inner alchemical core, Ning promptly handed it to the azure bird. Thank you, Master, came the melodious voice of the bird. In an instant, its form expanded slightly as it swallowed the core in one swift motion, only to revert back to its previous diminutive size, now comfortably perched on Wu Ning's shoulder. The overseer, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, Is that it? This was procured for a staggering 1 million top-tier spirit stones, and it was merely fed to a pet? Goodness. Even with a wealth of resources, one cannot sustain such extravagance. Wu Ning utilized inferior spirit stones for payment, and the financial officer directly deducted the price difference, applying a 10% discount in accordance with the VIP card, ultimately charging only 90 billion inferior spirit stones. Wu Ning did not decline. After settling the payment for the spiritual stones, the steward Qian took his leave. At this moment, the second highlight of the auction made its appearance, a piece of millennium spiritual marrow, roughly the size of a child's head. Following a fierce competition, it was ultimately sold for a price of 60,000 superior spiritual stones. The third highlight was a vial containing the essence of an 8th tier beast. The fourth was a rare top-grade spiritual herb. The fifth item was a piece of 10,000-year dark iron. The sixth and seventh items were both exquisite spiritual artifacts. The eighth item, a spirit crystal, fetched a staggering price of 1,280,000 superior spiritual stones. The ninth item was a Xuanji Wang Dan, capable of assisting a king-level expert in breaking through a minor realm. The grand finale, however, was the qualification token for entry into the Tianyuan secret realm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the king-level experts in the VIP box were taken aback. A token granting access to a sacred-level secret realm. Such a realm might hold the opportunity for ascension to sainthood, rendering its value incalculable. Almost all present felt their breaths quicken, their gazes ignited with fervor, and even a hint of greed flickered in their eyes. Had it not been for the formidable background of the Xianyu auction house, some might have been driven to desperate measures, attempting to seize it directly. Yet, a few well-informed individuals were aware of the truth. While the Tianyuan secret realm was indeed a sacred-level domain, established by a powerful saint king, It opened only once every 1,000 years and had been accessed no fewer than 100 times to date. The remaining value is uncertain. Yet it was undoubtedly not as high as imagined. Nevertheless, as a sacred-level secret realm, it remained immensely tempting for those below the saint level. The qualification token for entry was akin to possessing a top-tier spiritual artifact. Jean swiftly announced the starting bid, 1 million superior spiritual stones. Boss. It's a sacred-level secret realm. Shall we bid? Li Yuanbao exclaimed with excitement. No need, came the reply. Ning gently shook his head. With his prowess, he could effortlessly lead them inside. After all, it was merely a sacred-level secret realm, incapable of hindering him. Behold, he produced the token for signing in. Tossing it to them, it bore an almost identical resemblance to the one being auctioned on stage. Boss, is there only one? He inquired. I will directly escort you in. There is no need for a token. Ning spoke softly. The three looked at him with admiration. The auction had reached its final moments. With powerful figures at the sovereign level frantically bidding, nearly blinded by their fervor, driving the price of the token to an astonishing 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, this token was secured by a member of the Seven Stars sect for a staggering 210 million. It's over. Let us depart, he announced. Chapter 27. The most detestable robbers. As they exited the auction hall, Ning caught sight of several concealed figures lurking in the sky, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Ah. It seems a confrontation is imminent. The Sacred Realm token, potentially a gateway to ascendance, presents an irresistible temptation for sovereign-level warriors. Su Ziqian remarked calmly. Ning waved his hand and said, let us go. This is not our concern. The auction has concluded, and it is time to depart from Yunzhou City. Our next destination shall be Qing'an Prefecture, where the Tianyuan secret realm is located. Not long after they left, a series of terrifying combat fluctuations resonated through the air. Boom. 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 Xingkue, surrender the token of the secret realm. Dream on. You dare to lay your hands on the Qixing sect? You are courting death. Do not think that I cannot recognize you just because you have altered your aura and appearance with secret techniques. Withdraw now, and I shall let you go unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Humph. I am eager to witness how you intend to be impolite. Let us settle this quickly. Do not waste time with him. Hand over the token, or you shall die. The terrifying combat fluctuations conjured a dreadful scene. As the powerful warriors clashed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A single strike could shatter mountains and churn seas. The citizens of Yunzhou City were engulfed in panic, their eyes glued to the sky. For the clash of these formidable beings could spell disaster, even a mere residual wave capable of obliterating countless lives. Even cultivators of the heavenly palace realm would meet their end. Fortunately, the warriors engaged in battle were consciously controlling the angles of their strikes, ensuring that the residual waves did not reach the ground. They were not concerned about innocent casualties. The death of countless citizens meant little to them. Their caution stemmed from the presence of influential forces in the city, such as the Xianwei Auction House, Linglong Pavilion, Tianluo Martial Arena, and the Alchemist Guild. Should they inadvertently harm these factions, even a king-level warrior would face severe repercussions. Alas, we cannot see anything. Li Yuanbao sighed. This was their first encounter with a battle between king-level warriors, yet their insufficient strength rendered them mere spectators, unable to witness the spectacle. The air was filled with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, and they could only catch glimpses of indistinct figures flickering in the distance. The group strolled leisurely down the empty street, unfazed. At that moment, the once bustling thoroughfare had turned desolate and silent. Aside from a few bold souls lingering to watch, most had retreated to the safety of their homes, shutting their doors behind them. For the vast majority, the celestial conflict above was akin to a divine clash, where countless lives could be extinguished in an instant. Perhaps only within the walls of their homes could they find a semblance of peace, for even in death, they could perish alongside their families. The battle in the sky intensified, with sporadic residual waves cascading down, yet they were dissipated by an invisible force. You shall pay dearly, if Master Yuheng arrives. I will ensure your utter annihilation. Xingkue roared. He was a Tier 3 king-level warrior, now besieged by two others of the same tier and two of Tier 2. And he had sustained grave injuries. It would take him decades to recover fully. The four assailants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The ancestor of Qixing sect, Yuheng, was a pinnacle Tier 9 king-level warrior, a superpower on the brink of the Sage Realm. Should he intervene, they would likely not escape unscathed. A detached voice suddenly interjected. Humph. If that is the case, then let us deal with you first. With that, another figure joined the fray. Xingkue inwardly lamented. Another Tier 4 king-level warrior had arrived. At this rate, he feared he would not endure until Master Yuheng came to his aid. Was he to seek help from that individual? On the desolate street, the group gradually made their way toward the inn. The day was drawing to a close, and they intended to rest for the night before heading to Qing'an Prefecture. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached them swiftly. The leader was none other than Shi Ji, the young master of the Shi family, flanked by several law manifestation realm guards and two elderly figures of the heavenly palace realm. There they are. Seize them. First, break their limbs, then beat them senseless. You dare to embarrass me at the auction. You shall all pay for it. Shi Ji commanded, gesturing for his guards to encircle Ning and his companions. To vent his frustration, he had summoned all the powerful members of his family remaining in Yunzhou City. Wu brother, may I deal with this scoundrel? Su Ziqian inquired, eyes gleaming with excitement. Go ahead, Ning replied. With a snap of his fingers, all the guards were rendered to ashes, including the two heavenly palace elders behind Shiji. Shiji's eyes widened in terror as he gasped, help, there are ghosts. Bang. Su Ziqian delivered a fierce punch to his face, retorting, what nonsense. There are no ghosts here. With another resounding punch, Shiji was left dazed and reeling, his vision clouded with stars. Before he could regain his senses, Su Ziqian pinned him to the ground and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, prompting Li Yuanbao to join in the fray. Combining their efforts, the two soon left Shiji on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, a mournful cry for help echoed from above. Senior, save me. A pale, blood-soaked man hurtled toward Ning at a breakneck speed. Senior Xingque's words were cut short as a devastating attack struck him from behind, sending his body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Ning furrowed his brow slightly, and an invisible force emanated from his hand, enveloping him and instantaneously neutralizing his downward momentum. Had he struck the ground, the surrounding area for miles would have been reduced to rubble. Xingque, filled with delight, swiftly flew to Wu Ning's side and respectfully clasped his fists, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your rescue. Wu Ning gently uttered an acknowledgement, his gaze directed towards the heavens. Who might you be, my lord? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Surrender Xingque, or else. The five sovereign powerhouses regarded Wu Ning with a cold intensity, a hint of gravity evident in their eyes. Ancestor, please save me. The foremost among the sovereigns, a being of the fourth sky realm, had yet to finish his sentence when a somewhat familiar voice pierced the air. Shiji lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his complexion mottled with shades of blue and purple, his body a canvas of bruises, so battered that even his mother would scarcely recognize him. The sovereign scrutinized him for several moments, as if only then daring to affirm, You are Shi Zhang's youngest son? How did you come to be in such a wretched state? Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao, sensing the peril, swiftly retreated behind Wu Ning. Ancestor, you must avenge me. These scoundrels not only killed my guards, but they also assaulted me. A note of desperation tinged Shiji's voice. The sovereign's gaze shifted to Wu Ning and his companions, his expression hardening. My lord, it appears you are intent on opposing us. Wu Ning's expression suddenly turned cold as he spoke in a chilling voice. Do you know? I absolutely despise robbers in this lifetime. Chapter 28. The sacred land of Qingyun sect. The five individuals were momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Let's attack together and kill him. One of them shouted angrily, preparing to charge at Wu Ning. However, at that very moment, an enormous hand descended from the heavens, swiftly capturing them as if they were mere ants. With a gentle squeeze, they were effortlessly dispelled, their forms dissipating into nothingness. The five formidable King Realm experts vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 5 storage rings, devoid of any other evidence of their existence. Countless onlookers in Yunzhou City were struck with terror as they witnessed this scene. Those were 5 King Realm powerhouses, divine beings, reduced to nothing in an instant. The elite powers within the city also bore expressions of shock, realizing that 5 kings had been crushed like insects, utterly powerless to resist. This spectacle left them feeling a chill run down their spines. Unbelievably powerful. At the very least, this was an invincible king. In the Xianyu auction house, an elder clad in white spoke solemnly. Beside him stood 2 individuals, Qian Heng, the person in charge, and the auctioneer, Nailan Ji. An invincible king, Qian Heng exclaimed, astonished. He had anticipated Wu Ning's strength, but never imagined it to be to this extent. An invincible king was the pinnacle among the kings, a terrifying force capable of contending with those of the sage realm. Nailan Jin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Every invincible king was a figure of great renown. Yet she had never heard of this young master Wu. At that moment, Xingque remained remarkably composed, having sensed the aura released by Wu Ning. He was already aware that he was at least a being of the sage realm. Wu Ning gathered the storage rings of the 5 sovereign warriors, delving into their contents with his divine sense. Alas, what a collection of misers. The most valuable item among them was merely a spirit crystal, one that could be found at any auction. The combined worth of the remaining items scarcely exceeded 2 million high-grade spirit stones. It was astonishing to discover that these sovereign beings were so impoverished. You may divide these amongst yourselves, he declared, securing the spirit crystal while casually tossing the 5 storage rings to Su Ziqian and the others. Having accomplished this, he also eradicated Shiji, claiming yet another storage ring as his prize. Without a glance, Wu Ning cast it aside, and the group continued their way to the inn, with Xingque following closely behind. Moments later, a man clad in azure appeared above Yunzhou City, emanating a terrifying aura. His consciousness swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire city. Master, over here, Xingque called out excitedly, resembling a child spotting a parent. Esteemed elder. In the next breath, Master Yu Hing materialized beside Wu Ning, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Esteemed elder, might I invite you to visit the Qixing sect? Wu Ning waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, merely a trifling effort. Master Yu Hing, somewhat disheartened, expressed his gratitude once more before departing with the gravely injured Xingque. Upon returning to the inn, Li Yuanbao and his companions excitedly began to sort through the contents of the 6 storage rings. a veritable mountain of spirit stones accumulated. Collectively valued at over 800,000 superior spirit stones, including more than 2,000 exceptional spirit stones. Additionally, there was an assortment of elixirs, spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, martial techniques, monster cores, various materials for crafting, clothing, and an array of peculiar items. The trio immersed themselves in the delightful task of organization. Ning stood before the window, his gaze distant, when he suddenly realized that he seemed to be unaware of the whereabouts of Qingyan Prefecture. The eastern region, with its 3,000 prefectures, was vast indeed. Just as he was about to head to the Xianyu auction house to inquire about directions, a thunderous shout reverberated throughout Yunzhou City. "Who dares to slay my son? Come forth at once." A figure emerged in the skies above Yunzhou City, emanating a terrifying aura of power. It was unmistakably a formidable warrior of the first level of the King's realm. "What are you barking about?" Ning suddenly appeared 10 zhang away from him. "Did you slay my son?" The gaze of Shi Jiang instantly fixed upon Ning, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He had toiled for over a century to obtain this precious son, only to see him so swiftly taken away. Swiftly, Ning, disinterested in further dialogue, stepped forward and instantaneously appeared before him, extending a hand to press upon the crown of his head. As the head of the foremost family in Yunnan Prefecture, he surely ought to be aware of the location of Qingyan Prefecture. Shi Jiang's countenance turned ashen, for he realized he was ensnared by an otherworldly force, rendering him utterly immobile. Forced to helplessly witness Ning's hand descend upon him. "No. Father, save me." Shi Jiang cried out in terror. High above, a hunched elder clad in yellow revealed himself, his expression grave. Even suppressing Shi Jiang with a single hand proved to be a formidable task for him. Having believed that the deaths of Shi Jiang and a powerful member of the family in Wangjie realm in Yun Prefecture were the work of that old ghost from Qixing sect, it now seemed highly likely that this individual was the true perpetrator. Shi Jiang emitted a harrowing scream, for Ning's soul-searching technique was exceedingly brutal. "Esteemed sir, please release my son," the elder in yellow implored, his face a mask of distress. Boom. With a casual slap, Ning caused the space to tremble, and the old man of the yellow fur was instantly reduced to ashes. "Do you still have your grandfather? Bring him along, or even an ancestor will suffice." Ning inquired of Shi Jiang. "You shall not attempt that." Shi Jiang's expression turned savage, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes as he contemplated self-destruction. "Then go meet your demise." Ning let out a cold snort, and with a gentle tremor of his palm, Shi Jiang's body shattered like a phantom into countless fragments, which then dissipated into the ether. Ning had acquired the desired information and swiftly returned to the inn, tossing 2 storage rings to the trio within the room. "Boss, I am utterly enamored with you," exclaimed Li Yuanbao, his face alight with excitement. The 3 immediately set to work, as treasures worth nearly 100 billion poured in. At this moment, countless hearts in Yunzhou City were deeply stirred. In the blink of an eye, 2 more kings had perished. Remarkably, the number of fallen kings in a single day surpassed that of the past millennium. The following morning, as the azure bird ascended into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon, an uncountable number of individuals in the city breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Qingyan State lay far from Yunnan State, separated by dozens of states. Even at the azure bird's swift pace, it took a full 7 or 8 days to arrive. At last, they had reached their destination. Ning stood upon the back of the azure bird, gazing down at the sprawling and prosperous expanse of Qishan Province, vastly larger and more flourishing than Yunnan Province. It is home to a sacred sect, the Qingyan sect. This ancient order, with a lineage stretching back several 100,000 years, is said to have once birthed beings of quasi-emperor caliber, reaching the zenith of glory, only to gradually decline for reasons now obscured by time. Yet, even in its diminished state, the skeleton of a once mighty camel surpasses a horse in stature. To this day, the Qingyan sect remains a formidable sanctuary, casting its influence across 100 provinces. Within the pantheon of sacred powers, it stands as a remarkably potent entity. Chapter 29. Entering the Tianyuan secret realm. In Qishan Province, amidst the ancient Shen Mountains, Ning and his companion strolled through a grand city, effortlessly uncovering the location of the Tianyuan secret realm. Subsequently, they made their way directly to the ancient Xianshan mountain range. With more than half a year remaining until the opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, Ning could not afford to wait that long. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered near the peaks where the Tianyuan secret realm was set to open. Each presence exuded formidable strength, predominantly composed of experts at the King's realm. Among them, only a select few possessed tokens, while the majority intended to lie in wait for an opportunity. When Ning and his companions arrived, they were immediately surrounded by several powerful king-level warriors. "Halt! Surrender your tokens if you wish to avoid death," bellowed a burly man. Beside him, a scholarly figure clad in white appeared hesitant and communicated telepathically. "Elder brother, those are 8-stage beast mounts. These youngsters are not ordinary and likely have formidable protectors in tow." The brawny man interrupted. "What is there to fear? United, we 5 brothers need not fear even the pinnacle of king level. These 4 youngsters may possess tokens, and if we seize theirs, along with one from my possession, we can all enter the secret realm. At worst, we can take only the tokens without harming them." At that moment, the attention of all nearby was drawn to the unfolding scene. Someone jeered, Here come a few more unfortunate souls, daring to venture here at the Transformation Sea realm. They truly do not know the meaning of danger. Regrettably, the Chishan 5 ghosts have gotten ahead. However, I remain unconvinced. These youngsters possess 8-stage beast mounts, indicating an extraordinary background. This time, the Chishan 5 ghosts may encounter a formidable challenge, remarked an elder with a smile, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Ning and his companions. Calm and composed, they must have some hidden strength. Elder brother, the situation seems somewhat amiss, remarked a man in black, frowning. He noticed that the youngsters displayed no signs of panic. One of them, a chubby boy, even regarded them with fervent interest, as if he were admiring a maiden in the nude. Boss, remember to secure their storage rings, Li Yuanbao exclaimed eagerly. 5 king-level warriors represent a significant fortune. Ning cast a glance at the rugged, imposing man at the forefront, his face betraying no emotion as he declared, I have always harbored a profound disdain for robbers, especially those who dare to target me. Before the burly man could utter another word, he was abruptly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. With a series of muffled thuds, the remaining 4 individuals met the same fate, bursting forth into vibrant splashes of blood. Li Yuanbao, filled with exhilaration, swiftly collected the 5 storage rings. Ning waved his hand to disperse the blood mist, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity of the secret realm. The surrounding crowd fell silent, as if frozen in fear. I have found it. Let us depart. Ning enveloped the Qingniu and Li Yuanbao in his magical aura, and in an instant, they vanished. Only then did the onlookers dare to take a deep breath. How terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, I refrained from intervening. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. I never anticipated it to be such an impenetrable fortress. The Chishan 5 ghosts have indeed transformed into mere phantoms. No, they might not even qualify as ghosts. Ha. Is this truly the sacred level secret realm? It is astonishingly vast. Within this realm, the group sat upon the back of the Qingyao, gazing down upon the entire expanse of the secret realm, a boundless panorama stretching endlessly, resembling a self-contained universe. Ning extended his consciousness with unwavering determination, allowing it to rapidly spread in all directions. After a duration of over 10 breaths, he finally retracted his awareness. This secret realm was indeed vast, spanning a circumference of 100,000 miles, approximately half the size of Yunnan Prefecture. It was no surprise that it was established by a powerful sage king. The entire domain was replete with prohibitive barriers and an array of formidable formations and checkpoints, with potent ferocious beasts lurking throughout. Among them were numerous formidable pinnacle-level 8th-tier beasts. Even a king-level expert could meet their demise here with a moment's inattention. However, such challenges posed no difficulty for Ning. He effortlessly shielded himself from the prohibitive barriers using his magical prowess, allowing the Qingniu to soar deep into the heart of the secret realm. There lay a magnificent ancient city. At this moment, the city was in a state of closure, enveloped by an exceptionally powerful protective barrier, one that even lower-tier saints would find arduous to breach. Ning, accompanied by several companions, teleported directly into the ancient city, carefully preserving the protective barrier above. The ancient city lay desolate and vast, exuding an aura of antiquity and weariness, devoid of any living beings. Moments later, they arrived at an ancient palace at the heart of the city. This palace served as the core of the entire ancient city and was the site of the legacy left by the celestial sovereign. Suddenly, a somewhat ethereal old man in a white robe materialized within the grand hall. Who are you? He inquired. The secret realm has yet to be opened. How did you manage to enter? To which they replied, we simply barged in. Ning returned with a sense of entitlement. The elder fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, stating that regardless of how you arrived here, to obtain the inheritance, you must first undergo a trial. Ning cast a glance at him and inquired, you must be the spirit of this ancient city, am I correct? Are you aware that the heavenly origin Saint King has perished? How do you know? The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time in 100,000 years that anyone had discerned his true identity. Those who had come before had presumed he was merely a remnant of the heavenly origin Saint King's consciousness. Was it so difficult to see through? The old man fell silent for a moment. As for whether the heavenly origin Saint King is dead, I cannot say for certain. However, I believe he is still alive. This fellow possesses an unparalleled talent and is exceptionally cautious, never placing himself in peril. Unless an unforeseen accident has befallen him, I believe that with his innate abilities, achieving a higher realm should pose no challenge. If he is indeed still alive, he may have already ascended to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm? So formidable? Li Yuanbao and the others were somewhat taken aback. The old man chuckled from the moment of his birth. The heavenly origin was acclaimed as possessing the demeanor of an emperor. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, crowned as a king by age 100. Achieving sainthood by age 1000, and reaching the pinnacle of Saint King by age 3000, surpassing all contemporaries. Now, after 100,000 years, for him to break through to the Emperor realm is hardly an insurmountable feat. Of course, this is contingent upon his continued existence. Crowned as a king by age 100, achieving sainthood by age 1000. Su Ziqian was dazzled and filled with longing. He was now 20 years old yet had yet to break through to the law manifestation realm, with the king realm still a distant dream. Let alone the ethereal saint realm. It seemed the time had come to prepare for his breakthrough to the law manifestation realm. Elder brother, how old are you this year? Li Yuanbao turned and asked, I am 18. Wu Ning bestowed him with an appreciative glance. 18? The old man's gaze fixed upon him. Young brother, what is your current level of cultivation? Not high, merely at the emperor candidate stage. Wu Ning spoke softly, only a quasi-emperor? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, his figure swaying as if he were on the verge of disintegration from shock. How could this be? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor? What a jest. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 30. Star map facts speak louder than words. Wu Ning exuded a faint aura of his realm, instantly silencing the elder. The old man's expression became dazed. An 18-year-old quasi-emperor had utterly shattered his understanding, though he had never encountered a being of quasi-emperor caliber. The aura that Wu Ning emanated was far more terrifying than that of the heavenly origin Saint King. He was at least of the revered realm. Yet, even an 18-year-old revered being was indeed formidable, unprecedented in history. Unheard of. Esteemed elder, might I inquire about the legacies left behind by the heavenly origin Saint King? Wu Ning inquired. This knowledge is typically acquired through trials, yet revealing it now poses no harm. The elder, somewhat resigned, pondered what else he could do in the presence of a prospective emperor. The core legacy of the heavenly origin Saint King comprises three elements. Firstly, the secret compendium of runes, the heavenly origin rune canon, crafted by the Saint King himself, alongside a handwritten manual of cultivation. Secondly, there exists the ancient city of heavenly origin, considered a relic of the Saint King. Lastly, there is a celestial map. A celestial map? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The old man nodded, confirming that it was indeed a star chart. A powerful sage could traverse the cosmos. And this chart was a map of the routes drawn by the heavenly origin Saint King during his celestial journeys. Wu Ning had long been aware that the universe in which the heavenly Xian continent resided was but one of the myriad worlds within the vast expanse of the Middle Thousand Realms. The starry rivers stretched infinitely, grander than one could ever conceive. The heavenly Xian continent was merely an inconsequential speck of dust within this grandeur. To his astonishment, the sage king of Tianyuan had even traversed the cosmos. Esteemed elder, I wish to inherit these teachings. Please, delineate the trials I must undertake. Wu Ning spoke directly, expressing that he cared little for anything else, but he was determined to acquire the cultivation notes and star map of the heavenly origin Saint King. The manuscript penned by a formidable Saint King is, without question, an invaluable treasure for cultivators beneath the realm of the saints. It could greatly benefit Li Yuanbao and his companions. As for the star map, it might prove useful in the future. He could not afford to let it slip away. Upon hearing this, the elder was rendered speechless. The young man displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. Though he had already reached the threshold of an emperor, he still coveted the legacy of a Saint King. Was there no sense of shame? He exhibited none of the gravitas expected from a true strongman. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures had to be followed. The elder spirit promptly initiated the test of inheritance, which comprised 7 trials assessing talent, comprehension, temperament, and perseverance, among other qualities. Each trial was exceedingly arduous. The heavenly origin Saint King himself was a peerless prodigy, having traversed the cosmos and witnessed grand spectacles, thus possessing extraordinarily high standards. Otherwise, no one would have secured the core inheritance in 100,000 years. However, these challenges were trivial for Wu Ning, who effortlessly passed through all the trials. After acquiring the star map and manuscript, he gestured towards Li Yuanbao and his companions, inquiring, Are you willing to accompany them? If not, you may remain here. I have no need for you. The elder spirit silently observed Li Yuanbao and his friends. He was deeply conflicted. Wu Ning's extraordinary talent and strength made him aware of his own inadequacy. Yet, the 3 seemingly mediocre individuals were undeniably lacking. Upon hearing Wu Ning's words, Li Yuanbao and his companions looked at the elder with hopeful anticipation. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the elder spirit ultimately resolved to select one among them. Although their talents were unremarkable, the opportunity to follow an 18-year-old prodigious quasi-emperor promised a bright future. After all, often, fortune outweighs talent, and choice surpasses effort. Was this not their moment of opportunity? You 3 should also attempt the test of inheritance. Whoever advances the farthest shall be the one I choose. Wu Ning waved his hand, signaling them to depart. In his heart, he had already reached a conclusion. Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang had initially possessed abysmal cultivation talents. However, after he utilized some rare celestial materials to lay their foundations and enhance their innate qualities, their abilities underwent a remarkable transformation. Even in a vast region like Qing'an Prefecture, they could undoubtedly be considered prodigies. Among them, Zhang Liang exhibited the finest innate qualities, though not by a significant margin over the others. In terms of comprehension, Su Ziqian vastly surpassed his companions, comparable to the most elite talents. Li Yuanbao appeared somewhat mediocre, yet his fortune was unparalleled. Merely browsing a street market, he could procure fragments of emperor-grade weaponry. Such luck surely marked him as a child of destiny. Each of the trio possessed their unique strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, as they faced the trial of inheritance, Su Ziqian's advantages were undeniably paramount. Approximately a stick of incense later, the trial concluded, and indeed, Su Ziqian emerged victorious. With your current strength, you cannot yet refine the ancient city of Tianyuan. But you may inscribe a spiritual mark within the core, allowing you to exert a fraction of the city's might. the elder spirit of the artifact informed Su Ziqian. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall never tarnish the illustrious name of the ancient city. Su Ziqian pledged resolutely. The elder spirit smiled gently and guided him to the core of the ancient city to inscribe the spiritual mark. Subsequently, the group departed from the ancient city. With a thunderous roar, the protective barrier in the sky dissipated instantaneously, and the majestic ancient city trembled violently, as if the very earth shook, gradually ascending and continuously shrinking. Ultimately, it transformed into a miniature ancient city, roughly the size of a palm, which flew into Su Ziqian's grasp. His expression was one of exhilaration. He felt that merely casting this ancient city could obliterate a multitude of pinnacle realm experts. The power of a Saint King weapon was indeed terrifying. Brother Wu. Su Ziqian expressed his gratitude towards Wu Ning, fully aware that without him, he would not stand where he was today. Wu Ning waved his hand, expressing that after more than a decade of friendship, there was no need for excessive gratitude. Su Ziqian said no more, simply cherishing the appreciation in his heart. Should the day come when Brother Wu is in need, through countless trials and tribulations, he would not let him down. Very well, let us be on our way. Wu Ning did not hasten to depart from the secret realm. Instead, he led a few companions to the banks of a vast lake. He intended to linger in this mystical domain for a while longer, as it harbored numerous exquisite spiritual herbs and rare treasures of nature. Since they had ventured this far, it was only fitting to gather some for themselves, ensuring that others would not reap the rewards in vain. Naturally, Wu Ning would not engage in the labor himself. He entrusted Qing Niao and Li Yuanbao, along with Su Ziqian and the ancient city of Tianyuan, to navigate the secret realm with ease. By the lakeside, Wu Ning arranged tables and chairs, adorned with an array of fruits and exquisite spirits, as he reclined in his seat, leisurely casting his fishing line. This lake is vast, occupying nearly 1/10 of the entire secret realm. A boundless expanse. Within its depths dwell a multitude of aquatic creatures, including a formidable pinnacle grade 8 dragon. Wu Ning was fishing for spirit fish, contemplating whether to capture the dragon to feast upon. Having lived thus far without ever tasting dragon meat, the thought was enticing. Ultimately, however, Wu Ning deemed himself too compassionate. He did not slay the dragon. Instead, he merely severed 2 of its legs and extracted a portion of its liver. Given its cultivation, such minor injuries would likely heal in a short time. Furthermore, Wu Ning offered it a sacred herb as compensation. The dragon was so moved that it wept. Chapter 31. Late stage of the semi-emperor. Half a month swiftly passed. Wu Ning spent his days leisurely by the lakeside, indulging in fishing and feasting. Basking in the bliss of tranquility, Li Yuanbao and his companions would return to the lakeside every couple of days. Over the course of the past fortnight, they had gathered a staggering accumulation of spiritual herbs, among which more than 300 were of the finest quality. Remarkably, they had also discovered 2 sacred herbs. In addition, they amassed a plethora of rare stones, spiritual jade, mysterious gold, and various beast bones, all valuable materials for crafting. This expedition into the secret realm had rendered their coffers more abundant than ever before. One could only imagine the expressions of those who would enter 6 months hence. Upon witnessing the scene within, Li Yuanbao wore a rather mischievous grin. The Tianyuan secret realm had been opened over 100 times and was already lacking in richness. Now, it seemed that nearly all valuable items had been thoroughly scavenged, leaving only a plethora of monstrous beasts. Those newcomers would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Wouldn't they? Wu Ning shook his head with a smile and led them away from the Tianyuan secret realm, as they watched the azure bird gradually fade into the horizon. Those stationed outside the secret realm engaged in hushed whispers. Are those not the individuals who vanquished the 5 ghosts of Qishan half a month ago? Did they not leave? How could they suddenly appear here? Could it be that they emerged from the secret realm? How is that conceivable? The Tianyuan secret realm is impenetrable even for ordinary saint-level warriors. Surely, even a Saint King would not enter without a trace? Could it be that they are revered beings? How audacious of you to think so. Revered beings are exalted. How could they deign to seize a Saint King's legacy? I suspect there must be some extraordinary treasure. Numerous powerful figures speculated, entirely oblivious to what awaited them. Upon departing from the Gushuan mountain range, the group boarded the azure bird and arrived at the Qingyan sacred city. Situated at the foot of the Qingyan sect mountain, this sacred city holds a status akin to that of Yunzhou City in the Yunnan prefecture. Being the largest and most prosperous city in Qingyan prefecture, far surpassing Yunzhou City, the Qingyan sacred city is directly governed by the Qingyan sect. And within its walls reside countless families and factions, yet it exudes an atmosphere of peace and prosperity. No one dares to challenge the authority of the Qingyan sect. The arrival of Wu Ning and his companions in the sacred city of Qingyan did not stir any notable commotion. Although the city enforced a prohibition against aerial travel, it applied solely to cultivators below the king level. The city guards, sensing the formidable aura of the azure bird, turned a blind eye, allowing them to enter the sacred city of Qingyan without hindrance. Li Yuanbao and his companions were utterly captivated by the city's opulence. In this bustling metropolis, one could encounter manifestations of the law at every turn. Truly, the splendor of the heavens rendered the earthly realm trivial. Powerful beings of the celestial palace level were not uncommon, and occasionally, one might even spot a king-level cultivator. However, those at the chi gathering and innate levels were a rarity, often comprising mere children. As for those in the body refinement stage, they were nowhere to be seen. A profound sense of insignificance suddenly enveloped the hearts of Li Yuanbao and his companions. Merely within the confines of the sacred city of Qingyun, they felt utterly inconspicuous. What then, if they were to consider the entirety of the eastern region? Ning was witnessing such a bustling city for the first time. He promptly accessed his personal system panel. It had been over a month since his last check-in, and his check-in opportunities had accumulated to 181. System, initiate 3 daily check-ins. Ning issued a direct command. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million tons of ancient stardust gold. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million spirit crystals. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. These 3 rewards were truly remarkable. The starry ancient gold is a metal capable of forging imperial weapons. And a mere palm-sized piece weighs dozens of tons, making it exceedingly precious. 100 million tons of starry ancient gold could likely be used to forge several imperial weapons. 100 million spirit crystals are equivalent to at least 10 trillion top-tier spirit stones, which is a staggering increase in value compared to the top-tier spirit stones obtained previously. Being a full 10,000 times more valuable, the 3,000 years of cultivation experience is an unexpected delight. He is now on the brink of a breakthrough. And with this additional 3,000 years of cultivation, he will be able to advance to the late quasi-emperor stage. Ning felt a surge of excitement within, as he had not anticipated such a bountiful reward for this round of sign-in. System, let us proceed with 3 more daily sign-ins. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9th-tier demon beast's inner elixir. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 9th-tier alchemical recipe for the 99 soul refining pill. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million spirit crystals. Not too shabby. Ning ceased his further attendance, for although these items were commendable, they bore little significance for him. He meandered through the city for the better part of the day before opting to lease a modest courtyard spanning 300 square meters in the bustling heart of the city. The monthly rent amounted to 8,000 superior spirit stones. Over the course of a year, such an expenditure could procure a rather ordinary yet exquisite spiritual artifact. In other locales, this would undoubtedly be deemed exorbitant. However, within the confines of Qingyun's sacred city, every inch is indeed precious. Yet, the steep price is justified. This quaint courtyard boasts a picturesque landscape, complete with pavilions and towers, and is adorned with numerous rare spiritual flora and a towering ancient tree, over 10 zhang in height. Additionally, the entire estate is fortified with a formidable defensive formation capable of withstanding attacks from sovereign-level powerhouses. The chambers are equipped with a spirit-gathering array, rendering the accommodation undeniably luxurious. The monthly fee of 8,000 superior spirit stones is truly commensurate with its value. Ning directly paid a year's rent. After securing the courtyard, Li Yuanbao and the others settled in the house to cultivate their skills. Ning also closed a small barrier once, extracting 3,000 years of cultivation, and successfully advanced to the late stage of quasi-emperor. A life of extraordinary fortune is truly delightful. Stepping out of the room, Ning stretched lazily, feeling invigorated and refreshed. A glance revealed that Li Yuanbao and the others were still engrossed in their cultivation. It seems they have indeed been significantly motivated. Come here, he beckoned the azure bird perched on the ancient tree. With a cheerful chirp, the azure bird swiftly flew towards him, landing gracefully in the palm of his hand. Master, the azure bird's melodious voice rang out as it tilted its head, affectionately nuzzling Ning's fingers. Little one, are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to something delightful. Ning extended a finger, playfully tapping its head, before retrieving the 9th-tier monster core he had previously signed for. The core, a pale golden orb, was roughly the size of a human skull, subtly emanating a terrifying aura of ferocity. A 9th-tier monster was equivalent to a sage-level powerhouse. Currently, the azure bird was only in the late stages of the 8th tier, rendering it incapable of refining the 9th-tier monster core. Ingesting it would likely result in immediate annihilation. However, with Ning's assistance, all challenges seemed surmountable. He inscribed a series of runes upon the core, sealing away the energy contained within, yet leaving a singular opening. Upon consuming the core, the azure bird could continuously draw energy through this aperture, preventing it from being overwhelmed. Subsequently, the azure bird returned to the ancient tree, reclining quietly as it absorbed the core's energy. Ning set numerous restrictions in the small courtyard, and then quietly departed alone. His destination was, indeed, the Qingyun sect. Chapter 32. Sign-in at the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect is situated atop the Qingyun mountain range, with the sacred city of Qingyun lying at its base. After leaving the small courtyard, Ning made his way directly to the Qingyun sect, where he intended to sign in. Given that this place had once produced an esteemed emperor, it was reasonable to expect that he might acquire something of value. As a revered sanctuary, the Qingyun sect occupies an expansive area, encompassing nearly the entire Qingyun mountain range. However, the number of disciples within the sect is relatively modest, totaling only 100,000. They adopt an elite approach, with each disciple being a rare gem, selected from among countless candidates. This results in a notably small congregation of practitioners. It is worth noting that even the Qixing sect boasts hundreds of thousands of disciples, while other sacred sects typically have at least 1 million. Thus, Despite its formidable standing among the sacred sites, the Qingyan sect's count of 100,000 disciples does appear somewhat scarce. Upon Wu Ning's arrival at Qingyan Gate, the sect was in the midst of its annual disciple recruitment ceremony. Hundreds of thousands of young men and women had gathered in the vast square before the entrance, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Wu Ning concealed himself in the sky, observing with curiosity for a while. He had initially intended to stealthily infiltrate the Qingyan sect. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the sect was protected by a formidable formation of imperial caliber, necessitating an identity token for unrestricted entry, lacking proficiency in formations. He realized that a forceful breach would only serve to reveal his cultivation openly, making a more straightforward approach preferable. The disciple selection ceremony progressed swiftly, within less than an hour. Over 30,000 young men and women had undergone testing, yet only 5 were chosen. The probability of selection was exceedingly low. If this trend continued, it was estimated that fewer than 100 individuals would succeed among the hundreds of thousands present. Truly, the Qingyan sect lived up to its esteemed reputation. Wu Ning ceased to observe any further, revealing his form, his formidable aura unabashedly emanating. Instantly, chaos ensued within the Qingyan sect. In a flurry, figures surged forth from the sect, warily eyeing Wu Ning as if confronted by a dire threat. "Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you to our Qingyan sect?" inquired a middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple and gold attire, stepping forward with utmost courtesy and clasping his hands in greeting. He was none other than Xianqingzi, the current leader of the Qingyan sect, and a formidable sage-level powerhouse. Behind him, numerous elders stood, each a peak king-level expert. At that moment, the multitude of young men and women gathered in the square gazed skyward in terror, the atmosphere rife with disorder. Wu Ning smiled gently and said, "Do not be anxious. I happened to pass through this place during my travels and felt compelled to take a look." Understanding dawned upon Xianqingzi, who felt a sense of relief yet remained cautious. "I am Xianqingzi, the sect leader of Qingyan sect. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Wu." "Wu." Xianqingzi pondered, but found no clarity. "If you do not mind, I would be honored to invite you to our sect for further discussion." "That would be delightful." Wu Ning nodded slightly, following Xianqingzi into the Qingyan gate. As he crossed the protective array of the sect, he immediately sensed an exceptionally rich aura of heaven and earth, the concentration of which was several times greater than that outside. Truly, it was a sacred-level sect. Living in such an environment, cultivation would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort, especially for those below the saint realm. This is the advantage of disciples from great sections. In contrast, grassroots practitioners and scattered cultivators truly find it difficult to rise to prominence. System, let us begin with 3 daily sign-ins. As Wu Ning walked alongside Xianqingzi towards the grand hall of the sect, he summoned the system. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a quasi-emperor level formation diagram. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a quasi-emperor level sword technique, the 9 Heavens Thunder Sword art. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a quasi-emperor level cultivation method, the Taishan scripture. Wu Ning was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the rewards for 3 consecutive sign-ins were all items of emperor-level quality. The foundation of the Qingyan sect appears to be quite profound. "Please, esteemed senior, enter." Xianqingzi gestured for Wu Ning to proceed into the grand hall. Above, there was originally only a single seat designated for the sect leader, but now it had transformed into 2. Wu Ning, unreserved, took a seat at one of the chairs upon the invitation of Xianqingzi. As everyone settled in, a maid promptly served the spiritual tea. "Esteemed elder, please," Xianqingzi gestured with his hand. Wu Ning lifted the teacup, merely inhaling its aroma, which wafted towards him like an enchanting fragrance, rich and intoxicating, penetrating to the very core of his being. As he gently sipped, the tea flowed into his belly, instantly transforming into waves of formidable spiritual energy. The potency contained in this single sip rivaled that of the finest elixirs. Yet, even more significantly, this tea embodied a profound essence of the Tao, inducing a state of ethereal contemplation and clarity of mind. Regular indulgence in such a brew not only aids in cultivation but also enhances one's perceptiveness. Truly exceptional tea. Wu Ning expressed his heartfelt admiration. Xianqingzi smiled and said, "Esteemed elder, this tea is known as morning dew, sourced from a venerable tree of our Qingyan sect that has stood for 100 millennia. The yield of morning dew is exceedingly rare, with merely 2 taels produced every century. We reserve it solely for our most distinguished guests. If you find it to your liking, I shall have someone bring over 2 more boxes as a gift for you." Wu Ning chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, given the enthusiastic welcome from Master Xian, he decided to be gracious and accept it. Xianqingzi felt a twinge of concern, yet seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to subtly inquire about Wu Ning's origins and intentions. Wu Ning casually fabricated an identity, a blend of truth and falsehood. Xianqingzi, an ancient being who had lived for over 8 millennia, possessed a keen intellect and perceptive nature, effortlessly discerning Wu Ning's evasiveness and reluctance to delve further into the matter. Thus, he merely probed lightly before refraining from pressing the issue. "Since you have traveled here, esteemed elder, it seems fate has brought you to our Qingyan sect. Why not stay for a few days? In just a short while, our sect will be hosting the Qingyan Tao Assembly. where distinguished talents from all directions will gather to celebrate. You could witness the spectacle before continuing on your journey, Xian Qingzi proposed. The Qingyun Dao Assembly? Xian Qingzi promptly elaborated. Originally, the Qingyun Dao Assembly was a trial for selecting the holy son of the Qingyun sect. But it gradually evolved into a grand event where the foremost talents from across 100 states compete against one another. Moreover, it is also the occasion for the leaders of the top sects in the region to convene every decade. As the vanguard among the prominent sacred sects, the Qingyun sect has the honor of hosting this magnificent gathering each time, possessing the requisite strength and qualifications. Hence, it is rightfully named the Qingyun Dao Assembly. Ning nodded in agreement, as he too wished to explore the possibility of signing in at various locations within the Qingyun sect, hoping for delightful surprises. Moreover, he was eager to assess the caliber of the prodigies within the 100 surrounding states, which would undoubtedly be an enriching experience. A smile graced Xian Qingzi's face as he immediately set about arranging accommodations for him. At the peak of Luoxia, ethereal mist danced amidst ancient, verdant trees, interspersed with a myriad of blooming flowers. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying an intoxicating fragrance that invigorated the senses and uplifted the spirit. Akin to stepping into a realm of the divine, this mountain had been specifically designated by the Qingyun sect for the reception of esteemed guests. Concerned about the possibility of any unintentional offense to Wu Ning, Xian Qingzi consulted with others before assigning him to a serene courtyard nestled in the rear mountains. Aptly named Zhuyuan, surrounded by rolling emerald waves and a sea of bamboo, this enchanting locale was a veritable sanctuary, embodying the essence of nature's artistry, making it an ideal haven for the pursuit of spiritual cultivation. Ning was immensely pleased with this. Chapter 33, Morning Dew. After settling into the bamboo courtyard, Ning firmly closed the door to his chamber and commenced his training in the profound emperor-grade sword technique, the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword art. Having mastered the fundamental laws of thunder, this technique was a perfect match for him. If wielded with the Taie Emperor sword, it could likely slay even a fully realized emperor-level adversary with a single strike. Meanwhile, upon returning from Falling Sunset Peak, Zuan Chengzi made his way directly to the depths of the sect's forbidden area. This place was the ancestral tomb of the Qingyun sect, shrouded by an emperor-grade formation. It also served as the entrance to the core secret realm of the Qingyun sect. This core secret realm, known as the Qingyun Secret Realm, was established by a former emperor-level powerhouse of the sect, resembling a complete miniature world, far surpassing the scale of the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Within the Qingyun sect, many ancient figures devoted themselves to cultivation within this secret realm, which constituted the very foundation of the sect. Within the Qingyun Secret Realm, Zuan Chengzi respectfully bowed to an elder clad in green. Master Ancestor, have you discerned anything? The elder's eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. This individual was undoubtedly an emperor, one they must not provoke. An emperor? Zuan Chengzi gasped, initially wanting to be merely a respected figure, only to discover he was an emperor. The breadth of Zuan Chengzi's 8,000 years of experience had cultivated a heart as tranquil as still water, yet at this moment, he could not help but feel a stir within. In the Eastern domain, emperors were akin to legendary beings. On the surface, only the three great powers of the Eastern domain clearly possessed emperor-level experts, all of whom had not revealed themselves for centuries. Concealed within the shadows, there might be a few hidden emperors, but certainly not more than a handful. Over the past 8 millennia, he had only heard rumors that the Wanxiang Academy boasted an emperor-level powerhouse. Zuan Chengzi's heart trembled slightly. He never expected to personally encounter an emperor today. The elder in green harbored a trace of concern in his gaze. The arrival of an emperor, what could be their purpose? He could hardly believe that the visitor was merely passing through. If the individual harbored ill intentions, it could spell great peril for the Qingyun sect. Approximately an hour later, a chime rang out, announcing, "Congratulations, host. The Nine Heavens Thunder Sword art has been perfected." Ning opened his eyes, unleashing 2 beams of sword light that pierced through the void. He rubbed his aching forehead. Having mastered an immensely powerful quasi-emperor level technique in just a short hour left him feeling somewhat mentally exhausted. Nevertheless, the ability to grasp such a formidable swordsmanship filled him with exhilaration. The Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique is undoubtedly among the most elite of quasi-emperor level sword arts. Unfortunately, there was no worthy opponent for him to wield his sword against. A surge of combat fervor and a desire to showcase his prowess welled up within Wu Ning. Yet he found himself with an abundance of strength and no outlet for its expression. Surely, he could not simply seek out those formidable ancient beings for a confrontation. Could he? Ning perceives himself as a composed individual. It is prudent to remain steady until he achieves the status of an emperor. Once he transcends to that level, he shall indulge freely in the vast expanse of the Tianshan continent, while savoring a pot of the exquisite Chalu tea gifted to him by Zuan Chengzi. Ning reclines on a long bench in the courtyard, leisurely admiring the verdant waves of the bamboo sea that envelop the mountains. Indeed, this Chalu tea is a remarkable elixir. After consuming an entire pot, Ning feels his mind unwind. It is time to resume his endeavors. Ning rose and made his way outside, intending to explore the Qingyun Gate and sign in at some notable locations. He did not conceal his movements. Xian Qingzi soon received the news. Within any part of the sect, this esteemed Wu could enter and exit freely without obstruction. Furthermore, he instructed the elders to restrain their disciples. ensuring they would not offend the esteemed guest. Any transgressors would face severe punishment. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million tons of primordial magnetic gold. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of the heavenly divine wood. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the supreme weapon, the Qihong sword. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million tons of exquisite spirit soil. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000-year-old ancient tea tree. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 10,000-year-old longing fruit. A 10,000-year-old ancient tea tree? At the spirit source peak of Qingyan Gate, Ning gazed upon the sprawling fields of medicinal herbs and paused momentarily. Could it possibly be that ancient tea tree? Ning murmured softly and swiftly made his way toward the summit. At the pinnacle of Lingyuan Peak stands the ancient tea tree, a venerable entity over 100,000 years old, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, basking in the radiance of the sun and moon. It is undoubtedly one of the most treasured possessions of the Qingyan sect. Upon learning of his arrival at Lingyuan Peak, Zhuan Chengzi felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that Ning might have come in pursuit of this ancient tea tree, Lingyuan Peak towers majestically into the clouds, and from its summit, one can behold the boundless sea of clouds, resembling a celestial paradise above the clouds. Ning discovered the ancient tea tree grove, where he observed a man and a woman engaged in a game of chess. The man, clad in a blue robe, bore an insignia of jade signifying his status as a core disciple of the Qingyan sect. Though his appearance was rather ordinary, he exuded an ethereal aura that set him apart. His cultivation level was that of the third tier of the King's realm. The woman, dressed in a delicate green gown, possessed an otherworldly grace. Her beauty was unparalleled, her face flawless, and her skin, smooth and luminous, seemed to radiate light, rendering her perfection almost beyond human comprehension. In fact, she was never human to begin with. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ning's eyes. This woman was, in fact, the spirit of the ancient tea tree. The two were quite intrigued. When Ning approached the two individuals, they instantly lifted their heads in surprise. Ah, are you the esteemed senior? The young man promptly rose and bowed respectfully, introducing himself. I am Lin Fan, the current elder brother of the Qingyan sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. Ning waved his hand, taking a seat, and said, no need for excessive formalities. There's no need to address me as senior. My surname is Wu. You may call me young Master Wu. Ning pondered for a moment, remarking that he was merely 18 years old. It seemed rather presumptuous for others to refer to him as senior. This individual appeared youthful, yet he must have been at least a century or two old. Young Master Wu? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He could not help but scrutinize Ning, astonished that this elder had the audacity to feign youthfulness. Friend, may I inquire how many years you have lived? The woman inquired, her brows furrowed. Ning cast a sidelong glance at her, assessing the formidable strength of the tree spirit, which could likely contend with a Saint King. It had undoubtedly existed for far more than 100,000 years. Do you believe I am 18 this year? Indeed. The woman nodded, faintly sensing the vibrant life force emanating from him, far too youthful, compared to the powerful being she had encountered. He seemed so tender that one could almost extract water from him. You truly believe it? Ning was taken aback. With his cultivation, who would dare to claim he was 18? Others would undoubtedly deem him insane. Yet, I can perceive your life force, which surely does not exceed a century. The woman raised her gaze and smiled gently, her tone exceedingly assured. 18? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. Ning smiled faintly. He had never considered concealing his age, for there was nothing worthy of hiding. With such strength, he had no fear of others harboring ill intentions towards him. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. I am called Morningdew. Chapter 34, The Ascendance of Qingyun. Morningdew? Ning couldn't help but glance at the top of her head. Fortunately, there was no sign of baldness. A flicker of confusion passed through Zhao Lu's eyes. She felt that Ning's gaze was rather peculiar. At that moment, she appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was racing with anxiety, fearing that Ning had come for her. If he desires me, should I acquiesce or resist? Senior, are you truly only 18? Lin Fan's voice interrupted Zhao Lu's wandering thoughts as he looked at Ning with disbelief. At over 120 years of age, he had already attained the third level of the King realm, making him one of the most distinguished prodigies in the entire eastern region. Yet, what was he doing at 18? At that age, he barely reached the threshold of the law manifestation realm, while here was someone who, at the same tender age, commanded the respect of the entire Qingyan sect as a formidable powerhouse. We are all embarking on this journey of life for the first time. Yet why is there such a vast disparity? Ning gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, we are not the same. There is no need for you to compare yourself to me. He is an exceptional talent. How could he be likened to others? The younger generation does not dare to presume. Lin Fan hastily replied, although the individual before him might be even younger, in the realm of cultivation, it is the accomplished who take precedence. He could not afford to show any disrespect. Ning let out a barely perceptible sigh. Immense strength invariably inspires both awe and a sense of alienation, rendering the prospect of friendship nearly impossible. The powerful often dwell in solitude. Only the formidable are deemed worthy of associating with their equals, yet he harbored no interest in the ancient and arcane beings. Perhaps it is only Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, the two companions who grew up alongside him, who could share a bond of friendship with him. Wu Ning felt a sense of ennui and soon departed. He chose not to continue his sign-in, although the items available for sign-in were commendable. They held little significance for him at his current level of cultivation, with the ancient ring bestowed upon him by his mother. He was unconcerned about resources and treasures until he transcended to the realm of immortals. He resolved to conserve his sign-in opportunities, aiming to accumulate 365 instances for an annual sign-in attempt. At the very least, he anticipated acquiring a treasure of celestial rank, which filled him with eager expectation. Presently, he required 201 more sign-in opportunities, and there were merely 7 months remaining. For the next few days, Wu Ning spent nearly all his time within the scripture repository of the Qingyan sect. The Qingyan sect, an ancient order with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, housed a staggering collection of books, numbering in the billions, encompassing a vast ocean of knowledge. This repository documented various domains such as cultivation, spiritual flora, mystical beasts, magical artifacts, formations, rare treasures, cultural history, astronomy, geography, and extraordinary anecdotes. Although Wu Ning possesses formidable strength, his exposure to the world remains rather limited. Thus, he resolves to immerse himself in literature to avoid the pitfalls of ignorance and to prevent any unnecessary faux pas in the future. With such an opportunity at hand, he is determined not to let it slip away. A few days swiftly passed by. Wu Ning was utterly engrossed in the vast ocean of knowledge, so much so that, had it not been for Zhuan Chengzi sending someone to invite him to the ceremony, he would have had no desire to leave the sutra repository. The martial arts arena of Qingyan sect was currently a veritable sea of humanity. Not only were there the 100,000 disciples of Qingyan sect, but also contingents from the foremost sects and sacred places from hundreds of surrounding states, bringing the total to nearly 200,000 people. On the elevated platform, Zhuan Chengzi occupied the central seat, flanked by the leaders of over a dozen sacred places from across the region. Surrounding him were the heads of several hundred secondary sections. "Young Master Wu, please take a seat here," Zhuan Chengzi called out, rising promptly upon seeing Wu Ning approach and gesturing towards the empty seat beside him. He was already well aware of the events occurring at Lingyuan Peak. In the past few days, he had visited Wu Ning twice and had subsequently begun to refer to him as Young Master Wu, a gesture intended to convey a sense of familiarity. Wu Ning slightly nodded and took a seat, drawing the attention of many around him. The eyes of over 10 sacred land leaders narrowed in surprise, as they realized they could not discern the true nature of this young man before them. However, judging by Xian Xingzi's demeanor, it was evident that this individual possessed an extraordinary background. "Master Xian, who is this young gentleman?" one of the leaders inquired cautiously. "This is young Master Wu. You must not offend him," Xian Xingzi whispered a warning, offering no further explanation and neglecting to introduce Wu Ning to them. The small-time leaders of the sacred lands were hardly worthy of a glance from a quasi-emperor. A chill ran through the crowd, and they ceased their inquiries. The solemnity of Xian Xingzi's warning hinted at an alarming significance behind Wu Ning's presence. They recognized that they were in no position to provoke him. Soon, their attention shifted to the martial arena, where two formidable talents of the first level of the King realm were engaged in an intense battle. Their bodies collided, techniques clashed, and powerful energy surged through the arena. Even a mere ripple from their confrontation could easily shatter a mountain. Young Master Wu, among the combatants, the one clad in black is named Meng Tian, the scion of the Lingxiao sacred land, endowed with the Nine Suns sacred body and unparalleled combat prowess. The one in purple is Gu Han, the scion of the Gu family, who is said to have been born under extraordinary omens, with celestial blessings and an invincible sacred body. Both of these young kings are under 150 years of age, as long as they survive. They are destined to achieve sainthood in the future, Xian Xingzi quietly elucidated to Wu Ning. For this day, he had thoroughly prepared. Knowing the background of each of the hundreds of top talents present in the arena, Wu Ning's gaze swept across the surroundings of the martial arts arena. This gathering of exceptional talents, the Qingyan Dao Convention, was undoubtedly of a far superior caliber than the Grand Jin's Junlin banquet. Though the number of those at the Sovereign King realm was scarce, there were still around 30 individuals present. In contrast, the Heavenly Palace realm was teeming with prodigies. The manifestations of the Dharma realm appeared rather inconspicuous here, with their only competitive advantage being their youth. Within the age of 30, those at the Dharma realm were not uncommon, and there were even a few who had yet to reach their 20s. In the Grand Jin, such individuals could be regarded as venerable ancestors. The comparison of talent is indeed a harsh reality. Master Xian, I wonder if this convention holds any prospects? Wu Ning inquired. Xian Xingzi shook his head and replied, it is merely a contest of skills among the youth, devoid of any specific rewards. However, in times past, it was not uncommon for those upon the stage to present treasured artifacts as accolades to the exceptionally gifted individuals. This indeed is quite commendable. Wu Ning nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a sacred long spear, which he cast into the air. A divine aura pervaded the atmosphere, instantly captivating countless gazes. Today, the individual who excels the most shall be bestowed with this sacred artifact. Wu Ning's voice resonated clearly, neither too soft nor too loud, reaching the ears of everyone present. What? A sacred artifact? Surely, I'm not imagining things. Which esteemed individual has had the audacity to present such a treasure? I shall spare no effort in my pursuit to be the best performer here. This sacred artifact is destined to be mine. The atmosphere in the training arena instantly ignited with fervor, as numerous royal prodigies eagerly rubbed their fists, their gazes ablaze with determinations, each displaying an unwavering resolve to claim victory. What follows will undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Although others recognized their lack of hope, they were nonetheless exhilarated. Knowing they would witness such a magnificent battle for a sacred artifact, this journey would not be in vain. Ning was quite satisfied, for it appeared much more vigorous this way. However, at this moment, the leaders of various sects on the stage were equally fixated with fervent eyes upon the sacred spear hovering in the air. Most of these sects were comparable to the Qixing sect, and few were of a higher rank, rendering it impossible for them to possess a sacred artifact. Yet now, with a sacred artifact displayed before them, how could they not yearn for it? Chapter 35. Where is the face? The leaders of over a dozen holy realms were no exception. Among them, the weakest realm possessed merely one sage and one sacred artifact. Should they acquire another sacred artifact? It would undoubtedly elevate the overall strength of their sect significantly. After all, even if one could not personally utilize the sacred artifact, it could be exchanged for a plethora of resources to enhance the sect's capabilities. Not only them, but even Zhuan Qingzi felt a stir of desire. Despite the profound foundation of the Qingyan sect, he too possessed only one sacred artifact. At that moment, a robust and burly holy lord, with an audacious demeanor, posed the question, "Young Master Wu, may we participate in this contest?" He was Lei Ming, the lord of the Thunder Yang Holy Land. Upon his utterance, the others nearby cast disparaging glances at him. This fellow had truly cast aside all sense of shame for his sacred artifact. Nevertheless, within their eyes lingered a glimmer of anticipation. After all, it was a sacred artifact. Who among them had not wished to personally enter the fray to contend for it? Ning cast a humorous glance at the questioner, noting the remarkable audacity of the individual. Here stands a venerable sovereign, a formidable sage. Yet he wishes to descend to the fray and contend with a throng of juniors for possessions. What of dignity? Lei Ming asserted that as long as he could procure the sacred artifact, matters of pride were utterly inconsequential. His face beamed with a broad smile, eagerly directed toward Ning. Ning initially intended to flatly refuse, but as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he changed his mind. Very well. If you wish to participate, it is not impossible. Really? Lei Ming's face lit up with surprise, and the others also brightened at the prospect. Ning nodded and said, "I wish to personally step into the fray, but I must seal my cultivation at the first level of the King's realm." Very well. Lei Ming responded without a moment's hesitation. As long as he could participate, it would be a trivial matter for him to handle these fledgling individuals who had just entered the King's realm. Even if he were to be restricted to the first level of that realm. Ning smiled faintly, extending a finger to unleash a beam of light that swiftly penetrated into Lei Ming's body. Startled, Lei Ming sensed an extraordinarily peculiar energy invading him. Immediately suppressing his cultivation to the first level of the King realm, he cast a shocked glance at Ning, astonished to discover that this young martial prince was, in fact, a formidable powerhouse. With a mere gesture, he had sealed Lei Ming's cultivation. Such a subtle yet profound display of skill would likely elude even the most elite of sacred kings. Very well, you may depart now. Ning waved his hand. Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave, Old Lei said. Lei Ming respectfully clasped his fist in a gesture of gratitude before descending from the high platform. The others exchanged glances, their eyes repeatedly drifting towards Ning, while they were astonished by the formidable strength of Ning. A sense of eagerness began to stir within them. Zhuan Qingzi struggled for a long time but ultimately could not set aside his pride. Ning directly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to participate?" "I. Count me in," exclaimed several others. Over 10 saints rose to their feet. The leaders of other sects remained silent. With the saints taking the stage themselves, they dared not contest. Otherwise, they risked not seeing the dawn of the next day. The presence of these numerous saints transformed the essence of this Qingyan Dao assembly entirely. Although their cultivation levels were suppressed to the first layer of the King realm, rendering them incapable of wielding powers beyond that realm, they were, in essence, extraordinary prodigies, endowed with thousands of years of combat experience, which allowed them to overwhelmingly dominate the younger talents of the first and second layers of the King realm. This led to cries of unfairness from the young prodigies. Wasn't this a contest of prodigies? What was the meaning of these ancient beings entering the fray? I have been a king for a century and ascended to sainthood after 3 millennia. Why am I not considered a prodigy? Thundered Lei Ming dismissively. You youngsters can't even withstand my power at the first layer of the King realm. What qualifies you as prodigies? The other saints, unperturbed, remained stoic. Having lived for thousands of years, their resilience to mockery was unimaginable. At the edge of the training ground, Lin Fan observed the one-sided battle with a grave expression. The young prodigies participating in the Qingyan Dao assembly were mostly around a century old, with few exceeding 150 years in the King realm. Apart from him, 2 others were at the third layer of the King realm, however, confronted with a host of ancient beings. Even these 2 third-layer prodigies could merely manage to hold their ground. The prospect of victory seemed bleak unless a formidable trump card could turn the tide. He considered himself slightly superior to the other two third-layer prodigies, yet defeating these ancient beings remained a daunting task. Master brother, will you not make your move? A group of Qingyan sect disciples gazed at him with eager anticipation. Presently, he was their only hope of overcoming these ancient monsters. Lin Fan shook his head. Patience. Allow me to make a breakthrough first. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. On the high platform, Xin Qingzi had also stepped away for a moment. The battle in the arena continued unabated. Within half an hour, all the young prodigies had been defeated. Subsequently, the assembly morphed into a gathering of ancient beings. 2 hours swiftly passed. Upon Lin Fan's return to the training ground, more than half of the over 10 saints had been eliminated, leaving just 4 remaining. With a smile, Lin Fan quietly observed and absorbed the spectacle, still refraining from making his move. Had he truly managed to break through so swiftly? Wanting discerned his cultivation level at a glance, 4th heaven of the King's realm. Such a rapid breakthrough must have been supported by his sect. Although Zhuan Chengzi did not personally intervene, it seemed he had placed his hopes on Lin Fan. Zhuan Chengzi observed the fierce battle below with a calm demeanor, intrigued by the struggle among the old warriors. The eventual victor would undoubtedly be from the Qingyan sect, and he was determined to claim that sacred artifact for himself. Half an hour later, Lei Ming sent the Qianyuan Saint Master flying with a single punch, exclaiming triumphantly, "The sacred artifact is mine. Senior, I humbly seek your guidance." Lin Fan gracefully entered the arena. Qingyan sect S. Lin Fan, are you attempting to take advantage of me? Lei Ming glared fiercely. He had sacrificed much to defeat his opponents, and now, with his strength severely depleted, the outcome of this confrontation seemed uncertain. Come forth. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Lei Ming quickly consumed a handful of medicinal pills and beckoned Lin Fan with a wave. Despite the uncertainty, he remained unafraid. His 6 millennia of combat experience was not something a mere youth in his early 100 years could shake. Senior, I beg your pardon. Lin Fan clasped his fists and surged towards Lei Ming with all his might. The 4th heaven of the King's realm? A jolt of alarm coursed through Lei Ming. This battle had become even more precarious. However, Lei Ming's ability to defeat other saints was no small feat. Even with his current weakened state, he was merely at a slight disadvantage against Lin Fan, who was at the 4th heaven of the King's realm. Victory belongs to the senior brother. Victory belongs to the senior brother. 100,000 disciples of the Qingyan sect chanted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Lei Yang sacred land remained silent, their faces pale with embarrassment, unable to cheer for their saint who was being outmatched. Nearby, a disciple from the Lingxiao sacred land turned to one from the Lei Yang sacred land and remarked, "Brother, it seems your saint is on the verge of defeat? I never anticipated that the Qingyan sect's senior brother would be so formidable. Even your saint cannot hold his ground. Why are you silent? Aren't you worried your saint is about to lose?" The Lei Yang disciples scowled, their thoughts racing with plans to retaliate against the audacious speaker. At that moment, the defeated saints inwardly sighed with relief, lucky to have fallen first. Had they lost to a youth barely over a century old, they would have faced ridicule for millennia. In the arena, Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he shouted, "Senior, I shall unleash my ultimate technique." Lei Ming, with a grim countenance, chose not to respond. Suddenly, a dark staff appeared in Lin Fan's hand, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a resounding crash, Lin Fan swung the staff towards Lei Ming. "What the sacred artifact?" Lei Ming exclaimed in shock as he was struck, sent reeling backwards. The spectators were left dumbfounded. None had expected Lin Fan to suddenly produce a sacred artifact mid-battle. Isn't this cheating? The gazes of a dozen saints turned to Zhuan Chengzi, silently accusing him of shamelessness. Zhuan Chengzi merely smiled back. Is it not reasonable for a prodigy of the King's realm to possess a sacred artifact? Lei Ming, struggling to rise, appeared pale and shaken. He was fortunate to possess a saint's physique. Otherwise, he would have been utterly obliterated by the artifact's might. Of course, Lin Fan's inability to fully harness its power also played a role. "Senior, shall we continue?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile, staff in hand. Given the earlier circumstances, he had a high probability of victory even without the artifact. However, cultivation involves more than mere combat. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships, regardless of his confidence. Lei Ming could only concede under the artifact's authority. Enough. Lei Ming spat in frustration, feeling wronged by the younger generation's lack of martial ethics. Taking advantage of a 6,000-year-old veteran, with a huff, he swiftly departed, regretting not having a thicker skin to retaliate more forcefully. On the high platform, Ning beamed with satisfaction at the thrilling contest, far more entertaining than the mundane talent competitions. He waved his hand, sending the sacred artifact spear soaring towards Lin Fan. "It is now yours." "Thank you, senior." Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly as he received the spear, eliciting envy and admiration from those around him. The onlookers gazed at Zhuan Chengzi with envy. This old fox had done nothing to earn a sacred artifact. Truly, the master of the Qingyan sect held great stature. As the Qingyan Dao conference concluded, Ning returned to the scripture pavilion, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge until he had read every single tome, before finally taking his leave. Upon departing, he left behind another sacred artifact as a token of gratitude. Zhuan Chengzi waved him off, a reluctant smile on his face. Upon returning to the small courtyard he rented in Qingyan Holy City, Li Yuanbao and the others were still engrossed in their seclusion, diligently cultivating within. Without wanting. Their strength was feeble, and fearing the troubles that lay beyond, they could only immerse themselves in their cultivation. The bluebird was also diligently refining the ninth-tier beast core. Wanting did not disturb them. The Qinyan sacred city was vast and bustling, and he intended to stay there for half a year. At the very least, he would wait until he had gathered enough annual tokens before departing. Half a year was but a fleeting moment. Time was something he possessed in abundance. With the sun rising and setting, the cycle continued. 6 months swiftly elapsed, and he was only 3 tokens away. How close he was. As the time approached, Wanning's mood grew increasingly excited, filled with anticipation. Today marked the long-awaited opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, occurring once every millennium. Thousands of sovereign-level powerhouses gathered in the ancient Xianshan Mountains. There were a total of 3,000 tokens for the Tianyuan secret realm, the majority of which were held by prominent factions, with only a few scattered among wandering cultivators. Thus, this event represented a grand gathering of the major forces in the eastern region, with dozens of sacred-level factions in attendance. A multitude of exceptional talents at the sovereign level congregated in the ancient Xianshan Mountains, promising a fierce contest. The Qinyan sect also dispatched a team, with Lin Fan as the senior brother, among them. The spectacle was about to commence. Li Yuanbao squinted with a smile. A few days prior, seizing the opportunity of the approaching opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, he had auctioned off the token Wanning had signed. It fetched a staggering 3 million high-grade spirit stones. He wondered how the individual who purchased the token would react if they found nothing upon entering the secret realm. The opening of the Tianyuan secret realm lasted only 12 hours. Once the time was up, everyone would be teleported out. A day later, the Qinyan sect returned to their headquarters in a state of dejection. A disciple approached and inquired, "Senior brother, what happened? Were you robbed?" Lin Fan replied, speechless. "That's about right. The Tianyuan secret realm was pillaged before we even got there. Not even a single high-grade spirit herb was left." An elder shook his head and sighed. "I ended up fighting a few beasts for nothing, only to retrieve a handful of spirit grass." Another elder, limping, lamented. "I had hoped to catch a couple of fish for a feast, but an 8th-tier flood dragon inexplicably went mad and chased me for over 30,000 miles. Zun Chengzi sighed. What a pity about that sacred artifact. It was no secret that a sacred artifact resided within the Tianyuan secret realm. However, due to the balance of power among the factions, no saint-level experts intervened directly, allowing only the younger generation at the sovereign level to vie for it. This had become an unspoken rule among the masses. Otherwise, who would dare to leave behind any secret realm inheritances? News of the events within the Tianyuan secret realm soon spread. The actions of Li Yuanbao and his companions were met with widespread condemnation. You best avoid wandering about for a while. Be careful not to fall into a trap. Ning warned that they had been seen by many when they initially emerged from the secret realm, and it was likely that inquiries regarding their whereabouts had already begun. He believed it would not be long before someone would come seeking them. However, after gathering the annual quota tomorrow, Ning planned to depart from the sacred city of Qinyan. Having stayed here for more than half a year, it was time to leave. Before that, he wondered if any unfortunate souls had managed to track them down. Ning smiled gently. That evening, Ling Chen's check-in frequency was reset. Ning opened his personal system panel. And after a lapse of 6 months, his sign-in count had finally accumulated to 365 times. Unbeknownst to him, he had already turned 19. No longer was he the young boy he once was. Ning took a deep breath and exclaimed with excitement, "System, grant me an annual subscription." Chapter 37, The Primordial Treasure, The Chaotic Divine Gourd Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primordial treasure, the Chaotic Divine Gourd. The Chaotic Divine Gourd? Upon hearing the prompt, Ning immediately scrutinized the detailed information regarding the Chaotic Divine Gourd in the primordial dawn of the universe. At the inception of chaos, a divine vine was born, nurtured by the forces of creation. After enduring countless eons, it bore 7 gourds, each imbued with the essence of the great Tao. This Chaotic Divine Gourd is the very first gourd nurtured by the divine vine. The surface of the gourd is inscribed with 3,000 laws of the great Tao, and within it lies a realm of chaos, suffused with boundless chaotic energy, capable of refining the cosmos and devouring all things. As Ning absorbed the intricate details, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Chaotic Divine Gourd serves not only as a formidable weapon but also as an invaluable auxiliary treasure. By refining the myriad entities of the universe, the gourd can yield a miraculous substance known as chaotic origin liquid. This liquid possesses the power to transcend the heavens and create wonders, most notably. It can enhance one's cultivation and lifespan, with a single drop capable of elevating 1,000 years of cultivation and extending life by an equal measure. Furthermore, the chaotic origin liquid can enable beings to undergo a transformation of their very essence. An ordinary person consuming a single drop could instantly become an extraordinary genius, resembling an immortal. Even a mere blade of grass, when imbibed, could transform into an exceptional elixir of immortality. Additionally, the chaotic origin liquid can be utilized to forge supreme immortal bodies and concoct elixirs and magical artifacts, possessing limitless applications. Of course, there are distinctions in the quality of the chaotic origin liquid. That which is condensed from spirit stones differs markedly in efficacy from that which is derived from celestial stones. Ning was utterly exhilarated. this chaotic divine gourd possessed extraordinary capabilities, truly deserving of its status as a primordial treasure. With such a remarkable artifact in his possession, achieving immortality and becoming a progenitor seemed effortless. He promptly extended his consciousness into the system's space. In the next moment, a petite and exquisite purplish-red gourd materialized in his hand. Boom. The moment the gourd emerged, the surrounding space instantaneously collapsed, unable to withstand its formidable power. Ning swiftly took action to confine the surrounding space, preventing the rampant void winds from causing destruction. The treasures obtained from the system's sign and required no refinement. The moment they materialized, they had already acknowledged him as their master. When Ning retrieved the chaotic divine gourd, he made every effort to contain its formidable power. Otherwise, the entire sacred city of Qingyun would likely be reduced to nothingness in an instant. The might of an innate supreme treasure is such that even a mere thread of its essence could extinguish the stars. However, due to the exceedingly high rank of this innate treasure, the space of the Tianxin continent was unable to accommodate it, leading to its immediate fragmentation upon emergence. With a slight furrow in his brow, Ning realized that he had yet to master his control, requiring further practice. Casting aside distracting thoughts, he focused intently on the chaos god gourd in his hand. Approximately 9 inches in height, it glimmered like jade, exquisitely crafted and diminutive in size. Its body radiated a deep crimson hue adorned with intricate golden patterns that conveyed an aura of profound enlightenment, the imprints of the 3,000 Great Tao. As his mind delved into the gourd, he discovered an infinite, boundless chaotic space within, filled with an endless expanse of enigmatic gray chaotic energy. Ning, akin to a lovesick fool, gazed upon the most exquisite maiden in the world, completely entranced by her unadorned beauty, momentarily oblivious to the passage of time. It was only after the lapse of an hour that he regained his composure. Truly, it is no wonder that this is a primordial treasure born of chaos, brimming with myriad wonders and boundless mysteries. Ning let out a sigh. Subsequently, he began to cast aside some of the superfluous treasures and resources from his possession into the divine gourd, hoping to see if he could conjure the primordial essence. He first tossed in the remaining over 10 billion inferior spirit stones, yet sensed no reaction whatsoever. Ning remained unfazed as he cast in all his mid-grade spirit stones, amounting to over 50 billion. This time, Ning finally discerned a trace of chaotic source liquid coalescing within the divine gourd. It was a minuscule quantity, even less than a millionth of a drop. Ning was somewhat astonished to discover that he could directly absorb a trace of chaotic source liquid through the chaotic divine gourd. He promptly attempted it, and this trace of chaotic source liquid instantly transformed into an extraordinary surge of pure energy, flooding into his body and propelling his cultivation a small step closer to the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor. If he were to repeat this process several million times, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor in one fell swoop. However, the efficacy of this method of cultivation growth pales in comparison to that of the system's sign in cultivation, as it merely facilitates a straightforward breakthrough without encompassing the profound insights corresponding to each realm. Ning shook his head, feeling that he had been overly greedy. The functionality he possessed was already astonishing. What more could one desire? After a brief pause, he continued to invest various resources and treasures, not only spirit stones, but also spirit artifacts and elixirs, among others. Half an hour later, a droplet of chaotic source liquid was finally condensed. Within the chaotic divine gourd, a single crystalline droplet floated serenely in the chaotic space, radiating a pale golden hue, surrounded by ethereal, multicolored glimmers, a sight of extraordinary marvel. Ning took it out and swallowed it whole. Boom. The chaotic source liquid entered his abdomen and immediately transformed into a torrent of immense energy surging throughout his body. Ning felt as though every cell in his body was exulting, soaring in a state of ethereal bliss, as if he had consumed the legendary elixir that grants ascension. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, his cultivation had directly surged to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm, continuing to ascend towards the ultimate perfection of the Quasi-Emperor state. His aura grew increasingly profound and formidable. Simultaneously, Ning discovered that his lifespan had been extended by 10,000 years, and there was a slight enhancement to his physique, albeit not markedly so. Possessing the ancient imperial bloodline of the martial clan and the divine body of time, his innate talent was unparalleled, rendering the path to immortality a trivial pursuit. This subtle improvement was merely a consequence of years spent consuming meat and grains, which had marginally influenced his physical constitution. Another quarter of an hour passed, and a drop of chaotic source liquid had been completely absorbed. Ning furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he had not yet achieved a complete breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The supreme scripture he was cultivating was an invincible technique that integrated cultivation, divine soul, and physical form, necessitating the simultaneous growth of all three aspects. Consequently, the energy required to transcend his current state was significantly greater. He still needed a drop of chaotic source liquid, and he estimated that an additional 1/10 of a drop would suffice for him to achieve his breakthrough. Ning was not troubled. With the chaos divine gourd in his possession, achieving a breakthrough was far from a daunting task. He estimated that condensing a single drop of chaos source liquid would require approximately 10 billion spirit crystals. One spirit crystal was equivalent to 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, which meant that 10 billion spirit crystals amounted to a staggering 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a considerable sum, even with his wealth. he could only condense a few hundred drops. This predicament primarily arose from the fact that utilizing elixirs, spiritual tools, and treasures to condense the chaos source liquid was an exceedingly unwise choice. The value of an imperial weapon was not even comparable to 10 billion spirit crystals, rendering it practically worthless for material costs. The same applied to elixirs. It is worth noting that if an imperial weapon were to be sold, it would start at a minimum of 10 trillion spirit crystals. To directly use it for condensing chaos source liquid was akin to suffering a significant loss. The most economical approach remained the use of energy-infused items to condense the chaos source liquid, such as spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and spirit crystals, among others. Ning continued to study the chaotic divine gourd within the confines of his chamber. By the time he emerged from the room, it was already noon. Ning was in high spirits and invited Li Yuanbao and another companion to indulge in a sumptuous feast of roasted demon beast meat. After we finish our meal, let us tidy up our belongings as we prepare to depart from the sacred city of Qingyun. Boss, we have long been ready, Li Yuanbao replied while savoring his food. Yesterday, Ning casually mentioned to them that a few individuals had already prepared their belongings overnight, anticipating an early departure that very morning. To their surprise, Ning did not emerge from his quarters until noon. Brother Wu, where shall we venture next? Su Ziqian inquired. Over the past 6 months, he had successfully advanced to the realm of Dharma manifestation. At the age of 20, achieving such a level of mastery would be considered extraordinary anywhere in the Eastern Domain. We shall head to Dongxian Prefecture, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, the azure bird soared majestically into the sky from the courtyard. Ning furrowed his brow suddenly. Aha, you lot. Is it not a tad too late to contemplate escape now? Just then, a mocking voice resonated through the air. Following that, several figures materialized in the sky, 3 young men and a woman, all prodigies at the king's rank. Additionally, there was an elderly man clad in a dark robe. With hair as white as snow yet possessing a youthful visage, he was a formidable sage. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. A moment later, and they would have slipped away, declared a young man in a resplendent golden robe, stepping forward. He cast a disdainful glance at Ning and his companions, proclaiming with an air of arrogance, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Haokong, the saint son of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. Ranked 91st on the King's list. You may now reveal your identities. Should you find our 100 Refinements Sacred Land too daunting, I suggest you hand over that sacred artifact. This way, I might consider granting you a chance at survival." Chen Haokong's expression radiated confidence. After all, the 100 Refinements Sacred Land was a premier institution, feared by all save for the 3 great powers. Chapter 38. Left with nothing in the end. Chen Haokong, the saint son of the 100 Refinements. A gasp echoed through the crowd. These individuals hail from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. What influence do they possess to warrant the personal intervention of the saint's son? Regardless of their origins, their fate was sealed. The saint's son was a peerless prodigy who had ascended the king's list. In the Qingyun holy city, countless eyes gazed skyward, filled with curiosity and exhilaration. Chen Haokong was undoubtedly one of the most coveted prodigies in the Eastern Domain, a figure of immense renown. Many women gazed at him with a mix of infatuation and admiration. With an extraordinary background, striking features, formidable strength, and unparalleled talent, he was the quintessential dream lover for countless women. In the heavens above, ignoring Chen Haoqiong's boastful outbursts, Ning regarded him as nothing more than a conceited fool. His gaze turned to the distant sky, and with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Come forth. All of you." Are there others? Chen Haoqiong raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished that Ning had noticed them before he did. Haha. Your Excellency possesses remarkable prowess to have discerned our presence so swiftly. I am truly in awe. 3 figures materialized from the air, 2 young individuals. 1 male and 1 female, accompanied by a venerable elder exuding a profound aura. The speaker was the young man standing at the forefront. They had actually arrived long ago but chose to remain concealed, preferring to let others act first to gauge the strength and identity of Ning and his companions. Now that their hiding place had been unveiled, they had no choice but to reveal themselves. Lu Qianqing, do you also seek that sacred artifact? Chen Haoqiong's expression hardened slightly. Lu Qianqing was likewise a prodigy on the king ranking, positioned at the 87th spot, even ahead of him. Moreover, the Tianyang Lu family supporting him was a prestigious lineage, rivaling their own Baoyan sacred land. Lu Qianqing shot him a glare. Chen Haoqiong, do not slander me. I am merely here to observe. Humph. Chen Haoqiong snorted dismissively, clearly unconvinced by his words. There are still 2 more of you. Might I not have to invite you out as well? Ning spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the other's gaze sharpened. Were there indeed others present in this space? What an astute sense of perception you possess. A section of the space shattered like a mirror, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a pristine white veil. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze, her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin radiant as snow, and her eyes sparkled like the bright moon. Following her was an elderly woman with kind eyes, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth, the saintess of the mortal realm. I did not expect you to arrive as well. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chen Haokong's eyes. The saintess of the mortal sect, Mu Shiweli, ranked 36th on the royal rankings, possessed an extraordinary talent rarely seen in the world. She was also one of the 4 great beauties of the eastern region. Her strength matched only by her allure, captivating countless young prodigies in the East, Chen Haokong included. Wu Ning's indifferent gaze swept over them. Are you all here to seize the sacred artifact? Lu Qianqing furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss, and promptly retreated with his companions. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to observe the excitement, Mu Shiwei remarked, disregarding the others. She calmly addressed Wu Ning, saying, Sir, you have violated the rules. It is time to relinquish the legacy of the heavenly origin Saint King. Rules? Wu Ning replied, those are your rules, and they bear no relevance to me. Wu Ning stood casually on the back of the azure bird, his demeanor serene, his robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Mu Shiwei furrowed her delicate brows, a glimmer of displeasure evident in her eyes. You are quite arrogant, sir. Is it that you regard us with such disdain? She chided, her voice laced with indignation. How audacious. Young man, do you dare show disrespect to the saintess of the mortal realm? Such boldness. Chen Haokong, eager to impress Mu Shiwei, immediately bellowed in anger, intending to teach Wu Ning a lesson. Slap. With a casual slap, Wu Ning shattered the very fabric of space, completely annihilating Chen Haokong in an instant, leaving not even a trace of blood mist. The sycophants, in their relentless adulation, ended up with nothing. The Holy Sun. The onlookers from the 100 Forging Sacred Land were struck with terror. Others also narrowed their eyes in disbelief, for Chen Haokong was a prodigy listed among the kings. Possessing formidable strength, it was inconceivable that he could be slain with a mere stroke. In Wu Ning's hand appeared a storage ring, for he now sought to gather resources to condense the chaotic source liquid, leaving no spoils to waste. Dare to slay the holy son of our sect, and you shall face dire consequences. The elder clad in the robe of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land unleashed an aura of terrifying pressure, charging furiously towards Wu Ning. He was the protector of Chen Haokong. Now that Chen Haokong had been slain, even as a formidable sage, he could not escape punishment upon his return to the sect. For he was backed by numerous powerful entities. Wu Ning could not be bothered to cast a glance at him, casually striking out with a slap, instantly reducing the old man and the remaining two from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land to nothingness. How formidable! Mu Shiwei was taken aback, her face paling. Retreat. The elderly matron of the Red Dust Sacred Sect waved her hand, whisking her away in an instant to a distance of thousands of miles. Since we have come this far, let us remain here for eternity. Wu Ning extended a hand, instantaneously traversing the fabric of space to seize both individuals, subsequently reducing them to mere blood mist. All that remained were 2 storage rings and a sacred artifact. Thus, the unparalleled saintess of a generation met her untimely demise. Boom. Boom. At that moment, 2 resounding claps of thunder erupted in the sky, leaving countless individuals in a state of bewilderment, their minds buzzing with dread. In this instant, the multitude in Qingdun Prefecture raised their gazes skyward, beholding an endless expanse of crimson clouds converging, as glaring as blood, momentarily shrouding the heavens. The world was bathed in a sanguine hue. A profound tremor surged through the hearts of countless cultivators. The heavens wept in unison, mourning the fall of a saint. Gulp Lu Qianqing, gripped by terror, swallowed hard, sensing his legs weaken beneath him. Wu Ning's gaze fell upon them, and he inquired, Why do you not flee? Lu Qianqing opened his mouth, turning to the elder beside him who was shielding him. Indeed, why do you not take me with you? The elder respectfully clasped his hands towards Wu Ning, stating, Your Excellency possesses profound strength. The old man has nowhere to escape. He was nearly equal in power to that old fellow from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land, yet that man was effortlessly struck down by Wu Ning with a mere slap. Even the sacred king lacked such might. The elder understood that there was no escape from such a formidable presence. To flee meant certain death. Perhaps remaining offered a glimmer of hope. As it turned out, the Red Dust Sacred Sect met their demise upon fleeing. Yet at least they were still alive for now. Wu Ning slightly nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, you cannot escape. Senior, Lu Qianqing exclaimed urgently, Please spare my life. We were merely passing through and had no intention of offending you. Do you truly believe your own words? Wu Ning retorted with a cold smirk. Lu Qianqing faltered for a moment but quickly resumed his humble and ingratiating demeanor. Senior, you are magnanimous. Might you grant us a chance for reprieve? That is not entirely impossible, Wu Ning contemplated. You came here to pilfer sacred artifacts. Although you were unsuccessful, it still constitutes attempted robbery, which cannot go unpunished. How about this? If your family pays a fine of 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, I shall let you go this once. Chapter 39, Eastern Xian Continent 1 billion top-grade spirit stones? Lu Qianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His accompanying maid and the elder in the Saint Realm were equally astounded, all taken aback by the staggering sum. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones could purchase several sacred artifacts. What, do you find it insufficient? Wu Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. He initially desired more, but he surmised that these 3 individuals did not hold substantial influence within the Gu family. Not a bit less. Lu Qianqing hastily waved his hand. Senior, I will have my father send someone to deliver the spirit stones immediately. Wu Ning inclined his head slightly. After he conveyed the message, he produced a small sacred tower to envelop the 3 of them within, simultaneously confiscating their storage rings. Once your father delivers the fine, I shall release you. Wu Ning cast a glance around the sacred city of Qingyun and then gracefully departed on his azure bird. How terrifying it was. The holy son of 100 Refinements was actually struck down with a single blow, meeting a most tragic end. The holy maiden of Red Dust also perished. Humph. Even two saints have fallen. What significance do they hold? Who on earth is that individual? Simply ruthless. The atmosphere in the sacred city of Qingyun was ablaze with tumult. To the north of the city, within a lavish pavilion, a dozen holy lords had gathered. Lei Ming, astonished, acknowledged the formidable prowess of this young warrior, who dispatched saints as if they were mere chickens. He was undoubtedly at least a revered figure. The far-reaching influences of 100 Refinement's sacred land and Red Dust sacred sect could easily ascertain the whereabouts of Ning and his companions. However, having encountered Ning before, they recognized his extraordinary origins and terrifying strength. Thus, they refrained from rash actions and tacitly withheld any information regarding Ning, opting instead to quietly observe the unfolding drama. These top-tier sacred lands had often oppressed them, and they relished the thought of witnessing their downfall. If not, they stood to lose nothing, regardless of who faced adversity. It was of no concern to them. Aha! It seems that 100 Refinement's sacred land and Red Dust sacred sect have indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. One holy lord laughed heartily. With the holy son and holy maiden slain, what actions might these two great sacred lands take next? Some faces were alight with anticipation. This young warrior disregarded even the 100 Refinement's sacred land and Red Dust sacred sect. One could only wonder about his origins. At this moment, the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture was shrouded in a drizzling blood rain, a celestial phenomenon heralding the demise of a powerful being at the saint level. An unending cascade of crimson droplets fell upon countless individuals, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and grief that surged within their hearts. What has transpired? What is happening? Countless people gazed suspiciously at the sky, while only a select few knowledgeable and powerful beings understood the gravity of the situation. In the easternmost realm of Dongshan Prefecture, a premier region that ranks among the top 5 of the entire eastern domain's 3,000 prefectures, lies the heavenly Tiansha continent, which comprises 7 domains: the Central Domain, Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, Northwest Demon Domain, and the vast Endless Sea. The easternmost point of the Eastern Domain, the westernmost of the Western Domain, the southernmost of the Southern Domain, and the northernmost of the Northern Domain converge upon the Endless Sea. One journey to Dongshan Prefecture, which lies adjacent to the vast ocean. The coastal proximity imbues this region with unparalleled prosperity and wealth, while a multitude of sects and powers of varying sizes vie for dominance. Among them, the most ancient and formidable is undoubtedly the Academy of All Phenomena. It is said that within the hallowed halls of this academy resides a being of quasi-emperor strength. And in even more distant epochs, it has been the birthplace of those of emperor-level prowess. Ning's destination for this journey is the Wanqiang Academy, where he seeks a place to linger and accumulate attendance records. The Wanqiang Academy serves as an excellent choice. Simultaneously, he intends to enroll Li Yuanbao and his companions for further study, as he is disinclined to instruct them himself. Fortunately, the Wanqiang Academy is replete with mentors. After refining a 9th-tier monster's core, the Qingyao experienced a significant surge in its cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier. And it now only requires a comprehension of the laws to ascend to the 9th tier. Its flying speed has increased dramatically compared to before. And after a series of brief flights and stops, it arrived in Dongshan Prefecture in less than half a month. Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Truly, it is no surprise that this region ranks among the top 5 of the Eastern Domain. In terms of area, it is likely comparable to over 100 Yulon states. Furthermore, the vibrancy here is incomparable to that of the remote and modest Yulon state. Standing amidst the clouds, he gazed across the endless expanse. His gaze directed towards the vast ocean to the east, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. I wonder if the seafood here is delectable? I have heard tales of dragons inhabiting these waters. I wonder how their flavor compares to that of the river dragons? Let us proceed to Donghai City. With a call, the azure bird flapped its wings gently and vanished into the clouds in an instant. Shortly thereafter, an immense ancient city, seemingly boundless, emerged within the view of the group. This was Donghai Ancient City, the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the entire Dongshan state, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, adorned with mountains and rivers. Its edge is unfathomable. Rather than a mere city, it resembled a remarkably thriving kingdom. The azure bird descended in a spacious area within the city, undeterred by any obstacles. Donghai City is indeed colossal. It is quite commonplace to fly aboard a mount, as long as one refrains from soaring over the territories of the most formidable powers. One is scarcely hindered. Ning, accompanied by Li Yuanbao and another companion, wandered through the bustling streets of Donghai City. The vibrant splendor before them was a sight they had never encountered before. However, when it came to the caliber of cultivators, the quality was not significantly superior to that of Qingyun Holy City. It merely boasted a greater number of celestial realm practitioners. The presence of those at the King realm was predominantly confined to the more prosperous areas. As for the formidable sages, they remained aloof and untouchable, with only a handful of esteemed families or factions possessing ancestral sages to safeguard their interests. They soon entered an opulent restaurant and requested a private room. Ning retrieved the small tower and released Lu Qianqing. We have arrived at Dongshan Prefecture. Has your father sent the spirit stones? Lu Qianqing greedily inhaled the fresh air and promptly responded to Ning, Senior, allow me to inquire. My father dotes on me immensely. Even if he were to exhaust his entire fortune, he would undoubtedly gather the 10 billion top-grade spirit stones to secure my release. He produced a communication jade slip from his sleeve and promptly imbued it with a thread of his consciousness. Previously, when he communicated with his family, he had instructed them to send the spirit stones to Dongxian Prefecture. Soon, a faint wave of consciousness emanated from the jade slip. Senior. The spirit stones will be delivered shortly. Lu Qianqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as he genuinely feared that his father might abandon him. Wu Ning casually nodded, savoring the exquisite delicacies of the restaurant alongside Li Yuanbao and the third companion. The establishment offered a variety of edible sea creatures, a notable specialty of East Sea City. Wu Ning was immensely pleased to discover the presence of octopuses, lobsters, and scallops in the sea. He had indeed not come to the wrong place. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe entered the tavern. Father, Lu Qianqing exclaimed joyfully, feeling a sense of grievance that almost brought him to tears. He had not anticipated that his father would come in person. Liu shot him a fierce glare, but upon seeing him unscathed, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Your Excellency, here are 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Liu handed a storage ring to Wu Ning while secretly assessing him, realizing that he was indeed unfathomable. Chapter 40, The Academy of All Phenomena. Wu Ning casually stowed away the storage ring and smiled, saying, I was under the impression that you would send formidable warriors to abduct me. Liu Yao cupped his hands and replied, It was my young one who, in his ignorance, offended you. If we can resolve this matter with mere spirit stones, how could the Liu family fail to recognize a good opportunity? He had indeed contemplated requesting the elder to subdue Wu Ning directly. Yet the uncertainty surrounding Wu Ning's true capabilities made him hesitant to take such a risk. The unknown is the most perilous of all. Should Wu Ning possess overwhelming strength, it might very well endanger the elder, resulting in a significant loss. Thus, to conclude this affair with spirit stones is the most prudent course of action. If, in the future, he learns enough to confront Wu Ning, he might then seek the elder's intervention. If not, they could simply treat this incident as if it had never occurred. After all, with the 100 Refinements sacred ground and the Red Dust sacred sect standing guard, he need only wait for the situation to resolve itself. Wu Ning paid no heed to his thoughts, directly releasing Lu Qianqing's maid and that venerable elder, waving them away. Father, who on earth is that individual? He appears youthful, yet possesses terrifying strength. Lu Qianqing could no longer contain his curiosity after they had distanced themselves from the tavern. I do not know, Liu Yao replied, shaking his head slightly, a hint of gravity in his gaze. I only know his surname is Wu, and he has made an appearance at the Qingyan sect, but they too are unaware of his origins. I suspect he may hail from another realm. Another realm? Lu Qianqing pondered, finding it quite plausible. After all, a figure of such formidable prowess could not simply materialize from thin air. Let us await news from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Saints. They have suffered the loss of their holy son and holy daughter. As well as a formidable elder, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, Liu Yao remarked, shaking his head as he led Lu Qianqing and the others away swiftly. In the tavern, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? The holy son of 100 Refinements, Chen Haokong, and the Red Dust Saints have been slain. Is that truly the case? Who would dare to kill the holy son and holy daughter of the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust sect? This matter has indeed stirred quite a commotion. It seems to be related to the legacy of the heavenly Yuan Saint King from Qingyan Prefecture. What a pity that such an exquisite beauty as the Red Dust Saintess has met her demise. I have heard that many admirers of the Red Dust Saintess are seeking the whereabouts of the culprit, seemingly eager to avenge her. Even the top 10 prodigies of the king ranking have been stirred. Ah, it appears we are in for a spectacle. In a private room, Wu Ning listened with great interest to the discussions in the tavern hall, surprised at how swiftly the news had spread. He had only just arrived in Donghai City, and already the rumors were rampant. Was this news disseminated too quickly? Just then, a group entered the tavern, causing an immediate hush to fall over the hall. The leader of this group was a woman clad in a dark blue Taoist robe. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like an inky waterfall down her back, reaching her waist, adorned with a verdant jade hairpin. Beneath her loose robe, one could subtly discern her graceful figure, exuding an air of noble elegance. With almond-shaped eyes and an oval face, her crescent-like brows framed starry eyes, her flawless complexion graced by a gentle smile. Following her were 5 or 6 youthful boys and girls. Shopkeeper, we require a private room, the woman said effortlessly, her voice akin to a spring breeze. Master Muyo, please, this way. The shopkeeper humbly guided the woman and her entourage upstairs. The patrons in the hall exchanged furtive whispers, none daring to raise their voices. It was the mentor from the Wanxiang Academy. Wu Ning's gaze involuntarily lingered on the woman for a moment longer. Her appearance was no less striking than that of the renowned saintess of the mortal realm, and her figure was likely even more exquisite. Wu Ning shook his head, dismissing some unhealthy thoughts. After consuming a meal that cost 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, he exited the tavern under the enthusiastic farewell of the proprietor. Subsequently, Wu Ning led the 3 companions directly to the Wanxiang Academy. The Wanxiang Academy, located in the northern part of East Sea City, occupies nearly 1% of the entire city's area, making it exceedingly vast. Boss, will we be cultivating here from now on? Wu Ning led the 3 individuals directly into the Wanxiang Academy, where the guards at the entrance seemed oblivious to their presence. We anticipate a prolonged stay here, during which you shall diligently cultivate your skills. The trio's faces brightened with delight. During their journey, They had already heard of the Wanxiang Academy's illustrious reputation, a premier force with a legacy spanning several 100,000 years, having nurtured countless formidable talents. It is undoubtedly a coveted haven for numerous young cultivators in the eastern region. Those fortunate enough to train here are nothing short of exceptional prodigies, meticulously selected from the masses. Suddenly, a ripple in the fabric of space heralded the arrival of a man clad in a blue robe, who materialized before them. Fellow cultivator, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Wanxiang Academy? The blue-robed man merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Yuanbao and his companions before dismissing them entirely. When Ning gazed at him and remarked with a smile, it is said that the Wuxiang Academy possesses a quasi-imperial level powerhouse. Seeing it firsthand today affirms the truth of such rumors. Did you come here for my sake? The man in the blue robe revealed a hint of seriousness in his eyes, for he could not discern the depths of Wu Ning's true capabilities. It was highly probable that Wu Ning's cultivation surpassed his own. You were overthinking it. Wu Ning rolled his eyes, for she was hardly a peerless beauty, and thus he had no interest. However, this fellow possessed the cultivation of a quasi-emperor at the late stage. He must seek an opportunity to engage him in combat. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, he remained unaware of the true extent of his strength, having yet to encounter anyone worthy of his full effort. This old fellow, being at the late stage of quasi-emperor, should be capable of compelling him to exert at least half of his power. Fellow cultivator, I wish to have the three of them admitted to the Myriad Forms Academy for their training. Wu Ning directly expressed his intentions to him. The man in the blue robe waved his hand dismissively, declaring it a trivial matter that he would arrange immediately. As the strongest in the academy, he faced no opposition. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him. Arranging a few individuals was merely a minor task. However, he felt a twinge of caution regarding Wu Ning's desire to accompany him. The presence of a quasi-emperor, potentially even more formidable than himself, in the Wanxiang Academy raised questions about his true motives. He found it hard to believe that a quasi-emperor would merely come to supervise a few individuals who had yet to reach the heavenly realm. After all, the offspring of emperors surely did not receive such treatment. After a brief moment, the man in the blue robe instructed someone to escort Li Yuanbao and the others to attend to the necessary affairs of enrolling in the academy. He then personally led Wu Ning to a vast estate nestled between the mountains and waters, a place of exquisite beauty, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual plants and flowers, resembling a sea of blossoms. As the gentle breeze wafted by, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the air for miles. My friend, he said, this area belongs to the academy's forbidden grounds in the rear mountains. It is seldom disturbed by anyone. Would you care to reside here from now on? Very well, Wu Ning replied. Wu Ning tossed him a sacred artifact, stating it was for accommodation fees. The man in the green robe casually accepted it, regarding it as merely a sacred artifact. Fellow Taoist, I am Li Qinxian. Wu Ning. After Li Qinxian departed, Wu Ning meticulously arranged the manner, intending to stroll through the academy, when suddenly a frown creased his brow. Upon leaving the Great Jane, he had infused a fragment of his divine consciousness into the token he had given to Uncle Fu. It would activate whenever the token was utilized. Now, the token had indeed been activated. Chapter 41. Elevating the Wangfu's people in the capital of the Great Jane. At the residence of the Yin Wang. Who are you, and why do you assault the people of the Yin Wangfu? Uncle Fu stood suspended in midair, gripping a golden token, coldly scrutinizing the four uninvited guests above. Not long ago, these four individuals had appeared abruptly at the Yin Wangfu, attacking several guards without provocation. Had it not been for the life-preserving trump cards bestowed by the prince within their bodies, they would likely have met a grim fate. Old ancestor, what is happening? This man has merely reached the sea transformation realm. How has he suddenly become so formidable? The others gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from Uncle Fu, feeling a shiver run down their spines. The elder leading them furrowed his brow tightly. The ancestor's predictions were indeed correct. There was a great secret within the Yin Wangfu. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Regardless of who you are, daring to lay hands on our Yin Wangfu's people shall cost you dearly. With a cold snort, Uncle Fu summoned the magical energy from the token, hurling a punch towards the four in the air. The terrifying energy rippled through the space, and Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that his punch could obliterate any enemy. The token given by the prince was truly fearsome. In the air, the faces of the four changed dramatically. Run. Boom. With a sweeping punch, the four figures were instantly reduced to ashes, including the elder of the Wang realm. How powerful. In the capital, countless onlookers stood agape, astonished that the old steward of the Yin Wangfu was so dreadfully strong. These foes are too weak. Uncle Fu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The enemies were dispatched so swiftly that he hardly felt any thrill. However, he recalled the prince's words. Using the magical energy from the token diminished its power. It should not be wasted. Uncle Fu descended to the ground, carefully stowing the token away. Yet, at that moment, an ancient figure materialized beside him, swiftly extending a hand. Before Uncle Fu could react, the figure snatched the token from him. The old figure then retreated to a distance of 10 zhang in an instant. This was a frail elder clad in gray, his hair white and skin like parchment, appearing as if he might expire at any moment. The gray-clad elder gazed at the golden token with excitement, sensing an incredibly terrifying energy contained within it. Should it erupt, even a sage might fall. Tell me, how do I use this token? He coldly fixed his gaze on Uncle Fu, unleashing a dreadful pressure that enveloped him. Uncle Fu's expression turned grim. The token bestowed by the prince had been stolen. He felt utterly cursed. Quickly tell me how to use this token, or else. The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly inquired again. Oh, or else what? A faint voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Boom. The elder's expression shifted abruptly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a full-force punch towards the source of the voice. The strike from a Peak Wong realm cultivator could have leveled the entire capital. Yet, to the elder's terror, his punch seemed to vanish into the void, stirring not even a wisp of wind. At the same time, he discerned the individual behind him, a remarkably handsome young man, clad in a dark robe, with long black hair and a tall, graceful stature. His face resembled exquisite jade, and his eyes sparkled like bright stars. With his hands clasped behind him, his inky hair danced in the breeze, exuding an air of regal nobility. However, upon meeting his gaze, it felt as though one were looking into the eyes of a celestial sovereign, exalted and unmatched, leaving the elder chilled to the bone. As if he might disintegrate at any moment, Ning, disinterested in further conversation, extended a hand and placed it upon the old man's crown. Moments later, the elder vanished into thin air. Ning slightly furrowed his brow, realizing that this was the ancestor of the Shi family from Yangling. He had initially thought that individuals from the two major sacred lands had come seeking him. However, upon probing the memories of this old man, he discerned that the inquiry was based on the clue of the Qingyu steed. Indeed, this was a significant lead. Perhaps those two grand sacred lands could also trace their way to the Yin Wang mansion following this hint. Your Highness, Fu Bo exclaimed with a hint of excitement. At that moment, others from the mansion rushed over, all eyes filled with fervor as they gazed upon Wu Ning. Your Highness. Wu Ning smiled faintly, calculating the time. He had been away from the Great Jin for over half a year. How have you been lately? Do not worry, Your Highness. The old servants and I are all well. Fu Bo's eyes glistened with emotion as he briefly reported to Wu Ning the events that had transpired in the royal residence over the past 6 months. Wu Ning listened quietly. These were trivial matters, and with the resources left by Wu Ning, they had spent the past 6 months sequestered within the Wang residence, rarely venturing outside. The manor had been devoid of its master, undisturbed by any other presence, remaining in a state of tranquil stillness. Until today, when the Shi family launched their assault. Your Highness, when do you intend to depart upon your return? The assembled individuals gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, pondering that he might leave quite soon. Wu Ning pondered for a moment and added, however, I shall return to visit whenever I find the opportunity. In any case, with my cultivation, traveling between the Great Jin and Donghai City requires but little time. Furthermore, before I depart this time, I intend to enhance your strengths. Wu Ning directly produced 100 million Supreme Spirit Stones, using the Chaotic Divine Gourd to condense a drop of chaotic source liquid, which he then divided into 12 portions and infused into their bodies. Each individual received over 8 million Supreme Spirit Stones worth of condensed chaotic source liquid. In an instant, their auras began to surge dramatically. As the chaotic source liquid elevated their cultivation, it simultaneously enhanced their physical constitutions and extended their lifespans. After 2 hours, each of them underwent a remarkable transformation. Notably, Fu Bo, Qi Hao, Xiazhu, and Shui, who received Wu Ning's special care, experienced their cultivation levels soaring to the 9th level of the King Realm. The others, while slightly less fortunate, primarily reached around the 5th level of the King Realm. Even the 2 elderly women, who had only recently begun to gather qi, were elevated to the 1st level of the King Realm in a single breath. Moreover, there was an improvement in their innate talents, albeit not significantly. The minuscule amount of chaotic source liquid primarily focused on enhancing their cultivation, resulting in only a modest uplift in their talents, comparable at best to the top geniuses within the Great Jin. The increase in lifespan was similarly minimal, almost negligible, however. With their cultivation reaching the King Realm, their lifespans naturally extended considerably. The least among them could expect an additional 3,000 years, while the most fortunate might gain up to 5,000 years. Coupled with longevity-enhancing elixirs or rare natural treasures, living for 7,000 to 8,000 years became a plausible possibility. Wu Ning nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that this 100 million top-grade spirit stones were indeed well spent. Thank you, Your Highness, for your immense favor. The crowd knelt in unison, overwhelmed by such a grand gesture, too great for them to fathom how to repay. Rise, please. Wu Ning extended his hand to assist them in rising. His gaze swept over them as he solemnly stated, I bestow upon you strength not merely for your own protection, but to ensure that none shall exploit it for nefarious purposes. Chapter 42, The Emergence of a New Emperor Father. It is imperative that you remember this. Otherwise, what I have granted you can just as easily be retracted. The elder servant replied, This old servant shall faithfully remember his highness's teachings. The subordinates echoed, We shall diligently adhere to his highness's teachings. The maidens responded in unison, We shall earnestly remember his highness's teachings. Wu Ning smiled gently, asserting that if anyone were to bully them, they must not tarnish the reputation of the royal house. They should strike when necessary, without any hesitation. Yes, Your Highness, he replied. Subsequently, Wu Ning presented Fubber with a new token, imbued with far greater power, capable of vanquishing even a holy king. Furthermore, he bestowed upon Fubber a storage ring, containing a premium communication jade slip, along with an array of talismans ranging from the 1st to the 9th tier. This collection included various functional talismans such as the diamond talisman, teleportation talisman, explosive talisman, invisibility talisman, recovery talisman, and soul destruction talisman, among others. These were crafted by Ning during his 6 months of leisure in the sacred city of Qingyun, amounting to approximately tens of thousands. Additionally, during his moments of boredom, he delved into the studies of formations, alchemy, artifact forging, and puppetry. While he did not achieve mastery in these disciplines, his knowledge was certainly commendable. Ning contemplated for a moment and decided to establish a formidable city defense formation throughout the entirety of the capital. This formation was a quasi-emperor level array he had registered at the Qingyun sect, complete with an existing schematic, making its deployment exceedingly straightforward. Although the capital was vast, it paled in comparison to the expanse of the Qingyun sect, necessitating only a scaled-down version of the array. The scope of the formation may have been reduced, yet its potency remained undiminished. Ning has positioned a quasi-imperial weapon as the focal point of the formation, rendering it exceedingly difficult for even a quasi-emperor to breach. This weapon, serving as the heart of the formation, is securely placed within the residence of the Prince of Yin, accessible only to a select few individuals authorized by him. Mastery of this formation can lead even the Supreme to spill blood. With such measures in place, it should be foolproof. Ning murmured softly. If he could not protect Fu Bo and the others, it would only indicate that their fates were sealed. However, to err on the side of caution, before departing, he once again imbued them with a protective force within their beings. He extended the same grace to the relatives of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, ensuring they could be rescued in times of peril. Having completed these tasks, Ning took his leave. He first visited Yangling, where he executed a descending palm technique that eradicated the Shi family. Afterward, he returned to the Wuxiang Academy. Li Yuanbao and his companions had successfully entered the academy to pursue their studies. In the brief span of a day, a significant portion of the academy's senior officials had become aware of their connections. This was a matter personally commanded by Li Qinxian, and no one dared to be negligent. Many among the higher-ups speculated about the origins of these 3 individuals, marveling at how they could have accessed the back door of a quasi-emperor. It was unlikely they were disciples, as their talents did not warrant the attention of a quasi-emperor. Many conjectured they might be heirs, especially since one among them bore the surname Li. Although their appearance did not strongly resemble one another, it was plausible that they took after their mother. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Li Yuanbao found himself with a quasi-emperor as a father figure. The academy's senior officials treated him with the utmost courtesy, and no one dared to be dismissive. Li Yuanbao believed this was due to Wu Ning's influence and felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his elder. He then settled into a state of contentment. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang, while sensing something amiss, could not fathom the reason and chose not to dwell on it. The Back Mountain Villa. Life in Ning has returned to tranquility, with each day spent fishing in the back mountains or foraging for seafood in the sea. Occasionally, he meanders through the academy or the bustling city of Donghai. His primary pursuit is to accumulate attendance points, for with a sufficient number, he could effortlessly ascend to the realm of the emperor. While the chaos source liquid can enhance one's cultivation to overcome minor realms, the efficacy of attendance points is far superior for transcending greater realms. Time flies swiftly, and before long, 3 months have elapsed. By the riverside adjacent to the estate in the back mountains, Ning reclined in his chair, indulging in the serene pastime of fishing. The thrill of angling brought him momentary joy, and he found himself increasingly enamored with this leisurely pursuit. Previously, Li Qinxian would occasionally accompany him in this tranquil endeavor. But after a confrontation half a month ago, one in which he succumbed in less than 10 exchanges, he had retreated into solitude, likely to remain there for an extended period. In that fateful encounter, Ning had not even resorted to using his imperial weapon. He had relied solely on his physical prowess to overpower his adversary, dispatching the seasoned master with a flurry of unrefined blows. Ning felt a tinge of regret, as he still had numerous powerful techniques yet to be employed. Shaking his head, he grasped a handful of bait and scattered it into the river, dismissing those thoughts. Nearby, a book was engaged in a heated debate with a bird. Xiaoqing, you are truly foolish. After all this time, you still cannot surpass even a mere 9th rank. How can you possibly qualify to be the master's steed? Riding you would be a disgrace. The master is destined to become an unparalleled existence that shakes the heavens. At the very least, a divine beast akin to the true dragon or Kuanping would barely suffice as the master's mount. You, Xiaoqing, are simply too lacking, the book prattled incessantly, akin to a chatterbox with an unending stream of words. He sighed. Alas, I suppose with your little brain, you cannot comprehend what I am saying. Sigh. Xiaohei, I shall inform the master that you are bullying me. The bluebird's eyes glistened with unshed tears, giving it a pitiful appearance. Ah. Resorting to complaints when you cannot win an argument? How unbecoming. Did I ever call you foolish? Master. The bluebird fluttered its wings and landed on Ning, its large, innocent eyes fixed upon him. All right, Xiaoqing is still young. Xiaohei, you should be more accommodating towards it in the future. Ning gently patted Xiaoqing's little head and, with a hint of resignation, addressed Bao. Master, you have changed. You used to call me Xiaobao, but now you refer to me as Xiaohei. Truly, a new generation of birds replaces the old spirits. Bao sighed deeply, feeling a sense of grievance. Ning casted a disdainful glance. He then produced a pristine white elixir, the size of a longan, its surface shimmering with ethereal hues and emanating a faint, colorful radiance. Indeed, the Qing Niao's cultivation was somewhat lacking. This elixir, the 9 transformation Saint Pill, which he had previously acquired, should assist it in breaking through to the 9th tier. Thank you, master, the Qing Niao exclaimed joyfully as it swallowed the elixir. Then flew to a tree to refine the medicinal power. As the master, Mo Bao noticed the Qing Niao engrossed in its training and deemed it inappropriate to interrupt. Thus he sought to bother Wu Ning instead. Wu Ning's eyelid twitched, and he promptly retracted it. Subsequently, he accessed his personal system panel. Name, Wu Ning, cultivation, perfected emperor. Physical body, indestructible golden body, minor completion, soul, illusory realm, peak, constitution, time divine body, techniques, supreme scripture, first layer, ancient scripture of refining heaven, first layer. Divine ability, one eye for 10,000 years, peak. Weapons, Tai Imperial Sword, Giant Spirit Battle Armor, Chaos God Bell Treasures, Black Skin Book. Chaotic Divine Gourd remaining check-in attempts, 103. Wu Ning's face blossomed with a smile, for he had over 100 opportunities to sign in once more. He resolved to utilize them immediately, unwilling to postpone his progress, as his primary focus was to transcend to the Emperor realm. If necessary, he could always accumulate more later. After all, time was on his side. System, let me commence with 3 daily sign-ins. He realized he had yet to register at the Wanxiang Academy, a place that had once nurtured an emperor. Surely, he would unearth some valuable rewards here. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial Artifact, the Xian Emperor's Purple Gold Robe. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Level Movement Technique, the Divine Step Through the Void. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 43. Breaking Through to the Emperor Realm, the Emperor's Robe? Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly retrieved the Xuandi Purple Gold Robe. This expansive imperial garment, cloaked in a deep purple hue, emanated a formidable aura. Adorned with intricate golden patterns of auspicious clouds, it also featured the resplendent figures of mythical beasts such as the True Dragon, True Phoenix, and the legendary Kuanping. Wu Ning was immediately enamored with it. This imperial robe exuded an aura of majesty and power while simultaneously embodying nobility and elegance, perfectly aligning with his identity and temperament. Most importantly, this Xian Emperor's purple and gold robe was a defensive imperial weapon. Garments of such caliber are exceptionally luxurious. Wu Ning directly donned the imperial robe, which required no refinement for its activation. As his thoughts stirred, the robe adjusted flawlessly to his form, accentuating his perfectly elongated physique. Wu Ning retrieved a colossal mirror, standing 2 zhang high, and gazed intently at his reflection. Indeed, this robe truly captivates my heart. Wu Ning was exceedingly pleased. The attire was such that one could immediately discern his noble status, distinguishing him from the ordinary. Though somewhat ostentatious, he felt no compulsion to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Moreover, this imperial robe possessed the remarkable ability to alter its form and hue, allowing him to adopt a more understated appearance whenever he desired. Wu Ning tucked away the precious mirror and continued with the sign-in process. System, utilize the monthly sign-in 3 times. A chime sounded, and the sign-in was successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an exquisite celestial artifact, the Dragon Fishing Rod. Another chime resonated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a primordial essence of spatial loss. A final chime echoed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30,000 years of cultivation. Wu Ning slightly widened his eyes. Indeed, the lunar fortune was considerably more potent than the solar one, offering far superior items. An exquisite celestial artifact. This was his first acquisition of such a remarkable treasure, within the ancient ring bestowed upon him by Murong. He possessed merely 1 upper-tier celestial artifact and 7 lower-tier ones. He promptly extracted the Dragon Fishing Rod, a 3-foot-long golden staff adorned with raised dragon patterns that seemed to come alive, resembling a coiling dragon staff. One end of the rod was entwined with a translucent fine thread, the material of which was unknown and sharper than the edge of the Tai Emperor's sword. Imperceptible to the senses, it was undoubtedly a formidable tool for the unseen. At the other end of the fine thread was a petite azure orb, shrouded in mystery. The mere power of this small sphere rivaled that of a top-tier celestial artifact. The dragon fishing rod, he resolved to venture into the boundless seas one day to ascertain whether it could indeed fish for dragons. Wu Ning delightfully toyed with it for a while, then turned his gaze towards the other 2 sign-in rewards. The fundamental law of space, upon integration, would grant him mastery over the primal principles of space. This would become his second supreme foundational law. Wu Ning immediately entered the secluded chamber of the manor, preparing to merge with the essence of spatial laws, and subsequently extract the power of sign and cultivation, aiming to achieve a remarkable breakthrough to the realm of the Emperor. With 33,000 years of cultivation, it remains uncertain to what heights he will ascend. Cultivators begin to comprehend and master the laws from the Saint Realm, while they start to grasp the domains of these laws in the Venerable Realm. Upon reaching the Quasi-Emperor stage, one begins to condense the essence of the laws, wielding the power of the fundamental laws. However, prior to attaining the Quasi-Emperor status, it is more accurate to say that one borrows from the laws of heaven and earth rather than truly mastering them. Only by condensing the essence of the laws can one genuinely cultivate the power of these laws. Nevertheless, the essence of laws condensed by a quasi-emperor is not yet complete, and the derived power of the laws does not compare to that of the heavenly laws. The realm of the emperor, however, is distinct. To ascend to the emperor realm, one must condense at least one complete essence of the laws. Upon breaking through to the emperor realm, the essence of the laws undergoes a transformation, enabling the derivation of complete law powers that can rival the laws of heaven and earth. In the presence of an emperor, saints and venerables are akin to subjects, signifying a profound transition from servitude to sovereignty. At that moment, earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations will no longer bind them under the dominion of the cosmic heavenly path. They may even traverse freely between different middle thousand worlds, middle thousand universes, and small thousand worlds, small thousand universes. After 2 days of dedicated effort, Ning successfully merged with the essence of spatial laws and subsequently extracted his cultivation. Everything was serene, devoid of any turbulence. In the quietude, the Tianxian continent welcomed a young emperor, not yet 20 years of age. Furthermore, he was an extraordinary emperor wielding mastery over the laws of time, space, and thunder. Upon extracting a staggering 33,000 years of cultivation, Ning's prowess skyrocketed from the pinnacle of quasi-emperor to the third heaven of the emperor realm, akin to a rocket's ascent. Indeed, there was no heavenly tribulation. He gazed wistfully at the sky, lamenting that an emperor unscathed by lightning was not a complete emperor. Without undergoing the tribulation, he felt a certain void. Perhaps it was the inability to sign in during the emperor's tribulation. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Ning stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a resplendent purple-gold imperial robe, his dark hair dancing in the wind, exuding an aura of undeniable strength. On the Tianxian continent, I am invincible. Just then, the voice of the rotund figure echoed at the entrance of the estate. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang followed closely behind him as the trio made their way inside. Boss, I've come to tell you that a significant event has recently transpired outside, and it pertains to you. Oh, do enlighten me. Are you familiar with Chu Xingquan? I have no recollection of Chu Xingquan. Ning gently shook her head. Boss, this Chu Xingquan is a prodigy ranked 4th on the list of kings. He is currently preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. Moreover, he has proclaimed that once he achieves this breakthrough, he will personally slay you to avenge the Red Dust Saintess. Li Yuanbao remarked with a hint of disdain. Another sycophant? Even in death, he continues to flatter. This fellow is truly a model worker in the realm of sycophants. Ning felt somewhat speechless. However, to think that merely breaking through to the Sage Realm would enable him to slay me, has this fellow's brain been kicked by a donkey? Su Ziqian's expression grew slightly solemn as he remarked, Brother Wu, although Chu Xingquan is arrogant, he is indeed the holy son of the Wujigong and reportedly a direct disciple of a supreme being. The Wujigong is one of the 3 great powers of the eastern region, possessing the presence of quasi-emperors. In fact, they have more than one quasi-emperor. It is undeniably a colossal force. Aside from the other 2 titans of the eastern region, none dare provoke them. It is no wonder that a supreme disciple from the Wujigong would be so audacious. Ning scoffed disdainfully, merely a supreme disciple. I am already an emperor. Is it arrogance? When will he undergo the sacred tribulation? Li Yuanbao replied, 7 days hence. This fellow even invited other prodigies from the king ranking to attend the ceremony. Quite audacious indeed. Perfect, we shall also present him with a grand gift at that time. Ning narrowed his eyes, a mere buffoon hardly warranted his attention. His ambitions lay with the Wujigong. As one of the 3 great powers of the eastern domain, it remained uncertain whether there existed a great emperor within its ranks. Have all the invitations been dispatched? Inquired a young man clad in a dark golden robe, his aura profound. His gaze was penetrating, his chiseled features strikingly handsome, and a charming smile graced his thin lips, exuding an air of cold, regal authority. Before him, a man in black armor bowed slightly. Your Holiness, all invitations have been delivered. Additionally, I have received news that the individual responsible for the murder of the Red Dust Saintess appears to be at the Wanxiang Academy. Chapter 44. Saint Son of Wujigong. A glint of cold light erupted in Chu Xingquan's eyes. Is this news credible? The Red Dust Saintess, Mu Shiweli, ranked 36th on the royal ranking list, and one of the 4 great beauties of the eastern domain, was a woman he regarded as a forbidden treasure. Yet now, she had been slain. Regardless of the perpetrator's origins, he vowed to make them suffer until their last breath, ensuring they regretted their existence. His confidence stemmed solely from his status as the Saint Son of Wujigong. The Saint's Son, I have dispatched individuals to verify the information at Wanxiang Academy. We should receive news shortly, the man in black armor respectfully replied. Humph, regardless of its veracity. Disseminate the word. Should that Wu dare to set foot in the holy city of Wujigong, I shall ensure he never returns. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Chu Xingquan's gaze. He was eager to see whether that arrogant individual would dare to respond. Your Holiness, representatives from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land and the Red Dust Sacred Sect have arrived to pay their respects, announced a voice from outside the hall. Ah, how fortuitous. Chu Xingquan smirked coldly. Allow them entry. A moment later, a middle-aged man in blue robes and a beautiful woman in a red dress entered together. I, Chun Tianxing from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land, pay my respects to the Saint's Son, the man declared. I, Lu Tsongyun from the Red Dust Sacred Sect. Pay my respects to the Saint's son. The woman followed suit. Both bowed slightly, their strength evident as they were both formidable beings of the Saint realm. Yet, Chu Shinkuan remained unfazed, relishing their deference, a testament to Wujigong's esteemed status. Let us be frank. You have come regarding that individual, have you not? Chu Shinkuan addressed them directly. The middle-aged man in blue nodded slightly. Indeed, we have come for this matter. The woman in red continued, Saint's son. We have uncovered some information regarding this individual. Oh? Pray tell, Chu Shinkuan expressed keen interest. Our investigation reveals that this man is named Wu Ning, hailing from a remote nation called Dejin in Yunnan Prefecture. However, upon probing the capital of Dejin, we discovered a quasi-imperial formation, which we dared not approach. We instead controlled some locals to gather intelligence, but the information we received is rather peculiar. Peculiar? Chu Shinkuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the woman in red elaborated. According to our findings, Wu Ning is the heir of the Yin Wang mansion in Dejin, now merely 19 years of age. He was once notorious for his lack of talent in cultivation and was even rejected by his fiancée last year, causing quite a stir. However, shortly thereafter, the Yin couple mysteriously vanished, and Wu Ning himself has since become enigmatic, possessing unfathomable strength. Chu Shinkuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that an ancient entity has usurped his body? He could not believe that anyone could possess such power at the age of 19. It was simply implausible. The middle-aged man in blue shook his head. It is not necessarily body-snatching. This one not only keeps two childhood companions by his side, but also protects the Yin mansion meticulously, having set up a quasi-imperial formation. If it were body-snatching, such measures would be unnecessary. Moreover, our further inquiries revealed that the Yin couple themselves have quite a mysterious background. Perhaps there are deeper secrets behind them. Not body-snatching? Chu Shinkuan's frown deepened. He refused to accept that anyone could wield the power to slay a saint-level expert at such a tender age. Unprecedented. Not even the reincarnation of legendary immortals could achieve this. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps this Wu Ning did not rely solely on his own strength but possessed some extraordinary treasure. The more he pondered, the more plausible this notion seemed. Are you certain that the quasi-imperial formation was established by him? He inquired. The middle-aged man responded. It is certain that the formation was set up within a very short time frame, less than 6 months. Additionally, we noted similarities between this formation and the protective array of the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect? A dangerous glint flashed in Chu Shinkuan's eyes as he scoffed. Nearly a fallen sect. Could they be assisting Wu in setting up this formation? Wu Ning had spent some time at the Qingyun sect. Their connection is undoubtedly significant. He turned his gaze towards the two. Your visit to the Saint's son is not merely to relay this information, is it? They nodded. We wish to join forces with the Saint's son to deal with that Wu individual. Confronting Wu Ning is secondary. The primary concern is that this young man could very well become the next leader of Wujigong. We must seize this opportunity to establish a favorable relationship. Furthermore, even if Wu Ning possesses some formidable backing, with Wujigong standing in front, we need not fear. Chu Shinkuan smiled faintly, discerning their intentions. However, he remained indifferent. In the vast expanse of the Tianxian continent, Wujigong stood as one of the mightiest powers. He feared nothing. My lord, that Chu fellow is provoking you, a voice echoed. And the news spread to Donghai City within days. Pay it no mind. He is but a man on the brink of death. Wu Ning fiddled with the seafood in his hands, contemplating the exquisite preparation he would undertake when the time came to end his life in a few days. He was indeed a person of petty grudges. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from nearby. In an instant, a formidable aura surged outward, rapidly enveloping the entire Wanqiang Academy. The breakthrough was finally imminent. Wu Ning revealed a smile, indicating that the 9 transformations into Sanctity Pill had indeed taken effect. In the trees, the azure bird soared into the sky, its form swelling rapidly, and its aura surged dramatically. Simultaneously, the heavens darkened abruptly as boundless thunderclouds began to gather. The sacred tribulation. Numerous spectators gazed in astonishment at the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures emerged in midair, all powerful beings from the Myriad Phenomena Academy, each exuding an immensely formidable presence. Among them, a few figures appeared merely as indistinct shadows, yet they emanated an aura of unparalleled grandeur, their depths unfathomable, evoking profound reverence in the eyes of those who beheld them. Wu Ning cast a glance around, and indeed, the depth of the Wuxiang Academy was profound. In the sky, there appeared to be dozens of formidable saints, along with 5 or 6 venerables, among whom were even 2 supreme beings. Such an assembly, aside from the 3 great powers, seemed unattainable by any other force in the Eastern domain. Moreover, these individuals surely did not encompass the entirety of the Academy's formidable warriors. For instance, Li Qinxian was notably absent. Remarkably, a seemingly ordinary bloodline azure bird had effortlessly ascended to the 9th tier, evoking a sense of humility among the onlookers. Many gazes were drawn to the azure bird soaring above, their expressions tinged with a sense of wistfulness. They had toiled for millennia to achieve such heights, only to witness a mere mount attain the same with ease. Truly, the disparity among beings could be utterly disheartening. A few individuals cast a fleeting glance before departing, feeling somewhat demoralized. Several venerables exchanged a glance with Wu Ning, nodding in acknowledgement before they too took their leave. Ning had resided in the Wanxiang Academy for over 3 months, and the formidable beings within the academy were largely aware of his presence. Chapter 45, the pinnacle of the monarch's rankings. Suddenly, in the sky, the azure bird's body had expanded to an astonishing length of 100 feet, its aura reaching an apex. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of deep blue lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down, crashing directly into the colossal form of the azure bird, sending countless sparks of lightning scattering in all directions. Several powerful saints immediately sprang into action, their vast magical energy surging forth to protect the entire academy. Otherwise, the Wanxiang Academy would have been left in ruins, ravaged by the aftershocks of the thunder tribulation. As the bolts of lightning continued to descend, their potency intensified, singeing large swathes of the bird's feathers and inflicting increasingly severe injuries upon its body. Having ascended in cultivation at an alarming rate without encountering significant battles, the azure bird found itself at a profound disadvantage against the tribulation. Li Yuanbao and his companions could not help but break into a cold sweat. The might of the thunder tribulation was far too terrifying for them, as a mere brush with it could lead to utter annihilation. Ning quietly observed, refraining from intervening in its tribulation. Only when its injuries became severe did she infuse a trace of chaotic source liquid into its body. The thunderous tribulation relentlessly ravaged its form, yet the chaotic source liquid mended it with remarkable swiftness. It was merely a matter of enduring more suffering. If it could persevere, the benefits would be substantial. The tempering of the body through thunder tribulation was indeed a rare occurrence. The sacred tribulation consisted of 27 bolts of lightning, each more formidable than the last, striking for a duration of 4 to 5 hours. At long last, the final bolt dissipated, with a resounding cry. A magnificent aura of sanctity surged forth, enveloping the heavens and earth, sweeping outward in all directions. It carried an air of noble majesty. The Phoenix bloodline? Several powerful saints were taken aback. A seemingly ordinary azure bird had unexpectedly awakened the Phoenix bloodline. What a jest! Ning was somewhat astonished. Initially, he had fed the little blue bird a plant known as the Phoenix bloodgrass, which had granted it a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline. However, the awakened Phoenix bloodline now was far more substantial than a mere trace. It was at least tens of thousands of times stronger than before. This transformation could not be attributed solely to a single miraculous herb. It appeared that the blue bird inherently possessed a hidden Phoenix bloodline. Chirp. The blue bird had regrown feathers that were even more resilient. It chirped joyfully a few times before shrinking its body and flying towards Ning, landing gently in the palm of his hand. Master, it seems I have gained something within me, the blue bird said in a melodious tone. Ning examined it and found no issues. Both its bloodline and realm were remarkably stable. He gently tapped the little blue bird's head and inquired, Little Qing, are you able to take on a physical form now? Take on a physical form? Master, how does one do that? Ning fell into a moment of speechlessness. If you inquire of me, whom shall I ask in return? Is it not true that such matters manifest themselves once one reaches a certain realm? He had heard that in the Northwest Demon Domain, certain formidable beasts with powerful bloodlines could transform at the 6th tier. Those with slightly inferior bloodlines might require the 7th or 8th tier to achieve transformation, while the most deficient could perhaps manage it by the 9th tier. Nevertheless, he speculated that beasts with significantly weak bloodlines would struggle even to attain the 9th tier. Well, if it cannot be done, so be it. It is quite satisfactory as it is. The little green bird squinted slightly, relishing Ning's gentle caress. Although it had reached the 9th tier, its intellect was barely that of a child of 8 or 9 years. 3 days later, Li Yuanbao approached Ning. Boss, there are individuals from the academy intending to visit the Wujigong to pay their respects. Should we accompany them? No need, let them depart first, Ning replied. Soon after, a massive ancient vessel of a deep yellow hue soared from the academy, vanishing into the sky in an instant. Ning narrowed his eyes in surprise, for he beheld an ancient sacred vessel, grand and expansive, adorned with numerous pavilions and towers, resembling a small city capable of flight. At that moment, he felt somewhat antiquated. The notion of riding a beast seemed rather primitive in comparison. The trend now favored flying spiritual artifacts, such as flying boats. The probability of directly obtaining a flying vessel through sign-in was exceedingly low. Recalling that he possessed a staggering 100 million tons of ancient celestial gold, Ning resolved to craft a flying boat himself, an impeccable imperial-grade vessel. However, the creation of such a divine weapon was no trivial task. Ning intended to first design a model and then forge several sacred-grade flying boats to hone his skills. Before embarking on this endeavor, he felt it prudent to study the designs of others' flying vessels. A day later, Ning paused his work, preparing to accompany Li Yuanbao and 2 others to witness the ceremony at Wujigong. Wujigong, located in Qiling Prefecture, bordered the central domain, and the distance to Dongshan Prefecture was akin to traversing the entire eastern domain. Prior to his breakthrough, Qingni would have required nearly half a month for the journey. But after ascending to the 9th tier, the trip would take less than half an hour. At that moment, before the gates of Wujigong on a massive high platform, Chu Shunkuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in deep concentration, exuding an enigmatic aura. Surrounding him in the sky were numerous palace spiritual artifacts and flying boats, numbering in the hundreds, all belonging to the esteemed powers present to witness the event. The Wujigong Holy Sun appeared to be under 1,000 years old yet was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint realm, a testament to his exceptional prowess. Ranking fourth on the Wangwang list, someone among the crowd could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Wangwang list is a ranking of combat prowess among those in the Wang realm, with only 100 slots available amidst millions across the Eastern domain. Though composed of youthful individuals around 1,000 years of age, they epitomize the apex of Wang realm power. As those stronger and older than them had largely ascended to the Saint realm, over half of the Eastern domain's recognized 10 invincible Wang figures were on this list, which held significant prestige. Suddenly, two enormous ancient boats pierced the sky, emanating an oppressive and formidable presence. Each vessel stretched thousands of feet, adorned with palatial structures, flora, and numerous elegantly dressed young men and women. The members of the Xiantian Sword Sect and Yun Dream Mountain had arrived. The crowd gasped, their expressions tinged with reverence. Brother Wuhan. Saintus, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a flowing cloud robe from the Wanxiang Academy greeted, bowing towards the two ancient vessels. He was Lu Feibai, a prodigious talent from the Wanxiang Academy, ranked third on the Wawang list, surpassing even Chu Shinkuan. On board the Xiantian Sword Sect's vessel, a young man carrying a sword regarded him with a teasing expression. Feibai, I never imagined you'd dare to show up. Chu Shinkuan is rather petty. He has always harbored resentment towards you. Aren't you afraid he will cause you trouble after his breakthrough? Lu Feibai chuckled lightly. Brother Wuhan, if Chu Xingzi breaks through, he would seek you out for trouble instead. Jian Wuhan fell silent, realizing that as the top-ranked individual on the Wawang list, Chu Shinkuan had likely nursed jealousy towards him for quite some time. Meanwhile, on Yun Dream Mountain's vessel, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown stood before a palace, smiling and nodding at Jian Wuhan and Lu Feibai. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, exuding an ethereal grace, as if she were a celestial being descended to the earthly realm. Suddenly, a melodic bird call resonated, accompanied by a powerful saintly aura that captured many gazes. Is that the Qingyu Mount? Could it be the formidable individual who vanquished the 100 Refinements Holy Sun and the Red Dust Holy Maiden? Speculation arose among the onlookers. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the Qingyu, this person is remarkably audacious, seemingly disregarding the Wujigong Holy Sun, daring to personally visit. They mused, pondering the individual's origins, who had shown no hesitation in slaying the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of the 100 Refinement Sect and Red Dust Sect, suggesting they possessed considerable confidence. By the way, where are the representatives from the 100 Refinement Sect and the Red Dust Sect? They soon realized that there were no vessels from those sects in sight. On the high platform, sensing the unabashed aura of the Qingyu, Chu Shinkuan opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at Wu Ning upon the Qingyu before again shutting them in contemplation. Moments later, the sky darkened ominously as thunderclouds began to gather. It has begun. The crowd quivered in anticipation. The tribulation of ascension was a rare spectacle, occurring only once in decades. Boom. Chu Shinkuan, a paragon among the elite on the Wangwang list, faced the thunderous tribulation without trepidation, boldly charging forward to confront the lightning, shattering it with formidable might. Wu Ning stood nonchalantly upon the back of the azure bird, adorned in an exquisite robe of imperial purple and gold, exuding an air of nobility that drew numerous curious glances. Intriguing. It seems today may offer quite a spectacle. Jian Wuhan scrutinized him, realizing he was utterly inscrutable, a fitting testament to his prowess in vanquishing saints. A flicker of unusual brilliance passed through the eyes of the saintess of Yunming, quickly replaced by a captivating smile. Hours slipped by in a flash. Chu Shinkuan's fighting spirit soared ever higher as he forcefully shattered the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, a tremendous aura of sanctity erupting from within him. Just as the crowd prepared to extend their congratulations, a resounding and arrogant laughter suddenly pierced the air. Ha ha ha, it seems this prince has arrived just in time. A golden warship cleaved through the clouds, descending from the heavens with an overwhelming aura of terror. The ship, measuring over 3,000 zhang in length, was colossal and entirely crafted from blazing golden essence, radiating opulence that surpassed ordinary flying vessels, its worth rivaling that of a holy king's weapon. Atop the golden ship stood a black flagpole, bearing an imposing dark blue dragon banner, fluttering proudly in the wind. The imperial family of the Great Qian Empire? The crowd's expression shifted with astonishment. This Great Qian Empire, hailing from the central domain, differed from the eastern domain, where dynasties and empires held supremacy, relegating all sects and factions beneath their rule. The central domain boasted 3 great dynasties and 3 mighty empires, each formidable and certainly not inferior to the 3 titans of the eastern domain. Moreover, the Great Qian Empire bordered the eastern domain. Who would have thought that the arrival of the Wuji Saint Sun's tribulation would attract the attention of the imperial family of the Great Qian Empire? Haha, Brother Shinkuan. It seems you have outpaced me once again. Congratulations. A youth clad in resplendent golden attire emerged from the warship, his stature imposing, eyes gleaming like cold stars, and his demeanor exuding both nobility and pride. This individual was Song Yuanjin, the 3rd prince of the Great Qian Empire. Following closely behind him were 5 or 6 young men and women, each possessing remarkable presence, all hailed as prodigies of the kingly realm. Brother Yuanjin. I did not anticipate your arrival, Chu Shinkuan remarked, feeling the powerful surge of energy coursing through him, while smiling at Song Yuanjin. Haha. This prince's journey is to visit a senior on the East Sea Immortal Island. Upon hearing that Brother Shinkuin was preparing for a tribulation to attain sainthood, I decided to come and witness it. Your timing is impeccable. I invite you to witness a grand performance, Chu Shinkuin replied with a devilish grin. His gaze shifting towards Wu Ning above, brimming with arrogance. Who would have imagined you truly came? I offer you an opportunity, should you choose to submit to me. The matter of slaying the saintess of red dust will be expunged. What say you? He had altered his stance. Wu Ning likely harbored significant secrets, and capturing him would undoubtedly be the more advantageous choice. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention immediately focused on Wu Ning, eager to see how he would respond. Wu Ning did not utter a word, extending a hand toward Chu Shinkuin. In the next instant, Chu Shinkuin materialized before him. After several attempts to provoke me, what do you think my reaction will be? Wu Ning gazed at him with an air of indifference, emanating an imperial aura that compelled him to kneel in midair. Chu Shinkuin's face flushed crimson. Being forced to kneel before the multitude filled him with unparalleled humiliation. In an instant, his rage overwhelmed his reason, and a frenzied murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. How dare you humiliate me so? I shall take your life. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Wu Ning's face, causing several bloody teeth to be propelled from his mouth. What of it if I humiliate you? I shall certainly take your life. Bang. With a resounding slap, Wu Ning struck again, the crisp sound reverberating through the air. Holy Sun. Bold rogue, release the Holy Sun at once. A group of black-armored guards, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged towards Wu Ning, led by a formidable sage-level warrior. Yet, before they could reach him, they were all reduced to ashes. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all present stared, dumbfounded, at this spectacle. How could the esteemed Holy Son of the Wuji Palace be so utterly humiliated? What audacity! Who are you, daring to publicly disgrace Brother Shinkuin in front of the Wuji Palace? Do you wish for death? Song Yuanqing regarded Wu Ning with indifference, as if he were observing a lifeless corpse. It was the first time he had encountered such arrogance. Did he not comprehend the magnitude of the entity he had provoked? Slap. Do you even have a say in this matter? Wu Ning cast a fleeting glance at him, and, with a swift motion, struck his face, transforming the once handsome visage into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Song Yuanqing was momentarily dazed by the blow. How audacious. On the golden warship, an elderly man clad in white erupted with fury, an overwhelming aura radiating from him as he raised his hand to strike at Wu Ning. This elder was indeed a formidable Saint King. However, in the blink of an eye, Wu Ning casually obliterated him with a single slap. Before anyone could process the event, an even more terrifying pressure descended upon them. The very heavens shifted in hue, and the void trembled, as if struggling to bear the weight of this dread force. To dare insult my disciple is to court death. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. A terrifying palm imprint materialized in the air, exuding an unparalleled and fearsome might, aimed directly at Wu Ning and his companions. The Supreme Being. The onlookers were struck with horror. When the Supreme Being was enraged, the skies altered in color. Even the saints appeared as insignificant as ants before him. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Wu Ning caused the colossal handprint descending from the sky to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, he extended his hand into the void, traversing through layers of spatial barriers, seizing the neck of a bald old man and yanking him forth. Old fool, not only shall I humiliate your disciple, but I shall also bring disgrace upon you. Chapter 47, The Might of the Emperor. Wu Ning cast a cold glance at him, a strand of imperial might rendering him unable to straighten his back, causing him to kneel beside Chu Shinkuin with a thud. The bald elder's eyes widened in terror, nearly popping out of their sockets. This was imperial might. Unlike Chu Shinkuin, who was blissfully ignorant, he recognized it immediately. The bald elder was so frightened that his soul seemed to flee, wishing he could devour Chu Shinkuin alive. How infuriating. It was one thing to be arrogant on ordinary days, but to dare provoke an emperor was utterly despicable. At that moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone left in a daze. A dignified supreme being was kneeling before another like a dog. The world had gone mad. They felt as if they were trapped in a dream. Song Yuanqing's face was battered, and his protector had been slain, igniting a fierce anger within him. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, he dared not utter a sound, hastily averting his gaze to avoid drawing Wu Ning's attention. Undoubtedly, the most bewildered was Chu Shinkuin. How could even his master be reduced to this? This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion. Shatter it. Wu Ning furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if this thing had been rendered senseless by fear. Shaking his head, he raised his hand to deliver a decisive blow. My lord, please show mercy. A formidable figure clad in a black robe appeared out of thin air. Wu Ning moved with relentless determination, swiftly reducing Chu Shinkuin to a mere mist of blood, extinguishing even his soul, leaving no trace of life behind. Only then did he raise his gaze towards the black-clad figure that had appeared, a mere peak quasi-emperor, hardly worthy of concern. Do you seek vengeance for him? No. The man in black shook his head and courteously inclined his hand towards Wu Ning. Esteemed sir, while Chu Shinkuin has met his deserved fate, I beseech you to spare the life of the esteemed Wanfeng. Bang. However, scarcely had his words escaped when the bald elder was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood. You. The black-clad man seethed with fury within. Wu Ning gazed at him with indifference and remarked, Dare to lay a hand upon me, and you shall meet your demise. If you seek vengeance, you may act now. I would not dare. The man in the black robe quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of deep submission. Although the Wuji sect had an emperor among them, that sovereign had ventured into the cosmos millennia ago and has yet to return. It is utterly impossible for him to come back in the near future. Thus, he refrained from provoking an emperor at this moment. Esteemed one, now that both Chu Xinquan and Wan Fengzun are deceased, I sincerely hope this matter can conclude here, without dragging innocent souls into it. Innocent? Wu Ning let out a cold laugh, reflecting on the audacity of a creature that has lived for countless millennia. One who has taken innumerable lives, daring to speak of innocence. It is impossible to let this go. The disciples of the Wujigong have provoked me first. If I were to simply overlook this, what would become of my dignity? If word spreads, would it not suggest that I am easily bullied? The man in the black robe quickly replied, Your Excellency speaks wisely. Indeed, this matter originates from a fault on the part of Wujigong. I am willing to extend an apology on behalf of Wujigong and hope that you might show leniency and refrain from pursuing this issue further. You certainly know how to gauge the situation. Wu Ning's expression softened. Very well, I am not a man who revels in bloodshed. I wish to avoid further carnage. If you can present 1 billion spirit crystals as compensation, we shall consider this matter settled. 1 billion spirit crystals. The man in the black robe trembled. For such an amount was beyond his means. These were not mere spirit stones, they were spirit crystals. A full billion would utterly deplete their resources at the Wuji Palace. What? Is it too challenging? Wu Ning's tone was slightly frosty. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth and said, Esteemed sir, we are unable to produce 100 billion spirit crystals. However, I am willing to offer an item of quasi-emperor grade as compensation. Its worth is undoubtedly equivalent to 100 billion spirit crystals. What say you? That could suffice. Wu Ning nonchalantly nodded. Realizing that even these colossal powers were not as affluent as he had presumed, lacking even 100 billion spirit crystals. The man in the black robe produced a golden bell adorned with purple and handed it to Wu Ning, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. As a peak quasi-emperor, he possessed merely 2 quasi-emperor weapons, and now he was compelled to part with one. It felt akin to carving flesh from his own heart. Wu Ning took the bell and examined it. It was a soul attack type quasi-imperial weapon, rather impressive, yet of no use to him. I shall offer you an opportunity. If you can amass 100 billion spirit crystals within a year, you may redeem this quasi-imperial weapon. The man in the black robe's eyes brightened. Thank you. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning cast a glance at the hidden figures in the air and then departed with Li Yuanbao and the others. The black-robed man's expression darkened, and he soon vanished from sight. Time was of the essence. He needed to devise a plan to gather the spirit crystals to reclaim his quasi-imperial weapon. Once they left, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. They dared not speak or linger, fearful that the Wujigong would silence them, hastily fleeing in their flying vessels. Many were left shaken. The day's events had been exceedingly thrilling. They would have enough tales to boast about for a century. Your Highness. Several young men and women behind Song Yuenzhen gazed at him apprehensively. Let us depart from this place. Song Yuenzhen's face was dark, his gaze flickering with a hint of malevolence. These individuals had witnessed his most humiliating moment. They could not be allowed to remain. Recalling the earlier events, an overwhelming fury surged within him, distorting his features, his eyes filled with malice, one side of his face bloodied and grotesque, resembling a vengeful specter. The golden warship soon vanished into the horizon. Outside Wujigong, several figures materialized. They were powerful individuals from the 100 Refinements Sacred Ground and the Red Dust Sacred Sect, now enveloped in a heavy silence. What shall we do next? An elderly man with a white beard broke the silence. What else can be done? Even Wujigong has conceded defeat. Such entities are beyond our capacity to provoke. We must prepare to offer our apologies. Alas, it seems there is no other recourse. Meanwhile, on another front, boss, you were truly magnificent just now. Li Yuanbao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, admiration gleaming in his eyes. If only I could be as formidable as you one day. No, I would be content with even a fraction of your might. Wu Ning smiled lightly. It's quite simple. All you need to do is elevate your cultivation to the Emperor realm, and you could achieve what I just demonstrated. Li Yuanbao's expression fell. Having only recently advanced to the law manifestation realm, with his innate talent, it seemed likely that he would require another lifetime to reach the Emperor realm. Su Ziqian couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Wu, at your age, you are probably the youngest emperor in history. Perhaps, was the modest reply. Wu Ning gazed up at the sky and pondered, but you must understand, there are always greater beings beyond humanity, realms beyond the celestial. The Emperor is merely the pinnacle of human potential, yet beyond him lies a vaster expanse. In Chapter 48, The Abyss of the Flame Demon, Su Ziqian and his companions were left in a state of astonishment. Could it be true that there existed realms even higher than that of the Emperor? However, such notions felt far too distant for them, realms beyond their current comprehension. Perhaps only those who have attained the strength of an emperor possess the qualifications to explore such heights. With a clear and melodious cry, the azure bird flapped its wings gently, soaring instantly towards the central region. Wu Ning aspires to forge an Imperial-class airship, primarily utilizing the indomitable starry ancient gold. However, the resilience of this material renders it exceedingly challenging to smelt. To expedite the process, he intends to seek a divine flame capable of melting the starry ancient gold. According to Mo Bao, within the central region of the Great Yin Empire lies the abyss of flame demons, an ancient site of unparalleled treasure and great peril, where even the mightiest of emperors dare not venture deeply. Within this abyss resides a flame known as the Nine Nether Emperor Flame, capable of melting the starry ancient gold. Half an hour later, the Azure Bird traversed the territories of the Great Qian Empire and the Great Zhou Dynasty, entering the domain of the Great Yin Empire. Suddenly, Wu Ning furrowed his brow, noticing that a sacred ancient vessel had been pursuing them relentlessly. Hong Xiao, those individuals possess ninth-tier beast mounts. Their origins must be extraordinary. Are we about to encounter trouble? A captivating woman clung to the arm of a young man clad in finery, her voice laced with concern. Fear not. Regardless of their background, could it possibly overshadow that of the Huangfu family? The young man replied dismissively. The Huangfu family is one of the 10 premier clans of the Great Zhou Dynasty, boasting dual sovereigns within its ranks. They consistently rank among the top 3 of these esteemed families. More crucially, the reigning empress of the Great Zhou is a daughter of the Huangfu family, rendering them untouchable by anyone outside the royal lineage. Moreover, I merely wish to engage in a transaction with them. I trust no one would dare to slight the Huangfu family, he declared, a glint of pride illuminating his eyes. Are they headed towards the Flame Demon Abyss? The young man's brow knitted in concern, for the Flame Demon Abyss is a place of great peril, where even those of the Sage Realm tread cautiously. Its deepest depths are unapproachable, even by the ancestors of the Huangfu family. Do these fools seek their own demise? Bo Yun, accelerate. Close the gap. The ancient vessel surged forward with sudden momentum. Moments later, the Qingyu reached the skies above the Flame Demon Abyss, immediately enveloped by an overwhelming and terrifying heat, warping the surrounding space with its intensity. Were an ordinary person to venture too close, they would likely disintegrate in an instant. Wu Ning unleashed a surge of magical power, enveloping Li Yuanbao and his companions in a protective embrace before guiding the Azure Bird to descend beside the Inferno Abyss. Meanwhile, the ancient vessel of the Huangfu clan finally caught up. Esteemed friend, I am Huangfu Hong, the 3rd young master of the illustrious Huangfu family of the Great Zhou Dynasty. I wish to procure your Azure Mount with a sacred artifact. What say you? A confident smile graced Huangfu Hong's countenance. His intention in acquiring the Azure Bird was to present it to a princess of the Great Zhou, who had long desired a 9th-tier spirit pet. This Azure Bird would undoubtedly fulfill her wishes. Begone. Wu Ning's gaze turned icy. He had evidently set his sights on the Qingniao, setting aside whether he would sell it. The mere notion of exchanging a sacred artifact for a 9th-tier beast was nothing short of a delusion. Huangfu Hong's expression darkened immediately. To him, proclaiming the illustrious name of the Huangfu family and offering a sacred artifact as trade was already a considerable concession, yet this individual proved to be utterly ungrateful. Young man, you would do well to ponder your words carefully, he began, for our Huangfu family, but before he could finish, a sudden explosion erupted, enveloping them in a mist of blood. If he had no intention of retreating, then he would remain here for eternity. Wu Ning's demeanor was tranquil, having taken many lives. His heart had grown as cold as steel. It could also be attributed to his elevated cultivation, rendering the act of killing akin to squashing mere ants, devoid of any sensation. Slay him. Upon witnessing the demise of Huangfu Hong, his guards were immediately consumed by rage and charged frantically towards Wu Ning, with their master slain. Returning would mean certain death for them as well. They preferred to perish alongside the murderer rather than endanger their families. Bang! Bang! Wu Ning's gaze was indifferent as he unleashed a strand of imperial might, causing all the guards to instantly erupt into clouds of crimson mist, including the alluring woman. You truly possess remarkable audacity to dare slay members of the Huangfu clan. At that moment, 3 figures soared forth from the Inferno Abyss, a refined middle-aged man, a captivating woman clad in purple, and an elderly man with a hooked nose. The one who had just spoken was none other than the elderly man with the hooked nose. Old fool, does this young master require your meddling in my affairs? Wu Ning spoke coldly. The old man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, ultimately refrained from taking action. He could not discern Wu Ning's true capabilities and dared not act recklessly. Humph. In the end, he merely expressed his dissatisfaction with a contemptuous snort, a final display of his stubbornness, before swiftly departing without uttering a single harsh word. The woman in the purple attire covered her lips and let out a delicate laugh, her figure voluptuous and her gaze enchanting. With an air of intrigue, she scrutinized Wu Ning. Her voice sultry as she remarked, "Young master, you possess such striking handsomeness. I find myself quite taken with you." Wu Ning felt a sudden chill, accompanied by a mocking laughter. "Are you a chicken?" The woman's expression faltered, swiftly transforming into one of deep displeasure, as if she had been struck at a sensitive spot. "Let us converse amicably and avoid discord. The infernal abyss is a place of great peril, and we must not resort to conflict here," interjected the cultured middle-aged man, attempting to mediate. The woman remained silent, choosing instead to depart without a word. The refined gentleman offered a courteous gesture to Wu Ning before following suit. Wu Ning squinted as he surveyed the inferno abyss ahead, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in length and no less than 100,000 kilometers in width. Within it emanated a searing crimson glow, warping the very fabric of space, and its depths remained unfathomable. This place is a veritable treasure trove of pure yang materials, a paradise for those who comprehend the laws of fire. The existence of the Inferno Abyss has led many cultivators within the Great Flame Empire to pursue fire-based techniques and martial arts, resulting in a significant surplus of alchemists and blacksmiths compared to other regions. However, it is said that the Inferno Abyss experiences periodic eruptions of fiery tidal waves, which unleash a torrent of fire-related treasures but bring calamity to the surrounding areas. Stay here and do not wander about. I shall return shortly, he instructed. Ning turned to Li Yuanbao and the others, expressing his concern about the perils lurking within the depths of the Flame Demon Abyss, and resolved not to lead them into its treacherous depths. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed a circle with a diameter of several hundred zhang around them, advising them to remain within its confines. As long as they stayed within the circle, even the imperial capital would find it challenging to harm them, and they need not fear the eruption of the fiery tides from the abyss. Subsequently, Ning ventured alone into the Flame Demon Abyss. Chapter 49. The Nine Nether Emperors Flame. Upon entering the Flame Demon Abyss, the expanse within proved even more vast than the exterior suggested. It was a realm ablaze in crimson hues, a world engulfed in flames. Ning soared directly into the depths of the fiery demon abyss, traversing with reckless abandon. Along his path, he encountered a myriad of peculiar flame beings, some resembling humans, others resembling beasts, and many taking on bizarre forms. These flame entities were the fiery demons. Even the weakest among them possessed strength equivalent to that of a king's domain, and vanquishing them yielded a precious artifact known as fire essence. As he ventured deeper, the power of the fiery demons grew increasingly formidable, with those equivalent to the strength of a sage emerging gradually. Suddenly, a violent and terrifying tremor resonated from the abyss below. As Ning's divine sense swept across the scene, he was astonished to discover a human venerable engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal fire demon, towering at a height of 100 feet. The demon bore a humanoid visage yet possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an aura of formidable strength that matched that of a venerable being at the 6th level of the celestial realm, showing no signs of yielding in the confrontation. Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, detecting an anomaly. The fire demons he had previously encountered exhibited little intelligence, possessing only the instincts akin to wild beasts. Even the 9th-tier fire demon, equivalent to a sage, displayed minimal wisdom. However, the fire demon before him was unlike the others. Its combat style resembled that of a seasoned warrior, fierce and adept, in stark contrast to the mindless fire demons he had faced before. After observing for a while, Ning delved deeper without disturbing them. Subsequently, he encountered several formidable human warriors, predominantly at the level of venerable, with even 2 being supreme. The majority appeared to be powerful figures from the Great Yin Empire. By this point, Ning had ventured several million miles in, a truly profound depth. At such a juncture, the environment had become exceedingly harsh, with temperatures soaring to terrifying heights, causing even the venerable to hesitate in lingering. Oh? Ning suddenly gazed across tens of thousands of miles and was astonished to discover a formidable figure of the Emperor's realm. It was a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor, wielding a blood-red spear that had just pierced the skull of a colossal flame demon. This flame demon towered 1,000 feet high, exuding an immensely powerful aura, and was the strongest flame demon Ning had encountered thus far. Its strength comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. Who could it be? The Emperor appeared to sense the scrutiny directed towards him, and in an instant, unleashed a vast and terrifying divine consciousness that swept rapidly in all directions. Ning smiled faintly, with no intention of concealing his presence. He soared directly towards him. Might I inquire your identity? I am Ning. The middle-aged emperor subtly furrowed his brow. Having reigned for over 200,000 years, he had never before heard of a powerful emperor by the surname Wu on the Tianxian continent. He slightly narrowed his eyes. If this individual had not recently ascended to the status of a new emperor, he must surely hail from the vast cosmos. I am the Qi Emperor Yin Qi of the Great Yin Empire. The middle-aged emperor introduced himself. Ah, it is an honor to meet the esteemed Qi Emperor. I have long admired your reputation. Ning smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was a senior, they both held the title of emperor, and a touch more courtesy was sufficient. The other was merely at the 5th level of the emperor realm, 3 minor levels beneath his current standing. Upon his ascension to emperor, he had consolidated all his spirit stones and spirit crystals into a primordial chaos essence, propelling himself directly to the 8th level of the emperor realm. He was but a single step away from the 9th level. In terms of cultivation and strength, no one across the entire Tianxian continent could rival him. Yin Qi chuckled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for honorifics. Since you have attained the status of emperor, we may engage as equals. Ning engaged in a brief conversation before preparing to take his leave. Yin Qi expressed his surprise. Are you intending to venture into the deepest part of the flame demon abyss? His demeanor grew serious as he continued. Young friend, this abyss has existed for countless years, and its depths are deemed forbidden grounds. Even the flame demons of the imperial realm inhabit this place. It is said that once, a great emperor sought to uncover its secrets, yet he ultimately never emerged. Ning gave a slight nod, expressing his gratitude for the information. However, he assured that he was well prepared for this journey and could depart safely even in the face of danger. Yin Qi, seeing his resolute determination, ceased further discussion. In that case, I wish you all the best on your journey. Should you find the opportunity to visit Dian in the future, let us share a drink together. Yanqi tossed him a crimson gold token. I shall certainly come to disturb you then. Ning smiled faintly, stowing away the token before departing. Yanqi gazed at his retreating figure, his thoughts drifting into contemplation. After millennia of seclusion, he had not anticipated the emergence of such a youthful emperor in the Tianxian continent. It was indeed intriguing. Moments later, Ning traversed the vast expanse of space and arrived at the deepest recesses of the fiery demon abyss, an estimated distance of nearly 10 million miles from the surface. Strangely, the temperature here did not rise, but instead fell, akin to the realm inhabited by 10th-tier, respectable, fiery demons. Ning suddenly sensed a thread of impending threat. He furrowed his brow and immediately summoned a myriad of magical artifacts. The giant spirit battle armor materialized around him, enveloping him in the Xian Emperor's golden robe, both of which were defensive imperial treasures, providing a dual layer of protection. Furthermore, he wielded the Teia imperial sword in his left hand, while his right grasped the celestial fishing rod. The chaotic divine gourd hung above his head, and in his mind, the chaotic bell stood guard. Even in the face of a true immortal's assault, he felt assured of a complete retreat. According to Mo Bao, the Inferno Demon Abyss was merely the result of a fragment of an immortal king artifact plummeting to the Tianxian continent. No matter how formidable it may be, it could not rival the power of his chaotic divine gourd. The most formidable entity within was the cluster of 9 Nether Emperor flames. Although it was but a remnant of the fire's essence from that fragment of the immortal king artifact, after eons of evolution, its current strength was undeniably terrifying. At least on par with the top-tier Emperor Zune, perhaps even stronger. If Ning were not shielded by the chaotic divine gourd, he would undoubtedly refrain from venturing here. After a moment's contemplation, he called out in his heart, "System, grant me 3 daily sign-ins." Dings resounded as the notifications chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ball of Imperial Fire Essence. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a cluster of 9 Nether Imperial Flame. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a fragment of the Immortal King artifact. 3 consecutive prompts echoed. By heavens! Ning could not help but exclaim. He had initially intended to merely test the waters, yet he was astonished to find that he had signed everything without reservation. The system continues to be remarkably efficient. Oh, how I adore you, dear system. Ning spoke with palpable excitement, disregarding the other 2 items and directly retrieving the 9 Nether Emperor Flame. A plume of dark golden fire materialized in Ning's hand, the terrifying heat instantly creating a vast black void in the surrounding space. Even the void's gale was reduced to nothingness. However, he felt no excessive warmth. This 9 Nether Emperor Flame represented the pinnacle of high temperature, capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the seas, rendering all things combustible, even impervious to emperors. It undoubtedly reached the celestial level. Haha, what a reward with so little effort. Ning laughed heartily a few times, commanding the 9 Nether Imperial Flame to retract its formidable power, transforming it into a dark golden robe of fiery brilliance that draped over his form. Thus, the 9 Nether Imperial Flame of the Infernal Abyss could no longer pose any threat to him. With a mischievous smile, Ning swiftly made his way towards the location of the 9 Nether Emperor Yen. Before long, he beheld a man seated upon a throne of flames. His skin as luminous as jade, adorned in a dark golden robe. His eyes were as deep as black holes, and his face was etched with enigmatic black runes. His hair resembled burning black golden flames, and an ancient, searing aura enveloped him. Chapter 50. The Fiery Tide Ants, daring to intrude upon the Imperial Palace, courting death. The 9 Nether Emperor Yan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he raised a hand to strike at Ning. Boom. Ning, undaunted, brandished his fishing rod, shattering the imprint of his palm with a decisive strike. Jiuyo Emperor Yin paused momentarily, and then, suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ning. Human. How is it possible that you possess flames identical to mine? Who exactly are you? Jiuyo Emperor Yin, astonished, rose from his throne. He was a fragment of the primordial essence of fire, derived from the remnants of the Celestial King's artifacts, evolved over countless millennia. An absolutely unique existence in the world. How could there possibly be another flame akin to his? It was inconceivable. As he stood, an overwhelming wave of heat emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to fracture instantly, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. Ning revealed a villainous smile and offered you a choice. Submit to this young master, or face death. Human, you seek your demise. With a furious roar, Jiuyo Emperor Yin unleashed a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Ning, its ferocity and heat causing the surrounding space to shatter like glass. 2 colossal imperial-grade fire demons materialized beside him, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on Ning with predatory intent. Ning appeared oblivious. This 9 Nether Emperor Flame is indeed formidable. Even the most elite Emperor Zunes would struggle against it. However, his most potent weapon lies in his terrifyingly high temperature. If he were to lose this advantage, his strength would dwindle to almost nothing. Ning has already mastered a cluster of the 9 Nether Emperor Flames, and thus is not afraid of their intense heat. Kill him. With a mere wave of the 9 Nether Emperor Flames, 2 Emperor-level flame demons charged toward Ning, intent on tearing him to shreds. Buzz. Just at that moment, above Ning, the chaotic divine gourd emitted a subtle tremor. An ancient and magnificent aura instantly spread forth, freezing time and collapsing space, rendering a radius of 10,000 miles into mere emptiness. The two Emperor-level flame demons were obliterated, while the 9 Nether Emperor flame was gravely wounded by this overwhelming force, left in a state of near demise. One gazed in astonishment, truly awed by the formidable power of the Chaos Divine Gourd. Merely releasing a wisp of its aura exhibited such might. One could scarcely fathom the scene if it were to unleash its full potential. He had indeed underestimated it before. With this treasure in hand, even an immortal would find themselves at a disadvantage. It is no wonder it is regarded as a primordial supreme treasure, so dreadfully powerful. Humanity. What on earth is that object you possess, to evoke such terror? The Emperor of the Nine Hells, Jiuyodian, stared in disbelief at the Chaos Divine Gourd. In his understanding, a celestial king artifact was the most potent of treasures, yet its power paled in comparison to even a fraction of this gourd's might. One gazed at him with indifference, stating that if he was unwilling to submit, he would be compelled to forcibly refine him. "Do not kill me, I will submit." The 9 Nether Emperor Yin hastily exclaimed, sensing the faint yet palpable aura of menace emanating from Ning. It is too late. There is but one opportunity, and you have failed to cherish it." With a chilling laugh, Ning unleashed his powers, enveloping his adversary, while simultaneously commanding the 9 Nether Imperial Flame to consume the essence of his fire. Damned, no. The 9 Nether Imperial Flame struggled desperately, yet in its current feeble state, it was utterly incapable of resistance, unable even to self-destruct, relegated to the torment of watching its essence being devoured piece by piece. Human. May you meet a wretched fate. I shall ensure your demise. Ning remained undeterred, seated in the void as he continuously refined his essence. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from the depths of the flame demon abyss surged upwards, triggering an unprecedented tidal wave of flames. The Crimson Emperor, Yin Qi, was visibly alarmed and hastily darted downwards. Should this fiery tide erupt, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for the Great Flame Empire. What troubled him further was the sight of countless flame demons seemingly spooked, all desperately rushing towards the ground. If these flame demons were to breach the abyss, it would indeed be a true calamity. A thunderous roar resonated from within the abyss, and Li Yuanbao and his companions watched anxiously, sensing that something dreadful was about to emerge. Heavens, could we be this unfortunate? After centuries without a fiery tide, we encounter one upon our arrival? Li Yuanbao gulped, speaking with difficulty. What is there to fear? As long as we remain within the circle drawn by our master, the fiery tide shall not harm us. Zhang Liang replied with a calm demeanor, harboring blind admiration and unwavering faith in Ning. To him, their master was omnipotent. Su Ziqian remained silent, a flicker of yearning evident in his eyes. He longed to traverse the flame demon abyss with the same ease as Ning, rather than being confined within a protective circle. This made him feel utterly inept. Suddenly, a man clad in simple garments, bearing a broken sword upon his back, burst forth from the abyss. Exuding an aura of terrifying power, he was unmistakably a venerable figure. He swiftly noticed the trio and the bird not far away. "What is this?" he exclaimed, stepping outside the circle and faintly perceiving an enigmatic energy enveloping the area. Li Yuanbao and his companions tensed momentarily. The man in simple clothes cast a glance at them before reaching out towards the invisible barrier. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, and his body was launched back, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star. The three were momentarily stunned, initially expecting something formidable. Was it truly this simple? After a brief pause, the fiery tide erupted. Terrifying flames, akin to hellfire, erupted from the flame demon abyss, resembling a sword of fire piercing the heavens. Above, Yin Qi's expression turned grave as a vast reservoir of magical energy flowed into his hands, transforming into a barrier that shielded the entire abyss. Shadows began to materialize beside him, all top-tier warriors of the Great Flame Empire, dozens in number, with the lowest among them being venerables, including 3 quasi-emperors. "Everyone, lend your strength to stabilize the barrier," Yin Qi commanded. The decree of the emperor was not to be disobeyed. Waves of formidable magic surged into the barrier. Though Yin Qi's expression softened slightly, the gravity in his gaze remained. Sustaining such a colossal barrier while repelling endless flames and an overwhelming number of flame demons would deplete their strength rapidly. They could hold out for at most 3 hours. The duration of this fiery tide remained uncertain. He pondered, sensing that the peculiar onset of this tidal wave was likely connected to the young emperor who had ventured deep into the abyss. The Great Flame Empire continued to summon powerful reinforcements. Meanwhile, more and more powerful figures across the continent became aware of the situation in the flame demon abyss. Yet, few chose to intervene, with many merely observing coldly. What did the lives of mere ants matter to them? Moreover, they were subjects of the Great Flame Empire, which further distanced them from concern. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by. In the depths of the flame demon abyss, the vast void began to recover gradually. And Ning's refinement of the 9 Nether Emperor Flame's essence was nearing completion. About a quarter of an hour later, a colossal star suddenly plummeted from the heavens, trailing a long tail of fire, hurtling straight towards the flame demon abyss. Who dares? Yin Qi's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him. If this star were to strike the barrier, it would surely collapse instantaneously, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare. Just as he prepared to command a quasi-emperor from the Great Flame Empire to intercept, dozens more falling stars appeared in the sky. Cursed be the one responsible. If I discover who it is, I shall ensure their eternal torment. Yin Qi's face darkened, his voice imbued with a terrifying murderous intent that startled many hidden observers in the sky, compelling them to retreat in fear of becoming scapegoats. 3 quasi-emperors acted simultaneously, shattering the incoming stars one by one. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed. The 3 quasi-emperors felt as though they had been struck, simultaneously groaning as their energy waned. A massive black claw descended from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force aimed straight at the trio. The laws of the universe recoiled, and the fabric of space fractured. An imperial beast. Yin Qi's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that the assailant would be a 12th-tier beast emperor. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a melodious sound of a sword resonated throughout the realm. A brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the air, effortlessly severing the black claw above. The sword's edge was unparalleled, cleaving through the claw without resistance and tearing the sky to create a gaping rift. Who dares? A piercing cry of fury reverberated across the expanse. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as countless onlookers were taken aback. An imperial beast. A claw severed by a single sword strike. Who possessed such ferocity? At that moment, ripples spread through the space, and one appeared above the flame demon abyss. Dressed in a regal purple-gold robe and wielding the Tai Emperor sword, he exuded an air of nobility and authority. He stowed away the fallen black claw and gazed skyward. You wretched creature, come forth. I shall cleave you with a single sword. The world fell into silence, captivated by his imposing presence. Arrogance! A thunderous roar echoed, and suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing a towering black celestial hound emerging from the void, looming ominously above. Wu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was a vile creature. He had merely spoken casually, having thought it was a wolf. The black celestial dog unleashed a terrifying aura, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent as it glared fiercely at him. Shameless human, you dare to ambush me, the Emperor? Prepare to meet your demise. Boom. An incomprehensibly dreadful energy erupted, as the black celestial dog extended a massive claw, aiming directly at Wu Ning. The void trembled, and in an instant, numerous terrifying rifts in the fabric of space shattered open. How formidable! Countless powerful beings felt their expressions change drastically, sensing the imminent threat of death from this single strike. If they were caught in its wake, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. What had once seemed a trivial matter, when the celestial dog's massive claw was severed by a sword, now appeared utterly ludicrous. The Emperor was indeed an emperor, possessing the capacity to obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth. Even a casual blow from him could annihilate countless beings like them. Wu Ning's expression remained tranquil. After all, it was merely a 12th-tier initial stage beast, its strength at most comparable to that of a 3rd-level emperor. He pondered the flavor of his 12th-tier canine delicacy. Channeling his essence into the Taya Emperor sword, he struck towards the celestial hound. Simultaneously, the laws of time and space surged around him. The temporal and spatial dimensions surrounding the celestial hound were instantaneously ensnared, rendering its attacks abruptly halted, as if time itself had been suspended. With a sharp sound, a resplendent beam of sword light pierced through the celestial hound's form. Wu Ning suddenly appeared above him, invoking the chaotic divine bell, poised to annihilate its demonic soul. The law of time. Upon witnessing the Tengu's attack come to a standstill, Yin Qi and several other emperors were filled with astonishment. Their gazes towards Wu Ning were laden with trepidation. They had not anticipated that he had mastered such a supreme law as time. Insolence! Human! Cease this at once! At that moment, an enraged shout reverberated from the northwest. Bang! Wu Ning did not even blink. He directly activated the chaos bell, shattering the demon soul of the celestial dog with a single strike. Ah, master of demons, save me. How infuriating. Did you not hear me? I command you to cease. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended, manifesting as a majestic golden figure whose gaze looked down upon the heavens. Yin Qi's expression shifted slightly. It was that ancient wretch from the demon realm. Humph. If you expect me to stop simply because you say so, would that not be a grave affront to my dignity? Wu Ning let out a cold huff, his hands never ceasing their movements as he once again activated the chaos divine bell, utterly obliterating the celestial spirit of the Tengu. Human, you are courting death. With a resounding bang, the demon lord erupted in fury, a colossal golden claw shattering the space around it as it lunged towards Wu Ning. I see that it is you who seeks death. Wu Ning retracted the celestial dog's corpse and swiftly swung his sword. Clang! The Taiye imperial sword clashed fiercely with the golden claws. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Then, a terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering the vast expanse of space and revealing a colossal void, a gaping black hole. Wu Ning's gaze sharpened. The Taiye imperial sword, renowned as the pinnacle of imperial weapons, had astonishingly failed to sever that golden claw. Such formidable claws! Little did he know, the demon lord was even more astounded. Those claws, honed through countless eons of refinement, had long since become impervious to blades and fire, possessing an indomitable sharpness capable of shattering even the mightiest of imperial weapons. Yet, to his dismay, during this encounter, a fragment of his claw had shattered. The demon lord swiftly regained his composure, his expression grave as he scrutinized Wu Ning. Human boy, who are you to dare slay the emperor of my demon realm? Do you seek your own demise? Wu Ning said indifferently. Cut the nonsense and fight in the starry sky if you have the capability. This old fellow possesses considerable strength. With a cultivation level at the late stage of the 12th rank, roughly equivalent to the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm, Ning intended to test his current prowess against the formidable Emperor. However, the Emperor's destructive power was overwhelming. After a fierce battle, the inevitable aftermath would wreak havoc upon the earth, obliterating countless lives with even the slightest tremor. Although Ning shows no mercy towards his enemies, he harbors no desire to inflict significant casualties upon the innocent. The demon lord's expression darkens. Yet upon glancing at the Tai Emperor's sword in his grasp and surveying the surrounding void, he opts for retreat. Human, I shall remember you. Several human emperors are now observing this place. He has no wish to be besieged, though these humans are often embroiled in fierce internal strife. When faced with their demonic kin, they are certain to momentarily set aside their grievances and unite in action. Millions of years ago, it was in this manner that the demon race was collectively driven to the current demon domain by the humans. Chapter 52. The Demon Emperor's Dogmeat. Do you wish to depart? Ning exchanged the Tai Emperor's sword for the celestial fishing rod, swiftly pursuing him. This old fellow possesses considerable strength, and he certainly does not harbor the habit of letting tigers return to the mountains. Young friend, do not pursue a desperate foe, Yan Qi urgently shouted. Why? Ning paused for a moment, coming to a halt. Yan Qi sighed and remarked, Young friend, the demon race is formidable in its foundation. We must not force them into desperation. Otherwise, we may provoke a counterattack from the demon clan, and the entire continent could plunge into chaos. Presently, the heavenly mystique continent is predominantly inhabited by the human race, which occupies the most abundant and vast territories. However, the demon territories, the barbaric tribes of the far south, the icy clans of the far north, and the dragon race of the seas all cast covetous glances upon human lands. Should a war erupt between humans and demons, other foreign races are certain to intervene. Though we, the great emperors, remain unafraid, we would rather not witness the entire continent engulfed in devastation. Ning furrowed his brow slightly. The mere thought of the entire continent engulfed in chaos, with battles raging and corpses strewn about, filled him with a sense of unease. In the present state of peace across the realm, how wonderful it was. A mere 12th tier beast posed no real threat to him. Very well. He decided to spare its life for the time being. Ning nodded. He still needed to assist Yan Qi in resolving the troubles of the Yin Abyss. This matter originated from him, and he was not one to shirk his responsibilities. Ning initially intended to utilize the chaotic divine gourd to completely drain the flame title. Yet such an action would likely devastate the entire infernal abyss, provoking Yan Qi to retaliate fiercely. Having already taken the 9 Nether Emperor flame, it was unwise to act with extreme finality. Although perilous, the infernal abyss presented benefits that far outweighed its drawbacks for the great Yin Empire. Ultimately, he resorted to Yan Qi's cumbersome method of temporarily sealing the entire infernal abyss, awaiting the subsidence of the flame title. After ensuring the safety of Li Yuanbao and his companions, he collaborated with Yan Qi to stabilize the barrier. This particular flame title persisted for an entire day before subsiding, with all infernal beings returning quietly to the abyss. The formidable figures of the great Yin Empire collectively exhaled in relief. Yan Qi wished to invite Ning to the great Yin imperial capital, but Ning, preoccupied with constructing an imperial-class flying vessel, politely declined. Brother Yin, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Haha. I shall await your esteemed presence at any time, my young friend. Yan Qi responded heartily. Subsequently, Ning returned to the Wanxiang Academy in the eastern region with Li Yuanbao and his companions. Upon arriving at the academy, Li Qingxian approached eagerly. Senior, my fellow Taoist. Please continue to call me fellow Taoist as before. Ning waved his hand and replied with a smile. Do not refer to me as senior. Do I appear so old? Li Qingxian chuckled bitterly, realizing that his fellow Taoist was an emperor, which explained his previous humiliating defeat. To be bested by an emperor, I cannot deem my loss unjust. Ning fell silent for a moment, refraining from uttering any further words of reproach. Otherwise, this fellow would likely retreat into seclusion once more. Let us proceed inside and discuss matters further. Shortly thereafter, within the estate at the rear mountain, Ning directly employed a supreme vessel as a cauldron, utilizing the ethereal flames of the 9 Nether Emperor for a simmering concoction of Demon Emperor dogmeat. An aromatic steam wafted through the air, filling the surroundings with an enticing fragrance of meat. As the saying goes, the scent of dog meat is so alluring that even deities may leap over walls to partake. The delectable aroma permeated the entire back mountain, attracting numerous ancient beings who approached Ning with eager expressions. Esteemed elder, 10,000 spirit crystals for 10 pounds of dog meat. I refuse to indulge without payment. Without hesitation, several ancient figures produced piles of spirit crystals. Esteemed elder, I desire 100 pounds. Esteemed elder, I wish for 200 pounds. I seek 500 pounds. The ancient beings clamored, for this was the meat of a 12th tier demon emperor, rivaling the efficacy of any elixir or medicinal pill. At merely 10 pounds for 10,000 spirit crystals, the value is undeniably exceptional. Ning cheerfully accepted the spirit crystal. For even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and he currently possessed not a single spirit crystal, merely some dog meat. Yet they had sold but a mere fraction of the vast bounty from such a colossal celestial hound. After securing the dog meat, the elderly figures departed, content. Li Qingxian presented Wu Ning with a storage ring, stating, "My friend, I require 5,000 pounds. Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, he was a prince of unparalleled generosity. With a grand gesture, he offered 50 million spirit crystals, inviting unrestrained indulgence. "Ha, then I shall not stand on ceremony," he exclaimed. For he had several jars of exquisite vintage, aged for millennia, that he had long hesitated to savor. Evidently, they were meant to await this very occasion. Li Yuanbao and his companions gathered around, yet their cultivation was insufficient. They could scarcely consume any meat. Relegated instead to sipping broth and perhaps nibbling on a bit of meat residue. Qing Yao, possessing slightly greater prowess, managed to consume a modest 2 pounds of meat. Wu Ning and Li Qingxian indulged in a lavish feast, savoring wine and succulent meat, reveling in their delight. "Ah, what a pleasure!" they exclaimed. "Truly, the dog meat of the demon emperor is extraordinary, brimming with vitality." Li Qingxuan's face glowed with health, having consumed an immense quantity of dog meat. An endless flow of potent energy surged within him, leaving him feeling utterly at ease, akin to having ingested an elixir of immortality. With this sumptuous meal, he was certain he could seize the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. A flush of crimson graced Wu Ning's face as he savored the exquisite spirit, a testament to the unparalleled quality of the thousands of years-old divine liquor presented by Li Qingxian. Truly, it was the finest wine he had ever tasted. "Let us continue our revelry," he proposed. However, after 2 hours, sensing an imminent breakthrough, Li Qingxian hastily took his leave. Alone, Wu Ning's enthusiasm diminished significantly. Having consumed less than 1/10,000th of a 12th-tier celestial dog, he collected the remaining portions. Subsequently, he commenced the construction of his imperial-grade flying vessel. To this end, he utilized 300 pounds of celestial dog meat and specifically sought guidance from a venerable craftsman of the Myriad Manifestations Academy. Wu Ning possesses the prowess of an emperor, wielding the divine flame known as the Nine Nether Emperor Flame, and has attained remarkable expertise in the art of talismans, with his skills in weapon forging advancing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. At the Wanxiang Academy, on the peak of artifacts, numerous students hurriedly made their way toward the summit. A golden-haired youth halted one individual and inquired, "What is your purpose here?" The man, initially ready to express his ire, instantly transformed his demeanor into one of reverence upon recognizing the person before him. It was none other than senior brother Wang Yi. "We are headed to the peak of artifacts, as it is said that a distinguished figure will be demonstrating weapon forging today." "Distinguished figure? How distinguished?" "Surely, at least a Saint King." "Very well, you may proceed." A hint of disdain flickered in the youth's eyes. While a Saint King may indeed be a significant figure to the average person, to him, it was but a trivial matter. "Forging," he chuckled softly, making his way toward the peak of artifacts, eager to witness how the forging standards at this peak measure against those of his Wang family. At this moment, the square surrounding the peak of artifacts was teeming with people, including several high-ranking officials from the academy. Wu Ning sat cross-legged on a high platform, scrutinizing a flying boat model. This was no ordinary model, it was a supreme artifact. Thus far, it was the most satisfying creation he had crafted. Not only boasting an exquisite design but also incorporating a myriad of functionalities, including inspirations drawn from the world of his past life. At that moment, Wang Yi arrived at the Qi Peak Square. He cast a glance at Wu Ning atop the platform, his brow furrowing slightly. Such youth. How skilled could he truly be in the art of crafting? Was he perhaps a disciple of some notable figure at Qi Peak? Chapter 53, Stellar Flying Boat Wang Yi. "I didn't expect to see you here." A familiar face approached him, greeting him warmly. "I heard that a prominent figure is about to forge a weapon, so I came to witness it." Your Wang family is one of the 3 great families of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Your prowess in crafting is renowned throughout the eastern region. Should you decide to join Qi Peak, you might just have the opportunity to become a disciple of the esteemed Qi Hua." Wang Yi offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Although his skills in crafting were commendable, he did not harbor a passion for it. What he truly yearned for was to become a genuine powerhouse, not merely a craftsman. After all, crafting was ultimately just a skill. "It can begin now." Wu Ning set aside the model of the flying vessel and rose to his feet. With a mere wave of his hand, an astonishing multitude of ancient celestial gold, weighing over 1 billion tons, materialized in the air, radiating a resplendent celestial aura. The density of this celestial gold is extraordinarily high. A piece the size of a palm weighs several dozen tons. Even 1 billion tons appears relatively modest, roughly amounting to only a few hundred cubic meters. With a whoosh, the 9 nether imperial flames surged forth, enveloping all the celestial gold and igniting a process of smelting. Celestial gold. So much of it. A burly elder, his eyes wide with astonishment, was none other than the master of the artifact peak, the esteemed Chiwa Venerable Qi Yang. "Old Qi, can you discern the nature of that flame?" A mere glance sends shivers down my spine, inquired an elder clad in the robes of an alchemist. The ability to smelt celestial gold surely requires a flame of extraordinary caliber. Likely, only in the infernal demon abyss could one find such a grade of fire. "No wonder," thought the elder. At the edge of the square, Wang Yi's gaze was filled with awe. What a terrifying display of skill. What level of artifact smithing does he possess? He had presumed him to be merely a saint-level craftsman, yet he was indeed a figure of great significance. Sizzling sounds echoed as the 9 nether imperial flame continued to scorch, rendering the surrounding space into a void. Despite Wanning's efforts to temper the temperature of the 9 nether imperial flame, the entire artifact peak remained as scorching as a furnace, causing many students of lower cultivation to break into beads of sweat. In just over 10 breaths, the incredibly hard celestial gold was transformed, becoming soft and nearly molten. Ning felt a surge of mystical energy coursing through him as he manipulated the ancient stellar gold, compressing and extending it to directly shape the vessel's core. This exquisite metal required merely a straightforward forging technique. The ancient stellar gold, being the pinnacle of metals, necessitated no tedious process of repeated melting and purification as ordinary materials did. The strength of Ning is formidable, rendering manual hammering and forging unnecessary. He has become exceedingly proficient in the process of shaping the workpiece. However, transforming such a large piece of metal into a structurally intricate vessel prototype, while ensuring precision to the minutest detail, still took him nearly half an hour. Subsequently, the form of the vessel was officially established. Ning's control was remarkably exquisite. The surface of the entire flying vessel was extraordinarily smooth, devoid of any blemishes, gleaming with a brilliance that could illuminate the surroundings, entirely unlike a crude artifact. It was a perfect achievement, entirely eliminating the need for further meticulous forging. The subsequent step entailed the intricate engraving of runes and formations, along with the imprints of loss. This phase was the most complex and laborious. To enable a piece of metal to exhibit a myriad of functionalities, it relied almost entirely on these runes, formations, and law imprints, akin to the neural network of the human body. The realization of each function within an imperial-grade flying vessel was fundamentally rooted in law imprints, driven by billions of runes and formations. Collectively, this constituted an exceedingly vast undertaking. Ning dedicated a full 3 days to complete this step. 3 days later, a small flying vessel, measuring less than 100 meters in length, emerged in the air, radiating a dazzling blue-white starlight, adorned with palatial structures, terraces, and pavilions. It resembled a miniature ancient city. This was the vessel's true size. Despite the imposing lengths of those holy-grade flying vessels, often stretching thousands of meters, their actual dimensions might be less than 1,000th of their apparent size. Otherwise, many factions would likely face ruin in their attempts to construct a single holy-grade flying vessel. Ning gazed contentedly at the starry celestial vessel suspended in the air. The next step was of utmost importance, the endowment of spirit. At this moment, the celestial vessel was merely a mass of metal inscribed with intricate runes and formations. It was devoid of life. The process of endowing spirit involves transforming this inanimate object into a living entity, imbued with consciousness and even a soul. The most common method employed in this endeavor is the blood sacrifice. This involves allowing the vessel to come into contact with the flesh and blood of living beings, thereby absorbing the vital essence and life force contained within, leading to a remarkable transformation that births sentience. With continued nurturing and the passage of time, it may even give rise to a spirit of the vessel. Some extreme artisans of refinement might, during this process, infuse the vessel with the souls of other beings, thereby directly creating a spirit. However, should their craftsmanship be lacking, they risked forging a malevolent artifact. Ning opted for a rather unconventional approach, one that involved integrating a sacred artifact, already imbued with a spirit, into the starry sky vessel. This act allowed the spirit of the sacred artifact to become the spirit of the vessel itself. Initially, he poured a large basin of celestial blood over the starry sky vessel as an offering, followed by the introduction of a sacred artifact, a small cauldron, into the mix. The flames of the 9 nether emperor surged, initiating a process of refinement. The starry sky vessel rapidly absorbed the celestial blood in the small cauldron, soon undergoing a profound transformation. Gradually, it began to exude vitality and sentience. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and boundless thunderclouds gathered. This marked the final step of the refining process, the tribulation. However, only a sacred artifact possessed the requisite qualification for such a trial. Ning directly hurled the starry sky vessel into the heights, subjecting it to the baptism of heavenly tribulation. The entire vessel, forged from ancient starry gold, belongs to the elite ranks of imperial artifacts, rendering failure and transcending the tribulation an impossibility. A resounding boom. Bolts of thunder struck the starry sky vessel, enhancing its perfection. At this moment, the entirety of Dongshuansu and the vast expanses of the sea above were enveloped in tumultuous thunderclouds. Countless formidable beings gazed in astonishment at the sky, initially believing that an emperor was about to ascend. It turned out to be the forging of an imperial artifact, including Wang Yi. Many knowledgeable teachers and students were left in a state of shock. This prominent figure was indeed of grand stature, an imperial-grade artifact craftsman. It seemed that the Tianxin continent had not witnessed such a presence in over 100,000 years. An imperial-grade craftsman must undoubtedly be a formidable emperor. However, not all emperors possess the ability to forge imperial artifacts. The imperial artifacts held by those emperors were either legacies from predecessors or had evolved from their innate weapons through prolonged nurturing. An imperial artifact was undergoing tribulation. The commotion in Dongshuansu swiftly attracted the attention of top-tier experts from other regions. Some gazes burned fiercely, betraying a hint of avarice, yet none dared to seize the opportunity. They all assumed it to be the innate weapon of a certain emperor undergoing tribulation. After all, an imperial-grade craftsman had not emerged for over 100,000 years. No one would dare to snatch from the jaws of an emperor. Why does this imperial artifact resemble a vessel? An imperial artifact could not possibly be a vessel. It must merely appear so. Yet, it unmistakably is a vessel. Chapter 54. The Supreme Xianyu. This thunderous tribulation persisted for an entire day. When the final bolt of tribulation dissipated, the starry sky vessel erupted with a formidable imperial might. Indeed, Ning revealed a contented smile, raising his hand with a gesture, causing the starry sky vessel to instantly transform into a palm-sized object that gracefully landed in his grasp. At this point, the vessel could be deemed a flawless creation. However, this did not signify the conclusion of his endeavors. Next, he needed to arrange various tools and transplant certain floral and spiritual trees. Ning cast a glance around, extending his hand to smooth the void fissures scorched by the 9 Nether Emperor flame. He then swiftly returned to the estate on the back mountain. The preparations for the starry sky vessel had long been completed. Before long, he appeared in the celestial expanse above. The starry sky vessel soared from his grasp, transforming in an instant into a colossal craft stretching thousands of feet in length. The vessel radiated a deep azure hue, emanating a celestial luminescence, enveloped in an intangible barrier. Upon entering this layer of barrier, Ning was immediately transported to another realm. This realm is solidified and independent, impervious to the expansion or contraction of the stellar arc, and remains undisturbed by its oscillations. It resembles the still space contained within a storage ring, yet it is far more advanced. The stellar arc itself serves merely as a vessel, primarily bearing this realm, allowing it to traverse freely, engage in spatial transmission, and even facilitate ultra-long distance travel across light years. Ning commenced the meticulous arrangement of this celestial space, adorning it with magnificent palaces, transplanting a plethora of ethereal flora, and crafting enchanting hills and serene lakes. He also introduced numerous delectable spirit fish. In no time, the entire airship became a vibrant oasis of life. Ultimately, he placed the starry airship beneath the firmament, employing a spirit-gathering array to channel the essence of heaven and earth, suffusing the airship's interior with spiritual energy. At long last, the task was complete. Gazing upon the resplendent and majestic starry airship, Ning was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. This was, after all, the culmination of his 6 months of diligent labor. Now, he must devise a means to amass spirit crystals. Ning murmured to himself. With the Chaos Divine Gourd in hand, what he currently lacked the most were resources such as spiritual stones and spiritual crystals. 2 days later, in Donghai City, at the Xianyu auction house, Ning appeared at the entrance of the auction house. A servant, noticing his splendid attire, promptly addressed him with great respect. "My lord, may I inquire whether you wish to consign items for auction or participate in the upcoming auction? Our next event will take place in a fortnight. Please take me to meet the manager of your auction house." Ning spoke softly. The attendant sensed a subtle yet formidable aura emanating from him, causing a shiver to run through him, and he dared not be negligent. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Moments later, in a room of the Xianyu auction house, adorned with antique charm and lavish decor, the auctioneer displayed a demeanor of utmost humility and respect. "My lord, please take a seat." His gaze was filled with profound reverence. Half a year prior, he had encountered Ning's portrait, and the headquarters had specifically instructed him to avoid provoking this individual at all costs, should they meet. He was to show more respect than he would to his ancestors. "Someone, hurry and bring tea. Brew my treasured Ling Shochun that I have cherished for millennia." Ning waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for unnecessary pleasantries, and requested to proceed directly to the matter at hand. "Indeed, my lord, please proceed." "I am all ears," the manager replied, his face adorned with obsequiousness. "This young master intends to host a series of auctions. Do you possess the means to disseminate this news across the entire continent?" Ning inquired. "May I ask, what items will be auctioned, my lord?" the manager asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Well, for the first auction, we shall feature a quasi-emperor weapon, 10 prestigious artifacts, and 100 sacred tools, along with an array of exquisite spirit instruments and elixirs of at least the 8th tier. A quasi-emperor weapon? The manager's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless by the gravity of the announcement, unable to fully comprehend the subsequent details. Yet, it was unnecessary to grasp every detail. The presence of a quasi-emperor weapon alone would be sufficient to stir the entire continent. It is worth noting that in their Xianyu auction house, the apex of their auctions typically showcased a Holy King weapon as the grand finale. The manager's heart raced with excitement as he promptly assured, "My lord, rest assured. We can undoubtedly spread this news across the entire continent within a month." Ning nodded slightly, presenting him with a storage ring containing the items for the first auction. The overseer scanned the contents with his consciousness, and his heart immediately trembled. So many treasures. However, he dared not accept them. Even the slightest leak of information would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful individuals. Should anything be lost, it would cost them dearly, far beyond what the entire Xianwei auction could yield. "My lord, it would be prudent for you to take these back for now. They may be revealed on the day of the auction without issue." "That is agreeable." Ning retrieved the storage ring and presented him with a purple gold token, assuring him that if any matters arose, he could use this token to contact him. Yes, my lord, the steward replied, his face aglow with delight as he accepted the token. Merely a communication token, yet its quality rivaled that of a sacred artifact. Today had indeed broadened his horizons. Once when Ning departed, the steward immediately contacted headquarters. Before long, an exquisite and ethereal woman adorned in a moon-white gown appeared in the Xianyu auction house of Donghai City. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her gentle countenance resembled that of a celestial being under the moonlight, evoking a sense of inadequacy in those who beheld her. To gaze upon her was akin to sacrilege. Your Excellency, the steward exclaimed in surprise, hastily bowing in reverence. This woman was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the Xianyu auction house, the Supreme Xianyu. In times past, the Xianyu auction house was merely a relatively powerful holy ground, lacking the stature of the current Qingyan sect, where the strongest among them was but a low-tier venerable. It was the emergence of the Supreme Xianyu that elevated the Xianyu auction house to its present prominence, ranking it among the top 10 forces in the Eastern domain. There's no need for excessive formality, she said, gently raising his hand. Please recount to me the details of the esteemed gentleman's visit to the auction house. Certainly. The steward began to narrate, detailing Wu Ning's arrival, how he was received, and the purpose of his visit, leaving no stone unturned. Upon concluding, the woman smiled and cast him an appreciative glance. Well done. Would you be willing to take a position at headquarters? The steward bowed slightly, responding, Your Excellency, my abilities are limited, and my experience is still nascent. I wish to hone my skills here in Donghai City for a few more years. Better to be a prominent figure in a lesser domain than a mere pawn amidst titans at headquarters. Remaining in Donghai City afforded him the status of a regional ambassador. Free and unfettered, unafraid of anyone save for the Wanxiang Academy. Moreover, Donghai City was far more prosperous than the headquarters, a fact he had paid a considerable price to attain. The Supreme Xianyu said nothing further, tossing him a small jade vial. This is a 9th-tier sacred heart pill. It should enable you to break through a minor realm. Thank you, Your Excellency. The steward exclaimed joyfully. The forthcoming auction will be overseen by me personally, and you shall assist fully with the authority to mobilize all resources of the auction house. Yes. Chapter 55, The Conspiracy of the Demon Clan. One of the 3 major powers in the Eastern domain, the Xiantian Sword Sect. Supreme Xianyu has come to visit. Xianyu? What could her purpose be? The elders within the hall displayed expressions of perplexity. Jian Sanfeng rose swiftly, declaring, Hurry, let us welcome the Supreme Xianyu. He proceeded to the entrance of the hall to receive her. After all, she was a supreme being, and due respect must be accorded. Moments later, the Supreme Xianyu arrived at the Xiantian Sword Sect's Grand Hall, escorted by an elder. Jian Sanfeng and the other elders greeted her, bowing respectfully. What brings the Supreme to our sect? I am here to deliver an invitation, the Supreme Xianyu replied, producing a gilded invitation and presenting it to Jian Sanfeng. The esteemed Wu Gongzi of the Wanxiang Academy intends to host an auction on the 5th of next month, featuring quasi-emperor weapons for sale. Quasi-emperor weapons? The eyes of the assembly brightened. Jian Sanfeng's heart raced. As the sect leader, he was privy to far more information than the other elders. The esteemed Wu Gongzi was a top-tier emperor, a fearsome entity who had slain a demon emperor 6 months prior. Rest assured, Supreme, our sect will certainly attend. He promptly assured her. The Supreme Xianyu nodded slightly. The invitation has been delivered. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Supreme. After departing from the Xiantian Sword Sect, the Supreme Xianyu proceeded to the Wuji Palace and Yuming Mountain. Her personal presence was necessary for these influential factions, underscoring the significance of the upcoming auction. Other factions merely needed to send representatives. Half a day later, in the central region, the Great Qin Empire. The emperor was in session with several ministers when an elderly eunuch rushed in. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from showing anger. This eunuch had been by his side for years and surely understood the decorum. His haste indicated an important matter. Your Majesty, the Supreme Xianyu has come to visit. Quickly, invite her in. The eunuch hurried away and soon returned with the Supreme Xianyu to the imperial palace. Faced with a supreme being, the emperor dared not act casually. He rose to greet her personally. The Supreme Xianyu wasted no time, handing him an invitation and stating her purpose directly. The auction hosted by that esteemed individual. The emperor responded promptly, Rest assured, our great Qian shall certainly prepare to participate. He was aware of the tensions between his son and that esteemed individual, and he saw this as an opportunity to resolve any misunderstandings. The Supreme Xianyu nodded slightly, then continued her visits to other empires and dynasties. Within just 2 days, she had traversed the entirety of the Tianshan continent, even reaching out to the Demon Clan in the Demon Domain, the Dragon Clan in the Sea region, the Barbarian tribe in the southernmost lands, and the Ice tribe in the north. However, when visiting the Demon Clan, she only mentioned that a senior would be auctioning off quasi-emperor weapons, withholding any information linking to Wu Ning, fearing she might not escape the Demon Domain otherwise. 3 days later, the Supreme Xianyu arrived at the Wanxiang Academy. Her purpose was twofold, to meet Wu Ning and to deliver an invitation on behalf of the Academy. In the Back Mountain Estate, she addressed Wu Gongzi. I have informed all major powers across the continent. Do you have any further instructions? Excellent. This is your reward. Consuming it should help you break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Wu Ning cast a glance at the woman before him. Her beauty was exquisite, and her demeanor was extraordinary, though her age was somewhat advanced. He presented her with a lustrous jade box, within which lay a dark red elixir, crafted from a drop of celestial canine essence and 1,000,000 spirit crystals, resulting in the creation of a primordial source liquid. Ning has refined a quantity of substances, preparing to auction them with an opening bid of 1,000,000,000 spirit crystals. A single drop of celestial dog blood is estimated to be worth over 100,000,000 spirit crystals. In truth, his profits are not exceedingly substantial. However, should the esteemed Xianyu achieve a breakthrough, it would serve as a living testament to his prowess, yielding a dual benefit. Ning revealed a faint smile upon her face. Xianyu, the esteemed one, examined the jade box in her hand. Feeling a sense of astonishment, could it truly enable her to ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor? Thank you, my lord. Xianyu expressed her gratitude. Ning waved his hand, urging the visitor to leave, hoping that he would successfully break through before the auction commenced. Yes. With that, Xianyu took his leave, departing with a satisfied heart. 2 days later, another individual arrived at the manor. Senior, I have come to redeem that quasi-emperor weapon. The newcomer was a black-robed quasi-emperor from the Wujigong. Upon hearing that Ning was preparing to auction a quasi-emperor weapon, he feared it might be his own. Thus, he hastily relinquished several treasures, gathering a staggering 100 billion spirit crystals in a rush. Here you go. Ning received the spiritual crystal and promptly returned the purple golden bell to him. He was not a person to be untrustworthy. As for the imperial weapon, he had plenty to spare. Thank you, esteemed elder. The black-robed quasi-emperor retrieved his imperial weapon, and the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart finally lifted. However, the thought that he had lost 100 billion spiritual crystals due to a mere disciple caused him immense pain. After the black-robed quasi-emperor departed, Ning directly cast 100 billion spiritual crystals into the chaotic divine gourd, successfully condensing a drop of chaotic source liquid. At last, he was poised for another breakthrough. Ning faintly curved her lips, stepping into the secret chamber. In the northwest demon domain, a man with triangular eyes and a chilling demeanor entered the demon emperor's palace. My lord, I have thoroughly investigated. The auction in the eastern domain is orchestrated by the very human powerhouse who vanquished the Black Emperor 6 months ago. It is he. Within the palace, many demon warriors displayed murderous intent. The demon lord's gaze darkened, reflecting similar animosity. My lord, not only have the humans invited us to this auction, but the Dragon Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Snow Clan have also received invitations, the triangular-eyed man continued. Oh? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the demon lord's eyes. He then dismissed the other demons and proceeded to a hidden cave deep within the palace. My lord, a colossal three-headed beast, towering like a mountain, transformed into a humanoid form and nodded slightly at him. Each of these three-headed beasts exuded a terrifying aura, clearly being 12-tiered demon emperors. My lord, when shall we strike against the humans? Inquired a crimson-haired demon emperor, their fury palpable after the demise of the Black Emperor. More importantly, a remarkably young emperor had arisen among the humans, possessing formidable combat prowess that could not allow him to grow stronger unchecked. Otherwise, our clan will face dire consequences. The demon lord's gaze turned icy as he declared, I have contacted the Thunder Ancestor. He has traveled through the stars for countless years and has achieved a significant breakthrough in power. He can contend with the human emperor. We need only wait 1 more year for him to return to the Tianshan continent. At that time, we shall ally with the Dragon Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Snow Clan to strike against the humans. I believe they will be eager to join forces with us. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon emperors were immediately elated. With the Thunder Ancestor on our side, victory is assured. One exclaimed. Aha! After a year's wait, our clan shall once again engage in conquest across the continent. The flesh of the humans will be a delightful feast. As time swiftly passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. On this day, the skies above EC City were ablaze with hues of dawn, filled with auspicious clouds. Countless residents stood astonished, gazing upwards as massive flying vessels pierced the clouds, descending upon the city. Are those vessels from the Holy Land? Indeed, they are all from the Holy Land. Before they could regain their composure, 3 colossal flying ships, each thousands of feet long and radiating an overwhelming aura, appeared above EC City, dwarfing the surrounding Holy Land vessels. What on earth is happening? Even the 3 great powers have arrived? Look, someone is disembarking. They seem to be heading towards the Xianyu auction house. Could it be that the Xianyu auction house is hosting a pinnacle auction? But that shouldn't be the case. The next pinnacle auction is still over 30 years away. And if it were to occur, it should be in their headquarters in Weiwa Prefecture. Boom. Suddenly, the sky echoed with thunderous sounds. Following that, majestic golden ancient ships traversed vast distances, appearing out of thin air above EC City. These ships bore enormous dark flags, exuding an awe-inspiring and regal presence. Even the 3 great empires of Central Domain have come, exclaimed some powerful beings, eyes wide in disbelief. Is this truly EC City, the easternmost point of the continent? On the golden ancient ships, numerous young elites looked down upon the sprawling city with expressions of curiosity, excitement, and disdain. Adjacent to the East Sea, this place is rather nice, one remarked. It's quite ordinary. It pales in comparison to our Golden Empire's capital. I hear EC City boasts a myriad phenomena academy that has nurtured countless young talents. I wonder how it compares to our great Zhou Supreme Academy? As the young talents critiqued EC City, a sudden harmonious sound resonated from the sky. It was profoundly mystical, soothing their restless hearts. Lo and behold, the bald monks from the western region have also arrived, scoffed another. These monks, so impure in spirit, dare to attend an auction. It's laughable. An oddly shaped ancient vessel resembling a golden bowl appeared in the sky, radiating a rich, holy Buddhist light, causing those with lesser cultivation to instinctively revere it. Esteemed donors, do not jest. The Buddha teaches that all phenomena arise from conditions. This humble monk is here due to the intertwining of fate. A young monk in white robes floated gracefully into view. Is that the silent word Buddha? Many gazes sharpened. This monk was the current Buddha of the Western region's Buddhist sect, rumored to be a reincarnation of a true Buddha. Possessing immense fortune and having achieved sage-level cultivation centuries ago, now only slightly over a millennium old. His unparalleled talent promised a future as a great emperor. With the arrival of the Western region's Buddhist sect, forces from the Southern region's Wild God Palace, the Yinyu sect, Northern region's White Emperor City, Tianjin Mountain, and Wanhua Valley followed suit. The residents of East Sea City were left in a state of astonishment. In a remarkably short span, nearly all the major powers of the continent had congregated. Yet, this was not the end. Soon, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Elbow. A 10,000-foot-long black dragon emerged, pulling an extravagantly luxurious golden dragon boat. Look, a dragon! Exclaimed a child innocently, gazing up at the sky. At that very moment, the demon tribes from the demon domain, the southern barbarian tribe, and the northern snow clan appeared simultaneously, their terrifying auras enveloping the city, causing countless residents to tremble in fear. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the auction house. Xinyu appeared silently in the air, her quasi-emperor aura unabashedly on display. Xinyu, you have actually broken through? How could it happen so quickly? The powerful figures from various major powers displayed expressions of shock. They had seen Xinyu just a month prior when she was clearly at the supreme level. How could she have ascended so swiftly? Xinyu smiled slightly and explained. This auction features a pill known as the Blood God Pill, which can enhance one's cultivation. I relied on a single Blood God Pill to achieve my breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm within a month. Such a powerful elixir exists in this world? The crowd was astounded, a wave of desire kindling within them. Many among the attendees were formidable supreme-level warriors. Esteemed guests, please. Moments later, everyone entered the auction house. In preparation for this auction, the entire venue had been almost entirely rebuilt. The auction hall was adorned in exquisite luxury, resplendent with golden hues, the crystal lights flickering gently, creating an ethereal ambience. The auction stage was set in the center of the hall, surrounded by over 1,000 seats, with only top-tier Holy Land powers granted access. Additionally, there were 24 exclusive VIP boxes on the upper floor, reserved solely for top-tier powers. In the box directly opposite the auction hall's entrance, one sipped a cup of morning dew tea, extending his consciousness to envelop the entire auction venue. This time, no great emperor made an appearance, yet nearly every formidable faction had dispatched a quasi-emperor to oversee the proceedings. The assembly was undoubtedly magnificent. Ning let out a gentle sigh, for he had intended to auction off several items of imperial weaponry. Yet, each artifact commenced at a staggering price of trillions of spirit crystals. Should one rely solely on spirit crystals and stones for payment, no faction across the Tianjin continent could afford such luxuries. Though these individuals appeared resplendent, each was, in truth, quite impoverished. It was likely that a few additional sales of quasi-imperial weapons could deplete their entire fortunes. He pondered how much spirit crystal could possibly be extracted from this event. Approximately 15 minutes later, Xinyu ascended the auction stage to personally oversee the proceedings. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I must clarify beforehand that all items in this auction may only be exchanged for cultivation resources such as spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit marrow, and medicinal herbs. No elixirs or magical artifacts will be accepted. With an aura of a quasi-emperor radiating from her, the venue fell into an immediate hush. None dared to disrupt the tranquility in the presence of a quasi-emperor. Thus, the auction commenced. The first item for bid is an 11th tier elixir. Xinyu raised her delicate hand, revealing a petite jade box. This elixir, named Blood God Pill, is concocted from the blood essence of a demon emperor and a plethora of rare celestial materials. It can directly enhance one's cultivation and assist a supreme in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. Additionally, this pill possesses longevity-enhancing properties. Even for an emperor, it can extend life by at least a decade. As she elaborated, she opened the jade box, revealing a dark red elixir that captivated the audience's attention. Blood essence of a demon emperor? How astonishing. No wonder it enables a supreme to ascend to quasi-emperor. The fact that it is beneficial even for emperor-level beings. The effects for a supreme must be even more profound. Excitement and intrigue flickered in the eyes of many, who could not help but cast their gazes towards the demon clan's private booth. How infuriating. These detestable humans dared to humiliate our demon clan so brazenly. Within the demon clan's booth, several powerful members wore grim expressions, yet they could only cede in silence, too fearful to voice their anger. After all, if even the demon emperor had been slain, what were they to do? Nonetheless, amidst their frustration, a flicker of desire ignited within them. The blood essence of a demon emperor was an invaluable treasure, an opportunity they had never dared to imagine until now. 300 million spirit crystals. I shall take this Blood God Pill. A calm voice resonated from the Dragon Clan's booth. I bid 500 million spirit crystals. 600 million. The esteemed guests continued to raise their bids. Xin Yu had initially intended to set the starting price at 1 billion spirit crystals, yet within the blink of an eye. The blood god pill was being called at 12 billion. 15 billion spirit crystals. 16 billion. 20 billion spirit crystals. My dragon clan shall claim this blood god pill. A commanding voice emanated from the dragon clan's booth, asserting their formidable status. The auction hall fell silent for a moment, as no one dared to continue bidding. The dragon clan's influence was immense. Even among the human factions, none wished to provoke them. Competing with the dragon clan in terms of financial might was unwise. Indeed. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the auction hall, causing many to struggle for breath. Within the dragon clan's booth, several powerful members felt a sudden sense of suffocation. In this auction, the highest bidder prevails. No one shall disrupt the process. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to show them the true meaning of dominance. With an icy demeanor, Ning declared that these individuals were obstructing his path to wealth. If they continued in such a manner, what purpose would an auction serve? Forgive me, esteemed elder. I am willing to participate in this bidding at the price of 50 billion spirit crystals. A powerful dragon clan warrior hastily proclaimed. The overwhelming imperial might instilled a palpable sense of mortal peril within him. This was a formidable figure who had recently slain a demon emperor, and they dared not defy him. Even the dragon emperor himself would be a less daunting presence. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall concede. Let it be known this shall not be a precedent. Ning withdrew his oppressive aura with satisfaction, astonished by the immense wealth of these dragonfolk, who made an audacious bid of 50 billion spirit crystals. Such affluent individuals. Thank you, esteemed elder. The dragon warriors collectively exhaled in relief, experiencing a sense of surviving a calamity. Though the dragons held a sense of pride and looked down upon other races, they dared not flaunt their arrogance in the presence of an emperor-level powerhouse. Is there a higher bid than 50 billion spirit crystals offered by Box 16? Xin Yu inquired symbolically before swiftly declaring the ownership of the blood god pill. Next, we present the second item for auction, a supreme artifact, the Soul Pursuit Bow. Starting at a price of 80 million spirit crystals. Please begin your bids. With the dragonfolk's prior experience in mind, no one dared to reveal their affiliations this time, opting instead to bid openly. The supreme artifact fetched a staggering 260 million spirit crystals, far surpassing market estimates. After all, such artifacts had never been auctioned before, existing in a realm of rarity without a defined price. Subsequently, numerous sacred-level items, as well as those beneath that grade, emerged. The spectators in the auction hall finally ceased to be mere onlookers, eagerly participating in the bidding. Throughout this auction, Ning had put forth a plethora of inventory, including top-tier spirit artifacts, sacred artifacts, various elixirs, and refining materials, all of which held little value for him. He placed everything into the auction lineup. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, over 1,000 items were successfully auctioned, including more than 10 blood god pills and 7 or 8 supreme artifacts. The array of elixirs and treasures dazzled the onlookers, even leaving the representatives of major factions feeling enlightened. The 1,503rd item for auction, the blood god pill, commenced with a starting price of 10 billion spirit crystals. I would like to remind everyone that this is the final blood god pill. Those wishing to bid should seize this opportunity, Xin Yu softly announced. Each blood god pill required 10 million spirit crystals to produce. Ning had exhausted the spirit crystals obtained from selling celestial dog meat and the 100 million spirit crystals gifted by the 100 refinements sacred land in the Red Dust Sacred Sect, resulting in only a little over 10 pills being refined. Now, only one remained. However, having garnered such an abundance of spirit crystals, he planned to refine several hundred more once the auction concluded, preparing for the next event. After all, the essence of that celestial dog was plentiful, capable of yielding at least 10,000 more drops. Ning pondered deeply. 2 billion spirit crystals. A formidable demon clan warrior directly announced the prices of the previous auctions for the blood god pill. 25 billion. A haughty voice emanated from the dragon clan's private box. More than half of the dozen blood god pills had been acquired by their clan. Even in terms of influence and wealth, they held no fear of any adversary. 28 billion. A delicate voice floated from the Cloud Dream Mountain box. 30 billion. The dragon clan's warrior did not even flinch. No further bids were made. The final blood god pill ultimately fell into the hands of the dragon clan. Half an hour later, the auction reached its final moment. Boom. With a graceful wave of Xin Yu's hand, a colossal golden seal materialized in the air, radiating an ancient and formidable aura. This artifact, known as the Seal of the World, is a premier quasi-emperor weapon, indestructible and imbued with various powers of the laws, capable of suppressing a realm in time and space. Both offensive and defensive, with boundless might. All gazes were fervently fixed upon the Seal of the World. Were it not for the presence of an emperor, many might have seized the opportunity to snatch it away. This is indeed a quasi-emperor weapon. Xin Yu, please commence the auction, urged a quasi-emperor powerhouse from the Great Zhou dynasty. Xin Yu nodded slightly, thus she refrained from further elaboration. The starting bid is 100 billion spirit crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, please begin bidding. A brief silence enveloped the auction hall. 100 billion spirit crystals is an exceedingly substantial figure even for the most prominent factions. 105 billion. The first bidder, surprisingly, hails from the far southern region, the barbarian clan. This race bears a striking resemblance to humanity. However, akin to the demon clan, the barbarian clan reveres bloodlines, born with immense strength yet limited in growth potential, making them natural warriors. Adult members of the barbarian clan stand 3 meters tall, their bodies as hard as steel, employing exceedingly savage combat tactics. And thus they are referred to as the barbarian clan. The crowd was somewhat astonished. The far southern region is notorious for its barrenness. Yet they could directly produce 100 billion spirit crystals? It seems the barbarian clan possesses considerable resources as well. The price of 105 billion was swiftly surpassed as other major factions joined the fray. Those attending the auction had clearly come well prepared. This time, the wealthiest dragon clan refrained from bidding, with nearly all participants being human. The dragon clan has always taken pride in their physical prowess, believing their bodies and claws to be the most formidable weapons. Of course, they are not averse to weapons and treasures, they merely dismiss those crafted by humans. The dragon clan possesses its own legacy of forging, which does not align with human craftsmanship. Ning felt a tinge of regret. Thus, a significant client had slipped away. The competition for the town of the world seal was exceedingly fierce, with the price swiftly escalating to 18 billion spirit crystals. However, at this juncture, only a scant few remained capable of continuing the bidding. 20 billion. A commanding voice resonated from the private chamber of the Great Xia dynasty. The fifth chamber had bid 20 billion spirit crystals. Was there a higher offer? Xianyu surveyed the surrounding chambers, but after a prolonged silence, no one responded. 20 billion spirit crystals seemed to be the upper limit. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the fifth chamber for acquiring the quasi-emperor weapon, the town of the world seal. Xianyu announced softly. Now, this auction comes to a close. For those who have not secured their desired items, please proceed to the backstage to complete the transaction. Furthermore, on the 15th of next month, this auction house will host another grand event, maintaining the same high standards as this one, featuring quasi-emperor weapons as the highlight. We hope to see everyone there to support. Is there really another? Some who had missed out on their coveted items became instantly exhilarated, contemplating how to gather spirit crystals and stones upon their return. They vowed to showcase their prowess at the next auction. Fairy, might there be blood god pills available at the next auction? Inquired an eager supreme being. Indeed, there will be, Xianyu replied affirmatively. Many supreme beings felt a surge of excitement. For them, the allure of the blood god pill surpassed even that of the quasi-emperor weapon. After all, it was an item that could aid them in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. Subsequently, representatives from various factions reluctantly departed, stepping out of the Xianyu auction house. They were enveloped in a surreal sensation. Quasi-emperor weapons, blood god pills, supreme artifacts, each was a coveted treasure that could incite fierce contention among the grand powers. Yet all had appeared together at the auction. Even those who had not acquired anything felt their horizons broadened. The journey had not been in vain. Half an hour later, Xianyu delivered a storage ring to Ning's chamber. Young master, this auction has amassed a total of 628 billion spirit crystals and 7,396 billion premium spirit stones, all contained within the storage ring. Ning took the storage ring and probed it with a strand of divine consciousness. The quality of the storage ring was exceptionally high, comparable to that of a top-tier spiritual artifact, with a space vast enough to accommodate an entire mountain. At this moment, it was nearly overflowing, filled to the brim with spirit crystals and premium spiritual stones. Excellent. Ning displayed a difficult smile, his purse finally replenished. Here's the information on all the items for the upcoming auction. You may take a look. I shall take my leave now. Once you have completed your tasks for me, I shall bestow a generous reward upon you. Xianyu promptly replied, It is our honor to serve you, esteemed sir. Moreover, Xianyu has recently attained the status of a quasi-emperor and does not dare to covet further rewards from you. Furthermore, hosting such a grand auction, which spans the entire continent, will undoubtedly enhance the reputation and prestige of the Xianyu auction house. Even without any remuneration, it is a worthwhile endeavor. Ning waved his hand nonchalantly, suggesting that they would discuss it later. He then took his leave and returned to the villa situated on the back mountain of the Wanqiang Academy. Ning invested 600 billion spirit crystals into the chaotic divine gourd, and soon, 6 droplets of resplendent chaotic essence were condensed. Each droplet harbored an incomprehensibly vast energy, possessing the power to reshape the heavens and earth, radiating a misty, colorful aura as it quietly floated within the gourd. Just like that, 600 billion spirit crystals vanished. It truly was like money flowing like water. With a sigh of amazement, Ning directly swallowed the 6 droplets of chaotic essence. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged through his limbs and bones, cleansing his sinews and flesh, bringing an exquisite sense of comfort. It was unclear how much time had passed. Ning suddenly opened his eyes, emitting 2 beams of brilliance. The indestructible golden body had finally reached its zenith. Simultaneously, his spirit had attained the realm of perfection in the void. His cultivation had also reached the consummate level of the Emperor realm, with the next step being the comprehension of the Tao to ascend to immortality. However, transcending to immortality is no simple feat. The realm of immortals exists on an entirely different plane, fundamentally disparate from the Emperor realm. The path of the immortals is ethereal, a pursuit of the essence of the great Tao, impervious to the laws of nature, untouched by the passage of time, having transcended the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and possessing boundless longevity. Without understanding the great Tao, merely augmenting one's cultivation makes it exceedingly difficult to break into the immortal realm. Unless one achieves a transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change, thereby substantiating the Tao through sheer force, forcibly entering the domain of immortality. Ning believes that to transcend to the realm of immortals, he must rely on the system. With the system at his disposal, he merely needs to continuously check in. Breaking through to the immortal realm should be effortless. Glancing at his personal system panel, he noticed that his accumulated check-in opportunities had reached 233. He was not far from achieving an annual sign-in. Ning did not hasten to utilize his sign-in opportunities, for he had an exceedingly crucial task at hand, to unveil the 5th layer of the bloodline seal. The process unfolded with remarkable ease. With his current cultivation and physical prowess, he was able to effortlessly withstand the formidable power contained within the 5th layer of the seal, no longer suffering the excruciating agony he had experienced during his initial attempt. Upon unlocking the bloodline seal, Ning sensed that although his cultivation level had not ascended, his strength had notably surged once more. Am I now not considered invincible beneath the celestial realm? Ning is in high spirits. Even without relying on the chaotic divine gourd and the dragon fishing rod, his strength should now rank among the most formidable in this vast middle thousand world. In the days to come, Ning has once again embraced a leisurely existence, diligently accumulating attendance records each day, and occasionally delving into the profound principles of talismanic formations. From time to time, he offers guidance to Li Yuanbao and his companions in their cultivation. The auction events continue to take place as scheduled, approximately once a month. Ning requires additional spiritual crystals. Although his cultivation level cannot be elevated further at present, the quality of his cultivation can still be enhanced, effectively augmenting his strength. Regardless, those quasi-emperor weapons and supreme artifacts have become of no use to him. Thus, Ning intends to sell them all, utilizing their remaining essence. 4 months later, he has finally gathered everything. System, let us initiate an annual subscription. Ning felt a surge of excitement coursing through his heart, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. As he approached the second annual signing, he hoped that fortune would not be too unkind. Ding! The signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a young mythical beast. A young mythical beast? Ning raised an eyebrow and promptly checked the reward information. To his astonishment, it was a newly born 9-tailed celestial fox, less than 3 days old. He immediately retrieved it from the system space. It was a small, snow-white bundle, resembling a nursing kitten. With its delicate golden-hued eyes, tiny pink nose, and dainty paws, it boasted 9 fluffy tails. Truly, it was an adorable little creature. Ning gently placed the little celestial fox in his palm, affectionately tapping its tiny head. However, he suddenly paused, realizing that despite its diminutive size and feeble aura, this little fox was indeed a true being of the emperor realm. Truly a divine beast, born with the essence of an emperor. It would surely ascend to immortality in adulthood. The little fox gazed at him with endearing eyes, relishing his caress and instantly squinting in bliss. Ning chuckled. For with this little fellow, life had gained a touch more joy. Time flowed inexorably, and soon, more than half a year had elapsed. Amidst the boundless starry sky, a colossal thunder rock, stretching thousands of feet in length, soared gracefully among the constellations. A particularly luminous star shimmered in the distance. Tianxian, Laming, have returned, he exclaimed with fervent excitement. He was the thunder ancestor of the demon clan, having been apart from the Tianxian continent for several 100,000 years. Now, he was destined to return in an invincible manner. Chapter 59, Dragon Emperor in the estate behind the Wanshang Academy, Young Master. This is the total from the recent auction: 522 billion spirit crystals, 9,360 billion top-grade spirit stones, along with over 6,000 billion superior spirit stones, Xianyu said with a smile as she handed a storage ring to Ning. 500 billion is significantly less than last time. Ning let out a soft sigh. After hosting over 10 auctions, he had amassed more than 8 trillion spiritual crystals. Now, it seemed that the major powers were nearly drained by him. Xianyu, there is no need for further auctions. After pondering for a moment, he produced an ancient bronze mirror and handed it to her. This was a quasi-imperial weapon, known as the Floating World Mirror, possessing formidable lethal power. This is for you. Sir, how could Xianyu dare to accept such a precious item from you? Please take it. It is merely a quasi-imperial weapon. And you have worked diligently during this time, Ning insisted, waving his hand. Additionally, I have another matter I wish to trouble you with. The Tianxian continent has little left to offer, and I plan to journey through the starry skies to broaden my horizons. I also intend to find a place to sell a few imperial weapons. By then, I should be close to a breakthrough into the immortal realm, at which point I can contemplate returning to the Taichu ancient realm of the Wuzu. After leaving Tianxian, Ning intended for Xianyu to discreetly look after certain individuals from the Yin Wang mansion of the Great Jin. He had also communicated with Li Qinxian regarding this. Thus, he could depart with peace of mind. Rest assured, as long as Xianyu breathes, I shall ensure the safety of everyone in the Yin Wang mansion. Once Xianyu departed, Ning summoned Li Yuanbao and the others. Having cultivated in the Wanshang Academy for nearly 2 years, the trio had undergone tremendous transformations. It was not just their cultivation, they had gained invaluable experience and insight. They were no longer the naive newcomers who had just left Great Jin. Boss, did you call us here because you're preparing to return to Great Jin? Li Yuanbao inquired. Yes, that is part of the reason, Ning replied. But I have something even more significant to discuss with you. Ning gazed at them and inquired, I am contemplating embarking on a journey across the starry sky. Would you care to join me? The mention of a celestial voyage caused the eyes of the three to sparkle with excitement. Born amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, how could they not yearn for the boundless stars and the ocean? Brother Wu, I wish to go. Su Ziqian was the first to respond. Leader, take me along, exclaimed another. Wherever you go, my lord, I shall follow. Wu Ning chuckled. Very well, prepare yourselves for the journey. In 3 days, I shall escort you back to the Great Jin, and a month hence, we shall embark on our celestial voyage. By the way, I have one more gift for you. With a graceful wave of his hand, Wu Ning summoned 3 droplets of chaotic essence, radiating ethereal hues before the trio. Consume this. It possesses the power to enhance your innate qualities and elevate your cultivation, he urged. As they gazed upon the chaotic essence, an inexplicable yearning ignited within their hearts, making them acutely aware of its extraordinary nature, undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled rarity. Their unwavering trust in Wu Ning prompted them to heed his words without hesitation, each one swallowing the essence whole. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged into their bodies like a mighty deluge. Fortunately, this energy was remarkably gentle, otherwise, it could have overwhelmed them in an instant. Subsequently, their auras began to ascend at a furious pace. Within moments, they broke through to the heavenly palace realm. 10 breaths later, they reached the King's realm. After 100 breaths, they directly entered the holy realm. Wu Ning cast a glance at the suddenly darkening sky and waved his hand, transporting them directly into the void. Almost simultaneously, 3 enigmatic figures appeared above the boundless ocean, diving into the depths, heading straight for the Dragon Palace. Monster Lord, why do you leave your demon domain to come to my Dragon Palace? A voice of immense authority resonated. Dragon Emperor, I have come today on urgent business that I believe will pique your interest. Oh, to have you personally visit. I am indeed intrigued, the Dragon Emperor replied. A moment later, within the magnificent and resplendent halls of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor gazed at the burly figure beside the Monster Lord with a hint of solemnity. Leizu, I never expected you, old fellow, to still be alive. Once a renowned demon emperor during his time as the Dragon Prince, the Dragon Emperor was taken aback that, after hundreds of thousands of years, Leizu still thrived. With Leizu's current strength, he likely stood unrivaled on the Tianshan continent. Young Aotsong, you had already broken through to the Emperor realm by the time I departed from Tianshan. I wonder how much progress you have made after all these years? Leizu huffed, his overwhelming aura surging forth. He had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the old Dragon Emperor, and now he sought to reclaim his honor through his son. The Dragon Emperor's gaze turned cold, ready to unleash his wrath. He was confident that even if he fell short of Leizu, the difference would be negligible, especially with the Dragon Clan's formidable heritage, which could certainly engage in battle. Sensing the tension, the Monster Lord quickly intervened. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. Today's discussion concerns the fate of our 2 clans. We must not allow trivial matters to derail our grand scheme. At his words, Leizu suppressed his aura with a cold snort. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. The fate of our 2 clans? Monster Lord, are you contemplating a strike against the human race? The ambition of the demon race was well known to the world. Upon seeing Leizu, the Dragon Emperor surmised the gravity of the Monster Lord's visit. The Monster Lord nodded, unreservedly revealing, Indeed, I have come today for this very matter. I wish to propose an alliance between our demon clan and yours, which would surely enable us to obliterate the human race. The Dragon Emperor remained composed. My Dragon Clan, having dominion over the seas, has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the human race. Why should we ally with you? Though the seas are bountiful, the continent is the heart of the world. Your Dragon Clan, with its ancient lineage, cannot remain confined to the oceans for eternity, the Monster Lord argued. The Dragon Emperor pondered. Indeed, they had coveted the continent for ages, but the human race had ruled it for millions of years, their depth unfathomable. Striking against the humans posed great risk. Sensing his hesitation, the Monster Lord continued. An offensive against the human race would not only concern our 2 clans, but also involve the Barbarian and Ice tribes. He outlined his plan, suggesting that the Barbarian and Ice tribes act as fodder to deplete the human resources. After the human race's fall, the Demon and Dragon clans would share the world. The Dragon Emperor, not one to be indecisive, made a resolution after hearing the Monster Lord's strategy. This plan is feasible. Yet I require an oath from your Demon clan to ensure that after the human race's demise, we shall equally divide the realm. Of course, that is no issue. After a lengthy discussion, the plan to eradicate the human race was finalized. Suddenly, the Monster Lord's expression turned grave. Before we strike against the humans, there is one individual that must be eliminated first. Oh, who might that be? It is the young man who killed our Black Emperor 2 years ago. This youth possesses unparalleled talent. He is reportedly just over 20 years old, yet already capable of slaying the Black Emperor. He is undoubtedly a significant variable that must be addressed. The Monster Lord's seriousness was palpable. 20 years old. The Dragon Emperor and Leizu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone attain such power at such a tender age? It seemed impossible without being born with extraordinary gifts. I have conducted thorough investigations and can confirm he is indeed just over 20, the monster lord said with a bitter smile, recalling his own disbelief upon learning this information. A 20-year-old emperor is truly astonishing. Could he be the reincarnation of a supreme being? Lezu mused, a strange glimmer in his eyes. If such a prodigy were refined into a human pill, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon, potentially even elevating him to the pinnacle of power. Cough. Leave this human brat to me, but I will require a few allies, Lezu stated. The monster lord replied, currently. It seems only you possess the absolute strength to deal with this human. I shall have the ghost emperor assist you. The dragon emperor, maintaining his composure, said. Since we are now allies, my dragon clan is also willing to send forth an emperor to lend assistance. With the support of 2 emperors, I shall undoubtedly succeed. 2 days later, Li Yuanbao and his companions had absorbed an entire drop of chaos source liquid, transcending several major realms and unexpectedly breaking through to the late quasi-emperor stage. Yet, they remained the weakest among the quasi-emperors, possessing only the level of cultivation without the corresponding comprehension of their realms. They had yet to fully grasp the laws of the universe. However, for Ning, elevating their cultivation was merely a secondary objective. His primary aim was to enhance their aptitude for cultivation through the chaos source liquid, with a drop of it to improve their foundation. All 3 now possessed the potential to ascend to immortality, ranking among the finest talents across the Tianxian continent. Moreover, with their newfound levels and heightened talents, their subsequent pursuits of understanding the laws would yield tremendous results, allowing them to progress at an accelerated pace. Within a century, they could likely condense the essence of the laws, elevating their cultivation comprehension to the quasi-emperor realm. Though a century may seem long, it was insignificant compared to their current levels. Once the 3 became accustomed to their new states, Ning led them out of the void. Upon returning to the estate, Ning furrowed his brow. He sensed a faint yet profound consciousness scanning over him. 2 demon clan emperors and 1 dragon clan emperor seemed to be coming for him. Ning's lips curled slightly, suggesting that today held unexpected gains. A delivery had miraculously arrived at his doorstep. He had appeared in the heavens above. Lezu gazed down upon the myriad manifestations academy, scrutinizing Ning's figure. His eyes narrowed in concentration, for he found himself unable to discern the depths of this individual. You 2 go ahead and test this young man's prowess. I shall stand as your support. Lezu instructed the 2 individuals beside him. Why complicate matters? Allow me, this young master, to escort all 3 of you on your journey. Ning's calm voice resonated, materializing before them in an instant. You insolent wretch. With this ancestor taking action personally, and the assistance of 2 demon emperors, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. With a thunderous roar, the thunder ancestor unleashed an overwhelming imperial pressure, causing the heavens to tremble incessantly, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Ning stood with an air of nonchalance, his hair dancing lightly in the breeze, as all oppressive forces within a myriad of miles around him dissipated into nothingness. Failing to stir even the slightest ripple, the eyes of the thunder ancestor narrowed, increasingly sensing the profound depths of Ning's being. This young man was enigmatic. He must be subdued at once. With a thunderous roar, the thunder ancestor's words barely escaped his lips before he transformed into a colossal thunder rock that soared to a height of tens of thousands of feet. Its wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun, while dark purple lightning flickered within its gaze. Beside him, 2 others also assumed their true forms. One morphed into a towering hellwolf, its massive body adorned with strange black markings, exuding an aura both chilling and terrifying, with blood-red eyes that resembled those of the Grim Reaper. The other became a gargantuan black dragon, its limbs robust and its scales shimmering with a faint, dark golden metallic sheen, its enormous eyes as deep as black holes, radiating an overwhelming majesty. A terrifying imperial presence enveloped the heavens and the earth, with the atmosphere cracking under the weight of the 3 mighty emperors. In Donghai City, countless people gazed up in terror at the sky. The Dragon Clan and the Demon Emperor were both present. Donghai City was doomed. Many powerful cultivators fled in a frenzy. The might of these emperors could obliterate the entire city with a mere flick of their wrist. A moment's delay could spell disaster for them all. The emergence of 3 emperors signaled a declaration of war from the Demon and Dragon clans. Would one be able to withstand their onslaught? Li Qingxian felt a heaviness in his heart and immediately activated the Imperial Defense Array of the Wanxiang Academy with all his strength. In the Demon Realm, the Demon Lord, flanked by 2 powerful demon emperors, faced off against 4 human emperors. Behind them stood an army of hundreds of millions of demons, the weakest being 7th-tier beasts, with formidable 9th-tier and 10th-tier demons among them. Each one was massive and exuded a terrifying presence, their greedy gazes fixed hungrily on the human domain, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. At the Demon Lord's command, they would surge into human cities, feasting upon human flesh and blood. Demon Lord, how audacious you are to provoke war against our human race. Do you seek utter annihilation? One of the human emperors clad in dark robes bellowed. The Demon Lord replied coldly, Old fool, the Tianxian continent has always belonged to my demon race. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Yet, I shall remember your words. Once you are dead, I will ensure your entire race is exterminated, leaving not a single human alive. Such audacity. Accursed beast. I will slay you today. The eyes of several human emperors gleamed with murderous intent. This continent did not belong to any single race. Humans, too, were born of this land. It was merely through their superior strength that they now dominated it. The demon lord ceased further words, his gaze fixed on the eastern domain. Once the Thunder Ancestor dealt with that human boy, the war would become a foregone conclusion. Though the humans were formidable, some of the old ones were absent from the Tianqian continent, making defeat inevitable. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in the southern and northern regions. The barbarian clan and the Ice tribe were stationed at the borders, confronting human powerhouses. The demon lord and the dragon emperor intended for them to act as vanguards, depleting the human reserves. Yet they were not fools. They awaited the movements of the demon and dragon clans, even planning to let the two races strike first while they reaped the benefits. The dragon army gathered above the endless sea, eyeing the western domain with intent. They aimed to initiate their assault from that direction, as the western domain was the weakest among the 5 human regions, with only a Buddhist sect to defend it. The time to strike has come. The dragon emperor's gaze pierced through the vastness of space, resting on the eastern domain, a smile gracing his lips. With the involvement of the immensely powerful Thunder Ancestor and the assistance of 2 seasoned emperors, he doubted that the young human had any hope of survival. Proclaim my command. The entire army shall mobilize and commence the attack on the western domain. Chapter 61. Since we have arrived, we shall be buried here. In the eastern domain, above the azure skies, Ning brandished the dragon fishing rod, having discerned the peculiarities of the current situation in the Xiantian continent. He resolved to swiftly eliminate the 3 adversaries before him. Fortunately, a dragon was present, providing an opportunity to test the might of the dragon fishing rod. Kill! Roared the Thunder Ancestor, his body surging with arcs of lightning as he summoned a fearsome thunder spear, hurtling towards Ning. This thunder spear was a premier imperial weapon, acquired from vanquishing a foreign emperor during his celestial travels. The soul-devouring banner, the dragon god spear. Both the netherworld celestial wolf and the black dragon similarly unleashed their imperial weapons, fully prepared to slay Ning. Boom! The overwhelming aura shattered the very fabric of space, causing the heavens to reveal a vast void, dark and ominous, reminiscent of apocalyptic calamity. The 3 imperial weapons, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged toward Ning in an instant. Ning's gaze was tranquil as he wielded the dragon fishing rod, swinging it like a staff to strike the 3 imperial weapons. Simple, direct, and decisive. With a resounding clang, a single blow shattered the thunder spear, emitting a sharp sound of fracture as countless shards of imperial weaponry pierced through the fabric of space, vanishing into the vast void. The might of the swing did not wane. It shattered the heavens, creating a rift in the sky spanning hundreds of thousands of feet. In the next moment, the dragon fishing rod struck the soul-devouring banner and the dragon god spear in succession, effortlessly obliterating these 2 immensely powerful imperial weapons as if they were withered reeds. Encountering no resistance whatsoever, with a single strike, Ning suppressed all fluctuations of battle, confining them within the heavens above, leaving the city of East Sea below untouched. Given his current prowess, achieving this was effortless. Humph! As the imperial weapon was destroyed, the 3 demons simultaneously emitted muffled groans, their auras instantly diminished. How could this be possible? The gaze of Thunder Ancestor was vacant. That was an imperial weapon. He had endured severe injuries and nearly lost his life to obtain this thunder spear, spending countless years in recovery. How could it be so easily destroyed? That staff is truly formidable. What caliber of weapon could it be? We must flee. The Netherwolf and the Black Dragon were engulfed in terror. With the imperial weapon shattered, their will to fight evaporated in an instant. This young man was too terrifying, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Since we are here, let us embrace our fate. Let us remain. Ning whispered softly, casting the dragon fishing rod with a flick of his wrist. As the azure orb at the other end shot forth into the air, trailing behind it an imperceptible fine line. With a whoosh, the azure sphere transformed into a streak of blue light, instantly piercing through the bodies and souls of the 3 demons. A few drops of imperial blood scattering through the vast sky. Their immense forms immediately froze against the heavens, life dissipating like melting snow, severed in an instant. Is this how it ends? Ning silently gasped in astonishment. A mere casual strike had effortlessly obliterated 3 formidable emperor-level powerhouses. The might of the celestial artifact is indeed terrifying. Ning's hand trembled slightly as he retracted the azure orb, subsequently collecting the corpses of the 3 demon emperors, a thunderous eagle, a celestial wolf, and a dark dragon. Each of them was a formidable prize. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Our leader is incredible, exclaimed Li Yuanbao and his companions, their faces alight with exhilaration as they waved their fists in jubilation. They are dead. All 3 demon emperors have perished. Countless onlookers were left in a stupor, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. In less than 10 breaths, 3 great emperors had fallen. How could this be possible? Did our human race truly possess such extraordinary might? The Thunder Ancestor has been slain. How can this be? The demon lord's expression turned ashen, a chill creeping into his heart. The 3 demon emperors were almost obliterated in an instant. He found it unfathomable to comprehend the extent of Ning's power. The human emperors, too, were momentarily taken aback. However, their astonishment was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. Aha! Who would have thought our human race harbored such a powerhouse? To annihilate 3 emperors in an instant, an achievement beyond my reach. Let us take action as well. All strong ones, heed my command and follow me to slay. Ha ha ha, vile beast, I come to vanquish you. With a commanding shout, The four human emperors rallied the might of the great dynasties and empires behind them, charging forth against the demon army, leading the assault on the three demon emperors. Demon Lord, we must retreat, urged one demon emperor, his face adorned with scales and a look of urgency. With the thunder ancestor slain, they had already begun to entertain thoughts of withdrawal. Retreat? Where can we possibly flee now? If we lose this battle, our demon race will find no sanctuary in the entire Tianxin. The demon lord's expression darkened, despair creeping into his heart. That human lad had indeed become the most unpredictable variable in this battle. Demon Lord, as long as we preserve the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Let us take some of our kin and depart Tianxin. As long as we live, there may yet be opportunities to return, suggested another demon emperor through telepathy. Leave Tianxin? No. I refuse to accept this fate. The demon lord's heart roared in defiance, a frenzied glint suddenly surfacing in his eyes. An ancient array disc materialized in his hand. Dark crimson in hue, exuding a terrifying aura that would instill fear even in the hearts of emperors. All of this is due to that human brat. If I can slay him, ultimate victory shall belong to my demon race. The demon lord, now frenzied, hurled the arrayed disc into the air above the demon army. In the next moment, an exceedingly formidable ancient malevolent formation manifested, radiating a chilling and sanguine aura, enveloping the entire demon army, which included numerous human powerhouses. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, tens of thousands of demon warriors exploded into clouds of blood mist, their essence coalescing into a torrent of sanguine energy that surged into the great formation. The pupils of the human emperors constricted sharply, and they immediately commanded their forces to retreat from the front line. Demon Lord, what are you doing? Two demon emperors were filled with rage and disbelief. These demon warriors constituted the backbone of their race, with many being their own kin. How could they be slaughtered so indiscriminately? The demon lord's expression remained impassive as he declared, "This formation is known as the WNLingSSHNZHN. By sacrificing this multitude of soldiers, I shall gain unparalleled power. In that moment, no one shall stand against me, and the entirety of Tianxin will belong to my demon race." But there are no buts. Defeat would lead to certain death regardless. It is better to contribute our lives to the grandeur of our race. The two demon emperors, their expression somber, fell silent, tacitly acquiescing to the plan. Within the WNLingSSHN Great Formation, a thick mist of blood enveloped the scene as countless demons met their demise, their cries of anguish resonating throughout. Simultaneously, Ning has traversed the entire continent to arrive in the western regions, where he intends to confront the Dragon Clan first. Firstly, the Dragon Clan possesses the greatest power. Secondly, he has long coveted their strength. Previously, he refrained from instigating war out of caution. However, now that they have declared war upon him, he finds himself unburdened by such reservations. Upon witnessing Ning's arrival, the Dragon Emperor felt a chilling sensation. Recalling the moment when the three demons of the Thunder Ancestor were vanquished in an instant, sending a shiver down his spine. In a frenzy, he bellowed, "Proclaim my command. The entire army must retreat at once. Quickly, withdraw." Chapter 62, The End of War. Perish. Without uttering a word, Ning deftly cast his dragon fishing rod, swiftly annihilating one black dragon after another. The dragon army was not numerous, barely reaching 100,000. However, their quality was exceptionally high, with the lowest being peak 8th tier black dragons. There were over 10,000 9th tier black dragons and nearly 1,000 10th tier black dragons. The 11th tier black dragons were comparatively fewer, numbering just over 30. Among them were 5 12th tier dragon emperors, along with the one previously slain, totaling 6. Truly, the ancient dragon clan, which reigns over the vast and boundless seas, possesses a power formidable enough to rival the entire human population of the central region. Yet, this was indeed a full-scale mobilization. With their numbers scarce, totaling less than 300,000, they paled in comparison to the billions of humans. Nevertheless, they were endowed with a naturally powerful bloodline and a lifespan far superior to that of humans, and upon reaching maturity, they could typically ascend to the 8th tier. A remarkable advantage. Die. In a swift and brutal onslaught, Ning unleashed a massacre, claiming the lives of over 1,000 black dragons in mere moments, all of which were formidable beings of the 9th rank or above. The sight left the Dragon Emperor's eyes ablaze with fury. "Flee. Quick, flee. Cursed human. I shall ensure your demise." The Dragon Emperor roared, summoning 3 imperial weapons to strike directly at Ning. The remaining 4 Dragon Emperors realized that escape was futile. 3 resolved to hold Ning at bay alongside the Dragon Emperor, while the last would lead a few of their kin to safety. Roar. Attack. Beware his weapons. Even if we perish today, we must restrain him to secure a glimmer of hope for our clan. The Dragon Emperors, embodying a fierce determination, ignited their dragon souls and charged fearlessly towards Ning. Ning remained silent, deftly manipulating the dragon fishing rod to retract the azure orb, only to cast it forth once more, instantly piercing through their forms while simultaneously annihilating their dragon souls. Before the might of the celestial artifact, they stood no chance whatsoever. The moment the Dragon Emperor resolved to join forces with the demon clan against the human race, their fates were irrevocably sealed. With a swift motion, the azure orb penetrated the heart of the Dragon Emperor, who cast a reluctant glance at Ning as the light of life rapidly extinguished in his eyes. In an instant, All 5 dragon emperors met their demise, bound together by an unseen thread. Even the last of the dragon emperors could not evade this fate. Your Majesty, Father, Ancestor. The entire dragon clan descended into madness, akin to moths drawn to a flame, charging relentlessly towards Ning. Fully aware of their impending doom yet determined to fight to the bitter end. The pride of the dragon clan forbade them from succumbing to fear of death. Such valor is commendable. Ning, with heartfelt admiration, wielded his power with unyielding ferocity. Moments later, nearly 100,000 dragon warriors lay slain at his feet, leaving the world enveloped in a profound silence as a crimson rain fell softly from the heavens. Several human emperors stood by, rendered utterly powerless and too fearful to intervene, lest Ning, in his fervor, mistake them for dragons and strike them down, leaving them with no place to lament their fate. Ning paid no heed to them, gathering all the dragon clan corpses before swiftly making his way toward the demon domain. How terrifying! Who exactly is this young master? The tales of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm pale in comparison. A few human emperors felt a lingering dread, as Ning slayed emperors as easily as one would butcher a chicken, leaving them with a sense of insignificance. Amitabha, an elderly monk chanted a sutra, directing his gaze toward the dragon palace. Fellow practitioners, given the circumstances, let us proceed to handle the aftermath. Haha, the master speaks wisely. Let us go to the dragon palace. The eyes of the human emperors instantly brightened. In the demon domain, a sense of urgency arose. Damn it, his power is increasing. We must break that formation. A hint of anxiety flickered in the eyes of the 4 human emperors. We cannot allow him to continue. To breach this formation, you must first pass through us. 2 demon emperors transformed into their true forms, resolutely entangling the human emperors. This was a decisive moment for their fate. Retreat was not an option. The demon lord was continuously absorbing the boundless vitality from the myriad spirit sacrificial array, his aura soaring wildly. Such formidable power. Even if the Thunder Ancestor were alive, he would not be my match. He murmured to himself, his gaze becoming somewhat entranced and frenzied. Then, he cast a glance toward the western region, his expression growing grave once more. The dragon clan is finished. Is this child truly my adversary? No. I require greater strength. A glimmer of madness flickered in the demon lord's eyes as he glanced at the 2 demon emperors and the 4 human emperors beside him. If I absorb their vitality, I shall be invincible. With this thought, his gaze turned increasingly frenzied as he immediately manipulated the myriad spirit sacrificial array, enveloping the 6 emperors in an instant. Ah, demon lord. What are you doing? You madman. You intend to sacrifice us all? The 2 demon emperors were filled with fury, attacking the formation in a frenzy. Within the great array, a sea of blood vitality surged, infused with terrifying killing intent and the essence of soul-eroding slaughter. Even as emperors, they found it difficult to withstand. The 4 human emperors sensed a lethal threat and, without hesitation, unleashed their ultimate moves against the formation. Yet, the myriad spirit sacrificial array was an ancient malevolent formation, now bolstered by the sacrifice of millions of demon soldiers, rendering it incredibly formidable. Even with 6 emperors attacking simultaneously, they could not easily shake it. Humph. Futile struggle. The demon lord snorted coldly, exerting all his power to control the array, preparing to refine them. Zamanio, 2 years ago, I let you escape once. This time, let us see where you can flee. Just then, Ning stepped forth from the void. He surveyed his surroundings and could not help but marvel at the demon lord's ruthlessness. He slays at will, without a hint of hesitation. Upon his appearance, the demon lord's gaze sharpened. Silently, he directly manipulated the myriad spirit sacrificial array to charge toward Ning, seeking death. As Ning cast the fishing rod, a cerulean orb soared through the air with astonishing swiftness. The demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief. His chest pierced by a small hole as his soul swiftly dissipated, vitality draining away with reckless abandon. Ultimately, a trace of confusion lingered in his gaze. How could he, despite his formidable power, be annihilated in an instant? What manner of existence was he truly contending against? With a resounding crash, the cerulean orb shattered the formation disk, causing the grand array of the myriad spirits to collapse in an instant. A terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted, dyeing the heavens and the earth a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a realm of slaughter. The faces of the 2 demon emperors turned ashen. It was over. Everything was lost. A sense of bitterness welled within them. In the next moment, Ning struck them down without mercy. Thus, the demon race was left without any formidable beings. The war instigated by the demons had scarcely begun, yet it had already met its abrupt conclusion. The 4 human emperors regarded Ning with a mixture of awe and trepidation, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. You shall handle the rest. Ning had no interest in engaging with them. After collecting the corpses of the 3 demon emperors, he simply uttered those words and departed. Chapter 63. Departure. Heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. Oh, what a delightful feast it is. Never did I, Li Yuanbao, imagine that I would have the chance in this lifetime to savor the legendary dragon meat. In the courtyard, the aroma of meat permeated the air, wafting for miles. A large cauldron simmered with dragon meat, while beside it, 2 golden dragon tendons sizzled, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Each was nearly half a meter thick. Li Yuanbao and his companions gathered around the cauldron, devouring the dragon meat voraciously. With their cultivation elevated to the level of a quasi-emperor, they could finally indulge in hearty meals, no longer relegated to staring longingly at a bowl of soup. Ning placed the little celestial fox on the table, tenderly feeding her the freshly sliced roasted dragon tendons. The petite creature, though small in stature, possessed a surprisingly hearty appetite. Ning has already fed her several plates of dragon meat and dragon tendons. The little celestial fox, with a delicate pink tongue, licked Ning's fingers and then lowered her petite head. Ning smiled gently, stroking her head. Have you had enough to eat? The little celestial fox, with a contented squint in her eyes, reveled in the moment, her 9 fluffy tails swaying gently behind her. On the opposite side of the table, the little bluebird was engrossed in devouring a large platter of dragon tendons. Ning discovered that this little creature was quite the glutton, spending the entire day indulging in food. Over the past 3 years of being with it, Ning had also gained several pounds. After its transformation, it appeared plump and rather endearing. Now that she no longer needed to serve as a mount, Ning was unconcerned about whether its weight would hinder its ability to fly. After satisfying the little celestial fox, Ning began to fill her own stomach. The taste of the dragon meat was indeed delightful, surpassing that of the Tian Go, yet it was not remarkably superior. One wonders how the flavor of a true dragon would compare. As Ning savored his meal, thoughts occupied his mind. The black dragon clan of the Tian continent was merely a breed of wild dragons, vastly inferior to true dragons. It was likely that only in a grand world like the Taichu ancient realm would pure-blooded true dragons exist. Shortly thereafter, a guest arrived at the back mountain estate. Wudao friend, Yin Shi said with a warm smile, offering a courteous gesture. Brother Yin, why this excessive formality? What brings you here on such a breeze? Ning smiled gently, offering a light support. Yin Shi presented a storage ring to him, saying, Brother Wu, this contains the spirit stones and spirit crystals we acquired from the dragon and demon clans. I heard you were in need, so I brought it to you. Oh? Upon probing with his divine consciousness, Ning's eyes instantly gleamed with astonishment. A mountain of spirit crystals loomed before him, amassing over 200 billion. The spirit stones were even more abundant, numbering at least 3 trillion, and all of exquisite quality. Yin Shi chuckled as he remarked. A significant portion of these spirit stones and crystals originates from the dragon clan. They have accumulated wealth through generations, indeed astonishing. As he spoke, a trace of admiration unconsciously flickered in his eyes. Never before, even as an emperor, had he encountered such a vast quantity of spirit crystals. Aha! I truly require these spirit stones and crystals, so I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Ning smiled as he put away his belongings. Brother Yin, if you have no pressing matters, why not sit down and share a meal together? Yin Shi's gaze swept across, and he was instantly intrigued. Little brother, I wonder if this is the flesh of that old dragon emperor. I have long coveted it. Ah, so you have a penchant for the dragon emperor's meat. A trivial matter. I shall procure a leg for you to sample. Haha, little brother, you truly understand me. The following day, Ning returned to the Great Jin with Li Yuanbao and the other two. The Great Jin remained as it had always been, a realm of prosperity and tranquility. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian each returned to their respective homes, seeking out their mothers. Ning also escorted Zhang Liang back to the royal residence. In the days that followed, the continent underwent significant upheavals, yet the remote and secluded region of Great Jin remained untouched by any disturbances. Ning's life returned to a tranquil state, indulging in daily feasts and playfully engaging with foxes and birds, as if he had stepped back into the past. However, after a fortnight, an unexpected event transpired. His former fiancée, Lin Qingyao, had undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging as the saintess of the Taiyin sacred land in Lianzhou, creating quite a stir upon her return to the capital. The Taiyin sacred land, a revered domain that honors women, is home to formidable saint kings. Lin Qingyao possessed the Taiyin profound body and was chosen 3 years prior by a wandering elder of the Taiyin sacred land, who took her as a disciple and brought her to the sacred realm. With the elder's guidance, her Taiyin profound body evolved into the Taiyin sacred body, propelling her to the status of a top-tier prodigy and bestowing upon her the esteemed title of saintess. Such extraordinary fortunes indeed. Upon her arrival in the capital, Lin Qingyao visited the Wang residence the very next day to pay her respects. Ning beheld her once more, after 3 years apart. It was indeed a moment to regard her anew. Lin Qingyao had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her demeanor was gentle and serene, her movements elegant and refined, exuding an air reminiscent of a saintly figure. She was a stark contrast to the proud Princess Qingyao of yore. Had he not discreetly examined her soul's essence, Ning might have been led to believe she had been possessed by another. It appeared that her experiences had significantly contributed to her growth. Ning casually conversed with her for a few moments before allowing her to depart. The past, like a fleeting cloud, had rendered them inhabitants of different realms. Their brief encounter now served as a definitive closure to bygone chapters. Time flowed like a river, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a colossal airship, stretching thousands of fathoms, soared from the vast expanse of the Great Jin and vanished into the boundless sea of clouds. On the Tian continent, numerous emperors gazed skyward, involuntarily releasing a sigh of relief. With an enigmatic and terrifying presence looming over them, no one felt at ease, now that the entity had departed. They experienced a profound sense of liberation. Henceforth, the Tian continent would continue to be dominated by their esteemed selves. Is this what the cosmos truly resembles? Aboard the starship, several individuals stared into the infinite starry expanse, feeling a mix of awe and disappointment. The starry sky was not the idyllic vision they had conjured. Instead, it was eerily silent, dim, and devoid of sound, an unsettling stillness that evoked a sense of dread. There was no distinction between above and below, left and right. Darkness enveloped everything, instilling a profound fear of the unknown, as if something dreadfully terrifying lurked within that obscurity. Yet, in the distant reaches of the universe, one could discern bright points of light, each a twinkling star. Though referred to as a continent, the Tianqian continent was, in truth, a colossal star, half of which was ocean and the other half land. From the vantage point of the cosmos, its beauty could be fully appreciated. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian gazed at the starry expanse with a hint of nostalgia. Time was unbound by years in the celestial realm. Upon reflection, it was likely that everything had changed beyond recognition. Nevertheless, they harbored little sorrow, for in their pursuit of cosmic exploration, they had mastered a technique of duplication. Both had created a doppelganger to remain in the great gene, ensuring that as long as their true selves lived, their copies would persist, freeing them from any lingering worries. At this moment, Ning is scrutinizing the star map bequeathed by the heavenly origin Saint King. He initially intended to follow the path charted by the Saint King, but has since reconsidered. After all, the heavenly origin Saint King was merely a Saint King. His celestial travels could not have ventured far, limited at best to the surrounding star systems of the Tianqian continent. Ning, unwilling to squander time, resolved to venture directly into the most prosperous star region of the universe. Chapter 64, Journey to the Jiuxiu star region. Xiaohei, could you enlighten me about the layout of this part of the universe? What are the flourishing star regions and intriguing places to explore? Ning promptly retrieved the black book, nearly forgetting that this individual claimed to possess boundless knowledge within the Great Way. Mo Bao's spirit surged with excitement, realizing he once again had a purpose. Clearing his throat, he began, Master, this universe is known as the Yuanling realm, also referred to as the Yuanling cosmos, and it stands as a superior mid-tier world. The Yuanling realm is immensely vast, with a diameter of approximately 90 trillion light-years, encompassing countless expansive star fields and extensive uncharted desolate regions. Currently, you find yourself situated within a star field called the Ancient Abyss. Pray tell me about this Ancient Abyss star field, the Master inquired. Master, all star fields within the Yuanling realm can be classified into 4 tiers, low, mid, high, and top. The Ancient Abyss star field is categorized as a high-tier star field. Overall, the Ancient Abyss takes on a flattened double conical shape, with a maximum diameter of 800 billion light-years and a maximum thickness of approximately 320 billion light-years, housing over 100 million galaxies and billions of inhabited planets. Furthermore, although the Tianqian continent exists within a distant galaxy, it ranks among the most formidable planets in the entire Ancient Abyss, placing within the top 1,000, Mo Bao elaborated. Ning was not taken aback. After all, the apex of the myriad realms is the Emperor realm, and the Tianqian continent boasts over 30 emperors, undeniably formidable. Even when placed within the context of a premier star domain, it is far from being a trivial location. Little Black, how many premier star domains exist in the Yuanqian realm, and which is the closest to the Tianqian continent? Master, there are only 13 premier star domains in the Yuanqian realm, with the nearest one being the Jiuxiu star domain. The Jiuxiu star domain, you say? What is its distance from Tianqian? Over 382 trillion light-years. Such an immense distance? Ning furrowed his brow slightly. The Emperor traverses the void, capable of covering a distance of 100 billion light-years in a single day. Yet, even at such a formidable pace, the journey across such immense expanses would require a millennium, a span far too lengthy for someone who is merely 21 years of age. Is the Master intending to venture to the Nine-Heaven star domain? I am acquainted with numerous shortcuts that could enable the Master to reach the Nine-Heaven star domain within a decade. Mo Bao declared with utmost conviction. A decade? Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 years was indeed an acceptable proposition. Very well, Xiaohei, the subsequent course shall be entrusted to you. We shall set our sights on the Jiuxiu star domain. Understood, Master. A flying vessel, aglow with starlight, traversed the void at a terrifying velocity, its speed surpassing even that of ordinary Emperor-level beings, seemingly leaving time itself in its wake. The days spent traversing the void became exceedingly monotonous. Initially, Ning would indulge in fishing, play with the little celestial fox, or cultivate a patch of land to grow fruit trees and nurture flowers. However, as time wore on, the tedium became unbearable. Ultimately, he resolved to take a nap. Typically, Emperor-level beings do not require sleep, but when they do, it often extends for a considerable duration. Ning slumbered for a full 9 years. On a certain day, after this prolonged repose, he was suddenly stirred by an inexplicable sensation and awakened from his dreams. In that instant, an unfathomably terrifying aura emanated from within him, akin to an ancient behemoth gradually reawakening. Has it arrived? A somewhat ethereal voice escaped his lips. In the next moment, his form vanished from the confines of the room, reappearing instantaneously outside the palace. Master, you have awakened. Mo Bao exclaimed joyfully as he soared towards him. Before Ning could pose a question, he continued eagerly, Master, we have arrived in the Jiuxiu star domain. Though we are currently in the peripheral area, it will take approximately another month to reach the central star system of Jiuxiu. Indeed. Splendid. Ning cast his gaze around, observing the starry vessel still traversing the void. The surroundings were vast and unfathomable, far deeper than the celestial expanse, devoid of any sound or light. Enveloped solely by endless darkness, akin to a tide tightly wrapping around the starry vessel. At that moment, the little celestial fox darted into his embrace like a streak of light, emitting a soft coo, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. The little creature had finally grown a tad. A hint of amusement glimmered in Wanning's eyes as he gently ruffled her small head, perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of her lineage. The little celestial fox grew at an exceedingly slow pace. Now, at the tender age of 10, she appeared akin to a mere month-old infant. Master! A little blue bird transformed into a streak of azure light and flitted over. There, she manifested, radiating with magical energy, into a young girl clad in a cerulean feathered dress. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, her skin as luminous and delicate as fine porcelain. Yet, she bore a slight plumpness, her cheeks were adorably chubby, and her small hands were pleasantly rounded, lending her an endearing yet somewhat comical appearance. Wanning found it somewhat unbearable to look directly. At present, apart from the three of them, Li Yuanbao and his companions were still engaged in secluded cultivation. Wanning took a leisurely stroll around, and then commenced to kindle a fire to prepare a sumptuous meal, rewarding his appetite. Moments later, the 9 Nether Emperor flame surged, simmering a pot of dragon marrow. Wanning languidly reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely gnawing on a timeless golden spirit fruit while perusing his personal system panel. Name, Wanning. Cultivation, perfection of the Emperor realm. Physical body, indestructible golden body, great accomplishment. Divine soul, void realm, perfection. Constitution, divine body of time. Techniques, supreme scripture, first layer. Ancient scripture of refining heaven, first layer. Divine ability, one gaze for 10,000 years, perfection. Weapons, Tai Imperial Sword, Giant Spirit Battle Armor, Chaos God Bell, Dragon Fishing Rod. Treasures, Blackskin Book, Chaos Divine Gourd. Pets, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Juvenile Stage. Remaining sign-in attempts, 3862. Haha, nearly 4,000 opportunities for sign-ins. In Wu Ning's eyes, 2 beams of brilliance suddenly burst forth, invigorating his entire being. With so many opportunities for sign-ins, he could utilize 7 monthly sign-ins and 10 yearly sign-ins. System. Grant me 3 yearly sign-ins. Wu Ning exclaimed with excitement. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial grade enlightenment tea tree. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a supreme spatial divine ability, the world in hand. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300,000 years of cultivation. The 3 system notification chimes echoed in succession. Is it merely 300,000 years? Upon finishing his words, Wu Ning shook his head, realizing that he had been overly greedy. After all, obtaining 300,000 years of cultivation merely required a simple attendance. What more could he possibly desire? He then redirected his attention to the other 2 rewards. The celestial grade enlightenment tea tree bore 49 leaves, each infused with the profound mysteries of the universe, allowing one to directly comprehend the principles of existence, truly an unparalleled opportunity. The spatial divine power, world within the palm, represented a genuine supreme ability, when cultivated to perfection. It could manifest a chaotic realm within one's hand, with the sun, moon, and stars, along with all living beings, existing and perishing at a mere thought. Possessing boundless might. Wanning wore a broad smile as he carefully retrieved the Wu Dao tea tree, standing less than 2 feet tall. This diminutive tree boasted a trunk of a yellowish-brown hue, translucent as if crafted from jade. It was adorned with 49 lush green leaves, each etched with intricate golden patterns. To his astonishment, this Wu Dao tea tree possessed the remarkable ability to move and leap. Its roots, entwined into 2 clusters resembling tiny feet, allowed it to traverse with surprising agility. The 2 branches swayed gracefully, mimicking the movements of arms, presenting a lively semblance of a little tree person. Though the tree was mute, it exuded a spiritual resonance capable of conveying messages akin to telepathic communication. Wanning gazed at it in astonishment, momentarily unable to discern its gender. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called Little Tree." "Thank you, Master," Little Tree replied, extending 2 branches to affectionately wrap around Wanning's leg, its foliage gently swaying. Shaqing and Xiaobai, the little celestial fox, curiously approached, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, seemingly unable to fathom why this tree appeared so peculiar. Little Tree clung tightly to its master's leg, displaying signs of shyness in this unfamiliar environment. Moba flew beside it, puffing with pride. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moba. You may refer to me as Master Bao or Master Mo. When the master is absent, you shall heed my commands, understand?" Moba assumed an air of authority, beginning to lay down the rules. This creature appeared rather simple-minded, seemingly the easiest to manipulate. Wu Ning smiled silently, accompanied by these 4 companions, which was quite amusing. After satisfying his hunger, he plucked a leaf from the top of a small tree and instructed the 4 to guard the starship while he retreated to the palace to enter seclusion, attempting to discern the effects of the enlightenment tea leaves. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The starship had already entered the most prosperous core area of the Geoshio star region. Yet, Wu Ning remained in seclusion within the palace, yet to emerge. The other 3 had little idea, so Mo Bao took charge and decided to anchor the starship on a desolate dead star. activating the concealment array to await their master's return in silence. As time continued to drift, 2 more months swiftly elapsed. One day, a magnificent ancient golden ship, measuring thousands of feet in length, suddenly materialized in this starry expanse. A golden flag, embroidered with a large character for Wu, fluttered atop it. Shortly thereafter, 5 ancient black warships surged in from various directions, surrounding the golden vessel tightly. "Miss, I will hold them off. You take the young master and leave at once." An elderly, stooped man aboard the golden ship spoke to a young woman in a blue dress beside him. She had a graceful figure, flowing hair like a waterfall, and appeared remarkably youthful, with a strikingly beautiful visage, fairer than snow. Her brows resembled distant green mountains, and her eyes glimmered like the bright moon. Yet a hint of anxiety lingered within them. "No, Wan Bo, I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself." The woman shook her head, her gaze resolute. "We are far from the Tianyu star system. If we endure just a little longer, our family's strong warriors will arrive soon. But I fear we may not last until then." The old man sighed helplessly. "There are 2 supreme beings among them. I doubt we can withstand even a quarter of an hour." The woman glanced back at the young boy behind her, her expression softening momentarily before hardening once more. "Wan Bo, I will distract them. You must wait for the right moment to take Jun-E and escape." "Miss, let me go instead." "Do not worry. I possess a protective artifact bestowed by my ancestors. I shall be fine." Suddenly, a group of masked figures emerged from the 5 ancient warships, surrounding the golden vessel. The leading 2 donned blood-red robes and masks, while the others were clad in black. "Do not waste words with them. Just act and seize them to avoid complications." One of the blood-robed men snorted coldly, raising his hand to strike the golden ship. Boom! A purple streak of light shot forth from the golden vessel, instantly shattering his palm strike. The purple light took form, revealing a dagger radiating a chilling glow. A quasi-emperor weapon. The blood-robed man's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of greed flashing across his face. "This quasi-emperor weapon shall belong to me." With that, he lunged toward the dagger. "Humph! You dare to strike at the Wu family of Tianyu? Such audacity." The woman stepped into the air, an ancient scroll exuding a powerful aura hovering above her head. "Also a quasi-emperor weapon. Ha! Then this quasi-emperor weapon shall be mine." Another blood-robed man charged toward the woman. The remaining black-robed individuals launched their assault on the golden ship, seeking death. The woman's eyes blazed with killing intent as she activated both quasi-emperor weapons, annihilating over 100 black-robed assailants. But she was soon entangled by the 2 blood-robed men, both seasoned supremes of terrifying power. Though she held 2 quasi-emperor weapons, having recently ascended to the realm of respect, it was challenging for her to contend with them. Within a few exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage. The terrifying waves of battle swiftly spread across the starry sky, affecting countless stars and obliterating several smaller celestial bodies in the aftermath. On a barren dead star, within the ancient starship, several pairs of eyes were fixated on the conflict unfolding in the cosmos. "Xiaoqing, what should we do? They are about to reach our location." Xiaohe inquired. "Do not fret. Let us observe. They are merely insignificant ants," Xiaohe replied nonchalantly. "However, that woman and those aboard the ancient ship have a connection to our master. We may be able to rescue them." "And what does that have to do with me?" Wanning's voice suddenly resonated behind them. "Master, have you emerged from your seclusion?" Xiaoqing exclaimed with delight. Xiaobai immediately leaped into his embrace. Wanning chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair, then turned to immobile. "Little Black, what connection do you believe that woman has with me?" "Master, that woman is named Wu Shichen, hailing from the Wu family of the Tianyu star system in the Jiuxiao star domain. This Wu family is indeed a lineage descended from a member of the Wu clan to which you belong." "Oh, I see." Wanning nodded. In that case, he, as a member of the Wu clan, certainly could not allow others to bully him. Outside, Wu Shichen's complexion gradually turned pale, given her cultivation. Controlling 2 quasi-emperor weapons was exceedingly strenuous. A sense of urgency enveloped her heart as the golden ancient boat found itself besieged by 5 ancient warships and numerous figures cloaked in black robes, rendering any attempt to break free futile in the immediate term. "Damnable! You wretches, once our clan's formidable warriors arrive, we shall ensure your complete annihilation." Cackling, one of the assailants remarked, "Little girl, do not harbor illusions of rescue. The Wu family is currently in dire straits and cannot spare a thought for you. Today, with the 2 of us supreme beings in action, no one can save you." Suddenly, a figure materialized beside Wu Shichen. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. "How formidable!" The expressions of the 2 blood-robed men shifted dramatically. "Who might you be, esteemed one?" "Ah, I am indeed the one here to rescue them." Ning replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the woman beside him. "Esteemed one, we are elders of the Shura Temple, tasked with capturing members of the Wu family. We kindly request that you do not err in your judgment." One blood-robed man threatened with a menacing tone. This man was indeed powerful, but so what? Offending the Shura Temple could lead even an emperor to his demise. Shura Temple? What a presumptuous name. Is it truly so formidable? The other blood-robed man, his eyes aflame with anger, declared coldly, "You possess remarkable audacity, daring to disregard the Shura Temple." "Ha!" Bang! Wanting, in a languid manner, chose not to utter another word and simply struck him with a force that obliterated him. "Scoundrel! Do you dare to slay a member of the Azura Temple? Are you seeking death?" The remaining man clad in crimson robes was instantly engulfed in a tempest of fury and fear, his countenance contorted in a most dreadful manner. With a resounding thud, before he could complete his utterance, he was reduced to mere mist of blood. Chapter 66. The heavenly universe galaxy flee at once. Upon witnessing the demise of the two esteemed elders, the remaining figures in black robes were seized by sheer terror, abandoning their assault on the ancient golden vessel and hastily retreating in a frenzy. With a mere wave of her hand, Ning caused all the figures in black robes to vanish into thin air. The young lady, Wushichin, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue." A flicker of astonishment passed through Wushichin's eyes as she hurriedly stepped forward, gracefully bowing in reverence. Her beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, yet it was marked by a delicate charm and gentle demeanor. With poise and elegance, she exuded a serene and dignified grace, making her a rare gem of beauty. Ning raised his hand in a gesture of feigned support, indicating that no excessive formalities were necessary. "This young master also bears the surname Wu, and the reason for my intervention lies merely in a faint connection to your ancestral lineage. The Wu family of the Tianyu star system descends from a principal disciple of the Wu clan, who ventured into the lower realms for training millions of years ago during the era of Taichu. Although that disciple has long since perished, these individuals undeniably carry the bloodline of the Wu clan. In truth, the Wu clan boasts a legacy spanning billions of years, with the principal disciples numbering in the hundreds of millions. The various branches, collateral descendants, and countless bloodlines, like the Tianyu Wu family, are beyond reckoning. However, Ning has yet to return to the Wu clan. Wushichin, along with the celestial Wu family behind her, constitutes the first group of kin she has encountered, inevitably stirring a sense of familiarity within her heart. Is there a connection between my ancestors and the esteemed predecessors? Wushichin's eyes widened in astonishment. Could they share the same surname Wu and also possess a deep connection? A myriad of speculations instantly surged within her mind. Ning waved his hand and said, "Do not overthink it. I just heard that your family seems to be facing some troubles. As fortune would have it, I find myself with some free time, so I shall accompany you to take a look." "Thank you, esteemed elder." A gleam of joy flickered in Wushichin's eyes as he recalled the words of the elder from the Temple of Azura. Yet a tinge of concern also blossomed within his heart. Moments later, the ancient golden vessel soared through the cosmos, hurtling swiftly towards a distant star system. The stellar vessel of Ning leisurely trails behind. This expanse of starry sky dwells within the core region of the Geoshio star domain, where brilliant stars and resplendent clusters of galaxies abound, starkly contrasting the desolate and dimly lit remote star regions. The Tianyu star domain, home to the Tianyu Wu family, is also one of the central star systems within the Geoshio star domain, flourishing with unparalleled vitality. It boasts no fewer than 100 colossal top-tier planets akin to the Tianshan continent, and even grander superplanets. However, superplanets are exceedingly rare in the middle thousand universes, and the Tianyu star system harbors merely two, each governed by ancient Taoist lineages from which immortals have emerged. Ning welcomed the siblings, Wuxichin and Wuxi, aboard the starry sky vessel, where she imparted some fundamental insights regarding the Tianyu Wu family. This esteemed lineage governs a premier celestial sphere, boasting an ancestral figure of imperial stature, alongside no fewer than 10 formidable emperors, with the inheritance bestowed by the main bloodline of the Wu clan. Their profound heritage is undoubtedly formidable, especially in the realm of martial arts, surpassing even the celestial paths of the immortals. Historically, the Tianyu Wu family has maintained a low profile, enduring numerous tempests over the span of millions of years. Yet, being targeted by the Azura Temple has instilled a sense of urgency in Wuxichin. It is well known that the Azura Temple possesses a formidable reputation throughout the Geoshio star region, having birthed over 10 immortals, with a depth of resources that few celestial lineages can rival. Nonetheless, Ning remained largely unfazed. He had already commissioned Imoba to investigate, revealing that there were currently no immortals within the Geoshio star region. The destructive capacity of an immortal is exceedingly potent. Once one attains immortality, they can linger for no more than a century before the cosmic heavenly laws compel their departure, directing them towards the vast realms beyond. Should they resist this mandate, they would face admonishments, or even the wrath of divine retribution. It is akin to a child who, upon reaching adulthood, stubbornly refuses to leave the familial abode. Over time, the parents may grow dissatisfied, offering mild reprimands at first, but escalating to physical admonitions if the behavior persists. Moreover, immortals from other worlds seeking to enter the central thousand universe would encounter opposition from the cosmic heavenly laws, unless they possess a strength that renders them impervious to such celestial decrees. The couple, Wu Tianyun and his wife, initially sent Ning to the mortal realm merely through their magical incarnations. "Are you aware of the reason why the Azura Temple has taken action against you?" Ning inquired with curiosity. "What is the matter? Is there an unspoken difficulty?" Wushichin gently shook her head, for it was not truly a secret. "This matter pertains to my mother. In her youth, my mother was renowned in the Tianyu star system as a paragon of beauty and grace, admired by countless young cultivators. Among them was a man named Ho Qing, who, despite hailing from a modest family, boldly sought to propose to my mother, relying on his exceptional talent. Naturally, he was rebuffed due to his humble origins. Following this rejection, Ho Qing persistently pursued my mother to no avail. After her marriage to my father, he vanished from sight. Rumors circulated that my father had discreetly dispatched someone to eliminate him, and as time passed, he was forgotten. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he resurfaced several decades later, transformed into a significant figure within the Azura Temple. The recent actions of the Azura Temple against our Wu family must surely be his form of retribution. Wu Shichen's voice was calm, devoid of significant emotional fluctuations, yet the young boy beside her wore a countenance filled with fury. How dare that despicable Ho Qing covet their mother? It was akin to a toad aspiring to consume a swan. The boy, named Wu Junyi, possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, exuding an air of elegance. At not yet 16 years of age, he stood nearly 2,000 years apart in age from his elder sister. In the context of an ordinary family, this disparity would equate to several generations of ancestors. Ning smiled faintly, not anticipating such a cliché story lurking beneath. This Ho Qing, capable of an impressive rise from a humble family prodigy to a formidable figure within the Shura Temple, evidently possesses a fortuitous destiny. Soon, the Tianyu star system loomed on the horizon. It was an extraordinarily magnificent and vast constellation, with billions of stars swirling, brilliantly shining, and radiating a mesmerizing beauty that evoked a dreamlike sensation. Elder, we are nearing our destination. Wu Shichen gazed towards the direction of Tianwu Star, the pinnacle of the Tianyu Wu clan's dominion. At this moment, outside the Wu clan's ancient city on Tianwu Star, dozens of massive ancient ships hovered in the sky, subtly forming four distinct factions that encircled the ancient city below. These vessels emanated an aura of unfathomable terror, each manned by formidable emperors. The members of the Wu clan listened intently as a voice declared, "Surrender the Wu Hung couple, or today shall mark the annihilation of the Wu clan." From one of the ancient ships, a stern elder in a yellow robe threatened menacingly. "Ah, such audacity. Gu Chang, after several millennia, your skills have not improved. Yet your arrogance has grown tremendously." In the skies above the Wu family, a majestic elder stepped forth from the void, accompanied by over a dozen formidable emperors whose auras were both imposing and fierce. Chapter 67. The Peril of the Wu Family. The presence of this venerable elder caused the gazes around him to sharpen, for he was a renowned imperial figure, having achieved fame for countless ages. His name was Gu Chang, and he coldly remarked, "Wu old ghost, you must think carefully. This is the intention of that esteemed figure from the Shura Temple. Offending the Shura Temple means there will be no refuge for your Wu family within the entire Nine Heaven Star domain. If you can appease that esteemed figure's wrath with the sacrifice of 2 young disciples, there remains a chance for redemption." Humph. Does the Wu family harbor cowards who fear for their lives? There is no way I shall surrender my kin. In the eyes of the martial god, a hint of disdain surfaced. You 4 families are willing to act as the lackeys of the Shura Temple. But the people of the Wu family are not spineless like you. If you wish to fight today, I shall accompany you to the end. An old man retorted. You are truly ignorant of your own limitations. Anger flickered in the eyes of the others present. However, none of them intended to take action. The individuals who had come to besiege the Wu family hailed from 4 ancient clans of the Tianyu star system, each with a long-standing heritage. They were considered subordinate forces of the Shura Temple. Yet, these ancient families possessed imperial sovereigns, and while they held a sense of reverence for the Shura Temple, they did not fear it. Their current endeavor to coerce the Wu family, under the directive of Ho Qing, was merely a facade, a pretense of effort without genuine commitment. The 10 or so emperors of the Wu family are not to be underestimated. Even if the 4 families unite to eradicate the Wu clan, they would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. They are not foolish enough to undertake such a venture. Moreover, emperors are not easily vanquished, should a few escape. The 4 families would find themselves in perpetual unrest. Currently, Ho Qing holds a distinguished position within the Shura Temple, having fortuitously acquired a legacy left by an ancient immortal ancestor. However, that is where his advantages end. He is not even the master of the Shura Temple. What reason do they have to pledge their loyalty to him? Merely putting on a show of support is already a considerable favor. The venerable Wu Shen, with his profound wisdom, could hardly be oblivious to the intentions of these old schemers. What are you all doing? Why have you yet to take action? At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing celestial gown emerged from the void. Her beauty was exquisite, a rarity in this world, yet her countenance bore an air of arrogance, seemingly disregarding even the assembly of emperors present. The Wu family refuses to surrender the couple, Wu Heng and his wife. Why have you not yet moved to level their home? The woman's gaze was icy as she boldly questioned the esteemed ancestors of the 4 ancient clans. The faces of Gu Chang and the others darkened. How dare she? Merely a respected figure, and yet she presumes to command us? She is not but a servant of the Shura Temple. Where does she derive such inflated superiority? Miss Longyu, the Wu family possesses profound foundations and numerous emperors, each with exceptional power. Although we may outnumber them, our strength is insufficient to subdue the Wu family. We hope that your Shura Temple can dispatch more formidable warriors. Gu Chang remarked with indifference. The woman's eyes flashed with indignation. This old fool was merely brushing her off. Your words shall be etched in my memory. And upon my return to the temple, I will report truthfully to my lord, she proclaimed coldly. Suddenly, a subtle tremor coursed through the heavens. A golden ancient vessel and a colossal flying ship descended from the sky, heading towards the Wu family. Longyu stood resolutely in their path, showing no intention of yielding. The flying vessels belonging to those 2 insignificant brats of the Wu family. It seems the elder Yu has failed. What are you all waiting for? Quickly destroy those two flying ships. Long Yu commanded in a chilling tone. No one responded. The emperors of the four ancient clans fixed their gazes, expressions somber as they focused on the massive flying vessel behind. It was, astonishingly, an Imperial-class ship. What force possesses such lavish resources? Even the two celestial factions of the Tianyu star system do not indulge in such extravagance. What is the origin of this flying vessel? Could it be that the Wu family has a terrifying backing? Infuriating. How vexing. Long Yu's face darkened with fury at the indignity of the situation. Her anger directed at these individuals. Ning appeared in the sky alongside the siblings of the Wu family. His gaze swept around before ultimately resting upon the members of the Wu clan. They were commendable, not having succumbed to the pressure of the Azura Temple by surrendering their kin for the sake of peace. This decision only heightened Ning's admiration for them. Had they chosen to capitulate, he would not be present here at this moment. Who might you be? Wu Shentong gazed at him with a sense of perplexity, finding his words somewhat peculiar. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and reverence towards the young man, which left him deeply bewildered. He decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment and focus on resolving the troubles at hand. Ning waved his hand, sending the Wu siblings to the ground, then turned his gaze towards Long Yu. Are you a member of the Shura Temple? A hint of pride flickered in Long Yu's eyes as she replied. I am the maidservant of the candidate for the Shura Temple's divine son. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Shura Temple? You must be that maidservant of Ho Qing, he remarked. Return and inform your master that the Wu family shall henceforth be under my protection. Should your Shura Temple fail to recognize its place, I shall not hesitate to ensure that the Nine Heaven Star Domain knows no Shura Temple evermore. With a gentle breeze and a light cloud, Ning spoke calmly. You. A hint of disbelief flickered in Long Yu's eyes. How dare you threaten my Shura Temple? Begone. Before she could finish her words, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Ning, propelling her thousands of miles away. Long Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly paling. Yet, she dared not utter another word, a glimmer of resentment concealed in her gaze as she swiftly turned to flee. Ning let out a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards the members of the four ancient clans. Do you also wish to make a move against the Wu family? The expressions of Gu Chong and others subtly shifted. This individual possessed an Imperial-level airship, his aura unfathomable, and he showed utter disregard for the Shura Temple. Undoubtedly hailing from a terrifyingly powerful force. Not to be trifled with, indeed. My lord, you have misunderstood. We are merely passing through. We shall take our leave at once. Halt. Ning spoke once more, asserting that one cannot simply come and go at will, as if it were so effortless. Gu Chong clasped his hands together and offered a contrite smile, saying, Your Excellency is right. It was indeed inappropriate for my companions, and I to inadvertently frighten the members of the Wu family as we passed by. Might I propose this treasure as a token of our apology? With that, he produced a segment of azure vine, which he deftly maneuvered with his magical prowess to float before Ning. The elders of the other three clans exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment, before each presented a treasure of their own as a gesture of recompense. Ning cast a glance, noting that the quality of the four treasures was remarkable, each roughly equivalent to a semi-emperor weapon. These old fellows displayed a modicum of understanding. He waved his hand and said, Very well, you may leave. This time, I shall overlook your transgressions. Should there be a next time, your clans will find their existence unnecessary. The group nodded fervently and swiftly departed with their kin. Their visit yielded nothing but the loss of a precious item. Truly unfortunate. Chapter 68, The Shura Temple at this moment. Wu Shentong and others inquired about Ning's background from Wu Shichen. Although their exchange was but a few fragmented words, an audacious hypothesis suddenly blossomed in his mind. Young master, please allow this old man to escort you to the Wu family's grand hall for further discussion. The martial god respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Ning nodded softly and followed them toward the ancient Wu family city below. Moments later, the great hall of the samurai. The martial god commanded the offering of spiritual tea, subsequently dismissing all irrelevant individuals, leaving only the esteemed emperors of the Wu family and the current head of the Wu clan, Wu Heng, who was also the father of Wu Shichen and her brother. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, with a solemn expression, the martial deity inquired of Ning, esteemed young master. May I ask if you hail from the martial clan of the Upper Realm? Are you familiar with the martial clan of the Upper Realm? A flicker of mild astonishment crossed Ning's eyes, as it seemed that the disciple of the Wu clan had not concealed his identity from his descendants. Boom. Upon hearing Ning's words, a thunderous revelation resonated in Wu Shentong's mind, and his expression instantly transformed with excitement. Young master, do you truly hail from the Upper Realm of the Wu clan? When our ancestor ascended, he proclaimed that he originated from the ancient Wu clan of the Taichu realm. Should any descendant achieve ascension, they would be permitted to return to the Taichu realm to acknowledge their ancestry. This secret has traditionally been known only to the head of our family and the mightiest of emperors. Alas, the younger generation has proven to be lacking. For millions of years, not a single one has managed to ascend. Wu Shentong bore a hint of shame upon his visage. Having cultivated to the level of emperor sovereign for several 100,000 years, he still found himself utterly perplexed regarding the path to transcendence and ascension. At that moment, the assembly within the grand hall gazed upon Ning with fervent excitement. The martial clan of the Upper Realm had previously existed only as a legendary entity in their minds. To their astonishment, they had unexpectedly encountered a member of the Wu clan, and it was amidst the dire straits faced by the Wu family. Thus, the truth unveiled itself. Ning nodded slightly, confirming that he indeed hailed from the martial clan of the ancient era. Yes, the very clan from which your ancestors originated. It is truly remarkable. Upon receiving Ning's affirmative response, the crowd felt a jolt of excitement, their enthusiasm intensifying. I, the aged martial god Tong, pay my respects to you, young master. The martial god, filled with excitement, trembled his beard slightly and promptly bowed to Ning. We pay our respects to the young master. The others, equally exhilarated, followed suit and knelt in reverence. There is no need for such formalities, Ning declared, raising his hand as an invisible force gently lifted them to their feet. The martial god felt a subtle stir within. Truly, he was a young master descended from the upper realm's noble clan. Despite his tender years, his cultivation was unfathomably profound, exhibiting an extraordinary mastery over the laws of space. During this period, I shall remain within your Wu family, as the Azura Temple is under my watch. There is no need for concern. Furthermore, I have one more matter that requires your assistance. Wu Shintong promptly responded, My lord, please feel free to command. The Wu family stands ready to serve your every wish. Ning smiled faintly, remarking that it was no significant matter. Does your esteemed Wu family possess an auction house? In response to your inquiry, young master, indeed, our Wu family does have an auction house. However, it is solely located on Tianwu Star, lacking any notable reputation in other regions of the Tianwu Star system. Reputation is of little consequence. The mere existence of it suffices. Ning handed him a storage ring, which contained nearly 100 imperial weapons, along with some quasi-imperial weapons and various other treasures. You may freely select 3 imperial weapons to keep, the rest please assist me in taking to auction. As the divine consciousness of the martial god penetrated a fragment of awareness, his eyes widened in astonishment. An abundance of imperial weapons lay before him. He had never encountered such a formidable array of imperial artifacts, each one a pinnacle of power among its kind. His breath quickened with exhilaration. Thank you for your generous gifts, my lord. However, might it be rather ostentatious to display such a plethora of imperial weapons? The emergence of so many artifacts is sure to incite the covetous gaze of countless formidable beings. No matter. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning's eyes. With this young master present, anyone daring to seize or snatch shall be met with merciless execution. Understood, then I shall personally take charge of this matter. And I will ensure that all major factions capable of purchasing imperial weapons within the star domain are summoned to the gathering. The martial god Tong felt an immediate sense of relief. He believed that with such confidence, Ning must possess formidable hidden strengths, rendering him fearless against anyone in the starry realms. After all, it was only natural for someone descended from the prominent clans of the upper realm to have certain trump cards. Subsequently, he arranged for Ning to reside in a grand palace adorned with a garden. Ning retracted the starry sky vessel, awakening Li Yuanbao and the others, who were then promptly sent outside the Wu family to hone their skills. With their current cultivation, as long as they did not provoke the emperor, their self-preservation was assured. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and Xiaoshu naturally remained by Ning's side, as he sensed that he might linger within the Wu family for an extended period. Subsequently, he would likely return directly to the Wu clan. In the Jioshu star domain, within the Azura temple, a storm brewed. Ho Qing's expression darkened. How audacious it was for one to disregard the Azura temple. Such insolence was intolerable. Long you displayed a face of grievance, your highness. Not only is this individual audacious, but he has also threatened that if we do not know our place, he shall annihilate our Azura temple. Oh, who dares to utter such arrogant words? At that moment, a young man clad in purple robes appeared in the palace. Master, Ho Qing promptly bowed in deference. Long Yu was so startled that she knelt upon the ground. The man waved his hand, chuckling, It appears we have remained silent in the cosmos for far too long. So long that some have forgotten the temple's renown, even daring to proclaim their intent to extinguish us. Haha, master, they are merely ignorant and arrogant fools, Ho Qing responded respectfully. You are correct. However, should we ignore such brazen declarations, it might tarnish the reputation of our temple. The man's gaze flickered with a cold, murderous intent as he handed an ancient, blood-red token to Ho Qing. Take this token to the Azura Hall. With this merit, your bid for the position of Divine Son should be nearly assured. Thank you, master. Ho Qing was instantly elated. Besides him, there were 3 other candidates for the Divine Son, each possessing formidable backgrounds. Although he had fortuitously obtained the legacy of a celestial ancestor and was accepted as a direct disciple by the Temple's master, his foundational experience was still lacking, placing him at a disadvantage in the competition. Yet, with this merit, coupled with his master's support, the position of Divine Son would surely be his. On the ground, Long Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Should the prince be elected as Divine Son, her status would undoubtedly rise as well. At that time, as the servant of the Divine Son, even the true disciples of the temple would no longer dare to look down upon her. If she were to be in the outside world, she would become an object of envy and worship for countless individuals. Moreover, as the prince's close attendant, sharing daily moments together, should circumstances favor her, there was a glimmer of possibility that she might one day become the lady of the temple master. In that instant, infinite ambitions blossomed within Long Yu's heart. Chapter 69. Chaotic slaughter. Young master, what kind of meat is this? Such terrifying energy. In the garden, Ning was roasting dragon meat. Seated alongside Imo Bao, Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Shu. On the other side were the siblings of the Wu family. The palace in Ning is a place where only the two younger members of the Wu family are privileged to enter. This is dragon meat. You two are truly fortunate today. Dragon meat? The siblings' eyes widened in astonishment, for dragons are formidable and ancient beings, even in the Jiuxiu star domain. The dragon race is one that even the celestial sects dare not provoke. How could the young master possibly treat them to dragon meat? Wu Shichen felt the immense energy contained within the dragon meat and could not help but inquire, "Young master, what level of dragon is this?" "The piece in your hand is from a dragon of the Emperor realm, and here lies another piece of 9th-tier dragon meat, prepared especially for you, Xiao Junyi." "Thank you, young master." Wu Junyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he swiftly approached Wu Ning. Dragon meat of the Emperor realm? Wu Shichen gazed at the dragon meat in his hand, rendered speechless by his astonishment. The trio, accompanied by a bird and a fox, savored their meal. Their mouths delightfully fragrant. Imo Bao and Xiao Shu stood nearby, watching dumbfounded, unable even to partake in the soup. Observing their hearty enjoyment, Xiao Shu pondered. "Do you wish to savor some?" To which Bao Yu replied, "But I lack a mouth." Xiao Shu, in a daze, emitted a wave of mental energy. "True, however. You could perhaps absorb a bit of soup through your roots, unlike me, who cannot even manage that." "Drink soup?" Xiao Shu swayed its branches, seemingly intrigued. Wu Ning suddenly gazed at the sky, murmuring, "At last, it has arrived." A colossal, blood-red ancient warship pierced the heavens, soaring directly towards the Wu clan. In the next moment, Wu Shintong appeared in the garden. "Young master, the people from the Azura Temple have come. They have deployed the elite of the Azura Hall." His expression bore a hint of gravity. The Azura Hall within the Azura Temple was undeniably a formidable entity, teeming with seasoned warriors, each a veteran of countless battles. They had previously hunted down more than one emperor-level powerhouse, earning a notorious reputation throughout the entire 9-heaven star domain. Boom. The blood-red ancient warship loomed above the Wu clan, dispensing with any preamble, and launched an attack. An extraordinarily terrifying blood-red beam shot forth from the ancient warship, crashing down upon the ancient city of the Wu clan below. The space along its trajectory shattered, seemingly unable to withstand the might of this blood-red beam. Buzz. A massive defensive formation materialized, enveloping the entire ancient city of the Wu clan. The blood-red beam collided violently with the defensive array, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Energy surged wildly, and the space was instantaneously obliterated, leaving behind a colossal black hole. It was indeed the Azura Hall's forces. It seemed the Wu clan was doomed this time. Countless onlookers stared in horror at the sky. Among them were local forces from Tianwu Star, as well as spies sent by other major powers. Upon witnessing that the Azura Temple had even mobilized the elites of the Azura Hall, no one believed the Wu clan could possibly survive. The Wu clan had become far too arrogant, naively thinking they could contend with the Azura Temple, effectively courting their own demise. TSK, opposing the Azura Temple would lead to such a fate. In a brief moment, as the energy storm gradually subsided, the Wu clan's defensive array trembled violently but remained intact. Just as the blood-red ancient warship prepared to strike again, an extraordinarily brilliant sword light descended from the void. Bang! The entire warship was instantly shattered, and figures began to flee from its wreckage in disarray. Among them were 3 emperor-level beings and 10 great emperors. Scoundrels! An elderly man clad in a blood robe adorned with golden patterns roared in fury. Just from that single strike, they had lost at least 100 of their number. Elder Yu. Ho Qing staggered forward, followed closely by the pale-faced Long Yu. She had pleaded with Ho Qing to bring her along. Yet she had not anticipated almost meeting her demise upon arrival. "You are Ho Qing?" At that moment, a tall and imposing figure materialized before them. Wu Ning stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of elegance and charm, his demeanor transcending the ordinary. His garments billowed gracefully, making him appear as the very center of the universe, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Your Highness, it is he," exclaimed Long Yu, her voice piercing through the air. "He is the one who vowed to annihilate our Azura Temple. You impudent wretch! How dare you utter such audacious claims against my Azura Temple?" thundered the elder clad in a robe of golden patterns, his voice filled with fury. "In my several 100,000 years of existence, I have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Wu Ning's eyes as he swiftly brandished his fishing rod, casting it with a gentle flick, launching it directly towards him. A sudden chill surged within the old man's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly evaded the attack. His reflexes were remarkably quick. Wu Ning let out a cold laugh, remarking that no matter how swift one might be, they could never surpass a celestial artifact. Suddenly, with no warning, a cerulean orb shot through the air, piercing the old man's chest in an instant, before swiftly revolving around his body countless times. The old man widened his eyes, his gaze quickly dimming. With a gentle tremor of his hand, Wu Ning instantaneously shattered the old man's body, scattering fragments of flesh across the vast expanse. "Elder Yu." Ho Qing was struck by a profound horror. Elder Yu was the vice master of the Shura Hall, a formidable presence among the emperors. How could he be slain so easily? It was inconceivable. Kill him. Witnessing the demise of their vice master, the remaining 2 emperors and 10 sovereigns were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. They dared not hesitate for even a moment, immediately summoning their imperial weapons to unleash their most potent assaults, all directed towards Wu Ning. Die. Wu Ning sheathed his dragon fishing rod and summoned the giant spirit battle armor. In a flash, he brandished the Taya Emperor sword and charged forward. It would be a shame to simply slay these foes. He intended to hone his skills first. Clang. The dazzling sword light swept across the battlefield as Wu Ning surged through his enemies, executing a frenzied onslaught with his blade. Clad in the giant spirit battle armor and possessing the formidable indestructible golden body capable of withstanding imperial weapons, he showed no fear of their assaults. A reckless wave of slaughter ensued. Boom. Terrifying energy clashed in the heavens, wreaking havoc as the void shattered and the firmament trembled, leaving countless onlookers quaking in fear. The martial god, alongside numerous emperors from the Wu clan, collaboratively invoked a protective barrier to safeguard the ground. After all, this was the territory governed by the Wu family, and they could not afford to remain indifferent. Within the martial family, Wu Hang soared into the air, heading straight for Ho Qing. Ho Qing. All of this has arisen because of you. Dare you face me in battle to bring this enmity to a definitive close? A flicker of surprise flashed in Ho Qing's eyes as he realized Wu Hong had also broken through to the quasi-emperor level. He immediately charged at him. What if you have achieved quasi-emperor status? Today, I shall slay you before her very eyes. Haha. Is that so? Just based on your capabilities? In an instant. The two clashed, each move infused with terrifying power. Yet, when compared to the battle taking place elsewhere, their struggle appeared rather insignificant. A mighty emperor let out a chilling scream, cleaved in two by Wu Ning's sword, his soul instantly reduced to nothingness by the flames of the Nine Nether Emperor. This marked the fifth emperor he had slain. He commanded the laws of time and space. These foes could not breach his defenses. Nor could they even grasp at his shadow. Though the imperial lord could barely contend with him for a moment, the other emperors could not withstand even a single strike. Retreat. This monster is beyond our capabilities. We must withdraw. A blood-soaked imperial lord exclaimed in fury. Thinking of fleeing? Wu Ning's movements came to a halt as he brandished his fishing rod, signaling the completion of his warm-up. It was time to send you on your way. A cerulean orb pierced through the air, transforming into a streak of azure light that danced back and forth, moving with such swiftness that even the divine sovereign's consciousness could not perceive it. The remaining divine sovereigns and emperors of the Shura temple froze in mid-air, resembling lifelike statues. Moments later, Wu Ning gently tugged, as if reeling in a catch. Instantly, all divine sovereigns and emperors were reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. Chapter 70. Breaking through the door, profound silence enveloped the world. Everyone gazed vacantly at the sky, their expressions somewhat dazed. So many divine sovereigns and emperors had perished. And in such a hasty manner. It was utterly terrifying. Countless individuals looked up at the figure above with awe, perceiving him as a god or a demon, utterly invincible. Truly, he was the scion of a supreme lineage from the upper realm, his prowess far beyond what we could fathom. Even Wu Shintong's eyes reflected a sense of reverence. To be candid, he had harbored some unease earlier. After all, Wu Ning stood alone against the colossal entity of the Shura temple, which had endured for countless years in the celestial realm, making opposition seem perilous. Yet, it now appeared that his perspective had been too narrow. The capabilities of those from the upper realm were beyond his imagination. With a flick of his hand, Wu Ning collected the storage rings, subsequently eliminating the remaining members of the Shura temple, including Long Yu. Now, only Ho Qing remains as the last survivor. Wu Ning left him to Wu Hong, a mere newly ascended quasi-emperor, of little consequence to Wu Ning. At this moment, although Ho Qing was locked in a life-and-death struggle with Wu Hong, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Upon witnessing the demise of the accompanying Azura Hall Emperor and the Great Emperors, a sense of despair enveloped him. He was now utterly alone. No. I have yet to become the son of God. I cannot perish here. Ho Qing's heart roared with frantic fury. The journey to reach this point had been fraught with untold suffering and torment. He could not allow himself to die here, shrouded in ambiguity. Bang. To dare to be distracted in battle was tantamount to seeking death. With a single strike, Wu Heng's spear crashed onto his shoulder, instantly shattering the bone within. This is impossible. How could you be so powerful? Ho Qing's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a madman. He possessed the legacy of the immortal ancestor. How could anyone in the same realm surpass him? He refused to believe it. Wu Heng remained silent, relentlessly assaulting his vulnerabilities and vital points with his weapon. No matter how formidable the celestial legacy of the Azura temple may be, it pales in comparison to the heritage of the Wu clan. Moreover, Ho Qing's innate talent simply does not measure up to his. Cursed fate. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Ho Qing. He had initially intended to subdue Wu Heng and hold him captive in exchange for a glimmer of hope. Yet, it now appeared far more probable that he would meet his demise at Wu Heng's hands. How utterly absurd. In the ancient city of the Wu family, a woman of gentle and graceful demeanor gazed up at the sky with a smile. She was Qin Lan, the esteemed matriarch of the Wu family and the mother of the siblings Wu Shichen. From the beginning, she had no connection with Ho Qing. It was merely his unrequited affections. Yet now, Qin Lan harbored a deep resentment towards him, for he had nearly brought calamity upon the Wu family. A consequence solely of his actions. Mother, father is destined to win, cheered the siblings, Wu Shichen. Qin Lan smiled faintly and replied, your father has never known defeat. Boom. With a swift thrust of his spear, Wu Hong shattered much of Ho Qing's body with the force of its brilliance. Do not kill me. My master is the lord of the Azura Temple. If you dare to take my life, my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon your Wu family. Po Qing cried out in terror, his voice trembling with fear. Wu Heng let out a cold laugh. Do you think our Wu family still fears your Azura Temple? With that, he shattered the man's skull with a single strike of his spear. Moments later, the warriors of the Wu family approached Wu Ning. Young master, on this occasion, Wu Ning waved his hand, interrupting their conversation. You should attend to your own matters. I am preparing to visit the Azura Temple shortly to resolve this issue once and for all. We cannot simply wait for our enemies to come knocking at our door. Given the opportunity, I prefer to take the initiative. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Young master, you intend to go to the Azura Temple? The martial god Tong inquired. Young master, might this be too perilous? Perhaps you could bring us along. Though our strength pales in comparison to yours, we could still be of assistance. No need. He replied, I can manage on my own. It is merely an Azura Temple. Do you truly believe I cannot handle it? Wu Ning smiled faintly. Reflecting upon the recent overwhelming battle, the crowd fell silent. For this young master, it seemed that the Azura Temple posed no real danger. Given this, it would be unwise for us to continue our obstruction. However, we kindly urge the young master to exercise caution. For the Azura Temple has been home to immortals and surely harbors some hidden traps left by them. The martial god spoke with utmost gravity. Wu Ning nodded slightly, reassured that even the descent of true immortals would not instill fear in him, let alone the mere techniques of certain celestial beings. Without exchanging further pleasantries, Wu Ning set off on his journey. He chose to traverse the void with his corporeal form rather than relying on a starry vessel, achieving a swifter pace than that of the celestial craft. The Shura Divine Hall is situated at the very heart of the Geoshio star domain, within the Geoshio star system, and is located a mere 200 billion light-years from the Tianyu star system. With the speed of Wu Ning fully unleashed, it took less than a day to arrive at the Geoshio star system. This system is the very heart of the Geoshio star region, immensely powerful, boasting 9 superplanets. The Shura Temple is situated on one of these superplanets, known as Shura Star. Without delay, Wu Ning traversed the void and directly arrived at the Shura Star. It was his first encounter with a superplanet, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. This superplanet boasted a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, at least 100 times that of a top-tier planet, with a volume a million times greater. In the presence of such a superplanet, top-tier planets appeared as mere infants, while ordinary planets were reduced to insignificance, akin to grains of sand. Moreover, the spiritual energy permeating the superplanet was far denser than that found on top-tier planets, and the laws of nature were considerably more potent. It is easy to imagine that cultivating on such a celestial body would yield a far superior pace and level of achievement than that of practitioners in other realms. No wonder even a mere maid in the Shura Temple exuded such a sense of superiority. Wu Ning carefully surveyed his surroundings before arriving at the location of the Shura Temple. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. Without uttering a word, Wu Ning swiftly brandished the Taiye Imperial Sword, cleaving towards the formidable defensive array of the Shura Temple. With a resounding crash, a terrifying tempest of energy shattered the void, causing the defensive formation to tremble violently. How audacious! Who dares to assault my Shura Temple? Shadows of formidable presence emerged, expressing their astonishment and fury with thunderous voices. Wu Ning appeared oblivious, as an inexhaustible flow of magical power surged into the Taiye Imperial Sword, cleaving once more with a single stroke. This time, he exerted his utmost strength. The resplendent sword light rent the void, fiercely striking against the defensive formation of the Shura Temple. Boom! After a brief moment of stalemate, the entire formation shattered with a thunderous roar. A terrifying energy storm instantly surged into the Shura Temple, annihilating grand palaces and vast mountain ranges in an instant, leaving countless disciples reduced to mere ashes. Ah, scoundrel! Curse be you! A throng of formidable warriors from the Shura Temple, their eyes aflame with rage, summoned their imperial weapons and charged furiously towards Wu Ning. Daring to devastate my temple, I shall have you dissected 1,000 times. Die. Chapter 71. The Fall of the Shura Temple. Wu Ning directly exchanged the Taiye Imperial Sword for the dragon fishing rod, ruthlessly eliminating all the formidable warriors of the Azura Temple that charged towards him, showing not the slightest mercy. His purpose was solely to eradicate the entire lineage. Suddenly, a youth clad in a purple robe materialized in the sky, his expression dark and foreboding, with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent simmering in his eyes. Who are you? And why do you dare to assault my Azura Temple? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift and merciful death. Wu Ning cast him a sidelong glance. Are you the lord of the Shura Temple? I have stated that if your temple fails to recognize its place, it shall find no reason to exist. I am a man of my word, and today I merely come to fulfill my promise. Ah, it is you. The man's eyes ignited with murderous intent as he swiftly summoned 12 ominous blood-red flags. Die. In an instant, the 12 blood-red flags transformed into a terrifying Shura blood formation, enveloping the surrounding realm. A dreadful aura of bloodlust surged forth, manifesting into horrific crimson creatures that roared as they charged towards Wu Ning. Simultaneously, an indescribably sinister energy swept in, attempting to invade his body and corrode his will. Quite intriguing. Wu Ning squinted slightly, for the formation before him was exceedingly intricate and formidable, far surpassing the imperial level. Even if it had not fully attained the celestial tier, it was certainly not far from it. The emperor, ensnared within the formation, would face certain death if he remained ignorant of the means to break free. However, Ning was not an ordinary emperor. He possessed a unique advantage. The 9 nether emperor flame surged around him, transforming into a flowing robe that enveloped his form. Any malevolent force that dared to approach would be instantaneously reduced to nothingness by the searing heat. Subsequently, he exerted all his strength to cast the dragon-fishing rod, sending a cerulean orb hurtling through the air, tethered to an extraordinarily sharp, transparent thread. The very fabric of space was cleaved asunder. With a sharp hiss, all the bloodthirsty monstrosities were swiftly severed in twain, reverting to their original state of blood-fiendish energy. Ning continued to wield the dragon-fishing rod, the terrifying fine line severing one crimson flag after another in an instant. The azure blood array collapsed instantaneously. How could this be possible? The man in the purple robe clutched a flagpole, the fabric of the array having been cut away, his gaze filled with disbelief. This flag was forged by an ancient immortal ancestor over several decades, impervious even to imperial weapons. How could it be so easily destroyed? Suddenly, a blood arrow shot forth from his neck. Following that, more blood arrows surged forth. His neck had been severed. However, the fine line of the dragon-fishing rod did not possess the ability to annihilate the soul, and even with a head severed, a powerful emperor would not succumb to death so easily. Losing one's head could merely be considered a light injury. Yet Ning did not grant him any respite, directly commanding the azure sphere to pierce through his skull. In that moment, both soul and vitality were obliterated. Thus fell a once mighty overlord. Ning did not pause, continuing his relentless assault. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails. Increasing numbers of the formidable warriors from the Shura temple roared as they charged towards him, only to meet their demise moments later. Suddenly, a dozen exceedingly aged figures appeared, positioning themselves before Ning. His eyes narrowed slightly. These ancient beings emanated an aura of decay, suggesting they were nearing the end of their lifespans, merely clinging to existence in their coffins. Esteemed one, our junior disciples, lacking in discernment, have inadvertently offended you. They have all met their end. Might we implore your magnanimity to spare the Shura temple this time? We are willing to offer compensation that will surely satisfy you. A gray-robed elder said earnestly, bowing with sincerity. Though they harbored deep-seated resentment within, they dared not express it outwardly. In Ning's eyes, a hint of indifference flickered. The old man, now that I have taken action, there is no room for retreat. It is a matter of life and death. Instantly, a chilling murderous intent erupted from the eyes of the dozen elders surrounding him. Enough with the idle chatter. Let the ancestral master descend and eradicate this fiend. One of the elders produced an ancient bronze token, proclaiming, Disciple Ding Han respectfully summons the ancestral master. With that, he crushed the token in his grasp. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying and overwhelming aura descended, accompanied by an unparalleled pressure that caused the heavens to tremble and the starry river to shake. Even the mightiest of emperors appeared as insignificant as ants before this force. This was in essence belonging to an entirely different realm. In the 9 heaven star domain, majestic gazes filled with uncertainty turned towards the direction of the Shura star. Summoning a celestial being? What calamity has befallen the Shura temple? What madness are these lunatics up to now? Quickly, dispatch someone to investigate. Above the Shura star, a blurred figure materialized in the sky, towering at a height of 100,000 zhang, exuding an ethereal aura as magnificent as the cosmos itself. His gaze was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As he looked down upon the world with the detached majesty of a deity, Ning narrowed her eyes slightly. Truly, the celestial figure was formidable, its mere presence instilling fear. Would it withstand a single strike from the dragon-fishing rod? We beseech the ancestral master to intervene and vanquish the formidable foes of our divine temple. A dozen elderly figures knelt in unison. Suddenly, a small azure sphere surged through the air, piercing through the celestial figure's forehead before it could react. How audacious! The celestial figure erupted in fury, its thunderous roar shattering the heavens and revealing countless rifts in the void. Yet, in the next instant, its form disintegrated inch by inch, dissolving into a myriad of pristine light particles that vanished into the cosmos. The ancestral master? The elders gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had the celestial ancestor truly perished? Ning was exceedingly pleased. The dragon fishing rod remained as formidable as ever. It truly deserved its reputation as a supreme celestial artifact. With his current strength, wielding the dragon fishing rod, he could even vanquish a true immortal. However, following this incident, it was time for him to prepare for his ascension to the realm of immortals. We shall fight him to the end. An elderly man in gray robes bellowed fiercely, brandishing a pseudo-immortal artifact and charging recklessly towards Ning. You should perish in your old age. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Ning no longer held back, swiftly vanquishing over a dozen decayed old monsters. He then charged into the Shura temple. At that moment, a pang of regret surged within him. Had he known, he would have brought along the likes of Wu Shentong. The disciples of the Shura temple were numerous, and having them share in the burden of slaughter would have been beneficial. Wu Ning sighed deeply. The disciples of the Shura temple numbered in the millions, and he found it impossible to annihilate them all. The slaughter of the weak by the strong was a transgression against the natural order. Ultimately, he only eliminated those powerful individuals at the revered level and above. Xiaohei. Among these remaining individuals, who do you believe has the potential to cultivate to the level of the great emperor and beyond? Ning retrieved the black book. Subsequently, Under the guidance of the inked treasure, he slaughtered hundreds of individuals. Surely, this should guarantee absolute safety, wouldn't it? Ning harbored no concern regarding the potential threat posed by these individuals, yet he could not help but consider the implications for the Tianyuwu family. By eradicating these burgeoning emperors, he had effectively mitigated certain unnecessary risks. Chapter 72, Plundering the Treasure Vault within the Shura Temple, a scene of carnage unfolded. With countless feeble disciples fleeing in a frenzy. In a single day, a once mighty hegemonic force within the vast star domain was utterly annihilated. Ning waved his hand, gathering all the storage rings before him, then his figure flickered and he ventured deep into the Azura Temple. The Scripture Pavilion, the Treasure Hall, the Alchemy Chamber, and so forth, were all swiftly enveloped and taken away along with the buildings. Lastly, he approached the treasure vault of the Azura Temple. There were 3 vaults in total, each nestled within a secret realm of the immortal, their locations exceedingly concealed. Ning discovered it through the ink treasure. The interior space is exceedingly vast. Aside from the most significant treasure vault, there exists an expansive field of exquisite spiritual crops, shrouded in ethereal mist and radiant with resplendent hues. The finest spiritual herbs abound like weeds, with sacred and esteemed medicines in abundance, and even numerous imperial-grade elixirs are present, without regard for familiarity or lack thereof. Ning directly plucked all the imperial-grade medicinal herbs before stepping into the treasury. His eyes instantly gleamed with astonishment. The treasury itself was a space-type imperial weapon. Its interior vast, measuring at least hundreds of kilometers in length and width. Inside, rows of wooden shelves were meticulously arranged, laden with an array of exquisite treasures, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and a myriad of rare materials from heaven and earth. They radiated a resplendent brilliance, captivating the beholder with their dazzling array, so numerous that they were beyond count. The treasures contained within the treasury were at least of saintly caliber, with imperial-grade artifacts comprising a third of the collection, quasi-imperial treasures constituting a tenth. Though imperial-grade treasures were scarce, accounting for less than 1%, their sheer quantity rendered even that fraction a formidable figure. Additionally, the treasury housed an immense quantity of superior spirit stones, carelessly piled in the corners as if they were mere pebbles. At the deepest recesses of the treasury stood a bronze platform crafted from precious refining materials, upon which rested over 100 jade boxes and treasure chests, each adorned with formidable restrictions. Ning casually opened several containers, each containing at the very least rare imperial-grade elixirs, while the rest housed talismans, arrayed discs, and pseudo-immortal artifacts refined by celestial beings. These treasures represent the most formidable foundation of the Azura Temple. Without hesitation, Ning took everything away. In the depths of another treasure trove, atop a high platform, he discovered numerous ancient storage rings. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned that each storage ring was filled to the brim with spirit crystals, amounting to an astonishing trillions. Moreover, he uncovered several hundred of such storage rings. Incredible! Ning's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was a staggering amount of spiritual crystals, amounting to trillions. Even with his discerning perspective, he could not help but feel a sense of shock. With such an abundance of spiritual crystals, did the denizens of the Shura Temple not expend any? Taking a deep breath, Ning continued his search. After nearly half an hour, he had completely looted the 3 treasure vaults. He had collected over 800 pieces of imperial weapons. Though their quality varied, they were still imperial weapons nonetheless. Coupled with the several hundred imperial weapons he had previously acquired from vanquishing those formidable emperors, his total count of imperial weapons had surpassed 1,300. The Shura Temple's accumulation over countless years was indeed profound. Such a terrifying wealth could only be produced by an ancient power like the Shura Temple, which had stood resilient in the cosmos for eons. Suddenly, figures radiating an aura of deep and terrifying power manifested in the skies near the Shura Temple. Their gazes filled with dread as they looked down below. What on earth had transpired? The Shura Temple had been annihilated? It was no wonder they had previously summoned celestial beings, yet even that had proven futile. Which force possessed such overwhelming might? The Shura Temple was a dominant power in the starry skies. Could there truly be a force capable of eradicating them? Some faces turned pale. Yet they did not dare to voice their thoughts any further. In the entire Jiuxiu star domain, if any force could extinguish the Shura Temple, it could only be the rightful sovereign of the Jiuxiu star domain, the Jiuxiu Palace. Perhaps those from the Jiuxiu Palace were lurking nearby, and they were too fearful to continue their discourse. Ah, look, someone has appeared. With a beaming smile, Ning exited the secret vault, his spirits soaring with unparalleled delight. His visit to the Shura Temple had rendered his purse abundantly filled. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing numerous imperial realms' divine consciousness converging upon him. In an instant, he unleashed his soul's power, obliterating those encroaching perceptions. This individual possesses formidable strength. He must be an emperor. Presumably, he, like us, has come to seek information. Yet his allegiance remains unknown. Arriving before us, one might ponder where he has just been. Could it be the treasure vault of the Shura Temple? Someone asserted with conviction that if he were the first to arrive, he would undoubtedly have sought the treasure vault first. The eyes of the crowd flickered, revealing a glimmer of avarice. Among them, a man clad in a dark robe stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. My friend, I am Wu Hao, the vice master of the Tsangyan divine sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? What, do you intend to rob us? Wu Ning suddenly appeared in midair, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. Wu Hao's expression faltered, revealing a stiff grin as he said, "My friend, you seem to have misunderstood. We are merely here to gather information. Upon seeing you emerge from the Shura Temple, we wish to inquire whether you had discovered anything of significance prior to this moment." Huh. Wu Ning let out a cold laugh and declared, "Listen well. The Shura Temple has been vanquished by me, and from this moment forth, this realm shall belong to me. You are to depart at once. Should you dare to covet it, you shall meet your demise." With that, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from his being, causing the expressions of the assembled emperors to shift dramatically. What an intimidating presence! Wu Hao instinctively retreated 2 steps, sensing that this power surpassed even the mightiest of their sect's ancestors. "Are you not being excessively arrogant? We hail from formidable forces within the star domains, and we are backed by numerous imperial lords," a red-haired man retorted, clearly displeased. Boom. With a casual slap, Wu Ning sent him flying. "Get lost. Those who linger for 3 breaths shall perish." The crimson-haired man's expression darkened considerably. Wu Ning's casual strike had inflicted grave injury upon him, one that would require at least a century to heal. "Fellow cultivator, I take my leave," Wu Hao said, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell, and departed first. The others, harboring smirks in their hearts, also chose to withdraw, planning to gather powerful allies for a return. The legacy left by the Shura Temple would undoubtedly attract many envious eyes. A mere emperor could not withstand the might of the forces behind them. Such arrogance would ultimately lead to his demise, leaving him oblivious to the manner of his end. Upon witnessing the departure of the others, the crimson-haired man dared not linger any longer. A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes as he swiftly made his exit. Wu Ning wore a serene expression, for many had witnessed his obliteration of the Shura Temple, and the news would soon circulate. He doubted that those individuals would dare to seek their own demise. Should they be audacious enough to come, the Shura Temple would be their inevitable fate. After contemplating, he retrieved a pseudo-immortal grade formation plate, activating it to envelop the Shura Temple in a grand array. Within lay numerous valuable treasures, which he could not allow others to claim easily. Having completed these preparations, he departed from Shura Star without hesitation. Chapter 73. The Nine Heavens Palace. A day later, Wu Ning returned to Tianwu Star. "Young master, you have returned." A look of astonishment gleamed in the eyes of the martial deity as he swiftly approached. Wu Ning waved his hand and said, "I shall grant you a day to prepare. Tomorrow we shall relocate, and I will escort you to Shura Star." Such a magnificent celestial body, earned through his arduous efforts, he certainly would not allow it to benefit another without justification. Keeping it for himself would serve no purpose. It could only be bestowed upon the Wu family. After all, they share the bloodline of the Wu clan, thus they are not considered outsiders. Relocating to Shura Star? Wu Shentong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "My lord, you haven't obliterated the Shura Temple, have you? Is there a problem?" "No, no problem at all." The martial god Tong swallowed hard, articulating with difficulty. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, perhaps a consequence of his advancing age and its inability to withstand such shocks. The Shura Temple had, astonishingly, been obliterated. Damn. Soon, the entire Wu family sprang into action, everyone bustling about to pack their belongings in preparation for relocation amidst the commotion. Meanwhile, Wu Ning returned to his palace. He retrieved the hundreds of storage rings filled with spirit crystals and then summoned the chaotic divine gourd. Instead of immediately utilizing the spirit crystals, he first poured all the spirit stones he had collected during this expedition into it. Although it appeared to be a substantial amount, it ultimately coalesced into less than 300 drops of chaotic origin liquid. Wu Ning swallowed in one gulp. Boom. An immense and boundless energy surged into his body like the torrents of the Milky Way, causing the supreme scriptures to operate autonomously. This single intake contained the cultivation of 3 million years. Wu Ning experienced an unprecedented sensation of fullness within his body, so pleasurable that he nearly emitted a sound of delight. He sensed that his physique was undergoing a subtle transformation, though it was not overly apparent. After a considerable duration, the torrent of energy within him gradually stabilized. Wu Ning exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, as if a single punch could shatter an esteemed emperor. This was no mere illusion. With over 3 million years of cultivation behind his fist, any ordinary emperor would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Has a day truly passed so swiftly? Wu Ning's divine perception swept across, revealing Wu Shentong and several esteemed members of the Wu family awaiting outside the palace. "Have you all made your preparations?" Wu Ning stepped out of the palace and inquired of them. "Gentlemen, we are all prepared and ready to set forth at any moment." In the eyes of the martial god, there gleamed a hint of excitement. Wu Ning nodded slightly. "All right, let us set off now." Moments later, the starry sky vessel soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds and directly breaking through the void. The formidable Wu Shentong has shown remarkable resolve, orchestrating the relocation of the entire Wu family, leaving behind only a peak quasi-emperor to guard their ancestral home. He has effectively tied the fate of the Wu family to Wu Ning's vessel. Concurrently, the news of the annihilation of the Shura Temple has reverberated throughout the major powers in the star domain, igniting widespread astonishment and incessant speculation. The sudden and silent obliteration of such a dominant force as the Shura Temple has instilled a sense of trepidation among the top factions, prompting them to dispatch scouts to the Geoshio star system to ascertain the situation. In their minds, various conjectures flickered, and they collectively entertained the notion that the perpetrator behind the Shura Temple's downfall was most likely the Geoshio Palace. Within the Geoshio star system, at the Geoshio Palace, a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the azure waves to ripple. In a pavilion at the center of a lake, an elderly man and a young man engaged in a game of chess. Xiao Quan, what is your perspective on this matter? The elder inquired casually after placing a piece on the board. Master Ancestor, based on the information we have gathered, although that individual possesses formidable strength, he has not yet transcended to the realm of immortals. His ability to annihilate the Shura Temple is entirely reliant on a singular artifact. I surmise that it must be a genuine celestial weapon. A true celestial weapon? The elder's expression shifted slightly. In the Geoshio star domain, certain immortal lineages possess pseudo-celestial weapons as part of their heritage. Pseudo-celestial weapons are those that have been refined by mortals, imbued with their arcane energy, thus bestowing them with powers that far surpass those of imperial weapons. However, they are undoubtedly incomparable to authentic celestial weapons. The Shura Temple, of course, possesses several pseudo-celestial weapons. An artifact capable of obliterating the Shura Temple is very likely a genuine celestial weapon. A glimmer of contemplation crossed the elder's eyes. How could an individual who has not yet transcended to the realm of immortals possess such a weapon? The young man smiled gently. Master Ancestor, your deduction is astute. That individual is likely not of this realm. It is well known that immortals can ascend to higher realms. Yet few realize that beings from those realms can also traverse to the lower realms. The so-called higher and lower realms are merely terminologies. Our Geoshio Palace has long established a lineage in the higher realm, possessing knowledge far superior to that of others. It is precisely for this reason that the Geoshio Palace stands as the sole sovereign power in the Geoshio star domain. Individuals from the higher realm. It seems an opportunity may arise for a visit, the elder remarked with a faint smile. The starship of celestial constellations has now arrived at Shura Star. Ning furrowed his brows slightly. The formation he had arranged in the Shura Temple had actually been breached. Huh, how delightful. It seems there are indeed those who are unafraid of death. Upon witnessing the cold smirk upon his face, Wu Shentong felt a chill run through his heart. He cautiously inquired, "My lord, has something occurred?" "It is merely a trifling matter," he replied. "You may attend to the affairs of the Wu family, while I shall handle this myself." Wu Ning stepped forth from the starry vessel, appearing above the Azura Temple. At this moment, the grand expanse of the Azura Temple was teeming with individuals, yet the highest cultivation among them was merely that of 3 emperors. The rest were predominantly semi-emperors and venerables, likely drawn here in search of opportunities. Given their capabilities, they could never hope to dismantle the pseudo-immortal level formation that he had meticulously arranged. It appears that someone has uncovered the truth behind the destruction of the Azura Temple, yet remains unwilling to accept it. Seizing the opportunity during his absence, they have clandestinely ventured to Azura Star, intent on breaching the formation to seek treasures within the temple. Huh? Do they truly believe that their stealthy endeavors can elude my notice? With a chilling smile, Wu Ning unleashed a vast and terrifying pressure that instantly enveloped the entire Shura Temple. In a mere 3 breaths, one must either flee or perish. The insignificant minions held no significance to Wu Ning, who could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Flee quickly. How frightful. The occupants of the temple were immediately gripped by terror, their hearts racing as they frantically sought escape, lamenting their lack of speed. The 3 emperors fled directly into the cosmos. Such a formidable presence. Who could this person be? The trio gazed toward the direction of the Shura Star, their hearts filled with a sense of fortunate survival. Had that individual harbored murderous intent, they feared they would have met their demise. At that moment, Wu Ning was inspecting various secret realms. Aside from the 3 treasure vaults, the Shura Temple housed several cultivation sanctuaries. Previously, he had only conducted a cursory examination. Lacking the time to thoroughly scour the premises, undoubtedly there remained numerous treasures within. Upon this inspection, he discovered that 3 cultivation realms had been completely looted. They had been stripped cleaner than his own efforts, leaving not even a single piece of spirit jade or a prime spirit herb behind. The methods employed were nothing short of professional. Infuriating. How dare they take advantage of me? Little Black, immediately ascertain which scoundrel has committed this act. I shall ensure they regret ever entering this world. Chapter 74, 100,000 Drops of Chaotic Source Liquid Master. It was the people from the Celestial Extreme Star Palace who acted. The leader is named Yuan Min, a former master of the Shimu Palace from the Celestial Extreme Star Palace, who attained the position of Emperor 200,000 years ago. A glint of coldness flickered in Wu Ning's eyes, yet he refrained from taking immediate action. He first needed to ensure the well-being of his family. Their new residence was situated at the original site of the Azura Temple, which now stood as the most auspicious location in the entirety of Azura Star. In fact, with only minor repairs to the damaged sections of the temple, they could move in without delay. As a dominant power in the star domain, the Azura Temple far surpassed their Wu family's ancient city on Twin Wu Star in terms of grandeur and strength. The members of the Wu family were enveloped in a euphoric atmosphere, each one experiencing a sensation akin to a dream. While they busied themselves with clearing the bodies and repairing the damaged structures, Wu Ning took the opportunity to rearrange several pseudo-immortal level formations. He utilized nearly all the formations he had obtained from the Azura Temple's treasury, thus embodying the principle of taking from the Azura and using it for the Azura. Subsequently, Wu Ning bestowed upon Wu Shintong 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts acquired from the treasury, appointing him to oversee the Wu family. The martial deity, a venerable powerhouse among the imperial sovereigns, possesses 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts, rendering him a formidable presence in the starry realms, with few capable of posing a threat to him. Thus, Wu Ning departed from the Shura star with a sense of tranquility. The celestial palace of the heavenly extreme is not situated within the Jiuxiao star system, but rather in the neighboring ancient cloud star system. The heavenly extreme star, home to the celestial palace, lies a mere 30 billion light-years from the Shura star. An hour later, Wu Ning tore through the void and descended upon the heavens, arriving above the celestial star palace. Bang! Without uttering a word, Wu Ning unleashed a powerful punch directed at the heavenly extreme star palace. The immense imprint of his fist crashed against the defensive formation, instantly erupting into a terrifying roar. The entire defensive array trembled precariously, its radiance swiftly dimming. Quickly, reinforce the protective formation with all our might. A group of emperors and sovereigns soared into the sky, their magical energy surging ceaselessly into the array, barely managing to stabilize the faltering formation. Wu Ning squinted slightly, clearly exhibiting a remarkable increase in strength. He had yet to unleash his full power, yet with a single punch, he nearly shattered a pseudo-immortal level formation. 300,000 years of cultivation truly spoke volumes. At that moment, a formidable figure from the celestial pole star palace materialized in the sky. Upon seeing Wu Ning, their eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Why do you assault our star palace without provocation? Do you think the celestial pole star palace is an easy target? A man clad in a dark robe bellowed furiously. Wu Ning cast a fleeting glance at him. The man immediately felt a rush of suffocation, and his complexion turned slightly pale. There is no need to feign ignorance before me. I trust you are well aware of my identity. Wu Ning said indifferently, I am merciful and do not wish to commit further acts of slaughter. I now present you with 2 choices. First, surrender Yuan Min and all that you have acquired within the Azura Temple, along with an additional compensation of 300 trillion spirit crystals. In return, I may show you leniency. Alternatively, you may choose to resist. Wu Ning revealed a faint smile on his face. Indeed, he had already been informed. A chill ran through the hearts of the members of the Heavenly Star Palace. They had thoroughly investigated the annihilation of the Shura Temple and were acutely aware of the terror embodied by the individual before them. Should they dare to resist, they would likely find themselves as the next victims, akin to the Shura Temple. What puzzled them, however, was how he had discerned their involvement in such a clandestine affair, executed with such stealth that it had escaped detection. Moreover, how had he swiftly pinpointed their whereabouts? I shall grant you 10 breaths to deliberate, Wu Ning proclaimed once more. Should you fail to make a decision within this time frame, I shall assume you have chosen the second option. The members of the Heavenly Star Palace exchanged glances, and then an elderly man in plain robes stepped forward, saying, My friend, we are willing to return all that we acquired from the Heavenly Star Palace and offer compensation. However, might we beseech you to spare Yuan Min's life? You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Wu Ning retorted coldly. The elder let out a sigh and continued. What if we were to offer an additional 100 trillion spirit crystals in exchange for Yuan Min's life? Wu Ning furrowed her brow slightly. My friend, 200 trillion spirit crystals is the absolute maximum. Our heavenly pole star palace has exhausted our resources, and we can offer no more than 500 trillion spirit crystals. Very well, it's a deal. Wu Ning slightly relaxed his brow. He was not a man who reveled in bloodshed, and considering the Tianji Star Palace's keen sense of propriety, he was not entirely unwilling to spare Yuan Min's life. Of course, the primary reason was the substantial offer they had made. Taking a life held little significance. The prospect of selling 200 trillion spirit crystals was a lucrative endeavor. The old man's heart eased, yet his expression bore a trace of bitterness. Truly, a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. 500 trillion spirit crystals, the culmination of countless generations within the Star Palace, now rendered null in an instant. Greed is indeed a treacherous vice. Friend, 500 trillion spirit crystals is no trifling sum. Might we have a moment to gather the necessary funds? And how long would that take? Not long, merely an hour will suffice. Very well. I shall await your response for 1 hour. Thank you. The old man clasped his hands respectfully and led the group back into the Tianji Star Palace. Wu Ning displayed a grand throne inlaid with various rare and precious stones, seated majestically in the air. An invisible aura exerting pressure upon the hearts of all present in the celestial Star Palace. Time passed gradually. Soon, the elder returned to him, presenting a dark golden bracelet. My friend, 500 trillion spirit crystals, along with everything we acquired in the Azura Temple, are contained within this. Wu Ning nodded slightly. This bracelet was a spatial treasure. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he beheld an ocean of 500 trillion spirit crystals, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts, including over a dozen imperial weapons and 7 mature emperor-grade treasures. Upon seeing the vast sum of spirit crystals, The last vestige of anger within Ning dissipated. He snorted coldly. Very well, I shall spare you this time. You must take heed of your future actions. With that, Ning vanished. The elder sighed as he gazed at the spot where Ning had disappeared, feeling a sudden weight of age upon him. Seize Yuanmin and confine him to the star prison, subjecting him to the torment of thunder and fire for 10,000 years. No, 100,000 years. He shall not step outside. A fierce glint flashed in the elder's eyes. It was Yuanmin who first proposed the idea of plundering treasures from the Azura temple and executed it personally. Now that matters had escalated, it was only fitting that someone be held accountable, and who better than him? Returning to the Azura star, Ning's life finally found tranquility once more. Despite the tumultuous world outside, he extracted all the spirit crystals he possessed and poured them into the Chaos Divine Gourd. The spoils from the Azura temple, combined with the compensation from the Celestial Star Palace, amounted to nearly 1 trillion spirit crystals. This bounty would allow him to condense 100,000 drops of Chaos Source Liquid. Chapter 75. The Nine-Colored Immortal Tribulation. At this moment, Ning found himself brimming with excitement. 100,000 drops of chaotic essence could fill several large bowls. Consuming them all would surely enhance his cultivation by 1 billion years, even if forcibly transcending the celestial realm proves challenging. Such an immense accumulation of experience should surely facilitate an effortless breakthrough. Moreover, it is possible that he might ascend directly to a remarkably elevated level. Ning promptly resolved to enter seclusion in order to transcend to the realm of immortality. He informed the war god of his intentions and entrusted him with several crucial artifacts. After plucking a single leaf of the Tao Enlightenment tea from a small tree, he returned to the secret realm, ready to focus on his breakthrough. The term seclusion merely referred to the indulgence in the chaotic source liquid, 1 small cup every 3 days and a larger bowl each month. Before long, half a year had swiftly elapsed. In the boundless void, Ning sat cross-legged, his aura as deep and unfathomable as an abyss or a prison. After imbibing several cups of chaotic source liquid, the secret realm could no longer contain the occasional emanation of his energy, compelling him to retreat into the void for further meditation. Now, after several months, Ning had consumed all 100,000 drops of chaotic source liquid. The supreme scripture was in a perpetual state of fervent operation, diligently absorbing the vast energy contained within the chaotic source liquid. It was only after breaking through to the second level 2 weeks ago that he regained his composure. Casting a glance at the pitch-black expanse of the void, Ning's spirit surged. He was ready to commence his tribulation. With that thought, his aura erupted instantaneously. Boom! A magnificent wave surged through the void, terrifying in its magnitude. Were he within the starry realms, even a mere display of his pressure would be sufficient to obliterate a vast swath of the cosmos. Now, he felt that even a true immortal standing before him could be effortlessly shattered by a single punch. Soon, an overwhelmingly formidable presence descended. Ning sensed an immense, transcendent will observing him, devoid of any emotion, likely the cosmic Taoist will of the Yuanling realm. He paid it no mind, choosing instead to focus on overcoming his celestial tribulation. Boom! Moments later, a 9-colored lightning bolt filled with divine majesty descended from the boundless void, striking Ning directly. This divine thunder seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, impossible to evade or destroy, compelling him to endure it passively. Bang! His body was propelled backward for several billion light years, finally coming to a gradual halt after seemingly colliding with something. Hiss! Ning could not help but draw a sharp breath, feeling an excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. It was not only the torment of the flesh. The anguish of his soul was even more unbearable. It felt as though he were being torn into countless fragments, relentlessly crushed. Ah, damn it, it hurts so much. His expression twisted in agony. This 9-colored divine thunder is truly terrifying. Even with his current strength, he finds it somewhat difficult to withstand. Moreover, this is merely the first of the heavenly tribulations. The Ascension tribulation consists of 9 stages, each more fearsome than the last. If the first heavenly tribulation is this daunting, he can scarcely imagine the horror of the 9th. Damn, truly worthy of the legendary 9-colored Ascension tribulation. After a considerable pause, Ning's countenance displayed a mix of shock and delight. The Ascension tribulations are categorized into 5 levels: 1 color, 3 colors, 5 colors, 7 colors, and 9 colors. In the realm of immortality, there are 4 major stages: True Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor. Successfully overcoming the 1-colored tribulation grants one the status of a true immortal, with a slim chance of advancing to a celestial immortal. Surmounting the 3-colored tribulation bestows the potential to attain the rank of Immortal King. Conquering the 5-colored tribulation marks one as a peerless prodigy throughout the myriad realms, qualifying for the path of the Immortal Emperor. Those who transcend the 7-colored tribulation are hailed as supreme prodigies, with the potential to become ancient giants surpassing the Immortal Emperor realm. As for the most formidable 9-colored tribulation since the dawn of creation, only a handful have successfully navigated it. As long as they do not perish midway, all who have emerged from it stand at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, existing as unparalleled beings. Although the ascension tribulations do not entirely dictate one's ultimate achievements, those with extraordinary fortunes may, even after overcoming merely the one-colored tribulation, eventually attain the rank of immortal emperor. Conversely, some supreme prodigies who have conquered the seven-colored tribulation may, due to emotional entanglements or inner demons, ultimately fail to reach the immortal emperor stage. Yet, without a doubt, those capable of overcoming higher-tier tribulations possess truly astonishing talents, making breakthroughs to higher realms significantly easier than for others. Ning stood in the void, unable to restrain himself as he burst into uproarious laughter. In terms of innate talent, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of all realms. With the system by his side, he believed it would not be long before his cultivation prowess reached the highest echelons, allowing him to contend with those supreme beings. At that moment, Ning's heart swelled with ambition. Yet, just then, another bolt of 9-colored divine thunder struck down. Boom. Blasted. System, grant me 3 annual sign-ins. With the divine thunder approaching, Ning immediately shouted aloud. He had long been eager to sign in during the tribulation. Such a splendid opportunity as the immortal tribulation could not be missed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Chaos Divine Thunder Seed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an unparalleled thunder technique, the Thunder of All Realms. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500,000 years of cultivation. As the system's notifications echoed, Ning was once again struck by the 9-colored divine thunder, this time being sent flying for hundreds of billions of light years before finally coming to a halt. After taking some time to recover, he began to examine his sign-in rewards. A Chaos Divine Thunder Seed? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ning's eyes as he beheld the 9-colored thunderclap bestowed by the 9-colored celestial catastrophe, which was, in essence, the chaotic divine thunder, albeit its might diminished countless times. The authentic chaotic divine thunder possesses the cataclysmic power to annihilate worlds, capable of effortlessly obliterating a middle thousand world. A truly terrifying force. Should this seed of chaotic divine thunder be cultivated within one's being, it could be nourished by one's own cultivation, allowing it to consume the power of thunder and grow. Once matured, it would grant mastery over the true essence of chaotic divine thunder. Surely, this 9-colored divine thunder could also devour the power of thunder, could it not? Ning murmured to himself, promptly retrieving the seed of the chaotic divine thunder and planting it within his heart's aperture. Soon, the third bolt of the 9-colored divine thunder descended. Boom. Ning was instantly propelled backward, yet this time he felt considerably lighter, as over half of the divine thunder's power had been devoured by the chaotic divine thunder seed nestled within his heart's core. Indeed it works. Ning felt invigorated. With the chaotic divine thunder seed within him, even if the legendary 9-colored immortal calamity was indeed fearsome, he believed he could navigate through it without much difficulty. However, he still underestimated the 9-colored immortal calamity. Each strike of the 9-colored divine thunder was exponentially more powerful than the last. Boom, boom. As the bolts of 9-colored divine thunder rained down, Ning was propelled like a mere ball, his body and soul racked with pain that made him wish for death. By the time he faced the 7th bolt of 9-colored divine thunder, his physical form bore severe injuries, and his soul trembled incessantly, pushing his endurance of agony to its limits. When the 8th bolt descended, even his transformed, indestructible golden body was on the verge of collapse, and his consciousness began to blur. Just then, an exceptionally refreshing aura enveloped his soul. Ning suddenly felt a jolt, and his consciousness was instantly awakened. Memories of the past surged vividly in his mind. No. In my previous life, I met a pitiful demise. How could I allow myself to perish quietly in this life? I, Ning, am destined to conquer the heavens. How could I possibly fall before the trial of ascension? In Ning's heart, a furious roar echoed, and flames of determination blazed in his eyes. His ambition soared towards the pinnacle of the heavens. How could he be thwarted by a mere trial of ascension? It is but a single thunderous tribulation. How could it possibly impede my path? With a thunderous laugh, Ning consumed all the celestial herbs and elixirs bestowed upon him by Yin, swiftly mending the wounds of both his corporeal form and spirit. He then held a leaf of the enlightenment tea in his mouth. Boom. The seals on all his bloodlines shattered in an instant. In a fleeting moment, an overwhelming and ancient aura of terror erupted from within him, rendering him akin to a primordial deity descending upon the world. At last, the 9th divine lightning struck down. In an instant, it struck Ning. Boom. Ning felt as though time and space had come to an abrupt standstill. The entire world suddenly transformed into a tapestry of vibrant hues. Surrounding him were ethereal orbs of prismatic light, filling the air with their iridescent glow. There was no trace of pain. Rather, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. As these radiant spheres flowed into his being, he experienced a profound elevation, a cascade of insights and thoughts flooding his mind. Suddenly, Ning experienced a profound realization. His 9th thunder tribulation appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. There were no trials to endure. It was entirely a bestowal of blessings. What could this mean? He had no time for further contemplation and immediately cast aside distracting thoughts. swiftly absorbing the myriad esoteric insights emanating from the nine-colored luminous sphere. Simultaneously, his aura gradually transformed into an ethereal and elusive presence, becoming increasingly unfathomable. In the boundless void, an expanse of profound silence reigned since time immemorial. Yet, somewhere within this emptiness, a colossal cocoon of light quietly radiated an enigmatic nine-colored glow. Within the cocoon, a tall and slender figure could be faintly discerned, surrounded by a hazy divine radiance, utterly unadorned. Time passed, though it was difficult to measure. Suddenly, the nine-colored cocoon emitted a slight tremor. This quivering intensified, and the cocoon gradually contracted. After several hours, all the luminous hues were absorbed into the figure within. In the vast emptiness, only a bare youth remained, seated in meditation. Ning suddenly emitted a contented hum, then opened his eyes. His gaze was serene and exceptionally bright, as if it concealed an expansive starry sky within. He had transcended. Ning blinked and immediately focused inward. He experienced a profound transformation. His meridians, bones, and flesh shimmered with an ethereal nine-colored halo, embodying the supreme mysteries of the Tao, flawless and perfect, starkly contrasting with his former mortal self. He sensed that with a mere glance, he could obliterate the previous version of himself. This was a leap in the hierarchy of existence, a disparity in dimensions that even the most extraordinary prodigy could not surpass. What realm am I in now? Ning murmured softly, sensing that his cultivation could not possibly be as simple as just having recently transcended to the true immortal realm. He promptly opened his personal system panel to examine the details. Name, Ning, cultivation, perfection in the celestial immortal realm, physical body, divine body concealed, half-step minor completion. Soul, substance realm, mid-stage, constitution, eternal Tao body, techniques, supreme scripture, second layer, ancient refinement scripture, first layer, divine abilities, one eye for 10,000 years, perfection. World in hand, entry level. Remaining sign-in attempts, 2056. Perfection in the celestial immortal realm. Ning widened his eyes in astonishment, having inexplicably transcended two entire realms. These are realms of celestial level, although he possessed a cultivation of 1 billion years prior to his breakthrough. The transformation into celestial power likely only allowed him to reach the pinnacle of true celestial realm. Yet, he now found himself at the completion of the celestial realm. It is essential to understand that upon entering the celestial domain, each minor realm presents a formidable threshold, one that only prodigies can surpass. The disparity between major realms is nothing short of astronomical. The chasm between the completion of the true celestial realm and the completion of the celestial realm is estimated to be 100-fold greater than that between the Emperor's zenith and the true celestial completion. One could assert that a powerful being at the completion of the celestial realm could effortlessly annihilate a multitude of true celestial beings with a mere gesture. What on earth is happening? Ning furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, pondering the connection to the final bolt of divine thunder from the nine-colored celestial tribulation. It appeared that the infusion of those vibrant, multicolored orbs into his being had propelled his cultivation directly to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Not only had his cultivation ascended, but his physique had undergone a profound transformation as well. The temporal divine body had remarkably evolved into an even more formidable eternal Tao body. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to the multicolored orbs that had merged with him, likely a boon bestowed upon him for successfully traversing the nine-colored celestial tribulation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the last divine thunderclap was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. He fixated on the seed of chaotic divine thunder within his heart's core, which had expanded severalfold, sensing that it was intricately connected to his current predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning swiftly retrieved a set of garments from the system space and donned them. To his astonishment, a month had elapsed, and his sign-in count had increased by 33, marking 33 days since he commenced his transcendence through the immortal tribulation. Just as Ning was poised to depart from the void, he abruptly halted. He recalled the moment he encountered the first of the nine-colored divine thunders. It seemed he had collided with something in the emptiness. More crucially, given the resilience of his physique, he had been propelled away at such a rapid velocity without shattering that object. Instead, it had markedly reduced his speed. What on earth could that object have been? In the moment, he had not had the luxury to ponder, but now that time permitted, he felt compelled to investigate. He immediately unleashed his divine consciousness, though at this juncture, it would be more apt to refer to it as divine thought or celestial thought. An immense and boundless wave of divine thought emanated from within him, enveloping a staggering expanse of 800 billion light years in the blink of an eye. Ning's figure flickered as his consciousness swept through the void. After a brief moment, he found it. Ning swiftly arrived at a certain point in the void, where an immense ancient bronze mountain astonishingly floated, reaching a height of a staggering 9 light years. The celestial mansion of the void? With a sweep of his divine mind, Ning instantly discerned a towering bronze gate, 100 feet high, nestled within a certain location of the ancient bronze mountain, inscribed with the 4 ancient characters of Tai Su Xian Fu. Ning arrived at the imposing bronze door, scrutinizing it meticulously before withdrawing his hand from it. This ancient bronze mountain was extraordinarily remarkable. Not only was it incredibly resilient, but it also effectively obstructed his divine perception from probing within. If his conjecture held true, the entirety of this ancient mountain was likely hollow. Within it lay the esteemed Tai Su Immortal Manor. Creek. With a forceful push, Wu Ning gently opened the bronze gate, which revealed no mechanisms or restrictions. A resounding roar echoed as an ancient and wild aura spilled forth from within the bronze door, as if unveiling a long-sealed chapter of history. Chapter 77. 300 years. As the bronze gate swung open, Wu Ning's consciousness surged inward. The interior of the ancient bronze mountain was far more expansive than he had anticipated, housing an immense galaxy with a diameter of at least 300 million light-years. Its scale rivaled that of a colossal galaxy, boasting 12 superplanets. However, it was a lamentable sight, for these celestial bodies were utterly desolate, transformed into lifeless orbs. The entire galaxy lay in profound silence, devoid of any vitality. Wu Ning's form flickered and materialized within an ancient bronze palace. This palace, known as the Taishu Immortal Palace, serves as the very heart of the entire Taishu Immortal Estate. Wu Ning perused the ancient texts remaining within the Taishu Immortal Palace, gradually uncovering the origins of this ancient bronze mountain. It was established as a lineage by a formidable immortal king known as the Taishu Immortal King. Approximately 200 million years ago, the Taishu Immortal King incurred the wrath of a terrifying figure in the holy. To evade relentless pursuit, he fled to the lower realm of the Yuanling world, taking his immortal estate with him. As a top-tier immortal king, he harbored no fear of the cosmic heavenly laws of the Yuanling world. However, concerned that defying the heavenly laws might draw the attention of that formidable individual, the Taishu Immortal King settled his estate in the void and departed alone, never to return. Subsequently, it is possible that the demise of the Taishu Immortal King led to the desolation of the Bronze Mountain, rendering its internal galaxies akin to rootless weeds, gradually diminishing in vitality. Some remaining immortals of the Taishu estate were compelled to evacuate with a portion of their kin, seeking new realms for survival. Yet, unable to refine the Bronze Mountain, they could not transport it along with them. Now, after the passage of 200 million years, the internal galaxies of the Bronze Mountain have fallen into complete silence. Wu Ning wandered around for a while, only to find that all the treasures had been taken away by those from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. What remained for him was merely this ancient bronze mountain. Wu Ning's face broke into a smile, a delightful surprise indeed. It is important to note that this ancient bronze mountain is tantamount to a divine artifact of the Immortal King. Immortal artifacts are classified into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, supreme grade, as well as the Immortal King's and the Immortal Emperor's artifacts. The fishing rod in his hand is merely a supreme grade immortal artifact. Little did he expect to traverse a tribulation and inadvertently acquire an Immortal King's artifact. Truly, when fortune arrives, it is unstoppable. Wu Ning swiftly soared from the ancient bronze mountain. He first attempted to refine it, but even with his perfected cultivation in the celestial realm, he found it surprisingly challenging. The formidable strength of the Immortal King artifact was evident. No wonder the immortals from the Taishu Immortal Mansion were unable to refine it back then. Wu Ning estimated that it would take him approximately 3 years to fully refine this ancient bronze mountain. The duration seemed somewhat lengthy. After some contemplation, he resolved to return to the Shura Star for a brief visit. Over 9 months had elapsed since he entered seclusion, and the Wu family had already settled into the Shura Temple. Beneath the surface, turmoil brewed, yet outwardly, all appeared calm. Fortunately, no one dared to provoke the Wu family any further. Wu Ning sought out Wu Shentong, who was presiding over an auction. The auction featured the imperial weapons Wu Ning had previously entrusted to him, as well as some treasures acquired later from the treasury of the Shura Temple. "Young master, you have emerged from your seclusion?" Upon seeing Wu Ning, Wu Shentong's eyes gleamed with joy. During Wu Ning's absence, he had felt a lingering unease. The Shura star cluster loomed ominously, and in the face of certain dominant forces, he found himself lacking in confidence. "Has anything untoward occurred recently?" Wu Ning engaged in a brief conversation with him, and then bestowed upon him several hidden cards, all meticulously crafted by his own hands, capable of vanquishing even the most divine beings. In the heart of the martial god, a profound shock surged forth. Could even a true immortal be slain? He suddenly perceived that the aura surrounding the young master seemed to grow increasingly unfathomable. "Have you perhaps ascended to immortality, my lord?" he inquired, incredulity etched across his features, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. "Is it truly so strange?" The martial god, at a loss for words, felt as though he had been struck by 100,000 critical blows. Sensing the delicacy of the situation, he prudently refrained from further discussion on the matter, subsequently producing a spatial artifact and presenting it to Wu Ning. "Young master, this comprises all the spirit crystals currently available at auction, totaling over 236 trillion. Well done. I shall retreat once more for an extended period. Do take care of yourselves." After imparting a few words of caution, Wu Ning departed. He returned to the secluded domain where he had previously meditated, seeking out Shao Qing and Shao Bai. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he entrusted them with several dragon bodies before making his way back into the void to commence the refinement of the bronze ancient mountain. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. "Gather." With a light command, Wu Ning's voice echoed through the boundless void, causing the bronze ancient mountain to tremble violently. In the next moment, the mountain began to shrink, transforming from its original stature of 9 light years into a diminutive 9-inch hill. Resting in the palm of Wu Ning's hand, truly substantial. Ning weighed it in his hands. Although it had been successfully refined, its terrifying weight was still palpable. Even his physique felt exceedingly burdened. Its true mass was undoubtedly daunting. When enlarged and hurled, it could easily crush a multitude of celestial beings. It was yet another formidable weapon. Ning carefully stored it away, then departed from the void, returning to the Azura Star. In the days that followed, he resided within the secret realm of the former Azura Temple. Occasionally, he would venture out with Xiaoqing and Xiaobai to explore the world. But most of the time, he remained nestled within the sanctuary, despite having attained the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Ning did not intend to return immediately to the ancient Wu clan of the primordial era, as he felt that his mastery of the celestial immortal realm was still somewhat lacking. Ning harbored concerns about encountering troubles upon returning to the Wu clan. Thus, he resolved to cultivate discreetly for a period. He intended to contemplate his return only after achieving the realm of the immortal king. In the meantime, he aimed to accumulate a greater number of sign and opportunities, enabling him to swiftly enhance his strength upon rejoining the Wu clan. Ning possesses remarkable patience. This wait has spanned a full 3 centuries. In the primordial ancient realm of the Wu clan, within a room imbued with antiquity, Ning gazes with longing in her eyes and speaks, "My husband, it has been over 300 years. Why has Ning not yet returned?" Wu Tianyan felt somewhat overwhelmed. Over the past few decades, Ning had incessantly whispered in his ear, perhaps not 1,000 times, but certainly 800. "Do not worry, my lady. Ning possesses the talisman I bestowed upon him. He shall come to no harm. With his innate talent, it is only a matter of time before he ascends." Ning shot him a glare. "You said the same last time. And the time before that. You have uttered those very words, verbatim. Even the previous occasions were nothing but a reiteration of the same sentiment, scarcely differing in wording." In Wu Tianyan's heart, there brewed a silent resentment. Yet he dared not voice it. Feeling somewhat helpless, he pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? In a couple of days, I shall dispatch an avatar to descend into the mortal realm and discreetly observe Ning. What do you think, my lady?" Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do not delay any longer. Do it now, swiftly." In the 9-heaven star domain, on the Shura star, it has been over 3 centuries. And yet he has only attained the late stage of a mortal king, rather sluggish, indeed. Ning sighed. He could no longer resist the temptation to utilize the accumulated sign and opportunities from the past 3 centuries. A plethora of treasures amassed, allowing him to gain a cultivation level with every 10 sign-ins. Each occasion bestowed upon him an enhancement equivalent to 500,000 years of cultivation, resulting in a cumulative total of approximately 16 million years. This gradual ascent elevated him from the pinnacle of celestial immortality to the later stages of immortal kingship. Yet it felt excessively sluggish. Ning has resolutely decided to save all future opportunities for sign-ins, intending to utilize them upon returning to the Wuzhu clan. The supreme Wu clan, devoid of any divine patronage, undoubtedly offers rewards of astonishing caliber for those who sign in. To squander such opportunities in the lower realms would be sheer folly. Suddenly, his brow arched, and his gaze traversed the boundless expanse, settling upon the heart of the Jiuxiao star system. Remarkably, someone was undergoing the tribulation to ascend to immortality. How intriguing. Chapter 78. Confronting the celestial punishment at the center of the Jiuxiao star system, an ancient figure stood suspended in the void, emanating an aura of chilling dread. Intertwined with an ephemeral scent of decay. Boom. A bolt of violet divine lightning pierced the heavens, descending from an unknown origin, striking the elder with tremendous force. His form was sent hurtling backward, shattering diminutive stars in his wake. Is there truly someone enduring the tribulation? The ferocity of this divine lightning is terrifying. I can only imagine that a mere touch would spell my end. It seems to be the revered Qingye ancestor of the Wanhua Heavenly Gate. The Qingye ancestor is among the most venerable beings in the Jiuxiao star domain. My grandfather grew up listening to tales of his exploits. It has been tens of thousands of years since my grandfather's passing, yet this venerable figure still persists. This tribulation is formidable. Will the Qingye ancestor prevail? Countless top-tier powerhouses gazed in awe and reverence at the ancient figure at the heart of the Jiuxiao star system. Should the Qingye ancestor succeed in his tribulation, the Jiuxiao star domain would once again be graced with an immortal being. In the Jiuxiao palace, an elder and a youth observe the celestial scene. Their palace is also situated at the center of the Jiuxiao star system, a mere 100 million light-years from the Qingye ancestor's trial. The elder sighed. It seems this old fellow's lifespan is nearing its end. He wishes to make one last desperate gamble. The path of immortality is eternal, and a true immortal possesses limitless longevity. Crossing that threshold grants everlasting life. Yet, that step is as distant as the chasm between worlds. Throughout history, countless emperors and masters have emerged from the Jiuxiao star domain, yet those who can invoke the tribulation are exceedingly rare. The successful passers of the tribulation are even more scarce. Master, do you think the Qingye ancestor can successfully navigate the tribulation? The youth inquired. Hard to say. Hard to say. The Qingye ancestor was once an unparalleled prodigy, astonishing the entire star domain, achieving the status of emperor in merely a millennium. However, whether he can endure the tribulation remains contingent upon his own fate. Ascending to immortality is a daunting endeavor, the elder mused. His gaze toward the Qingye ancestor tinged with a flicker of hope. He himself had cultivated to the pinnacle of humanity, grasping a fragment of the grand principles. The next step would be to endure his own tribulation for ascension. Should the Qingye ancestor succeed, it might bestow upon him profound insights and enlightenment. Boom. Waves of violet divine lightning cascaded down. The Qingye ancestor's form was charred, his hair reduced to ash, his visage a picture of torment. Many hearts clenched with concern, silently praying for the Qingye ancestor. Only those without enmity toward the Wanhua heavenly gate wished for his survival beneath the celestial punishment. For the Qingye ancestor symbolizes an emperor challenging the tribulation. Should he triumph, it would undoubtedly invigorate many. Such a victory would inspire countless emperors. Conversely, should he falter, a sense of trepidation would envelop many emperors regarding the tribulations, rendering their own aspirations for ascension even more elusive. On the Shura star, a colorful celestial tribulation unfolded. Wu Ning smiled faintly. The might of this celestial tribulation was utterly incomparable to the scene he had once experienced during his own tribulation. Such a level of celestial tribulation was incapable of breaching even his defenses. As he observed the descending bolts of thunder from the void, a thought struck him. His chaos divine thunder seed could absorb the power of the lightning to accelerate its growth. Although this divine thunder was feeble, it was still a celestial tribulation, and thus a rare tonic at present. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from taking action. After all, there was no enmity or grievance involved. Given his current status and strength, engaging in such acts would be rather beneath him. He pondered the origin of this celestial tribulation. One gazed contemplatively at the starry sky. The power of celestial tribulations is undoubtedly beyond the control of the cosmic laws of the central thousand worlds. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to continuously create immortals simply by mastering a single central thousand world? For those at the level of celestial emperors, wielding the heavenly laws of a central thousand world is not a daunting task. Could it possibly originate from the grand thousand worlds? Ning pondered deeply, and suddenly an exquisite idea emerged in his mind. The chaos divine thunder seed requires the consumption of thunderous power to flourish. In truth, there exists a splendid method for its growth that he had long overlooked. A smile graced Wu Ning's face as he vanished in a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he found himself amidst the boundless void. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the celestial king erupted from within him, sweeping across the infinite expanse. Soon, Wu Ning sensed a magnificent and supreme while observing him intently. Almost immediately, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure surged toward him. Do not linger. Swiftly invoke the heavenly retribution. Wu Ning squinted slightly. Previously, his aura had been concealed by the system, rendering the will of the heavenly Tao incapable of perceiving his existence. Now, as he willingly exposed his energy, should the heavenly Tao unleash its punitive thunder tribulation, the seed of chaotic divine thunder would find nourishment. Boom. Moments later, boundless thunderclouds gathered in the void, forming an expansive sea of thunder, where flashes of lightning danced and black thunder dragons weaved and rolled amidst a ceaseless cacophony of thunder. An overwhelming pressure pervading the atmosphere. Boom. The heavenly punishment commenced. Hundreds of black thunder dragons surged forth from the infinite sea of thunder, charging directly toward Wu Ning. Unlike the tribulation of ascension, the heavenly punishment unleashed its might from the very onset. These black bolts of lightning embodied the destructive essence of the cosmic heavenly Tao. Their power exceedingly terrifying, each strike rivaling the might of a celestial sovereign's blow. Only the most formidable celestial sovereigns, such as those of the supreme void, could remain utterly unafraid in the face of the heavenly Tao of the myriad worlds. A glimmer of battle intent shone in Wu Ning's eyes. Having reached the late stage of the immortal king realm, he had lost track of just how formidable he truly was. This heavenly punishment presented an opportune moment for him to test the extent of his strength. Wu Ning clenched his fist and boldly charged towards a colossal thunder dragon. With a thunderous boom, an extraordinary and terrifying divine power erupted from within his flesh. With a single punch, Wu Ning effortlessly obliterated the thunder dragon, which immediately transformed into a vast expanse of black lightning, subsequently drawn into his body to be devoured by the seed of chaotic divine thunder. Wu Ning was immediately enveloped by a tingling sensation. His physical form was exceptionally robust, with his perfected body and the eternal Tao physique. Even the flesh of ancient ferocious beasts of the same realm could hardly rival him. These black thunderbolts posed no threat whatsoever upon striking his body. They instead imparted a delightful sensation akin to an electric massage, utterly invigorating. Ha ha, how exhilarating. Wu Ning let out a hearty laugh as he charged towards the other thunder dragons. In an instant, hundreds upon thousands of these formidable beasts were obliterated, transforming into vast torrents of thunderous energy that he drew into his being. Simultaneously, an even greater swarm of thunder dragons surged forth from the sea of lightning. Dense and overwhelming, numbering at least 10,000, each stretching several thousand feet in length. The sight of this multitude of thunder dragons advancing in unison was nothing short of breathtaking. Wu Ning, undaunted and fearless, unleashed his sheer physical prowess like a humanoid beast of ferocity, charging relentlessly among the throngs of thunder dragons. Even when occasionally struck by several thunder dragons, he would be sent tumbling across billions of light years, only to rise once more and obliterate them in his wrath. Such reckless audacity. Chapter 79, The Immortal's Discourse Boom. In mere moments, he had annihilated the multitude of thunder dragons once again. The heavens rumbled ominously. This time, an immense thundercloud, having brewed for an eternity, birthed a terrifying thunder dragon of staggering proportions. Stretching across light years, it seemed to embody the very cosmos, possessing an unparalleled and majestic form, radiating an aura of ancient dread. Wu Ning's eyelids twitched. The sheer size of the thunder dragon was utterly terrifying. The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. In stark contrast, his own form appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. With a deafening roar, the thunder dragon seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Its voice reverberating throughout the cosmos, reminiscent of ancient beings from a primordial era bellowing, their sounds traversing the boundless expanse of time to reach this very moment. This creature is rather formidable. Wu Ning murmured softly, yet he exhibited no trace of fear as he charged directly towards it, channeling both his physical strength and cultivation. Wu Ning unleashed his full power. Bang! The thunder dragon extended a claw, radiating immense and boundless might, its speed astonishingly swift, instantly sending him flying. Indeed formidable. Haha. Once more. With a resounding roar, Wu Ning surged forward once more. The earth-shattering impact wreaked havoc in the void. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. With man and dragon clashing in a relentless battle, engaging in countless rounds. Initially, the thunder dragon held the upper hand, effortlessly sending Wu Ning flying. However, as time progressed, Wu Ning became increasingly adept at harnessing his own strength, his combat prowess growing ever more formidable. Gradually, he matched the thunder dragon stroke for stroke, rendering their contest evenly matched. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, the thunder dragon let out a furious roar and ceased its assault. Its gaze turned indifferent as it cast a fleeting glance at Wu Ning before retreating into the boundless sea of thunder. Unable to overpower him, it resigned itself to fate. Hey, don't go. Wu Ning was thoroughly immersed in the battle when unexpectedly, the opponent fled. With a loud shout, he swiftly dashed into the sea of thunder. The thunder dragon had already transformed into the essence of lightning and dissipated, leaving Wu Ning with a tinge of regret as he rapidly absorbed the seemingly boundless power of thunder surrounding him. It appeared that the vast sea of thunder sensed his actions, hastily retreating until it vanished without a trace in a mere moment. TSK, how miserly. Wu Ning shook his head, immediately focusing inward. As the seed of chaotic divine thunder within his heart's aperture grew once more, doubling in size. Although this punitive power was not as elevated as the 9-colored celestial tribulation, it excelled in its abundance. What a pity, if only he could absorb the entirety of that sea of thunder. He might have been able to wield some semblance of chaotic divine thunder's might. Wu Ning secretly contemplated, suddenly seized by an impulse to intrude upon the primordial realm of the heavenly Tao. However, he ultimately suppressed this somewhat reckless thought. Absorbing an excess of thunderous primordial energy could potentially disrupt the entire cosmos, and he had no desire to create significant troubles for the sake of his own selfishness. Furthermore, the cosmic heavenly Tao was not easily trifled with. In addition to the thunderous primordial energy, it also wielded dominion over the 5 elemental origins, the dualities of yin and yang, and a myriad of other primordial forces. After a brief moment, Wu Ning joyfully returned to the Shura star. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he immediately detected a figure radiating the aura of a true immortal within the Jiuxiao star system. Oh, has he truly succeeded? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, yet she was not overly surprised. It was merely an ordinary true immortal. Upon learning of Wu Ning's return, Wu Shentong soon came to pay his respects. Young master, Elder Qingye has successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to immortality. He plans to impart teachings at the Wanhuation Gate in 3 months and has extended an invitation to individuals from various powerful factions. Would you care to attend? The divine martial deity presented a gilded invitation. No need, you may proceed on your own accord, Wu Ning casually remarked, expressing his utter disinterest in the teachings of the true immortals. Meanwhile, amidst the boundless void, a dark golden shuttle surged forth with terrifying speed towards the celestial realm of Jiuxiao. My dear husband, how much longer until we arrive? Do not fret, my lady. At our current pace, we shall reach the star domain where Ning resides in no more than 3 months. Wu Tianyan murmured softly, his heart filled with perplexity. In merely 300 years, how could Ning have journeyed such an immense distance? Across millions of light years, even with relentless haste, one could scarcely traverse such expanse, could they? Is it possible that Ning has transcended to the realm of true immortals? As dusk fades into dawn, 3 months have swiftly passed. Wu Shentong has led several clan members to the Wanhua Tianan to listen to the immortals' teachings. At present, the chaotic source liquid condensed from spiritual crystals has become of little significance to Wu Ning. He now requires chaotic source liquid of a celestial grade, condensed from celestial stones. Therefore, he bestowed upon the Wu clan some of the chaotic source liquid derived from spiritual crystals. With merely a few hundred drops, he elevated all the previous dozen or so emperors to the Emperor Zun realm. Subsequently, with another few hundred drops, he nurtured dozens of newly ascended emperors. Coupled with the hidden trump cards bestowed by Wu Ning, the overall strength of the Wu clan has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the 9-heaven star domain. Wu Ning has begun preparing for his departure from the Jiuxiao star region. He plans to remain for another century, accumulating 100 years' worth of signing-in opportunities before returning to the Wu clan. At that time, the foundation he has laid will ensure the clan is not easily coveted by others. At the Wanhua Tian Min, today marks the day when the Venerable Qingye shares his teachings. The atmosphere is abuzz with excitement, the entrance bustling with visitors. Representatives from various powerful factions across the star region arrive bearing extravagant gifts to congratulate the Venerable Qingye on his ascension to immortality. The act of an immortal imparting wisdom is, after all, a means of amassing wealth. Historically, those who have ascended in the Jiuxiao star region have engaged in similar practices. Within the Grand Hall of Wanhua Tianmin, the Songyan Divine Sect presents 10 imperial weapons and 10 imperial-grade medicinal herbs in homage to the venerable Qingye's ascension. The Tianqing Dao Palace offers 10 imperial weapons and a piece of Star Tier's divine gold to celebrate the venerable Qingye's immortality. The Xianming Divine Sect contributes 10 imperial weapons. In the hall, representatives from the major factions present their lavish gifts, seemingly in agreement on the value of their offerings. A lesser gift might provoke dissatisfaction from Wanhua Tianmin, while an excessive one could incite resentment from other factions. The unspoken rule is apparent. To give more than others raises questions about intent. Amidst the throng, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. The expression on Wu Shentong's face slightly tightened, and he silently lamented the dire situation. The Wu family had previously held a position of insignificance within the starry realm, rendering them unworthy of receiving an invitation to listen to the immortal's teachings. This was their first experience, and thus they were unaware of the intricacies involved. He had come prepared with merely one imperial weapon and a single imperial-grade treasure herb, believing that this offering was sufficiently substantial. However, he was taken aback by the lavishness of the other factions. 10 imperial weapons and 10 imperial-grade treasure herbs. It was utterly astonishing. Had it been the Wu family of several centuries past, they would have struggled to muster such wealth even at the cost of their entire fortune. Soon, the individuals ahead had completed their offerings. Wu Shentong took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward. He retrieved 2 exquisite purple gold treasure boxes from his storage ring and placed them before the vice master responsible for receiving gifts at the Wanhua Tianmin. Chapter 80. The immortal Qingye is the esteemed ancestor of the Wu family, Wu Shentong. In the grand hall, all eyes immediately turned to him. The Wu family, having ascended to prominence atop the Shura Temple, piqued the curiosity and apprehension of the various powers within the Jiuxiao star domain. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Wu Shentong could not help but forced a bitter smile as he proclaimed, "The Wu family of the Shura star presents an imperial weapon and an imperial-grade medicinal herb to congratulate the immortal Qingye on his ascension." Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. An imperial weapon and an imperial-grade herb? Many scoffed inwardly, labeling the Wu family as nouveau riche, utterly ignorant of decorum. They were well aware of the long-standing amicable relationship between the Wanhua Tianmin and the Shura Temple, with an immortal now residing within Wanhua Tianmin. It would be fortunate if they did not seek trouble with the Wu family. Yet, they had willingly presented a weakness before their adversaries. The vice master of Wanhua Tianmin furrowed his brow. While others presented 10 imperial weapons and 10 medicinal herbs, the Wu family offered but one of each. What was this? Did they hold Wanhua Tianmin in disdain? Or did they underestimate the immortal Qingye? His expression darkened. Given that they had an immortal ancestor presiding over Wanhua Tianmin, even the Jiuxiao palace dared not act recklessly. How could a mere Wu family presume to look down upon them? Inwardly scoffing, he coldly addressed Wu Shentong. "What is the meaning of this, Wu Shentong?" The war god frowned slightly. "How trivial. It's merely a matter of offering a little less than others. It's not as if nothing was given. Must one display such a disdainful countenance? Damn it. I extend a gesture of goodwill, only to be met with such scorn. It's utterly infuriating. I apologize. My Wu family lacks the profound heritage of the esteemed ones present and is truly unable to provide 10 imperial weapons and 10 imperial-grade medicinal herbs." Wu Shentong spoke lightly. A shadow of darkness flickered in the deputy sect master's eyes. The Wu family had eradicated the Shura Temple, seizing its vast accumulation over countless years. Yet they dared to claim their foundation was shallow? He immediately scoffed. "Wu Shentong, do not presume that the Wu family's destruction of the Shura Temple leaves you unchallenged. Do not be overly arrogant. Be wary, for one day you might find yourselves obliterated." With a mere wave of his hand, the martial god swiftly collected the 2 purple golden treasure boxes, indicating that your Wanhua Heavenly Gate does not welcome our Wu family. In light of this, I shall refrain from presenting this gift. Our Wu family, inheritors of the esteemed martial lineage from the upper realm, now stands in alliance with the young master and is no longer beholden to anyone's whims. You, the deputy gate master's expression darkened. "I take my leave." The martial god summoned several members of his clan and turned to leave without hesitation. Indeed, the people of the Wu family were as boastful as the rumors suggested. At that moment, an elderly man clad in purple entered the grand hall, obstructing the path of the members of the Wu family. With a furrowed brow, Wu Shentong inquired, "Who might you be?" The elder replied proudly, "I am Hong Ming, a disciple of the illustrious Qingye old ancestor of the Wanhua Tianmin." He basked in the glory of being a celestial disciple. "So, you are a disciple of the Qingye old ancestor. Pray tell, what is your intention in obstructing our path?" Hong Ming retorted sharply, "Wu Shentong, your Wu family possesses an audacious spirit. The great hegemonic forces of the 9 heaven star domain have been passed down since ancient times. And in order to maintain the equilibrium of the star domain, even the emergence of celestial beings does not provoke any of the dominant factions. Yet your Wu family has the audacity to annihilate the Shura Temple, a grave affront to all. You disregard the esteemed powers of our star domain. Now, with all the major forces gathered here, should not your Wu family provide us with an explanation? An explanation? With a cold sneer, the martial god declared, "The Azura Temple seeks to annihilate my family. What is there to prevent my family from vanquishing them in return?" Where is your evidence? These are merely your unilateral claims, which cannot persuade us. The countenance of the martial deity had turned utterly frigid. This old curmudgeon was transparently intent on seeking trouble with them. The notion of providing an explanation was merely a pretext. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your concern, and has no bearing on the Wu family. The martial god Tong uttered these words and directly circumvented him, making his way towards the great hall's exit. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Hong Ming, forcing many to retreat. He coldly fixed his gaze upon the members of the Wu family. Martial god Tong. I have shared a profound bond with the ancient ancestor Mo Yun of the Shura Temple for countless years. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I fear that none of you from the Wu family shall leave my Wanhua heavenly gate. The martial god disregarded him and strode forward. What audacity! Hong Ming bellowed in fury, launching his palm towards him. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, his body was sent flying backward, crashing through the wall of the grand hall. The defensive formation collapsed, and the entire edifice crumbled in an instant. Shadows darted into the sky, gazing in astonishment at the prowess of the Wu family's divine figure. To have sent Hong Ming reeling with a single strike, and to have acted with such swiftness, Wu Shentong was indeed formidable. The Wu family was excessively arrogant to dare act against the Wanhua heavenly gate. They were doomed. The representatives of various factions displayed expressions of schadenfreude. They would relish the sight of the Wu family's downfall. How bold of you, Wu family, to dare destroy my heavenly gate's grand hall. The vice master of the Wanhua heavenly gate roared. Subsequently, figures emerged from the depths of the Wanhua heavenly gate, surrounding the members of the Wu family. The martial deity furrowed his brows, sensing that the Wanhua heavenly gate was genuinely intent on becoming adversaries with the Wu clan. The deputy leader coldly commanded, act swiftly. Seize them. Kill. A glimmer of intent flashed in the eyes of the martial god as he swiftly lunged towards an individual. Those behind him immediately sprang into action. They had originally gathered to listen to the celestial being's discourse, all of whom were formidable emperor-level warriors, and not just any ordinary ones. Boom. Bang. A terrifying energy storm erupted, ravaging the surroundings of the Wanhua heavenly gate, causing the very fabric of space to collapse, turning vast structures into mere ashes. While numerous disciples of the Wanhua heavenly gate found themselves caught in the tumult, the martial clan possesses a terrifying number of formidable individuals, each wielding a pseudo-immortal artifact. In a fleeting moment, they have slain numerous powerful figures from the Wanhua Tian men. How audacious. Suddenly, a chilling rebuke resounded like thunder, shattering vast expanses of space. Several individuals from the martial god sect abruptly coughed up blood, instantly sustaining grievous injuries. Boom. A terrifying celestial might descended. It is the ancestor Qingye. Wu Shentong gritted his teeth, casting a cold glare at the figure in green garments hovering in the air. After attaining immortality, Qingye Laozu seemed to have regained his youth, resembling a young man once more. Perhaps he should now be addressed as immortal Qingye. In a swift motion, Hong Ming soared from the ruins, his tattered clothes billowing around him, his complexion slightly pale. Master, these members of the Wu family are utterly insolent. Please rid us of them. Qingye Laozu regarded Wu Shentong and his companions with indifference. The events of the day were, in truth, orchestrated by him from the shadows. He had set his sights on the celestial artifact in Wu Ning's possession, seeking a pretext to strike against the Wu family. That was a celestial artifact. It would take countless millennia for his own imperial weapon to evolve into a celestial artifact. Yet, he had but a century before ascending to the upper realms. A place shrouded in mystery. Possessing a celestial artifact would undoubtedly secure his ascent. Chapter 81. A Family of Three, Shuristar. Wu Ning gazed indifferently at the farce unfolding at the Wanhua heavenly gate, a subtle smile suddenly gracing his face. Should he establish the might of an immortal today? It is likely that no one would dare to trouble the Wu family again after his departure. Within the Wanhua heavenly gate, the elder Qingye stated coldly. As if a deity were pronouncing the fate of Wu Shentong and his companions, you dare to commit murder within my heavenly gate, causing the demise of thousands of disciples? I shall slay you all, to appease the souls of those departed. He then extended a hand, reaching out toward Wu Shentong and his companions. Old fool. If you wish to kill us, then you shall meet your own demise first. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the martial god summoned a seemingly unremarkable black longsword in an instant. He swiftly infused it with his magical essence, breaking the seal upon the blade, and then swung it towards the venerable elder Qingye. A flash of white sword light streaked through the air, devoid of grandiose spectacle, blinding radiance, or any oppressive aura. It was merely an ordinary beam of sword light. Yet, as this light emerged, the world fell silent, time itself momentarily suspended, rendering all unable to move, their thoughts frozen. Fixated solely on the unassuming sword light leisurely slicing through the fabric of space, it traversed the very form of elder Qingye, and then, with a single stroke, vanished into the vast expanse of emptiness. In the next heartbeat, time resumed its flow. A wave of horror swept over everyone, their hearts gripped by terror. A single strike that could freeze time? What arcane prowess was this? How could such a terrifying sword technique exist in the world? Suddenly, their gazes narrowed in dread. Turning towards elder Qingye. Master! Hong Ming shouted in panic. Elder! The members of the Wanhua Tian men were stricken with disbelief as they beheld elder Qingye. His form abruptly split in two, a flicker of shock lingering in his eyes, yet those eyes dimmed, devoid of life, as his spirit was utterly extinguished. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and Elder Qingye's body turned to ash, dissipating into the air, returning to the cosmos. Had a celestial being fallen? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Elder, a mournful wail erupted from the Wanhua Tian men. Ah, I shall kill you all. Hong Ming, with red-rimmed eyes and a frenzied demeanor, summoned 2 imperial weapons and charged towards the members of the Wu family. Let us slay them, avenging our elder. A throng of Wanhua Tian men warriors, driven to madness, surged behind Hong Ming, intent on annihilating the Wu family. At this moment, Wu Shentong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the formidable sword bestowed upon him by the young master, which had effortlessly annihilated an immortal in an instant. As he observed Hong Ming and others rushing towards him, he let out a cold snort and swung his sword once more. Although the residual power within the blade was far inferior to that of before, dispatching a group of those beneath the celestial realm was still a trivial task. Die. With a swift flash of sword light, the followers of the Wanhua Tian men fell, blood staining the sky. Kill them all. Annihilate the Wanhua Tian men. The martial god roared to the few individuals behind him, leading the charge into the depths of the Wanhua Heavenly Gate, brandishing his sword with deadly intent. Gulp. Goodness. The ancestor is particularly fierce today. That last strike was utterly terrifying. Even celestial beings were slain. It must be the young master's prowess, the young master. Our eternal deity. Let us join the fray and ensure that the Wanhua Heavenly Gate understands the consequences of offending the Wu family. We must also promptly inform our clan to dispatch personnel to take control of the Wanhua Heavenly Gate. Ha ha ha, let us kill. The group laughed heartily as they plunged into the Wanhua Heavenly Gate. Observing this, members of other major factions hastily retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Who could have anticipated the Wu family to be so formidable? The Wanhua Heavenly Gate is doomed. Henceforth, the starry realms may not know peace. Oh, a celestial artifact. A flying shuttle? Ning was originally gazing towards the Wanhuation Gate when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He immediately expanded his spiritual consciousness and discovered a celestial-grade flying shuttle emerging from the void, entering the Jiuxiao star system. It appeared to be heading towards the Shura star. A flicker of realization ignited within him as he swiftly directed his consciousness into the shuttle. It was his parents. What brought them here? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning's eyes as his figure vanished from sight. Yet, in the next moment, he reappeared in the same spot. Perhaps it would be best not to frighten them after all. Ning's face broke into a smile as he pondered the purpose of his parents' visit. Soon, the celestial vessel arrived near the Shura star and came to a halt. Is Ning here? Ning gazed at the enormous green planet before her, her eyes shimmering with delight and excitement. Wu Tianyan waved his hand to store away the flying shuttle, then handed his wife a celestial invisibility talisman. Let us go and see what Ning is up to. Within the golden jade pendant he had bestowed upon Wu Ning, a trace of his divine consciousness lingered, allowing him to sense Wu Ning's location. The proximity enhanced the clarity of his perception. The couple activated the invisibility talisman and soared towards the Shura star. It remained a mystery how they managed to silently traverse the Wu family's defensive array, before heading towards the secret realm where Wu Ning resided. Moments later, within the secret realm, Ning reclined languidly in her chair, cradling a treasured tome as she perused a collection of intriguing tales. Occasionally she paused to sip her tea, relishing the delightful tranquility of the moment. The couple, Wu Tianyan and his wife, stood concealed in the air. Moronin squinted with a smile and communicated telepathically. Ningo has grown up, becoming quite handsome and more refined in figure. Indeed, I possess the charm of my youth. Wu Tianyan slightly raised his head, a sense of astonishment filling his heart. He was utterly perplexed that he could not discern his son's cultivation level. Although his current incarnation possessed only the strength of the Emperor realm, it was accompanied by the divine consciousness of the celestial realm. How could it be that he was still unable to perceive his son's true abilities? How curious indeed. Surely, this lad's cultivation could not surpass his own, could it? After a considerable time had passed, Ning set down his brush, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He rose to his feet and said, Father, Mother, you have been watching for quite some time. Why not come down and join me? Wu Tianyan was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Could this young man be deceiving us? Are you foolish? Moronin rolled her eyes, then appeared and flew towards Wu Ning. Ninger. Moronin embraced Wu Ning tightly, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Ninger, Mother has finally seen you again. Mother. Wu Ning was enveloped in his mother's embrace, and in that moment, his heart softened. A wave of emotion washing over him, causing his nose to tingle and a childlike smile to bloom upon his face. Ninger, you have grown taller. And perhaps a bit thinner as well. After a prolonged moment, Moronin released him, her eyes slightly reddened, as she tenderly caressed his face, scrutinizing him with care. Wu Tianyan stood with his hands behind his back, observing the tender scene between mother and daughter. A pang of bittersweet emotion stirred within him. Father. Wu Ning stepped forward to embrace him, and a fatherly smile instantly spread across Wu Tianyan's face. Haha, my boy, you have truly grown up. Father. It has been hundreds of years since we last met, yet you remain as handsome as ever. Haha. Wu Tianyan laughed heartily. Subsequently, Wu Ning beckoned them to take a seat, and the family of three savored the morning dew tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation about daily matters. My son, what is your current level of cultivation? Wu Tianyan inquired with curiosity. Not very high, perhaps just a tad higher than you, father. Ning smiled faintly. Are you slightly taller than me? Wu Tianyan raised his eyebrows, a hint of amusement in his voice as he asked, do you truly comprehend my level of cultivation? Chapter 82. My son possesses supreme potential at this moment. Both Wu Tianyan and Ning exist as incarnations of magical power, their cultivation levels reaching the realm of the emperor. Yet, within these incarnations of magical power lies a fragment of divine thought from their true selves. Ning sensed the intensity of their divine consciousness and was immediately able to discern their true cultivation levels. His father, Wu Tianyan, stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while his mother, Ning, was in the mid-stages of the same realm. This was consistent with the information he had gathered over 3 centuries ago through Xiaohe. Ning could not help but feel a sense of sentimentality. The Wu clan, renowned as one of the supreme divine clans capable of standing among the top 10 in the vast expanse of the primordial ancient realm, boasts a young master whose cultivation is remarkable despite being just a little over a mere 10,000 years old. It is essential to understand that the innate talents of those from the upper realms are not necessarily superior to those from the lower realms. Indeed, many natives of the upper realms may not even match the ascendants from below. This disparity arises primarily because they inhabit a more expansive world, endowed with a broader platform and opportunities to engage with higher echelons of existence. Thus, their growth is generally more accessible compared to those from the lower realms. In the upper realm, for the ordinary populace, achieving the status of an emperor at 10,000 years or becoming an immortal at several 100,000 years is commonplace. Moreover, those who attain immortality are, even in the upper realm, undeniably regarded as prodigies. However, for the more formidable immortal sects, equipped with elevated platforms and abundant resources, it is customary to become emperors within a millennium, while the journey to immortality may span from 100,000 to several 100,000 years. Within the ranks of certain powerful immortal king lineages, the most exceptional geniuses may ascend to emperor status within a mere 1,000 years, often achieving immortality within several decades thereafter. At an even loftier tier of immortal emperor lineages, one might encounter prodigious talents who ascend to emperorship within a century and attain immortality before reaching the millennium. Ultimately, there exist clans like the Wu clan, which can be deemed superpowers across the myriad worlds, a timeless immortal clan, an indomitable lineage. Particularly, the familial nature of the Wu clan fosters a continuous strengthening of ancestral legacies, whereby the potency of their bloodline intensifies with each generation. Descendants endowed with superior bloodlines find it easier to emerge as formidable beings, thereby giving rise to even more exceptional progeny. This phenomenon can be perceived as a form of bloodline evolution, where one is innately positioned at an advantageous starting point. Indeed, it is conceivable that some might be born at the pinnacle of others' aspirations, reaching heights unattainable even over 10 lifetimes. For instance, consider the offspring of 2 immortals. A drop of blood from an immortal holds boundless power, capable of vanquishing emperor-level adversaries. How could their progeny possibly commence their cultivation journey like an ordinary individual? Not to mention the children of 2 emperors, who typically arrive in this world already at the realm of kings. The offspring of immortals are often born with the potential of emperors. Had Ning not been sealed and lost his bloodline, he would have undoubtedly emerged as an emperor. It is noteworthy that the offspring of celestial emperors, though born with the essence of an emperor, are akin to the juvenile forms of divine beasts, such as the little heavenly fox. They are born as emperors, and upon reaching maturity, they can ascend to immortality. This process may take a minimum of a century or extend to a millennium at most. Wu Tianyan and Ning epitomize this phenomenon. One is the son of a clan leader from the martial tribe, while the other is the daughter of the emperor clan of Ning. Both are descendants of celestial emperors, destined to attain immortality within a millennium. Furthermore, their origins are marked not only by elevated beginnings but also by prodigious talents that render them far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. What is even more pivotal is the formidable ancient superpower that supports them, possessing resources that are unimaginable to the average person. For the vast majority of the world, treasures and opportunities that defy the heavens may merely be regarded by them as commonplace and unremarkable. Thus, one might contemplate that, although progress in the realms of immortality is arduous, for beings of their caliber, who were born to inspire awe in countless others, the attainment of celestial mastery within a millennium seems hardly an inconceivable endeavor. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through Wu Ning's mind, solidifying his resolve to return to the martial tribe without delay. Cough. Father, might I inquire about my current cultivation level? Wu Ning did not respond to Wu Tianyan's words. Instead, he proactively emitted a wisp of his realm's aura. With a resounding clap, it resonated through the air. Wu Tianyan crushed the spirit jade teacup in his hand, rising abruptly to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at him. Could this truly be an immortal king? How could this be possible? Ning, too, concealed her crimson lips, her expression equally filled with astonishment. In the realm of immortality, there exist 4 fundamental stages. The ascension from true immortal to celestial immortal is relatively more attainable, provided one possesses sufficient talent and opportunity. However, the transition from celestial immortal to immortal king is fraught with insurmountable challenges. The immortal king embodies the pinnacle of the immortal path, with the laws of the great Tao imposed upon oneself, granting the ability to glimpse the river of time and wield boundless power. The transformation of a celestial immortal into an immortal king is akin to the ascent of a human emperor to the realm of immortality, representing a profound metamorphosis and elevation in the hierarchy of existence, yet it is infinitely more arduous than the latter, even for scions of immortal emperors such as themselves. Achieving the status of immortal king would typically necessitate several tens of thousands of years of diligent cultivation, yet here was Ning, merely over 300 years of age. Having achieved the rank of immortal king? Surely, even the most potent bloodline of the Wu clan, the ancient emperor lineage, could not accomplish such a feat suddenly. Wu Tianyun's expression suddenly shifted. You are not Ning. Who are you, and what have you done to my son? Wu Ning paused momentarily, then suddenly realized, had he been possessed? Upon hearing Wu Tianyun's words, Murong expression shifted slightly, her gaze assessing Wu Ning with uncertainty. Yet, she shook her head. This was undoubtedly her son. She shot a glare at Wu Tianyun, admonishing him not to speak foolishly. How could one fail to recognize their own child? Had he become foolish in his cultivation? Wu Tianyun felt a touch of awkwardness, realizing that perhaps he had overthought the situation. At his level of understanding, one could indeed perceive whether a son was truly one's own. Furthermore, if Wu Ning had genuinely been possessed, the family's life tablet would undoubtedly react. Father, please take a closer look. Wu Ning pondered for a moment before directly releasing a strand of his soul's essence. While the age of the soul could be deceptively altered through certain arcane methods, a direct examination of the soul's origin rendered any such trickery futile. Upon discovering Wu Ning's actual soul age, Wu Tianyun's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. Indeed, he was merely over 300 years old. A celestial king at such a tender age? His mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Ha! A celestial king. Over 300 years old. My son Wu Ning is destined for greatness. Ha! Wu Tianyun looked up to the heavens and laughed heartily, his expression radiating immense pride. A celestial king over 300 years old, unparalleled throughout the ages, in all the realms of existence, aside from his own son. One must ponder who else could possibly compare. Murong, touched by his laughter, could not help but let a smile bloom upon her exquisite face, her eyes shimmering with pride as she gently took Wu Ning's hand. Ning, you must have endured considerable hardships over these past few centuries, haven't you? Her gaze held a tinge of sorrow, for he must have faced trials that ordinary souls could scarcely bear. To achieve such remarkable feats in such a brief span of time. Do not worry, mother, the child replied. I have encountered certain fortuitous opportunities and have not truly suffered. Wu Ning smiled gently. For the past few centuries, he had indulged in food and drink, living leisurely and contentedly, truly embodying the carefree essence of a celestial being. Chapter 83, The Grading of Chaos Source Liquid. The couple, Wu Tianyun and his spouse, did not inquire about the nature of Wu Ning's newfound fortune. Each individual possesses their own private secrets. Prying into them, even by those closest to us, is considered a grave transgression. Father, mother, how long do you intend to stay during this visit? Ning, you have attained the status of a celestial king. The family trials hold no significance for you any longer. Why not accompany us back this time? Father, I still have certain matters to attend to in the lower realm. I require a bit more time. But I assure you I shall return within a century at most. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Wu Tianyun nodded casually. A mere century is but a fleeting moment. Let us accompany you for half a year before we depart. In truth, it poses no issue for their current incarnations to remain. However, it is imperative to relay the information back to the true self. After all, in disparate realms, the distance is far too great for the true self to perceive the happenings of the incarnation. Wu Ning revealed a smile after being alone for so long. The presence of loved ones felt quite delightful. Meanwhile, the Wanhua Shenmen had been utterly annihilated. A group of formidable warriors gathered, their bodies emanating an overwhelming aura of lethality. Utterly exhausted and weary, each bearing wounds of varying severity. The foundational strength of the Wanhua Heavenly Gate proved to be on par with that of the Azura Divine Hall. Many ancient beings, pushed to their limits, resorted to self-detonation, resulting in the entire Wanhua Heavenly Gate being obliterated into a vast crater. The power unleashed was nothing short of terrifying. The plight of Wu Shentong is indeed lamentable. He has drawn the ire of a significant portion of the adversaries. Had it not been for his numerous hidden trump cards, he would have met his demise several times over. It is truly a shame that those old-timers exploded their imperial weapons, leaving nothing behind. One individual expressed his regret. However, another interjected with a triumphant grin, producing a dark golden storage ring. I have quite a bounty here. This belongs to the deputy sect master, and it contains the imperial weapons gifted by various great powers. He had set his sights on the deputy sect master responsible for receiving the gifts from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes gleamed with interest. How many are there? Not many, he replied, raising 2 fingers. There are just over 230 imperial weapons, around 180 imperial-grade medicinal herbs, and numerous other treasures that rival the imperial medicines. Is that all? They echoed, laughter erupting. We are in luck. Who would have thought those fellows traveled such a distance to present gifts, only for it to benefit us in the end? The expression on the face of the martial god was one of unbridled joy, even though he had accompanied Wu Ning and had witnessed many wonders. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. Over 200 imperial weapons, along with numerous imperial medicines and treasures, constituted an enormous fortune indeed. After a long pause, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us not rest. The main event is yet to come. We have yet to discover the treasury of the 10,000 transformations heavenly gate." Yes, the treasury. They resumed their endeavors. Although the 10,000 transformations heavenly gate had transformed into a vast pit, numerous spatial realms still existed. These realms were established by the immortals who once thrived within the heavenly gate, and even the self-detonation of the emperor could hardly disturb them. This was the very heart of the 10,000 transformations heavenly gate. With the fall of the immortals and the destruction of the heavenly gate, the major powers of the Jioshu star domain were all struck with fear. To them, immortals were eternal, exalted beings, unmatched in strength. Yet this time, they bore witness to the demise of an immortal. Could immortals indeed perish? Within the Jioshu palace, an elder and a youth stood side by side. The elder sighed, "Immortal. Immortal, though divine, they are still human. How could a human escape death? Even though immortals possess boundless lifespans, they too encounter various tribulations. Overcoming them grants life, while failing to do so leads to death. If immortals can die, then what is the purpose of our pursuit of immortality?" A hint of confusion flickered in the youth's eyes. "Surely it is to live," he mused, observing the world, with countless beings struggling in agony. Who does not strive for life? To live better, and to live longer? The youth gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A few days later, upon returning to the Shura star, Wu Shintong immediately ventured into the secret realm where Wu Ning resided, presenting a spatial artifact filled with treasures acquired from the Wanhua Heavenly Gate. "I shall accept these spirit crystals. The rest, you may manage as you see fit." Wu Ning smiled faintly, accepting the vast sum of several 100 trillion spirit crystals. Although the chaotic source liquid, derived from the condensation of spirit crystals, no longer held significant value for him, it could still serve as a refreshing beverage. When available in ample quantities, it might even contribute to the enhancement of his cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a small jade vial and presented it to God of War, containing approximately 1,000 drops of that extraordinary divine liquid. "Thank you, young master," God of War exclaimed with delight, vividly recalling the formidable effects of that divine liquid. Just a single drop could augment one's cultivation by 10,000 years and extend one's lifespan by millennia. Its efficacy was truly extraordinary. It was likely that even in the upper realms, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Wu Ning waved his hand, dismissing him. "To think that you, Ninger, would unexpectedly encounter a lineage of the martial clan that has fallen to the mortal realm. What a remarkable twist of fate indeed." Wu Tianyan smiled, finding no surprise in the situation. The bloodline of the martial clan can be said to be widespread across the realms, with numerous branches even in the vast lower world. Time flies, and half a year has swiftly passed. On this day, Wu Tianyan and Murong-yin set forth to return to the ancient Taichu realm. Before departing, Murong-yin handed Wu Ning a storage ring. Within it lay 2 exquisite celestial artifacts, countless billions of high-grade celestial stones, and numerous celestial elixirs and herbs. "Ninger, I had not anticipated that you would so swiftly ascend to the celestial king realm. These resources may not be abundant, but please make use of them for now. I will find a way to have more sent to you upon my return." Wu Ning was deeply moved. Indeed, a child with a mother is truly a treasure. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tianyan also handed over a small portion of resources he had on him. "Father came in haste this time, and did not bring much with him. Take these for now. I will ensure that your mother and I send you more later. The resources in the lower realm are scarce, so do not let this hinder your cultivation." "Thank you, father." Wu Ning watched as their shuttle departed from the 9 heaven star system before returning to the secret realm. Within Wu Tianyan's storage ring lay only a handful of elixirs and several tens of thousands of high-grade celestial stones. Wu Ning directly poured everything into the chaos divine gourd. Along with all the celestial stones gifted by his mother, he nearly condensed 5 drops of chaotic source liquid of celestial quality. Each drop possesses the potential to grant a celestial being an additional 10,000 years of cultivation. Celestial stones are categorized into inferior, superior, and exceptional grades, with the existence of celestial crystals above them. Each tier represents an exponential disparity. The chaotic source liquid derived from spiritual crystals can be regarded as mundane. 1 billion inferior celestial stones can yield a drop of inferior chaotic source liquid, which enhances the cultivation of a true celestial by 10,000 years. 1 billion superior celestial stones can condense a drop of superior chaotic source liquid, capable of augmenting a celestial being's cultivation by the same measure. Meanwhile, 1 billion exceptional celestial stones can produce a drop of exceptional chaotic source liquid, bestowing a similar enhancement upon a celestial king. Only the chaotic source liquid formed from 1 billion celestial crystals is deemed truly celestial, with the power to directly increase the cultivation of a celestial emperor by 10,000 years. While the chaos divine gourd is indeed a treasure, it cannot create something from nothing. The effectiveness of the condensed chaotic source liquid is profoundly influenced by the materials invested. Chapter 84. The Contest of Prodigies. In the realm of immortality, the resources required for cultivation vary immensely across different levels. The resources necessary for the Celestial King realm are staggering, where tens of billions of superior celestial stones may barely make a ripple. Wu Ning ingested 5 drops of premium chaos essence, resulting in a slight enhancement of his cultivation. A meager gain indeed. In the days that followed, his life returned to a state of tranquility. He no longer concerned himself with the affairs of the Wu family, allowing them to navigate their own tumultuous path. Given the current strength displayed by the Wu family, no one dared to provoke them, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Wu Ning seldom enjoyed tranquility. Each day, he embraced his precious calligraphy, delving into tales and stories, basking in leisure and comfort. His sole obligation now was to indulge in merriment, gradually accumulating opportunities for attendance. Time flew by, and years slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wu Ning sensed the arrival of a man with an exceptionally formidable aura on the Shura star. He was, unmistakably, a powerful being at the immortal king level. With a resolute visage, clad in a dark robe, his appearance was unremarkable. "May I inquire who you are?" Wu Ning suddenly appeared before him. "Young master, I am Wu Ke, a member of the Wu clan," the man said, bowing respectfully to reveal his identity. He was sent by the couple Wu Tianyan to deliver resources. Hailing from a branch of the Wu clan, he served as Wu Tianyan's protector. "Young master, this is a gift from your father." The man produced an ancient, elegant spatial bracelet and presented it to Wu Ning. "Thank you, I appreciate your efforts." Wu Ning received it with a smile, and as his divine consciousness swept over the contents, his eyes gleamed with brightness. Inside, there were a staggering number of supreme celestial stones, amounting to hundreds of billions, 2 pieces of celestial king artifacts, and numerous celestial pills and medicinal herbs. Wu Ke secretly observed Wu Ning, feeling somewhat astonished. He was already at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm, which was not considered weak even within the Wu clan. However, he found himself unable to discern the cultivation level of this young master, and he even sensed a subtle pressure emanating from him. The inability to perceive his cultivation might be attributed to some treasure concealing his true aura. Yet, what was the source of that faint sense of oppression? It even evoked a feeling akin to confronting the formidable elders of his clan. Confusion lingered in the man's heart. Yet he had no intention of probing further. The martial clan adheres to strict regulations, and Wu Ning, being the direct descendant of the main lineage, dares not act in defiance of authority. Wu Ning smiled gently, inviting him to come in and take a seat. Wu Ke gently shook his head and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall not disturb the young master any further. I must return to report, and it would be inappropriate to linger. Young master, I take my leave." Wu Ning nodded lightly, watching him depart. Then, he retrieved the spatial bracelet, a smile gracing his features. Hundreds of billions of exquisite celestial stones could elevate his cultivation by several 100,000 years. His parents truly were generous. In the primordial ancient realm, the Wu clan, Wu Tianyan entered an ancient celestial palace and bowed respectfully to the man in blue seated within. "Father, have you emerged from seclusion?" Wu Xian scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "Indeed, you have not been idle of late. By the will of heaven. Has Ninger not yet ascended?" "Father," he replied, "Ninger has already attained immortality. However, there are still some worldly matters left to resolve in the mortal realm. It may take a while before she returns to the clan." Wu Tianyan refrained from revealing that Wu Ning had already ascended to the realm of the immortal king. Firstly, he wished to surprise his father. Secondly, he doubted that his father would believe such news. An immortal king over 300 years old is indeed quite astonishing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have dared to believe it. Wu Xian nodded slightly. Achieving immortality is indeed a commendable feat. Ning heir possesses a bloodline of exceptionally high purity, stemming from the ancient emperors, which gives her the potential to surpass that critical threshold in the future, making her the designated successor of the clan. However, to attain the title of Daozi, mere talent is insufficient. One must also possess formidable strength to vanquish all other prodigies of the same generation within the clan and successfully pass the trials of the questioning forest. Only then can one rightfully secure a place as the Daozi. Wu Tianyan smiled, his expression radiating confidence. "Rest assured, father, with Ninger's strength, there is absolutely no cause for concern." Wu Xian cast a glance at him, cautioning against complacency. The competition for the position of Daozi spans 3 centuries, allowing all clan members under 3,000 years of age to participate. Although Ninger possesses remarkable talent, her youth remains a significant factor. Within the clan, there are 2 other young emperors whose cultivation has already transcended the realm of immortals, perfectly meeting the age criteria for the Daozi contest. And they will undoubtedly serve as formidable rivals for Ninger. Wu Xian's gaze was tinged with a sense of helplessness. Within his clan, there were too many ancient beings. Although he himself was an immortal emperor, he could only be regarded as a junior in the presence of those venerable elders. What left him even more speechless was the fact that some of these old fellows had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation and found it increasingly difficult to make further progress. Consequently, they became fervently devoted to procreation, euphemistically claiming it was for the benefit of the family. This resulted in the emergence of numerous young ancestors within the clan, so tender in age that they seemed to be almost malleable, yet their generational status surpassed his own. As a result, this esteemed immortal emperor found himself compelled to greet some youngsters, who were not even a fraction of his age, with the utmost respect, addressing them as little ancestors. Wu Tianyan was acutely aware of the 2 young emperors within his clan. One was approximately a millennium old, at the early stage of the true immortal realm, while the other was nearing 2 millennia, situated in the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. Such meager cultivation posed no threat. Even a mere breath from his son could easily disperse them. A mysterious smile graced his lips, reassuring his father that Ning would undoubtedly live up to expectations. Oh? Wu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued by the confidence exuded by the other party, yet chose not to inquire further. Haha, very well. I shall await the outcome with keen anticipation. As time flowed like a gentle stream, over a decade passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wu Ning felt an intense urge to move, prompting him to venture outside for a stroll. Suddenly, a remarkable idea struck him. He resolved to journey through other realms within the myriad worlds, simultaneously seeking to harvest a surge of heavenly retribution. The cosmic laws of the Yuanling realm had ceased to take notice of him. Regardless of how recklessly he unleashed his aura, it went unnoticed. And no divine punishment would descend upon him again. Thus, he planned to explore other realms, to cultivate the power of heavenly retribution and expedite the growth of the chaos divine thunder seed. Wanting tidied up and, accompanied by Shaoqing, Staobai, and Sheshu, proceeded to bid farewell to the martial god. Young master, will you not return after you depart? Indeed, I have lingered long enough in the Jiuxiu Star region. I intend to explore other realms before returning to the Taichu ancient realm. Should you attain immortality in the future, you may seek me out within the Wu clan. Wu Ning presented him with a token of identity and then bestowed upon him several formidable trump cards before departing. We humbly bid farewell to the young master. The martial god Tong led the members of the Wu family in a respectful farewell. Wu Shichen gazed wistfully in the direction where Wu Ning had departed. A sense of melancholy enveloping her heart. The young master, not of this world, had ultimately taken his leave. After departing from the Wu family, Wu Ning first sought out Li Yuanbao and the others, wishing to reminisce about old times. Centuries had passed, and the three had undergone significant transformations. Their temperaments had matured considerably, and their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Following an engaging conversation, Wu Ning presented each of them with several imperial weapons and some ordinary chaotic source liquid. In addition to revealing to them the shortcut through the void that led back to the Tianshan continent, he then bid them farewell. Acknowledging that each individual must traverse their own path, while Wu Ning could accompany them for a time, he could not journey with them for a lifetime. Wu Ning returned to the Tianshan continent, initially intending to reunite with old acquaintances. However, he was taken aback to discover that the continent was embroiled in a fierce conflict, the root of which lay within the depths of the flame demon abyss in the Great Yin Empire. More specifically, it was the fragments of the Celestial King artifact that had ignited this turmoil. The flame demon abyss was formed when a shard of the Celestial King artifact plummeted to the Tianshan continent, causing a cataclysmic collapse of the ground. Such fragments of the Celestial King artifact were not unique to the Tianshan continent. Several other locations in the ancient Abyss Star Domain also harbored similar treasures. Within the ancient Abyss Star Domain exists a celestial lineage known as the Tianong Divine Palace, a formidable power that ranks among the elite in the entire region. While it cannot rival the supreme forces of the Nine Heaven Star Domain, such as the Azura Temple and the Wanhua Heavenly Gate, it is nonetheless significantly more potent than other imperial lineages. The Tianyang Divine Palace owes its rise to a site akin to the Flame Demon Abyss. Millions of years ago, a celestial being from the palace discovered the Celestial King artifact fragment hidden within the blazing depths of the abyss. This fragment, despite the passage of countless eons, surpassed ordinary celestial artifacts in potency and represented an unparalleled treasure for a newly ascended true celestial. Realizing the significance of such fragments, the Tianyang Divine Palace initiated a quest for similar extraordinary locales. After the ascension of that celestial being, their determination did not wane. Now, after millions of years, they have scoured the entirety of the ancient Abyss Star Domain. Several decades ago, they fortuitously stumbled upon the remote Tianshan continent and uncovered another flame demon abyss. Initially, they dispatched formidable individuals to infiltrate the abyss discreetly, intent on seizing the Celestial King artifact fragment. However, unbeknownst to them, Wu Ning had already claimed it, leaving them empty-handed. The inhabitants of the Tianyang Divine Palace speculated that a powerful entity from the Tianshan continent had acquired the fragment. Without hesitation, they resolved to act. In their eyes, the Celestial King artifact fragment was a treasure of celestial caliber, and they were prepared to obliterate the entire Tianshan continent in their relentless pursuit of it. Upon Wu Ning's return to the Tianshan continent, he was met with a landscape ravaged by devastation, bearing the scars of monumental battles fought by the great emperors. Countless cities lay in ruins, and billions of indigenous inhabitants had fallen victim to the chaos of war, meeting untimely deaths. Several formidable emperors of the Tianshan continent had also perished, including the Crimson Emperor Yin Qi, with whom Wu Ning had crossed paths on a few occasions. The Yinma Abyss resided within the territory of his Grand Yin Empire, rendering him the primary suspect in the eyes of the powerful beings from the Tianyang Divine Palace. Ultimately, Yin Qi was besieged by several emperors from the Tianyang Divine Palace and, gravely wounded, was compelled to resort to self-detonation, inflicting significant damage upon his assailants. This act instilled a degree of trepidation among the formidable entities of the Tianyang Divine Palace towards the emperors of the Tianshan continent. Consequently, this allowed the emperors of the Tianshan continent to endure for several years until Wu Ning's momentous return. Tianyang Divine Palace. Upon comprehending the circumstances through the inked words, Wu Ning's eyes glimmered with a long-forgotten murderous intent. Regardless of the situation, the Tianqian continent was the land of his upbringing, instilling within him a profound emotional connection. How could he remain indifferent while the denizens of Tianqian continent were slaughtered by outsiders? Moreover, this matter bore a direct correlation to him. Had he not taken that fragment of the immortal king's artifact, such a cascade of events would not have ensued. Wanning's divine consciousness enveloped the continent. And upon seeing that the members of the royal family remained safe, he felt a slight sense of relief. He had not intended to reveal himself, merely planning to take a glance before departing. However, now an additional task lay before him, the annihilation of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. In the central region, upon a desolate, uninhabited peak, the last 11 human emperors of the Tianqian continent gathered. Each bore wounds, and to prevent being defeated one by one, they chose to remain united. Wanning appeared silently upon the mountaintop, manifesting directly before them. Who goes there? The 11 emperors, startled by the sudden apparition, gasped in surprise. Is it truly you, my lord? One of the emperors immediately recognized Wanning, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. To think that this esteemed figure has returned to the Tianqian continent. There is hope for Tianqian. Indeed. Ning nodded slightly, and with a mere thought. 11 drops of ordinary chaos source liquid materialized before them. Consume this, it will heal your wounds. The emperor who recognized Ning showed no hesitation and swallowed it in one swift motion. Observing this, the others also followed suit without delay. Given the overwhelming power of this individual, their demise would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken, requiring no elaborate means to bring about their end. Boom. As the chaos source liquid entered their bodies, it transformed into a torrent of potent energy, swiftly mending their injuries. How astonishing. Not only have my wounds healed, but my cultivation has also advanced, exclaimed one. Soon after, the emperors collectively bowed in gratitude to Ning. Suddenly, a series of terrifying auras descended upon them. What a dreadful presence. The expressions of the emperors shifted dramatically. In the next moment, 3 elderly figures radiating formidable energy appeared in the air, unmistakably 3 esteemed emperors. Behind them stood 30 additional emperors. Ha ha ha, denizens of the Tianqian continent, behold the arrival of the 3 ancestral emperors from the Tiannong Divine Palace. Prepare yourselves for demise. Boasted an emperor from Tiannong Divine Palace, his laughter echoing ominously. One of the venerable emperors unleashed a terrifying pressure, gazing coldly at the emperors of Tianqian. Now, surrender the fragments of the immortal artifact, and we may spare your lives. You have 3 breaths to contemplate your fate. Surrender, or face death. As Wanning stepped forward, he found himself suspended in midair, a piece of dark blue metallic fragment exuding a terrifying aura materializing in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Is this what you seek?" The eyes of the 3 venerable ancestors of the emperors instantly gleamed with brilliance. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a fragment of a celestial artifact. Boy, swiftly hand over the fragment to this venerable ancestor. One of the emperors barked coldly, extending his hand towards Wanning. Bang! In the next instant, his body erupted on the spot. Blood mist splattered across the faces of the other 2 emperors. Second brother, the 2 emperors exclaimed in shock. You wretched boy. Bang, bang, bang. Wanning's indifferent gaze swept over the 2 esteemed ancestors of the Tiannong Divine Palace, along with the myriad emperors behind them, who instantaneously erupted into a mist of blood, utterly obliterated. He had originally intended to torment them for a while, yet suddenly lost all interest. They were simply too weak. Their frailty extinguished any semblance of amusement in torturing them. It was akin to tormenting an ant, entirely devoid of significance. The emperors of the Tianqian continent gazed on in horror, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. How frightening. Their master has grown even stronger. To annihilate an esteemed ancestor with a mere glance, such terror. Wanning's expression was devoid of any emotion as he casually distributed the storage rings to those individuals before departing. In the next moment, he found himself standing before a tombstone. This was the burial site of several esteemed emperors, including Yinchi. The surroundings were remarkably humble. Once mighty figures in life, they now lay in such desolation after death. How unpredictable the affairs of the world are. Wanning poured them a jug of wine, let out a soft sigh, and then vanished without a trace. Chapter 86, A Century of Serenity. In the ancient Abyss star domain, within the Tiannong star system, lies Tiannong star, the sole superlative planet of its system and one of the 8 grand superplanets in the entire ancient Abyss region. Situated over 500 billion light-years away from the Tianqian continent, it is here that the Tiannong Divine Palace is established. With just a few instantaneous movements, Ning directly descended from the Tianqian continent to the skies above the Tiannong star, over the Tiannong Divine Palace. Wanning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a wisp of divine consciousness emanating from him, enveloping the entire Tiannong star. Under the probing gaze of the celestial king's awareness, the Tiannong star appeared as an unclad maiden, laid bare before Wanning's sight, devoid of any secrets. Only 7 fragments? Wanning imperceptibly furrowed his brows, finding the quantity considerably less than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, even the smallest of mosquitoes are still flesh. 7 fragments of celestial king artifacts could undoubtedly fetch a substantial sum of celestial stones. One might as well consider it a windfall. With a subtle gesture of his hand, 7 pieces of dark blue metallic shards swiftly pierced through the air, transforming into 7 streaks of azure light that gracefully descended into his grasp. Wanning's methods were exceedingly brutal. as several fragments of the Celestial King's artifact were forcibly extracted from the storage rings of the powerful beings in the Tianyang Divine Palace, without the slightest concealment. The storage rings of those individuals suddenly exploded. My treasures. Ah, who dares to show themselves? The air was filled with a chorus of furious roars. You scoundrel. Was it you? Return my treasures at once. Soon, some noticed a hazy figure of a young man hovering in the sky, and they immediately charged towards him in a frenzy. Ning, disinterested in engaging in further discourse with them, exerted a gentle tremor of his divine consciousness, instantaneously obliterating their souls, while their physical forms were reduced to mere ashes. Moments later, the entire Tianyang Divine Palace was devoid of any survivors, leaving not even a trace behind. Ning raised his hand and seized the treasure vault, discovering that the spirit crystals amounted to less than 100 trillion, and the imperial weapons were fewer than 100. Indeed, they were exceedingly impoverished. Ning directly tossed it into the chaotic divine gourd, where it amalgamated into a primordial essence of chaos. He then embraced the gourd and took a generous sip. Indeed, it was as delightful as ever, retaining its original flavor. Ning smacked his lips, directing his gaze once more towards the celestial sun god palace. He extended his hand, conjuring several incredibly potent flames, strikingly similar to his 9 Nether Emperor flame. Both were manifestations of the primordial essence of fire that lingered on the fragments of Celestial King artifacts. Yet these flames were considerably less formidable than the 9 Nether Emperor flame. Ning commanded the 9 Nether Emperor Yin to consume the flames, and then he simply vanished. It was only after a considerable time that individuals began to notice the anomaly of the Tianyang Divine Palace. They gazed in horror at the desolate palace, their scalps tingling with unease. Had the Tianyang Divine Palace been annihilated? How terrifying. Who could have silently obliterated the Tianyang Divine Palace? Could it be an immortal? It was likely that only an immortal possessed such formidable power. The Tianyang Divine Palace appeared to be largely intact, presumably still housing numerous treasures. One individual, with a glimmer of desire in their eyes, immediately dashed towards the palace. The others, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. However, the entirety of the Tianyang Divine Palace had been meticulously ravaged by Ning. There was not a single imperial weapon, sacred artifact, or even a spirit stone that he had overlooked. These individuals were destined for disappointment. After departing from Tianyang Star, Ning began to drift through the cosmos, inadvertently arriving at the fringes of the Yuanling realm. At that moment, he once again sensed the gaze of the cosmic will of the Tao. No need for farewells. Until we meet again. Ning smiled and waved farewell before gently departing. Upon crossing the barriers of worlds, he found himself in a dim void, a liminal space nestled between realms, a fragment of the ocean of boundaries. Though merely a transitional zone, it was boundless, its vastness perhaps surpassing that of an entire Middle Thousand world. Ning navigated through the ink treasures towards the nearest realm of the Middle Thousand worlds, known as the Vientiane realm. After a period of time, he traversed the barriers of worlds and entered the Vientiane realm, only to be met with a surge of divine retribution. Having learned from past experiences, this time he plunged directly into the Sea of Thunder, summoning the chaotic divine thunder seed to absorb its essence. The boundless void of the thunderous sea was nearly depleted of 1/10 of its thunderous power due to his efforts, prompting the will of the heavenly Tao to hastily retract the thunderous sea. Ning savored the sweetness of his experiences, feeling a lingering desire for more. After wandering through the myriad realms for over half a year, he set forth towards the next Middle Thousand world. In the time that followed, Ning persistently traversed the myriad realms, accumulating the formidable power of heavenly retribution, with an abundance of nurturing essence. The seeds of chaotic divine thunder began to flourish at an astonishing pace, successfully evolving into the very essence of chaotic divine thunder within a mere decade. This achievement granted him a glimmer of mastery over the chaotic divine thunder. Though it was but a fragment, its might was by no means diminished, capable of effortlessly annihilating celestial beings beneath the rank of immortal kings. Even a typical immortal king, upon being struck, would suffer grievous wounds. Ning was exceedingly content and did not pause in his pursuits. He continued to traverse other realms, harvesting the power of divine retribution to enhance the essence of the thunder of creation, thereby amplifying the potency of the chaotic divine thunder he had come to wield. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, several decades had elapsed. Ha ha ha, the century mark has arrived. It is time to return to the Wu clan. In a certain Middle Thousand worlds, Ning gazed at the information displayed on his personal system panel, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He had accumulated a staggering 36,500 sign-in opportunities, nearly a full century's worth. Throughout this 100 years, he had truly restrained himself, not utilizing a single sign-in chance. Now, as he prepared to return to the Wuzhu clan, he was ready for a grand explosion of potential. Wuzhu, here I come. Ning let out a hearty laugh and swiftly turned towards the direction of the primordial ancient realm. The Middle Thousand world he currently inhabited is one of the closest Middle Thousand worlds to the primordial ancient realm. Within merely a few hours, Ning arrived before the formidable barrier of the primordial ancient realm. This realm, a part of the vast expanse of the Great Thousand world, is infinitely larger than the Middle Thousand world, such as the Yuanshan realm, by countless magnitudes. Its world barrier is equally impenetrable. Even the weakest points require a true immortal to traverse. In contrast, the barriers of the Middle Thousand World can be crossed by those of the Emperor realm. Naturally, for a powerful immortal king, traversing the Great Thousand World poses no challenge whatsoever. Ning effortlessly traversed the barriers of the world, then extracted a golden teleportation jade talisman. With a sharp crack, he crushed it in an instant. Buzz. As the talisman shattered, a surge of magnificent spatial energy enveloped his form, and he vanished from his original location in the blink of an eye. Ning was filled with astonishment. Although he too had cultivated the Tao of space, he felt utterly powerless in the face of the immense force contained within this teleportation jade talisman. In comparison, his own mastery of the Tao of space seemed as feeble as a child's toy. There was simply no basis for comparison. Is this the might of an immortal emperor? Indeed, it is terrifying. Ning contemplated silently, reflecting on the four realms of immortality, each realm akin to a new heaven. Although the immortal king possesses great strength, he remains as insignificant as an ant in the presence of the immortal emperor. Chapter 87. Return to the martial clan. Beyond humanity, there exist beings greater than man. And beyond the heavens, there are realms beyond comprehension. The path is boundless. Ning sighed inwardly. The once proud and restless heart began to find its tranquility. Although he was merely in his youth and already held the title of immortal king, capable of looking down upon the majority of the world. In the ancient realm of Taichu, where numerous formidable beings resided, he still fell short of being a true powerhouse. It was imperative to cultivate diligently. One must not squander this opportunity. The path of stealthy development was the true way forward. Let me endure for 300 years before assessing how many challengers remain in this world. It is unclear how much time has passed. Ning suddenly experienced a disorienting sensation. And moments later, he found himself within an ancient and grand hall. Which sect do you belong to? You seem somewhat unfamiliar. A voice belonging to a man reached his ears. Ning cast his gaze around, standing atop an ancient metallic platform. Beside him, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was observing him intently. Ning squinted slightly, recognizing that the middle-aged man's cultivation was formidable, his realm somewhat elusive even to him. An intangible sense of pressure emanated from him, suggesting he was a formidable figure among the celestial kings. Truly, this was the Wu clan. Encountering a top-tier celestial king upon arrival was no small feat. Ning remained silent as he produced a purple jade token, presenting it briefly to the middle-aged man. This was his insignia of identity. It signified the direct lineage of the main branch. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and his expression shifted to one of increased respect. It turned out that he was a scion of the main branch, welcomed back to his clan. Ning responded with a faint acknowledgement. At that moment, two figures had already entered his line of sight. Having met the young master and the young lord before, the middle-aged man was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Ning, Wu Tianyun and Murongyin disregarded him and proceeded directly towards Wu Ning. The moment Wu Ning appeared in the Wu clan, they immediately sensed his presence. Father, mother. Wu Ning approached with a smile. Haha, you rascal. You have finally decided to return. Wu Tianyun laughed heartily as he patted Wu Ning's shoulder, only to feel a jolt of pain in his hand. Murongyin shot him a glare, then swiftly embraced Wu Ning. Ninger, you have finally returned. You left the Wu clan at the tender age of 2, and back then, you were still so small. Your mother did not have the chance to care for you properly before you were taken from my side. Ninger, I have waited for over 400 years, and at last, you are back. In an instant, Murongyen's eyes glistened with tears, clouded with emotion. She had been separated from her son since he was 2 years old. Although a manifestation had accompanied him, it was merely a semblance. Not her true presence by his side. She could not witness his growth, share in each birthday, or partake in his journey of development. With her eyes reddened, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she held her son tightly. After 4 long centuries of longing, mother and son were finally reunited. Mother, Ning softly called out, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Remarkably, this was the first time in over 4 centuries that he had encountered his mother. Ninger, come, accompany your mother to Chowin Palace, where I shall prepare delicious food for you. Murongyin gently released him, dabbed her eyes, and a breathtaking smile graced her face as she took his hand and led him outside. Wu Tianyun's face radiated with a blissful smile as he swiftly followed behind the mother and daughter. Their family had finally been reunited, a remarkable feat indeed. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man stood behind, astonished. It was, unexpectedly, the young master of the main lineage. Considering the timeline, given the young master's exceptional talent, it was indeed time for the trials to conclude. However, despite being merely over 400 years of age, the young master exuded an enigmatic aura that was quite perplexing. The middle-aged man shook his head and returned to his post, where he was tasked with guarding the ancient teleportation temple. As they departed from the teleportation temple, Murongyin grasped Wu Ning's hand and soared forward, sharing insights about the Wu clan with him. The martial clan resides within a vast and natural cosmic sanctuary. Its internal expanse comparable to that of a mid-tier world. Moreover, this entire cosmic realm exclusively belongs to the martial clan. The main lineage of the martial clan, along with its prominent branches, resides in the heart of this cosmic sanctuary. Here lies an immensely vast supercontinent, known as the Divine Martial Continent, with a staggering diameter of 900 million light-years. This magnificent expanse was forged by a supreme being of the martial clan, who utilized unparalleled mastery and artifact refinement to amalgamate countless stars from this cosmic refuge into a singular creation. The continent itself stands as an extraordinary treasure. The various clans of the martial tribe thrive and flourish upon this supercontinent. Moreover, suspended within this vast expanse are 9,000 colossal ancient life stars. The smallest of these measures several hundred billion kilometers in diameter, while the largest can stretch across dozens of light years. Each ancient life star serves as a celestial palace. Only those of exceedingly high status or individuals who have made significant contributions to their clan are deemed worthy of possessing a celestial palace of their own. As the young master of the Wu clan, Wu Tianyin undoubtedly possesses the qualifications. However, Wu Ning has yet to attain such status. Furthermore, the 9,000 starry immortal palaces are divided into 9 tiers, each housing 1,000 palaces. Collectively referred to by the members of the Wu clan as the 9 Heavens Palace. The higher one's power and status, the greater the elevation of their residence. The lowest tier is the first level, while the highest is the 9th, which requires at least the strength of an immortal emperor for eligibility. A level that has never been completely occupied since the clan's establishment. Due to his status, Wu Tianyin can only reside in the 3rd tier's Chowan Hall. Though not exceedingly high, it remains an unattainable height for the vast majority of the clan members. Wu Ning gazed around in awe, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. An expansive continent stretched endlessly before him, with a diameter of an astonishing 9 billion light-years, surpassing many grand galaxies in size, and unimaginable magnificence for a mere mortal. The towering ancient stars in the sky, each one a celestial palace in its own right. Such a scene defies mere description. For the splendor here within the Wu clan surpasses even his wildest imaginings of a fairyland. Moments later, Morongyin led Wu Ning to one of the ancient stars. This particular star boasted a diameter exceeding 1 trillion kilometers, dwarfing the largest superplanets in the lower realms by 1,000-fold. Yet, this was merely one celestial palace, Chowan Celestial Palace. The palace resided atop this ancient star, which simultaneously formed part of the palace itself. Ninger, come with your mother. Morongyin beckoned, guiding Wu Ning into the celestial palace and subsequently ushering him into one of the celestial halls. Ninger, this hall has been prepared by your mother for you. From now on, our family shall reside together, and when you become a Daozi, we shall determine if you wish to move out. Morongyin led Wu Ning on a brief tour of the celestial hall before addressing him again. Ninger, take a moment to see if you're satisfied. Should it fall short of your expectations, do not hesitate to inform your mother. I shall prepare a meal for you. I recall that during your childhood, you adored the celestial cloud cakes I made. I shall make them for you now. A radiant smile adorned Murongyin's face. Chapter 88. Astonishing sign-in rewards. Murongyin also took Wu Tianyin along to assist her. Wu Ning's face radiated with a cheerful smile as he surveyed the surroundings within the celestial palace, before stepping into the inner chamber. There, he discovered an array of children's garments and celestial robes, all of which appeared remarkably familiar. Among them were some that he had worn in his youth, alongside others that Morongyin had prepared for him, encompassing a collection of attire from his early years to the present. However, he had never had the opportunity to don any of them, as they remained in pristine condition. Wu Ning felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, stirred by emotion. His mother was undoubtedly the kindest person in the world to him. He took a deep breath, continued to survey the palace chamber, and then settled onto a celestial bed. At last, he could finally begin to anticipate the long-awaited signing. The grandeur of the martial clan filled him with an even greater sense of anticipation. System. Grant me 10 annual subscriptions. Wu Ning could hardly contain his excitement. In the next instant, the long-awaited system notification echoed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Chaos Supreme Treasure, Chaos Green Lotus. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an innate Supreme Treasure, Eye of Time. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an innate Supreme Treasure, Eye of Space. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an innate Supreme Treasure, Sword Cultivating Gourd. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an innate Spiritual Root, Innate Peach Tree. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an unparalleled divine ability, Words Manifesting Law. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unrivaled sword technique, Heaven Slaying Sword Art. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an Immortal Emperor Artifact, Universal Bow. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 million years of cultivation. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion immortal crystals. 10 consecutive notifications resonated within Wu Ning's mind. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Innate Supreme Treasure. Unparalleled divine abilities. What a magnificent bounty. Wu Ning was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly, 2 beams of brilliance shot forth from his eyes. System. I am utterly enamored with you. Haha. Wu Ning erupted into joyous laughter, for he had received an unparalleled bounty, 1 primordial treasure, 3 innate treasures, a sprout of innate spiritual root, and 2 supreme divine abilities. Such rewards were unprecedentedly generous. With a plethora of treasures at his disposal, how could he possibly lament his path to greatness? Indeed, The martial clan was deserving of its illustrious reputation. The rewards for signing in here were truly magnificent. It is worth noting that during his 300 years in the lower realm, he had utilized nearly 300 annual sign-ins. Yet the most precious items he had acquired were merely 2 Celestial Emperor artifacts. The vast majority of his gains comprised inferior celestial artifacts, low-grade celestial stones, as well as various elixirs and talismans. Yet here, within the martial clan, he had effortlessly obtained a primordial treasure and several innate treasures. The disparity between the two was several tiers apart. Moments later, suppressing his excitement, Ning contemplated for a moment and called out once more, "System. I request 3 more annual sign-ins." Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Celestial Emperor artifact, the Celestial 10,000 Path Map. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an Imperial-grade Celestial Herb, the 3 Lives Dao Fruit. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 billion Celestial Crystals. Ning pondered inwardly, indeed. It appears that signing in multiple times at the same location results in a gradual decline in the value of the rewards. Nevertheless, even the least of these rewards is far superior to what one would find in the lower realms. The disparity between the heavens and the earth is simply incomparable. Moreover, with the vastness of the Wu clan, having completed the sign-in at Chowan Palace, there remain countless other locations to explore. Signing in for tens of thousands of years would certainly suffice. Particularly enticing is the prospect of the 9 celestial palaces in the 9th heaven. That place undoubtedly offers an exceptional opportunity for sign-ins. When Ning decided not to continue signing in, having already accumulated numerous treasures, it was imperative to make use of them. He first cast all the celestial crystals obtained from his sign-ins into the Chaos Divine Gourd, resulting in the condensation of 11 droplets of celestial-grade chaos source liquid. Each droplet possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate a Celestial Emperor-level powerhouse's cultivation by a staggering 10,000 years. For a Celestial King, consuming a single droplet would ensure an immediate ascendance to the pinnacle of their realm. Ning intends to first consume a drop of the ethereal chaos source liquid, followed by extracting 30 million years of cultivation from the system's sign-in feature. The cultivation accrued through the system's sign-in is grounded in his own capabilities, representing the average cultivation of all formidable beings at his level who have diligently practiced for 30 million years. The higher his own cultivation, the greater the enhancement he can achieve from those 30 million years. After all, the results of 30 million years of cultivation for a late-stage Celestial King and a perfected Celestial King are undoubtedly disparate. Ning extended his divine consciousness outward. It would suffice to elevate his cultivation at a later time. Moments later, a graceful maiden clad in ethereal glass robes entered the violet hall where Ning resided. "Young master, the young lord requests your presence at the Cloud Heart Palace for a celestial banquet," she said with a slight bow, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her figure was voluptuous and graceful, exuding an air of elegance, while her eyes sparkled like a galaxy, radiating an enchanting aura of celestial brilliance. She was indeed a true immortal. "And Shui Yuan." Ning smiled and nodded at her. This lady was named Murong Shui Yuan. She was originally a distant relative of the Murong Imperial clan and had grown up alongside his mother, Murong Yin, sharing a close bond. Later, when Murong Yin married into the Wu clan, Murong Xuan accompanied her as a maid of honor. With Ning's current level of cultivation, even the vague memories from his infancy had begun to resurface. He recalled Murong Shui Yuan from his childhood, and as he reminisced, a slight blush crept onto his cheeks. Ah, the past is indeed difficult to revisit. Young master, how swiftly time passes. That little bundle who once wet the bed has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on those days, it feels as if everything happened just yesterday. Murong Shui Yuan gazed at him with a gentle smile. Ning's face flushed with embarrassment. "And Shui Yuan, let us not dwell on the past. I have forgotten it all." Murong Shui Yuan chuckled lightly, teasing him before choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Young master, shall we proceed to the side hall?" Meanwhile, the news regarding the young master of the Wu clan spread with remarkable swiftness. In the starry Immortal Palace, a blue-robed immortal bowed slightly and spoke. Not far from him, a youth clad in a purple celestial robe sat cross-legged on a piece of exquisite celestial jade, seemingly engrossed in deciphering an ancient scroll. "The one designated as the Daozi within our clan has returned," the youth stated without lifting his gaze. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the youth's eyes as he raised his head. "Has he truly returned?" He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I am aware. You may leave now." "Yes," the blue-robed immortal replied with a bow before turning to depart. The youth then tucked away the ancient scroll and vanished in an instant. A moment later, he arrived at another celestial palace. "Yuga, have you heard the news?" Within the palace, a man in white was deftly painting. And under his brush, a stunning beauty with a captivating smile came to life on the paper. "Xiaoyu, you don't seriously intend to compete with that young fellow, do you? Yuga, are you truly willing to concede?" Wu Xiaoyu gazed at him and declared, "I merely wish to prove my own worth. Even without relying on my father, I can attain everything I desire through my own efforts. I refuse to live perpetually in the shadow of my father." Chapter 89, The Ascendant Emperor. In Wu Xiaoyu's eyes, a trace of unwillingness flickered. As the son of the celestial emperor, his status within the clan was undeniably high, commanding respect even from many celestial kings. Wu Xiaoyu understood that all of this was due to the title of imperial son. It was not him that others revered, but rather his father. Being the son of an immortal emperor was both an honor and a pressure unimaginable to outsiders. From the moment of his birth, he had lived in the shadow of his father's brilliance. The weight of this burden was suffocating. Wu Xiaoyu, unwilling to live perpetually in the shadow of his father, devoted himself to relentless training, exerting every ounce of his strength to validate his own existence. He aspired to be more than merely the son of the immortal emperor. He yearned to become the Daozi, to earn the recognition of all and garner the support of his clan. In doing so, he firmly believed that one day he would surpass his father. Ah, your spirit of competition is indeed excessively fervent. Wu shook his head helplessly, refraining from offering any advice. The position of Daozi is not easily contested. The notion that all clansmen under 3,000 years of age may participate is merely a formality, intended to demonstrate fairness and provide every clansman with an opportunity. The true crux lies in the trial of the Wendalen. Only those who successfully navigate the trials of the Wendalen can truly claim the title of Daozi. Otherwise, even if one were to vanquish all other competitors, ascension to the position of Daozi would remain unattainable. Moreover, passing the trials of the Wendalen is no trivial feat. The clan is replete with prodigies and exceptional talents. Yet the position of Daozi often remains vacant for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The challenges inherent in this endeavor are self-evident. Presently, however, a certain young individual within the clan has been informally designated as the Daozi. It is apparent that the elder members of the clan hold him in high regard, believing he possesses the potential to succeed in the trials of the Wendalen. With 2 centuries remaining before the contest for Daozi commences, I anticipate breaking through to the mid-stage of true immortal within a century at most. Brother Yu, even if I ultimately do not attain the position of Daozi, I must venture to the Wendalen. Otherwise, I may regret it for the rest of my life. A glimmer of determination flickered in Wu Xiaoyu's eyes. Sigh. Do as you wish. Wu Yu let out a resigned sigh as he gazed upon the Cloud Palace, specifically the Cloud Heart Hall. The sight of a table laden with exquisite delicacies stirred his appetite. Although there were no dragon's liver or phoenix's marrow, the presence of celestial fish and ethereal fowl, along with rare treasures from the mountains and fields, displayed in lustrous jade plates, was enough to make one salivate. The mortals, too, are but human. They do not merely feast on wind and dew, but rather consume food sparingly. In powerful clans like the Wu clan, dining transcends mere indulgence. It becomes a form of cultivation. Each dish is crafted from celestial herbs, divine materials, and an array of premium ingredients, making a single celestial banquet equivalent to a decade of cultivation. Ninger, come sit with us. Beckon Morong Yin, Shueqian, you should join us as well. The chicken soup is ready. Wu Tianyun emerged, cradling a massive bowl of pristine white jade, filled with a delicate golden-hued broth of golden-feathered chicken that exuded an alluring aroma. The golden-feathered celestial chicken, a divine avian possessing the bloodline of the golden crow, is nurtured within the Wu clan, where dedicated individuals are tasked with raising these ethereal creatures, numbering in the hundreds of millions. However, those that attain the celestial tier of quality are exceedingly rare. Wu Tianyun held in his hands a golden-feathered celestial chicken from the realm of true immortals. To welcome his son and celebrate his return, he had indeed exerted considerable effort. Ninger, do indulge yourself, he urged. Come, savor this green-scaled fish. It has been lovingly prepared by your mother. Moronging continuously added dishes to Wu Ning's bowl, which soon overflowed with delicacies. Wu Ning's face broke into a smile. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an atmosphere. Wu Tianyun produced a treasured jar of celestial brew and shared a toast with him, casually mentioning the dispute over the title of Daozi. My son, you must not take this matter lightly. Your journey to the Dao Inquiry Forest is not merely a test, it is also a significant opportunity. This Dao Inquiry Forest was established by one of our ancient ancestors, and only those with the potential to transcend into the realm of the immortal emperor can pass its trials. Moreover, throughout the testing process, there are numerous fortuitous encounters. Several aspirants, despite failing their trials, have ultimately ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor, thanks to the opportunities they discovered within the Dao Inquiry Forest. Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true that Wendalen is indeed an excellent place for signing in? Father, is the trial at Wendalen particularly challenging? Wu Tianyun slightly nodded.